This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Please adjust the character's appearance. An electronic voice sounded in the void, and then a 20-year-old spirited young man looked at the virtual character in front of him, who looked exactly like himself, and fell into deep thought. Then he began to operate. Well, a higher nose bridge, a higher cheekbone, a wider distance between the eyes. For the hairstyle, let's have this coxcomb head. Soon, the great hero Shandong appeared in front of the young man, and then the young man controlled the virtual character in front of him to turn around, and then suddenly asked him to turn around, and dubbed himself in Tianjin dialect. What's the matter? Oh my, this impact is a bit big. If that monkey was born in this world, it might be very exciting. The spirited young man looked at his work and laughed at first, and then felt a little lonely. The boy's name is Wang Qianduo, and he is 26 years old this year. Qianduo means a lot of money, which is very simple, and full of good wishes from his parents. But unfortunately, Wang's parents' wishes were unfulfilled, although because of his identity as a time traveler, he was called a child prodigy when he was young. But more than 20 years have passed, and now he is just a worker. Not to mention a lot of money, he also owes others a large sum of money, mortgage. Yes, Wang Qianduo is a member of the army of Earth travelers, but he has embarrassed all the predecessors. Although his life is seen as a model for other people's children by others on this planet. When he was young, he was more mature than other children, with excellent grades and good moral character. After graduating from college, he directly joined a Fortune 500 company, and became a small supervisor in less than 3 years. But compared with those invincible predecessors, that was really. Let's not talk about it. In other novels, others become top rich people in 25 or 26 years, okay? The most important thing is that he is still a single dog now. But this can't be blamed entirely on Wang Qianduo, because the world he traveled through is a future interstellar era. This is 3021. His knowledge on Earth is more or less not enough in this world that is 1,000 years ahead of Earth. And he was an ordinary person in his previous life, who couldn't remember lyrics and scripts, and couldn't take the entertainment route. He could only study hard and be an ordinary worker. As for the game he is playing now, it is called Mecha Era, a simulation virtual online game with driving mecha as the core. However, this game is not newly launched, but has been operating for a year, otherwise he would not entertain himself here. Wang Qianduo actually loves playing games, especially mecha games. But the 1 year after graduation was a critical time for him to work hard in the company, and he had no choice but to miss this popular game. Now he has to come in, because during the first anniversary celebration of this game, something shocking happened. The core of the game, the magic mecha, can actually be brought directly into reality. As soon as this news came out, the game exploded. Although mechas have been developed and put into use for a long time in this era, they are still only advanced things that can be touched by some frontline soldiers and scientific researchers. Just like the missiles on the Earth where Wang Qianduo originally lived, they are all strategic level things. Not to mention the sky-high cost, just the professional knowledge required for driving is daunting. And now there is a game that can directly obtain mechas, and has official guarantees, so it is naturally hot. Even Wang Qianduo's company directly requires that all employees must enter the game, and those who contribute will even receive extra rewards. Hey, I don't know how long it will take to catch up with those ordinary players who have taken the lead. Wang Qianduo dispersed the settings of the virtual character in front of him, then sighed, and slightly adjusted his original image. Do you confirm your virtual image? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Wang Qianduo did not hesitate and chose to confirm. If he really wanted to enter the game as the image of a generation of hero Shandong, he didn't have that courage. Moreover, the image of the virtual character cannot differ from the real person by more than 20%. He just had fun. After the character is created, the nickname is selected. Wang Qianduo has a nickname that he has used since childhood, called Qianduo. However, the system prompts that this nickname has been taken, so he has no choice but to change it. This game is really popular now. Wang Qianduo tried more than 10 nicknames in a row, and finally only his current nickname Qian1 can be used. After creating the character, Wang Qianduo did not enter the game directly, but chose to log off. Now is his working time, he still has work to do, and going online to create a character is just to deal with the company's tasks. You said that this game can bring mecha into reality, and can become the king? Don't be funny, not to mention that you are already a year behind others, just in terms of technology. Can you, an ordinary person, compare with those professional players who take games as a career? Or are you better than those interstellar mecha pilots? There is a particularly appropriate saying, don't use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. People study hard for more than 10 hours every day, but they are still not as good as your hobby. He wants to catch up with those ordinary players. And even if he wants to catch up with those ordinary players quickly, he is not in a hurry. Old Wang, you are offline so soon? Didn't you go in to experience it? As soon as Wang Qianduo took off his game helmet, a voice came from behind him. Wang Qianduo heard the voice and said without turning his head, aren't you the same old Wang? The man who came was a man who looked to be in his 30s, but was actually in his 40s. He was dressed in a suit and looked like a workplace elite at first glance. In fact, this is true. The man who came is Wang Jun. Wang Qian was immediate superior, the head of their department, and the top leader. Wang Jun is a decent and optimistic person. He is the kind of person who gets along well with his subordinates. He has a good relationship with Wang Qianduo and admires this extremely real young man. Wang Jun, I have played it before. Although I haven't completed the novice mission and haven't obtained the mecha, it's different from you. Yes, I know you are a senior. I will finish the work summary of this month, go home to level up, and try to surpass you, okay? Wang Qianduo said helplessly. Okay, but you must work hard. The company will hold an internal competition at the end of the year, and it will affect the year-end bonus. We are a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people in our department, and they still rely on you to achieve a good result. Wang Jun nodded when he heard this. The year-end competition will also affect the year-end bonus? Which idiot came up with this idea? It's less than a few months away from the end of the year, right? Our company is so big, how many pioneers must there be? Wang Qianduo was shocked when he heard Wang Jun's words. This is too ridiculous. He never thought that one-day games would affect his year-end bonus. Isn't this bullshit? I came up with it. Do you have any objections? As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, a pleasant female voice came from the side of the two people, but this lively female voice made Wang Qianduo shudder. The visitor was wearing a fashionable office professional dress, a pair of black stockings and new and shiny high heels, which made people unable to take their eyes away. Curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, eyes as bright as gemstones, white and flawless skin with a faint blush, thin lips as tender as rose petals. This is simply a real-life fairy, who is so beautiful that it is beyond description. But Wang Qianduo is not in the mood to appreciate it now. Hello, manager. The two immediately turned around and said to the person who came after hearing the voice, and at the same time, they silently said in their hearts, don't look at it if it's not appropriate. Don't look at it if it's not appropriate. This fairy-like beauty is the head manager of the two departments and Wang Jun's direct superior. Wang Qian was leader's leader. Wang Qianduo offended the upper-level leader on the spot, and now he can be said to be a social death scene. The key is that this leader has just been parachuted in not long ago. The fairy is called Lin Qimeng, and the fact that this fairy can achieve this position at this age has nothing to do with her appearance. It is entirely due to his outstanding ability and the help of his grandfather, who is the chairman of the board. Young man, do you have a big problem? Lin Qimeng came to him, who was called a capable subordinate by others, and said softly. This goblin obviously wanted to use her lethality to men to teach Wang Qianduo a lesson. But who is Lao Wang? He has lived for decades in his two lives. Although he still couldn't stand it, he still held on. I dare not. I just feel something is wrong. Wang Qianduo said calmly. If it's not right, you have to bear it. If your ranking is not good in the end of your competition, I tell you that your year-end bonus will be gone. After Lin Qimeng finished speaking, she gave Wang Qianduo a beautiful roll of the eyes and walked away without looking back, leaving the two Lao Wangs looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 2. Manager Lin has a good personality. She's easy to talk to. Wang Qianduo said thoughtfully, while looking at the place where Lin Qimeng left. Don't look at her anymore. My eyes will fall out if you look at her again. She's easy to talk to, you don't know. When this female devil first came to our department, she criticized everyone from top to bottom. She made the heads of our department unable to raise their heads. You've been targeted by her now. I advise you to be careful. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he looked at Wang Qianduo with sympathy, which made him, who was originally calm, a little nervous. But this was just a small episode, and the two chatted for a while, and then returned to their workstations. As for the idea of this woman, it's really just a thought. A woman of this level is not something that Lao Wang, a novice, can think of. After Wang Qianduo reported his game nickname to the department clerk, he went to work. At the end of a day's work, Wang Qianduo returned to his home that had left him heavily in debt. After less than 3 years of hard work, he finally got rid of the 996th blessing and became an ordinary person with a 9 to 6 schedule. After making some food, Wang Qianduo put on his helmet and logged into the game. Games are one of the few hobbies of this otaku. He gave up this hobby for a living. Now life forces you to pick it up. It's really fate. You have to cherish this opportunity. Although he knows that the chance of catching up with those pioneers is not great, he still has to struggle. Putting on his game helmet, Wang Qianduo entered the room of his virtual city, then chose the game mech age and entered the game directly. Identity confirmation. Iris scanning. After a while of reading, a flash of light appeared in front of him. The next moment, Wang Qianduo came to a laboratory full of technology. His pajamas disappeared, replaced by a set of combat uniforms emitting streams of light. Before he could carefully observe the surroundings, he saw a tall and serious man came to him and said to him, "New recruit, congratulations on passing the physical examination, but don't be too happy too early. You still have a lot to learn before you can become a real magic mecha driver. Come with me now, I will take you to the next step of learning." After saying that, the man turned around and left. Wang Qianduo hurried to catch up, because he knew that his novice plot had begun. He had seen this scene in the forum. If he didn't catch up immediately, the NPC named Yuming would not wait for him. At that time, he could only bump around in this base like a headless fly, and then when he found him, he would start the next plot. It's so real. On the way to the next plot point with Yuming, Wang Qianduo observed everything around him. It must be said that this game that can bring objects into reality is really real. Wang Qianduo has played virtual games before, but the feeling given by other games is completely different from this game. Although the pictures of those games are also extremely real, they give people a sense of separation, and people can tell at a glance that it is a virtual world. But this game is different. It gives people the same feeling as the real world, and it is almost the same as the second world of humans, the virtual city. The novice plots are all single-player plots, so there is only him here. Wang Qianduo quickly came to the first mission point with the instructor, according to the strategy on the forum. He will activate his virtual super control interface and 6-grid space backpack here. This is your virtual interface super controller. It can be integrated into your body. You choose a part to bind it. Don't choose a too special place, because this is where your magic mecha will stay in the future, and it may be exposed often. Like the strategy on the forum, instructor Yuming handed Wang Qianduo a dial-like thing. This thing is the virtual super control interface of the game. All operations in the game basically rely on it to achieve, which is basically equivalent to the game window of a computer game. Wang Qianduo took the dial and put it on his wrist, and then a flash of light flashed and the dial disappeared. Instead, there was a 6-pointed star-like pattern on his wrist. He was not interested in sticking this thing somewhere else. Because there was only one chance, those warriors who challenged private parts had deleted their accounts and started over. After integrating the watch face, Wang Qianduo opened the virtual control interface according to the system prompt. But as soon as he opened it, he found that his virtual control interface was a little different from others. Well, normal attribute buttons, normal backpack buttons, normal mall, VIP and first charge buttons. Wait! Normal. What the hell is this first charge of 6 yuan to get a legendary weapon? Is this a Krypton Gold mobile game? Did I enter the wrong game? I haven't heard that this game can charge money? After Wang Qianduo carefully looked at his virtual interface, he finally found something unusual. Is it a game bug? Wang Qianduo repeatedly logged off and on to confirm, and opened the live broadcast to watch other people's virtual control interfaces, and found that he was indeed different. After 25 years of sleeping, my golden finger finally arrived. He clicked on the first charge gift package, which said that the first charge of 6 yuan would give a legendary weapon gift box, where you can choose a legendary weapon, as well as a weapon enhancement stone gift package and a rare random material gift package. This interface is so familiar to Wang Qianduo, a classic first charge. He has played too many such games in his previous life. But does this thing charge money from this world? Wang Qianduo clicked on his first charge interface, and then tried to recharge 6 yuan. As soon as the money was recharged, an email arrived directly. Wang Qianduo clicked it, and saw that the things were actually directly credited. At the same time, there was AV1 logo behind his character avatar, because he became VIP1. After receiving the things in his backpack, Wang Qianduo quickly accepted this setting. Then he opened the VIP interface impatiently, because according to his memory, there were things that could be bought when upgrading the VIP level. Sure enough, when he opened the VIP interface, a shining receive button came into his eyes. VIP1 can receive an equipment material treasure chest and a 16-slot backpack expansion device. The equipment material was fine, but this 16-slot backpack was exactly what Wang Qianduo needed urgently, so he chose to receive it directly. Then he looked at the gifts for the VIP levels at the back and found that they were all good things he saw on the forum. There are even some things that he can't find, and no one has ever seen them in the entire game. This is going to take off. Wang Qianduo sighed as he looked at these items. Then he didn't hesitate and spent 5,000 yuan to charge to VIP 10, and then received all the rewards. In fact, the highest level of VIP is V15, but it requires 50,000 yuan, and Wang Qianduo doesn't have that much money. Very realistic. After all, he has only graduated for more than 3 years, and he just bought a house. Let alone 50,000 yuan, he would have a hard time taking 10,000 yuan. You know, he is now in the super first-tier city of Earthstar, Magic City. But V10 is enough for the time being, because VIP 10 happens to give away a special initial mecha. Unit 0. Wang Qianduo just took out this initial mecha, and a ray of light flashed from the hexagram on his wrist, and then slowly returned to calm. You have an initial mecha, are you from the academy? Yu Ming next to him asked directly after seeing this scene. Wang Qianduo, ? What is the academy? Nothing, it seems you are very special, you don't need to attend the next tutorial. This manual is what you need to know. You can take it and read it slowly. In theory, you should choose your own magic mecha after completing the recruit mission. But since you already have a mecha, one person cannot have 2 magic mechas at the same time. Let's put it this way. This thing was used when I was young, but later it didn't match my style, so I will give it to you. As your compensation, I will send you out directly. Seeing that Wang Qianduo was not what he called a graduate of the academy, Yu Ming criticized and said a lot. Then, without waiting for Wang Qianduo to ask anything, he kicked Wang Qianduo out of the novice mission map. The light flashed again, and Wang Qianduo appeared in the center of an empty square, surrounded by buildings full of technology. There was also a transparent glass under his feet, and below were white clouds and a forest full of green. This was obviously a fortress lurking in the sky. What's going on? Doesn't it take 2 or 3 days to complete a novice mission? Chapter 3. Wang Qianduo looked at the surrounding scenery, and suddenly didn't know what he should do. Then he recalled the strategy, and opened his panel. Nickname: Qianwang V10 Junior Mecha Driver. Luck, 7. Charm, 7. Talent, 7. Note: a distinguished VIP junior driver, but the skills. 777 is okay. Why don't you have points for my poor skills? Wang Qianduo looked at his attributes and complained. Luck, charm and talent are random. The game has been running for a year, and players don't really understand their functions. All we know is that these 3 attributes are about the same for everyone, and the total is about 20 points. It can only be increased through some special props, but it doesn't seem to be of any use. Wang Qianduo's 21 points is just an average level. And Wang Qianduo's personal attribute panel has nothing special except the special V1 label. Then he opened his mecha attribute panel again, and a holographic projection of a mecha immediately appeared in front of him. This mecha projection is blue, white and red, with sharp edges and smooth lines all over, giving people an invulnerable feeling. Next to the mecha projection is its attribute and equipment bar. Type 0 Initial Mecha, 0/100, Durability, HP 100. Magic Power, MP 100. Attack, 12. Defense, 3. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Features: Universal, Type 0 Initial Mecha can carry any equipment without restriction, but attack and defense are only affected by its highest attribute. Equipment, none. Skills, not selected. Remarks: the most primitive initial magic mecha has finally found its master. After looking at the attributes of his mecha, Wang Qianduo couldn't help but sigh, strong. Really strong. Although these basic attributes are all at the lowest value, compared with the attributes of the other 3 mechas that normal players can choose from posted by other players on this forum, it can be seen how powerful he is. The other 3 mechas are Prototype 1 with Strength Attribute Growth, whose initial attributes are HP 100, MP 40, Attack 10, Defense 3, Strength 10, Agility 6, Intelligence 4, Prototype 2 with Agility Attribute Growth, HP 50, MP 50, Attack 11, Defense 2, Strength 5, Agility 10, Intelligence 5. Prototype 3 with Intelligence Attribute Growth, HP 60, MP 100, Attack 12, defense 1, strength 6, agility 4, intelligence 10. The first prototype is a high health, high defense meat shield or warrior mecha, the second is a high speed, high attack, agile attack mecha, and the third is a magician with very strong destructive power. The Zero machine has the highest attributes of the three mechas, and it is born with 12 more attributes than others. It can be said that it won at the starting line. It even has one more feature than others, which should only appear after the mecha reaches the 10th level of evolution. It is normal to have no equipment, because everyone has no equipment at the beginning. Only after leaving the novice training camp and accepting the first task will you get a novice weapon. In the mecha world, each mecha can carry 6 pieces of equipment and 3 weapons. The 6 pieces of equipment are reconnaissance device, core engine, energy core, propulsion device, armor and energy shield from top to bottom. Equipment levels range from low to high, and the known ones are common, exquisite, rare, perfect, and legendary. As for whether there are higher ones, only Wang Qianduo can tell you for sure that there are. And Wang Qianduo's skills are different from others. Each of the 3 initial mechas is equipped with an initial skill. The power-type charge heavy attack has the effect of consuming 10 MP points to charge for 1 second, causing 120% attack power damage, and a cooldown time of 5 seconds. The agility-type double attack has the effect of consuming 10 MP points to attack twice quickly, causing 60% attack power damage each time, and a cooldown time of 5 seconds. The intelligence type is the energy bomb, which has the effect of consuming 15 MP points to charge for 3 seconds, firing an energy bomb to attack the enemy, causing 120% attack power plus intelligence value, damage, and a cooldown time of 5 seconds. These 3 skills clearly show their professional bias. Wang Qianduo's Unit 0 is different. His initial skill is to choose one of these 3 skills. These things are actually similar to traditional online games. After all, this game was indeed just an ordinary online game at the beginning. Wang Qianduo didn't rush to choose, but looked at the items he got after charging money. The upgrade of EP1 to 10 not only allowed Wang Qianduo to obtain a large amount of precious materials, various items, character costumes, and a large amount of game coins. The most important thing was a set of perfect level equipment and 2 skill treasure chests, and a special secret skill treasure chest that could be used at level 30. The equipment was a level 10 mecha equipment that could not be worn now. Now he could only use the 2 skill treasure chests, and the things given by the first charge. Wang Qianduo did not hesitate, and directly opened the legendary weapon treasure chest and began to choose. There are 3 sets of weapons in the treasure chest, including a sword and shield, a long sword and a gun, or a cannon. The 3 weapons correspond to 3 initial mechas. Wang Qianduo hesitated again, and chose the long sword he liked more. Minghong, Legend 100%, Binding. Long sword. Available for agile mechas above level LV1. Attack plus 50. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 30. Intelligence plus 10. Attack speed plus 2%. Critical rate plus 20%. Cooldown reduction plus 10%. Ignore defense plus 5%. MP recovery plus 3 per second. When attacking the enemy and causing a critical hit, the damage is plus 30%. Note, it is said that this is a weapon made by the Emperor in ancient times. I don't know if it is true or not. Legendary weapons are legendary weapons. The attributes of a knife are several times the basic attributes. Wang Qianduo sighed as he looked at the famous sword in his backpack, and then happily equipped the Minghong sword on the mecha. As soon as the famous sword was equipped, a long energy sword shining with blue light appeared on the virtual image of Unit 0, which was obviously not an ordinary item. After equipping the famous sword, Wang Qianduo chose the double attack as his initial skill, but he did not open the other treasure chest. Because he was not sure what route he would take, playing with swords was really just a hobby now. After equipping the famous sword, Wang Qianduo took inventory of his backpack again, and then found the compensation equipment that the NPC instructor had stuffed into his bag. Heart of Phoenix Blood, normal 100%, LV1. Bound. Core engine. Available for mechas above level LV1. Strength plus 1. Agility plus 1. Intelligence plus 1. Growth, 0/50. Phoenix mode. Normal. After opening the Phoenix mode, all attributes of the mecha increase by 5%, lasting for 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Note, a core engine with some poor attributes, but it can evolve unexpectedly. You might try to cultivate it. This poor equipment can make up for my initial mecha? This mecha is too worthless, right? Wang Qianduo complained while looking at the blank equipment. This kind of equipment that can grow actually has unlimited potential, but this is for others. You should know that there is a set of perfect level equipment waiting for Wang Qianduo at level 10. Can this equipment at level 10 surpass that perfect one? But he has nothing to bring now, so he still brought this equipment. After equipping 2 pieces of equipment, the attributes of Unit 0 changed to Type 0 Initial Mecha, 0/100, Durability, HP 310. Magic Power, MP 210. Attack, 91, 41 plus 50 Defense, 9. Strength, 31. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 21. Attack Speed, 2%. Critical Hit Rate, 20%. Cooling Down, 10%. Ignore Defense, 5%. MP Recovery, 3 per second. Features, Universal. Equipment, Minghong, Phoenix Blood Heart. Skills, Double Hit. A legendary piece of equipment made Unit 0 a qualitative leap. Wang Qianduo looked at his attributes with satisfaction, and then rushed to the person who issued the novice mission, the highest commander of this sky fortress. He was going to start the mission. Originally, he almost planned to give up competing with those pioneers. But now life gave him such a big surprise, which made him instantly excited. Hello, sir. I'm a new recruit reporting here. Wang Qianduo came to a white-haired man in military uniform and said, "This man is the highest commander of the camp where he is, General Huang." General Huang. Hello, new recruit. Yu Ming should have explained the rules of the camp to you clearly, so I won't go into details. I have a task for you. Go to the 4th planet in the number 3 star field and transport a batch of energy star, or back. System prompt. General Huang wants you to issue a task, transport or. Do you accept it? Accept. Wang Qianduo said after seeing the system prompt. Very good, recruit. Although there is no danger around, some protection is still needed. How about this? You go to the warehouse to get a weapon to protect yourself. After General Huang finished speaking, he stopped looking at Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo knew that this was the end of his plot. His next step was to go to the warehouse to get his novice weapon, according to the system prompt. Chapter 4. Although Wang Qianduo already had a legendary weapon, he still followed the NPC guide to the warehouse. Because if he didn't come here, the plot would not be able to proceed. He didn't know where the number 3 star field was, and he had to rely on the task prompts to guide him. In addition, a mecha can be equipped with 3 weapons at the beginning. Although there is only one weapon with bonus attributes, multiple attack methods are also good. And what if this novice weapon has any special entries? The novice equipment in the warehouse can be said to be a dazzling array, with all kinds of swords, spears, swords and halberds. Wang Qianduo thought about it, and finally chose a mechanical crossbow to make up for his long-range attack methods. But he obviously thought too much. This thing has no entries. X1 type mechanical crossbow, normal 100% crossbow. Available for agile mechas above level LV1. Attack +2. Agility +1. Strength +1. Attack speed 2 seconds per arrow. Note: mass-produced single-soldier mecha equipment that can automatically produce energy arrows. After seeing Minghong's attributes, this thing is simply unbearable. Wang Qianduo said as he looked at the new equipment in his backpack, but he still equipped it on his mecha. Let's go and do the mission. After equipping the mecha with crossbows, Wang Qianduo left the residential area and came to the public area to summon mechas. Then he used the method he learned on the forum to summon his own Unit 0. He pressed his fingers on the hexagram on his wrist, and then called out softly, "Come out, Unit 0. Although the lines were a bit embarrassing, Wang Qianduo had no time to complain about them. Because after he said this, he found himself slowly flying up, and then there was a glimmer of light around him, and the mecha that was originally affected by the phantom appeared out of thin air and wrapped him in the mecha. Zero Machine made a brilliant appearance, but before Wang Qianduo began to sigh, he suddenly felt that his feet were unstable. After stumbling twice, he still couldn't stand and knelt down directly. He grabbed the ground with his hands to stabilize his body. When he maintained this shape, the Zero Machine he summoned maintained the same shape as him in reality. Haha, which great god is this? He came out without completing the novice mission. Wang Qianduo's embarrassing scene was clearly seen by the players around him. Some people even took screenshots of it and made it into an emoticon package, with the text "Happy New Year to you." It didn't even take long for this emoticon package to become popular on the internet. Captain, look at that person, he is still kneeling. This is the result of not doing the novice mission well. In a passing team, the driver of a black mecha said to his teammates, "You are the only one who laughs at others. Have you forgotten your embarrassment at the beginning? said the driver of a red mecha next to him. Ahem. Sister Hua, didn't we agree not to mention it? Stop talking about this, go to General Huang and hand in the mission. You can spend more time studying the advanced assessment. The person in the white mecha walking in the front saw the two people talking further and further, and said directly, "Yes. But why does this person's initial mecha look so special? Maybe he is a rich man who bought a special mecha skin. Millions of things, he is really rich." Really? Wang Qianduo didn't know what was happening around him. Because of the special nature of the mecha world, players used communication channels to talk. He didn't have time to look at the things on the public channel, because he found himself on a 2-meter square floating platform, surrounded by the scenery of the town. This is the driving space of the mecha, but he saw that others were operating it very steadily. Why was he shaking so much? He couldn't even stand up. The system is loaded, and the AI of Unit 0 is at your service. Please name me. Just when Wang Qianduo was about to go offline to read the strategy, an electronic voice sounded beside his ears. 0. Since it is Unit 0, you can call it 0. Wang Qianduo said hurriedly, because he felt that he couldn't even kneel steadily now. Okay, sir, 0 is at your service. You don't look well. Do you need my help? After the name was successfully named, the AI said to Wang Qianduo. Yes. 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 Hurry up. Enter the intelligent assistance mode. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, he felt a force around him, helping him to stabilize the platform under his feet, and then he finally succeeded. Stand up. Congratulations. Congratulations. Finally, he didn't have to kneel anymore. Wang Qianduo tried to walk a few steps after standing up. Although he was a little shaky, he was able to move. The mecha in the mecha era is a magic mecha, which, as the name suggests, is a magic mecha with magic as its power core. This also explains why it can upgrade, absorb magic to strengthen itself, and evolve, use magic to strengthen the body. The driving method of the magic mecha is very magical. The space where the driver is located looks very large, but he is in the chest of the mecha, which belongs to special space technology. Otherwise, even if the average height of the mecha is about 9 to 15 meters, there would not be such a large space. This space can simulate everything around it. The mecha is an extension of the driver, and the movements of the two are exactly the same. No wonder the novice tutorial takes several days. This mecha is too difficult to control. Wang Qianduo, who was trembling as he practiced walking, said helplessly. He found that he might have been cheated. The novice tutorial is indeed a waste of time, but the control of this mecha is not something that can be mastered in a short time. Fortunately, he has the help of the artificial intelligence 0, otherwise he doesn't know how long he will kneel here. By the way, artificial intelligence. I remember that others don't have this thing. Sir, directly activating artificial intelligence is a function exclusive to Unit 0. If other mechas want it, they need to obtain an intelligent chip. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished talking to himself, 0 answered his question. Is that so? Then please give me more advice in the future, 0. It's my honor. With the help of 0, Wang Qianduo used the space jump device to go to the 4th planet in the number 3 star field. On the way to the mine, the control technology improved rapidly. The technology of the mecha world is not much different from that of the blue star where Wang Qianduo is now, both of which belong to the era of interstellar exploration. With the mother star as the center, the farther and more dangerous the place is, the higher the number. And the number 3 star field is completely a novice star field, basically no danger, only occasionally there are some small-scale low-level star beasts. The 4th planet of the number 3 star field is a barren scene all over the sky. This place is not suitable for human habitation, but various minerals are extremely rich. After a short period of adaptation and 0's assistance, Wang Qianduo's control of the mecha finally stopped stumbling. At the same time, he also arrived at the mission location and started queuing up to receive the ore. During this period, due to the official announcement, the number of players entering the game has skyrocketed, and almost everyone has entered the game. In the past, even if a game was popular, it was already amazing to have tens of millions of people online, but now, the whole world is online. This also led to the novice area being full of people, which was simply too lively. However, it was lively, but for the players, upgrading was indeed a bit difficult. Just like the current mission point, Wang Qianduo will take at least more than 10 minutes to receive the ore. And this is under the premise that Wang Qianduo has not done the novice tutorial, and is far ahead of others. The key is that you have to do this novice mission. If you don't complete this mission, you can't receive the next main storyline mission. Fortunately, Wang Qianduo had something to do during the queue. He took out the manual given to him by the novice NPC Yu Ming and read it, and then he felt that he was in line soon. New recruit, this is the commander wants, keep it. A mecha with a yellow body, a round head, and a drill in one hand handed a box of ore to Xiao Yu. This mecha is called Mine Number 4, and is a special mecha, the secondary evolution of the initial mecha, that is, a mecha above level 20. Okay, Commander, I promise to complete the task. Wang Qianduo replied very politely, and then embarked on the journey back with the ore. He knew that there would be a battle waiting for him in a while, which was the first novice battle written in the strategy on the forum, so he was familiar with the operation as soon as possible. Before he walked far, a wave came, and all the surrounding players disappeared. This was a sign that the plot had begun. The novice battle plot was carried out in a space similar to a copy. The terrain was still the terrain of the fourth planet. Dust was flying in the distance, and 3 mechas with a metallic luster ran quickly towards Wang Qianduo. You're unlucky to meet the 3 of us today, kid. Hand over the things you're transporting, and we let you go. Before the 3 mechas arrived, an arrogant voice came from Wang Qianduo's mecha channel. Chapter 5. System prompt, mission transport ore has been refreshed. Please take the ore and escape the pursuit of 3 interstellar pirates. The system prompt and the player's strategy are exactly the same. According to the plot, he should start to run away, and then the 3 interstellar pirates start to chase him. After he ran for a while, 2 pirates lost patience and stopped chasing him, and the remaining one refused to give up and was killed. After that, he took the wreckage of the interstellar pirates' mecha and went to the base to hand him over to General Huang to completely start the main plot, which is to investigate this group of interstellar pirates and introduce the common enemy of the current version of players, the Black Shark Pirates. Wang Qianduo controlled Unit 0 and raised the crossbow to shoot an arrow at the 3 pirates. And then, he was about to start running according to the strategy. But before he turned around, an accident happened. The crossbow he shot casually turned into a silver light and hit one of the 3 interstellar pirates. Critical hit -230. A big number floated above the interstellar pirate's head, and the next moment, the interstellar pirate's HP was directly cleared. With a boom, his mech fell to the ground. Both sides stopped their next actions, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. You defeated the interstellar pirate LV1, Unit 0 gained 5 experience points. Damn, you are stupid. With my current attributes, am I still afraid of this ordinary initial mech that can deal with an interstellar pirate? The system prompt also made Wang Qianduo react directly. According to the strategy prompts on the forum, the interstellar pirate in front of him only has more than 120 HP. And they are not equipped with magic mechs, but artificial mechs Typhoon Type 2, which are fundamentally different from magic mechs. There was no way he could take Wang Qianduo's 2 swords. He had no problem fighting 3 people. The 2 space pirates on the opposite side seemed to have a very high intelligence level. They seemed to be frightened when they saw their companions being killed instantly. After staying for a while, they turned around and started running. Wang Qianduo, isn't this plot wrong? What should I do? Forget it, never mind, just chase. After saying that, he embarked on a route that was completely different from other players. He collected the blue crystal dropped by the space pirate on the ground and began to chase the space pirate. He shot at the 2 fleeing space pirates with crossbow arrows, but because of the problem of operation, his accuracy was not good. Or he had no accuracy at all of them were just tracing attacks on the ground around the 2 space pirates. The arrows shot with 91 points of attack power bombarded the ground, blasting holes one after another, scaring the 2 space pirates even more embarrassed. Wang Qianduo did consider switching to Minghong's sword to chop them, but he couldn't run fast enough to catch up. But soon the 2 interstellar pirates came to a camp hidden in the mountain. There were more than 10 mechas in the camp, one of which was higher than the others, and was particularly conspicuous. Leader, help me. The 2 pirates started shouting for help outside the camp, and the pirates in the camp also acted very quickly. After hearing their shouts, they all came out to support them. At this time, an arrow flew over, directly passing the 2 pirates that Wang Qianduo was chasing, and directly hit their leader's tall mecha. -80. A blood-red font floated above the leader's head, and more than 1/5 of his health bar disappeared. Then a mechanical arm fell and flew out, and the pirate leader's mecha was shot off by this arrow. He hid behind the bunker, and looked at his broken arm that was still flashing with arcs, and couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. What kind of monster did you 2 rubbish bring back? The pirate leader asked tremblingly. His mecha was different from those ordinary pirates. His mecha was a level 3 elite mecha Yellow Sand Type 3, whether it was attack or defense. It was not comparable to the level 1 Yellow Sand Type 2 mecha of ordinary pirates. But now this unknown enemy shot off his arm with one arrow, which was too terrible. We don't know either, boss. That man's mecha looked like an ordinary initial mecha, but he killed a third brother with one arrow. With such strength, you actually brought him to the camp? What should we do now? Fight him. You go first. Just as the interstellar pirates in the camp were discussing how to deal with Wang Qianduo also saw their situation clearly. He was really shocked to see so many pirates in the camp, and immediately found a bunker to hide his body. But because of his poor driving skills, half of his bow was exposed outside the bunker. However, because these interstellar pirates had no means of long-range attack, it didn't have much impact. The mission had developed to this point, and Wang Qianduo certainly didn't want to give up. He took out the crossbow again, and shot at the interstellar pirates in the camp. Soon, the damage numbers appeared beautifully on the pirates' heads. -86. -87. Critical hit -230. Because there were more pirates in the camp, his accuracy also improved. Wang Qianduo's attack speed was not fast, and his accuracy was not high. But his attack was high, and the space pirates on the opposite side were basically injured and killed by him. Soon they fell down several mechas, and when they lost more than half but still couldn't attack Wang Qianduo, the plot entered the next stage. This won't work, we will all die if this goes on, you block it, I go and release the thing in the experiment, we may still have a chance of survival. After the leading pirate shouted, he immediately ran into the cave behind the camp. Wang Qianduo did not fail to notice him. He tried to shoot 2 arrows at the opponent, but he was too bad, the distance was too far, and he missed. Wang Qianduo, there were originally 12 mechas in the camp, and I have destroyed 7 of them. 0. There are still 5. What a lunatic. I can calculate. Can I cut them down now? Your winning rate in a bayonet fight with them is 99.1% now. It's not 100%. Is it because of the operation? No, it's because the planet suddenly changed, causing you and them to perish together. Wang Qianduo, This artificial intelligence is poisonous. It can even tell jokes to him. But since his winning rate is so high, he won't waste time with them, otherwise the pirate boss will run away soon. Wang Qianduo clenched his fist in the air, and the shadow of the Minghong sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, the real Minghong sword shining with blue energy appeared in the hand of Unit 0. The next moment, he rushed into the middle of the pirates with a sword in hand, and chopped up all 4 remaining mechas with a series of Xia chop. During this period, an interstellar pirate also chopped Wang Qianduo with a knife, and the -3 damage, and the white mark left only on Unit 0 made the other party despair. After dealing with several interstellar pirates, Wang Qianduo chased into the cave, and then saw the one-armed pirate leader Mecha, who was busy with something, throwing piles of energy star ore into a cave lake. Critical hit -208. Wang Qianduo hit a critical hit with 1 arrow, causing the pirate leader's health to drop directly to 1/4, and he stumbled directly, and the entire mecha fell directly into the lake. The lake water is unimaginably corrosive, and his mecha fell into it without struggling for a few times, and was directly decomposed. This scene, the real Wang Qianduo was a little uncomfortable, and he didn't feel sad about falling and losing it. Without the pirate leader supplying energy star ore, the lake water that originally emitted energy fluctuations soon calmed down. When Wang Qianduo wanted to leave, the originally calm lake surface suddenly boiled. A monster with 2 huge claws, chitin shell all over the body, and extremely hideous appearance, which was almost the same size as his mecha, rushed out from the highly corrosive lake. As soon as he appeared, the 2 huge claws swung towards Wang Qianduo. In order to avoid his attack, Wang Qianduo took a step back, and did not retreat steadily, and sat down on the ground. The monster took this opportunity to pounce on Wang Qianduo again. Wang Qianduo, who could not dodge, was directly pounced by him. -15. A large number floated above Wang Qianduo's head. That blame me did not do anything to him. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Damn. It turns out that you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. After Wang Qianduo finished speaking, he picked up the Minghong knife in his hand, and cut off one of the monster's claws with 1 knife. Critical hit -235. This monster had a lot of blood, but after Wang Qianduo cut it with 1 knife, only a little blood was left, and then he launched a skilled double attack. -90. -90. This monster still owed him a lot of blood, but it had no chance to pay it back, because it had already fallen down unwillingly. Let's see how these interstellar pirates' backup plan is not good. Chapter 6. Congratulations on killing the unknown creature and gaining 20 experience points. You have triggered the only hidden mission Shadow of the Zerg, and your novice mission has been updated to the only hidden mission. Shadow of the Zerg one, only hidden after you have killed the monster in the cave with great difficulty. You are very confused as to why this kind of space monster appears in the low-level star field. Take the remains of this creature to the Mother Star base to find General Huang, who may be able to give you the answer. Task requirements. Show the remains of the monster to General Huang. Rewards. 50 experience points, 2 silver crystals, 1 exquisite level body armor treasure box. The system prompt sounded, proving that the monster was indeed killed, and Wang Qiandui's novice mission has also been completely destroyed. The normal task process of the strategy on the forum should be that he returns to the base with the remains of the mecha of the interstellar pirate who was killed, and then gains 20 experience points and a normal level body armor. Then General Huang sent people to investigate the planet, but the pirates on the planet left early because the pirate he killed did not return, so they knew something might be wrong, leaving the investigators empty-handed. Then, after installing the armor, he accepted the task from General Huang to kill the interstellar pirates of the Black Shark Pirates, who had infiltrated the low-level star field. But now his task was different from the beginning. Not only was the reward much richer, but he didn't know how to go on. The strategy suddenly became useless to him, which made him angry. At the same time, his experience was stuck at 99/100, which was a bit frustrating. Helpless, Wang Qianduo could only pick up the blue crystals and items that fell on the ground, and after helping the monster collect the body, he left the plot copy and rushed to the base. System prompt. 15 blue crystals and 1 purple crystal are obtained. System prompt. Material excellent chitin shell is obtained. The blue crystals dropped by these interstellar pirates and monsters are the currency in the Mecha world, a kind of crystal containing energy. There are 3 types of crystals, from high to low, namely gold crystal, purple crystal, and blue crystal, with a ratio of 1 to 10 to 100. In fact, they are the gold, silver, and copper currencies in traditional games. Except that they can be used as materials, they are no different from ordinary currencies. In addition to money, the monster also dropped a material for Wang Qianduo. Excellent chitin shell material, excellent. Quality, intermediate. Remarks, a widely used biomaterial of armored class. And then, there is nothing else. The drop rate of Mecha world is already famous. There are many ordinary players who can't even get a set of ordinary equipment of the same level at level 30. Otherwise, so many people would not be persuaded to quit when the server was opened. At the same time, Wang Qianduo did not realize what the legendary weapon in his hand represented. After leaving the plot copy, Wang Qianduo rushed to the main city of the base. At present, what impressed him most about this game was not the mecha, but the grand scene of the queues. However, this grand scene will not last long. When players reach level 3, they will go to different starfield missions. Only when they reach the first copy of level 5 can they see such a scene again. After putting away Unit 0, Wang Qianduo came to the residential area again. Under the guidance of the guards, he came to General Huang and began to report the situation to him. General, I met a group of interstellar pirates on the way back from transporting ore. Blah blah. Then he summoned a monster. Blah blah. This is the left claw of the monster, this is its right claw, and this is the upper half of its body. In order to let the general see more clearly, Wang Qianduo took out the huge body of the monster that he had cut into pieces, and tried to piece it together. He didn't notice that the floor corroded by the monster's blood squeaked. General Huang, my newly replaced memory alloy floor. Don't try to piece it together, it has been confirmed that it is a worker bee of the Zerg. General Huang resisted the urge to curse, and stopped Wang Qianduo's action. General, I'm sorry, I have some obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wang Qianduo finally fiddled with the body of the Zerg and said, General Huang, System prompt. You have completed the hidden task Zerg Shadow 1. You have gained 50 experience points, 2 silver crystals, and 1 exquisite level body armor treasure chest. The people of the Black Shark Pirates can actually summon Zerg. Are they in collusion with the Zerg? New recruits, since you discovered them, it will be left to you to investigate. Are you willing? General Huang said in a deep voice. I promise to complete the mission. Wang Qianduo answered immediately. Okay, go to the dark forest in the first planet of the 5th star field. We have received news that a group of Black Shark Pirates are hiding there. You go and investigate what these interstellar garbage are doing and whether they are really colluding with the Zerg. If possible, bring me the head of the Black Shark Pirate leader Hyena Mink Sun hiding in the forest. The hyena is quite powerful. I can allow you to find a few companions, but the difference in strength is too big, and you have to bring back the rare gold mine that they robbed. Wang Qianduo, Why do I feel that your last sentence is the key point? Old Huang, you are still acting cute. You just want me to help you get your things back, right? System prompt. You get a hidden mission, Zerg Shadow 1 Hyena Mink Sun. However, the mission has been obtained. Wang Qianduo did not pursue it, and left after taking a look at the mission. Zerg Shadow 1 Hyena Mink Sun. The leader of the Black Shark Pirates, Hyena Mink Sun, is planning something in the Dark Forest. Please investigate it clearly. Mission requirements. At least kill the Dark Forest dungeon boss, Hyena Mink Sun, in the difficult mode, and investigate his relationship with the Zerg. Reward. Depends on the difficulty of the team. Wang Qianduo did not go directly to do the mission, but came to the city to wander around. Because although the Dark Forest dungeon is the first dungeon in the game, it is also a dungeon that can only be entered at level 5. He wants to see if he can receive other ordinary tasks to improve his level. By the way, after completing the task just now, Wang Qianduo's experience has been enough to upgrade to level 2, but he has not yet clicked to upgrade. At the same time, he opened his selectable refined level body armor treasure box, and chose an armor that he was very satisfied with. Light titanium alloy body armor, refined 97% armor. Available for agile mechas above level 1. Strength +1. Agility +3. Defense +4. Note, light body armor will not affect the speed of the mecha. The armor attributes are okay. After all, it is only a level 1 refined equipment, and Wang Qianduo will not ask too much of him. But he was unlucky. The equipment in this treasure box did not open 100% full attribute equipment. This probability is not high, but this is only a first level equipment after all. The 3% quality difference does not affect the attribute, so there is no need to spend materials to wash it to 100%. The percentage after the equipment grade is the withdrawal of the equipment attribute value from the full value. The attribute of 0% and 100% can differ by a lot, and the higher the level and grade of the equipment, the greater the difference. The 3% of low-level equipment really does not affect the attribute value. After equipping the light titanium alloy body armor with the virtual operation interface, Wang Qianduo walked on the street. The equipment in the mecha world is very convenient to use. As long as the virtual image of the equipment is dragged onto the virtual image of the mecha, it will be automatically equipped. You can modify the mecha by yourself, but this is one of the selling points of this game when it first came out. The appearance of the armored unit 0 has not changed. The existence of the armor only replaces the material of the whole body of the mecha, and does not change the appearance. Then Wang Qianduo upgraded his level, and obtained 5 points of free attributes. But he was not in a hurry to add points, because he hadn't decided what route to take, and he didn't lack these few attributes. Okay. It really takes 1000 points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. This game is really difficult to upgrade. No wonder they have only reached level 30 after a year. Wang Qianduo looked at his experience bar helplessly, because the hidden task covered his main task, so he was cut off from the task at level 2. Faced with so many experience points, he didn't know what to do for a while. Forget it, I don't want to write anything for now. Let's do the side tasks posted on the forum first. This strategy is invalid right at the beginning. It's really frustrating. Worker B. Race, Zerg. Level, Elite. LV 3. HP, 270. MP, 40. Attack 30. Defense 5. Skills, Mining, Attack. Chapter 7. Wang Qianduo has always been a pragmatic person. He uses strategies when playing games. He doesn't have any hobbies of exploration, or his time doesn't support such hobbies. So being pragmatic is a habit he has developed over the years. If it weren't for the pressure of life, who wouldn't have a heart to explore the unknown? Hello, you look so sad, what happened? Wang Qianduo came to an officer NPC and asked, with a standard opening sentence of 100 sentences for accepting a task. Alas, I don't know what happened recently. A group of sand scorpion star beasts suddenly appeared in the hematite mine on the 4th planet of the 3rd star field, causing the mine's income to drop sharply, and often destroying mining machines. They gave me a headache. Can you help me, a new recruit? The NPC officer said with a sigh. Please leave it to me with confidence, and I will complete the task. Wang Qianduo nodded and said. System prompt. You get the task North's Troubles. North's Troubles, normal for some reason, a group of sand scorpion beasts suddenly appeared in the mine, causing great trouble for the person in charge, North. Task requirements. Kill 20 sand scorpion beasts. Rewards. 30 experience points, 1 silver crystal. Then I trouble you. After North finished speaking, he ignored Wang Qianduo and had exited the intelligent dialogue mode. Wang Qianduo looked at his task bar and nodded with satisfaction. After accepting this task, all the tasks of the 3-star region mining star mines were completed. There is still a long way to go before upgrading. North's Troubles is already a task with high rewards in the early stage. But compared to that experience bar, alas, let's not talk about it. Zero, when do you think I can fly? On the way to the mine, Wang Qianduo looked at the mechas flying in the sky and asked the artificial intelligence Zero. With Zero's assistance, he now has no difficulty in moving, so his heart began to fly. Flying requires the mecha to reach level 5 and be equipped with a propulsion device. Zero answered Wang Qianduo's question seriously. But I suggest you take time to go to the training ground to practice your mecha driving ability, otherwise. Zero's learning ability is really fast. It didn't take long for him to learn to punctuate with contempt, which made Wang Qianduo embarrassed. I know, I will definitely go when I have time. Wang Qianduo thought about it and answered seriously. He is not a person who doesn't listen to others' advice. He will seriously consider other people's suggestions. If there is something wrong, correct it. If there is nothing wrong, encourage it. He talked with Zero all the way and soon arrived at the mine. Now he can control the mecha to run. Although this was done with Zero's help, it was a big improvement. When Wang Qianduo arrived at the mine, the first thing he saw was not the quest monster Sand Scorpion, but the densely packed mechas. A khaki Sand Scorpion had just appeared in this world, and before it had time to breathe the fresh air of this beautiful world, it was taken away by countless players with countless attacks. You bunch of cruel people, the cute little yellow scorpion was just born. Just as Lao Wang was lamenting the cruelty of other players, a sand scorpion refreshed next to him, and Wang Qianduo accidentally touched it. Then the ferocious-looking sand scorpion picked up its pincers and swung at Wang Qianduo, apparently wanting to say hello to Lao Wang. Fuck! What the hell is this? Wang Qianduo was startled, and subconsciously drew out his Minghong knife, and chopped him on the head. -91. Lao Wang's damage was still very powerful, and the damage just took away the 90 blood sand scorpion. Wang Qianduo. You really don't deserve pity. The surrounding players were stunned. If they were not mistaken, this was an initial mecha, right? How did he deal nearly 100 damage? And the blue knife in his hand was so beautiful. Look at the knife flashing with energy in other people's hands, and then look at the dull alloy knife in his hand. This world is really unfair. When Lao Wang saw that he could kill monsters in seconds, he didn't hesitate anymore, and waited for the sand scorpion to refresh. He wanted to kill it 20 times. Lao Wang swore on his personality that he was definitely not carrying the sand scorpion for revenge, but simply to complete the task. At the same time, the Minghong sword had already appeared, and he didn't plan to hide it. Anyway, it was bound and couldn't be lost. Hello friend, can I bother you? Just after Lao Wang killed another sand scorpion, a prototype Type 2 came to his side, and a man's voice came from the nearby channel. What's the matter? Lao Wang looked at him, and the several mechas behind him, and asked. At the same time, he thought in his heart, no way. No way. These people are not here to steal the sword? What should I do if I encounter this kind of plot for the first time and feel a little nervous? Hello friend, can you sell the weapon in your hand? The man said. The man's name is Lin Hanshi, which has no special meaning, just because he was born on the day of Cold Food Festival. Cold Food Festival is not a good name, so his parents named him Hanshi. Lin Hanshi is a thoroughly rich second generation, but he is not a brainless fool. On the contrary, he has been excellent in both character and learning since childhood, and is very well educated. After the news that the mecha world can bring the mecha in the game into reality was announced, he entered the game as soon as possible and began to recruit soldiers. However, it is really difficult to upgrade this game. He missed the server opening, and completed the novice tutorial for half a day before he barely upgraded to level 2. This was only done under the escort of the game masters he recruited. Otherwise, he might be like most people here, still struggling at level 1. Just when he was about to leave here to do the main task, he saw this mecha with skin, holding a precious sword, and killed a sand scorpion that they needed to deal with for a while with one knife, and he was directly shocked. This is the rhythm he wanted. In fact, he originally planned to recruit Wang Qianduo, but Lao Wang's operation directly made him give up this plan. Let's discuss buying a knife. So you want to buy a knife? You are so excited for nothing, Wang Qianduo whispered. Friend, what did you say? Ahem, nothing. I said I don't want to buy this knife. Friend, don't rush to refuse. I can offer 10,000, and we can negotiate if it doesn't work. Hearing Wang Qianduo's refusal, Lin Hanshi immediately said that he was really not suitable for negotiation. Isn't this waiting for someone to rip you off? How much? Wang Qianduo was shocked when he heard Lin Hanqi's words. If he heard correctly, the other party wanted to offer 10,000 to buy the knife he gave away for the first 6 yuan. Oh my god. At this time, he finally realized the value of his game plugin. This is simply take off. How about it, friend? After all, this is just a novice weapon. I am very sincere in offering such a high price. Hearing Wang Qianduo's shock, Lin Hanqi immediately spoke again. I'm sorry, 50,000. Friend, let's make friends. One price, 50,000. Seeing that Wang Qianduo was about to refuse, Lin Hanqi immediately spoke first. Friend, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but my knife is a bound equipment and cannot be traded, so I can only say sorry. The equipment given for recharging money is bound equipment and cannot be traded. The system prompts that he has already been reminded that bound equipment cannot be traded or discarded, and can only be destroyed or disassembled. And even if he can, he won't buy it now. After all, he has to rely on it to bet on a future. But this is 50,000 yuan. This is only his salary for more than a month, and this is still the relationship between him being a high-income person. Moreover, he had used his last savings to top up today, and now he urgently needed to recover. But the word bind directly broke his fantasy, not to mention other things. If it weren't for this, maybe when the other party raised the price just now, he might have already called for a deal. After all, it was too easy for him to get this equipment. Is that so? That's a pity. Let's add each other as friends. If you have any good things in the future, you can contact me directly. My nickname is Shirhan. Lin Hanqi reluctantly looked at the Minghong knife in Wang Qianduo's hand and said, So handsome, how could such a good cabbage be? Alas! Wang Qianduo didn't know what he was thinking. If he knew, he might have directly stabbed him to let him see the power of the Minghong knife. Okay, brother Shirhan, my name is Qian Wang. Wang Qianduo accepted the other party's friend invitation, said goodbye to Lin Hanqi, and continued his career of killing monsters alone. Alas, masters are always lonely. Chapter 8. Wang, who was chatting with Ling while killing monsters, quickly killed 20 sand scorpions. Then the system prompted him that the task was completed and he could go to hand in the task, but Wang Qianduo looked at his experience bar, sighed, and continued to kill monsters here. A sand scorpion can provide him with about 5 experience points, and one will be refreshed every half a minute. At the same time, as long as the monster is close enough, no one can compete with him for the monster. That is to say, he will definitely level up if he kills here for 2 hours. If he goes to run the task, you should know that the novice side quests are distributed on various planets in this low-level star field. Because he can't fly yet, running back and forth will take a long time, not to mention the queue time of the teleportation array alone, which is enough for him to wait for a while. Other players have main quests, and can bring side quests with them. The benefits are not low, but Wang Qianduo is not as efficient as squatting here to do the quest. In this way, Wang Qianduo squatted here for nearly an hour, and finally reached level 3. At the same time, he had to say again that the explosion rate of this game is really pitfalls. He killed more than 200 scorpions in these 2 hours. In addition to some money, 2 ordinary scorpion tail materials were dropped. I'm just wondering, doesn't every scorpion have a tail? Wang Qianduo complained while looking at the 2 scorpion tails in his backpack. Not every star beast has the same materials, and only special individuals of some star beasts have magic materials. Zero answered Wang Qianduo's question very inappropriately, leaving Wang Qianduo even more speechless. Thank you for clearing my doubts. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Wang Qianduo, This artificial intelligence still needs to learn. He can't even hear the sarcasm. Then he took another look at the 10,000 experience points required for the upgrade, which really made him dizzy. This is really a 10-fold experience increase, which is too ridiculous. There is no way. I can only go back and hand in the task first, and then study the strategy for rapid upgrade. Wang Qianduo said helplessly. Fortunately, today is Friday, otherwise he would have to go offline and rest. Boom! What's going on? What's going on? An earthquake? Oh my god, that piece is cracked. So many scorpions. No need to rob. Rob you. Why don't you run and wait for death? Just when Lao Wang wanted to go back to the camp, he was caught by accident again. The ground of the mine kept shaking, and the mountain suddenly cracked. Countless sand scorpions poured out from the cracks like a tide. The novice players present had never seen such a scene, and they turned around and ran away in fear. Some of those who ran slowly, and those who didn't run were soon drowned by the sand scorpions. Wang Qianduo did not run away either. He picked up the Minghong sword in his hand and prepared to fight the enemy, not caring at all that others looked at him like a fool. In fact, Wang Qianduo also wanted to run, and he was still on the periphery. But he knew that it would be useless to run with his two moves. It would be better to kill a few more monsters before dying and earn some experience. The players fled very quickly, and soon only a few unlucky ones were left to face the scorpion tide. Except for Wang Qianduo, the others died in a moment. Wang Qianduo waved the sword in his hand randomly, although he was only level 2, and his attack speed was there. But he could take away a sand scorpion with every strike, and his backpack also had medicines given for recharging money, and soon there were corpses of sand scorpions lying all around him. Portable Comprehensive Mecha Repair Energy Bar, Perfect Bind. Plus 30% HP. Plus 30% MP. Cooling time, 1 second. Remarks: the latest convenient mecha repair device, referred to as Immortal Medicine. Wang Qianduo was given hundreds of gift packs of this medicine from V1 to V10. Although it was very wasteful for him to use this thing at level 2, he was not so distressed when he saw the experience bar growing at a visible speed. And because the sand scorpion could not cause him much damage, he did not use it frequently. It would be great if there was a group skill. Old Wang, whose hands were a little numb from chopping monsters, said unsatisfiedly, and then he suddenly remembered the 2 skill treasure chests that he had not used. If not now, when he chopped monsters with one hand, and took out the treasure chest with the other hand and started to choose. Only then did he realize that his 2 treasure chests were 1 active skill and 1 passive skill. First, he activated the passive skill, then he made a choice after taking a look, because he saw a magical skill. Armor Piercing, passive, legend ignore 40% of the target's defense. As long as he has this skill, it can be said that there is nothing that Wang Qianduo cannot beat, whether it is a mecha or a monster of the same level. After equipping this skill, Wang Qianduo's normal attacks all have a light blue streamer. Then, there is the active skill treasure box, which is more difficult to choose, but in order to deal with the situation in front of him, he chose a skill that can attack the most enemies at the same time. Chain Lightning, Universal, Perfect LV1. Condenses chain lightning that can attack the enemy. Lightning can bounce among the enemies, up to 7 times. Lightning causes 350% attack power plus highest attribute x3, energy damage to the first enemy hit, damage decreases by 10% each time it bounces, and stuns for 0.5 seconds. Attack distance, 200. Charge time, 3 seconds. MP consumption, 30. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Damage type, magic damage, calculate defense. Proficiency, 0/1000. Skills can be upgraded in the mecha era, and even advanced under special conditions. But this level of perfect chain lightning skills is really too much to kill it in 2 consecutive hits. After loading the skill into the mecha, the arc on the Minghong knife in Wang Qianduo's hand first flashed continuously, and then he swung it forward with force, and a thunder jumped out and kept jumping among the sand scorpions. The damage is meaningless, because even if Wang Qianduo does not use the skill, he can kill them in 1 blow. With the help of this skill, and the unlimited HP and MP supply of consumables, Wang Qianduo's efficiency in killing monsters rose sharply. Soon he reached level 4, and also upgraded the Phoenix Blood Heart to level 4, from the original All Attributes +1 to the current All Attributes +4. At the same time, its upgrade experience also became 20,000 points, and the experience required to upgrade the Phoenix Blood Heart became 800 points. It seems that it will also be a big experience consumer in the future. Fortunately, the character upgrade experience is no longer increased tenfold, otherwise his little heart and liver can't stand it. Haha, Star Beast Tide. It's my turn to be rich. I can encounter Star Beast Tide in such a low-level area. Just when Lao Wang and the Sand Scorpion were fighting wits and courage, and their experience was almost 1/3 of the 4th level, a voice came from the regional channel. Then a mecha with dark green armor, a round head with only 1 mechanical eye shining red, a long cannon on the shoulder, and a full-body mecha shaped like an ancient warrior flew at high speed. The propulsion device behind it, and under its feet sprayed dark green flames, making the whole mecha look like a green meteor. Wang Qianduo happened to know this mecha, and he was very famous in the forum. Green Hat Mecha, a frequent visitor of emoticons, Laozi has become green and stronger, and has become popular. Its name is Apostle of God, an intelligence mecha that has undergone 2 evolutions, and should be at level 30. Although his fame is more due to his special color, it is undeniable that his performance is very superior, and he is a very powerful mecha. And currently in the game, This is already one of the most advanced mechas. The driver of the Apostle of God probably didn't even look at Wang Qianduo, and directly took out the dual-energy mobile energy cannon and bombarded the ground. Every time his shells landed, there was an explosion. If Wang Qianduo hadn't dodged in time, he might have been affected. Just when he was about to say 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east, don't bully the poor young man. In the crack of the mountain, a yellow energy ray directly hit the Apostle of God in the sky. But a layer of green energy grid shield appeared around the Apostle of God, blocking the attack. But it didn't feel good. The energy shield dimmed visibly, and it should not be able to withstand the second attack. After the ray disappeared, Wang Qianduo looked in that direction, and found a giant scorpion as tall as a building slowly crawling out of the mountain. Why is it a level 10 Lord boss? Why did it appear in the level 1 beast hide? In the Apostle of God Mecha, the driver's voice of disbelief came out. Chapter 9. It's no wonder that the driver of the Apostle of God was surprised. The Lord-level creatures have already corresponded to perfect-level items. This is the ceiling-level existence that most players have seen so far. Although he is only level 10, it seems that it is really not something that an ordinary 30-level Apostle of God can deal with alone. Damn, I thought I got a bargain, but I didn't expect the idea to be so difficult. The driver of the Apostle of God complained. But now he can't run away. He can only fight the Sand Scorpion Lord desperately. He still has a trick, so he is not completely without a chance. If he runs, what awaits him must be the next energy shot of the Sand Scorpion Lord. He can't withstand this kind of damage with his back. Thinking of this, the Apostle of God landed directly. Although he can fly, neither the mana consumption nor the flexibility in the air allows him to fly in this kind of battle. The ground is the main battlefield of the game at this stage. The energy machine gun opened fire, and the energy bomb swept towards the Sand Scorpion Lord. The burst of explosions completely angered the huge Sand Scorpion Lord. The giant scorpion let out an angry roar that was unique to insects, and countless sand scorpions on the field stopped moving at once. The next moment, they all rushed towards the Apostle of God, leaving Wang Qianduo aside. Although most level 1 sand scorpions could not break the defense of the Apostle of God, there were still a few that could occasionally deal a -1 damage. There were too many sand scorpions, and the densely packed -1 was enough to make the Apostle of God's mecha suffer. Not to mention that he was entangled by these sand scorpions, and could not move at all, and he saw that the huge pincers of the Sand Scorpion Lord were about to attack. Now he regretted falling down a little. He didn't expect that the Sand Scorpion Lord had such a method. There was no other way, he could only use skills. A green energy field burst out from the Apostle of God, killing all the surrounding sand scorpions instantly. Then the muzzle energy on the shoulder began to gather. This move seemed to need some charging time. He began to dodge the attack of the Sand Scorpion Lord while charging. Wang Qianduo looked at the opponent's operation in battle, and felt that he had benefited a lot. It turns out that it can be done this way became his repeated words. Just as he sighed, the man's charging was completed, and a green energy ray shot out. Although the giant scorpion barely passed the vital point, it was still hit by the carapace and scorpion tail. The ray directly broke the scorpion tail, then hit the mountain and penetrated the mountain, and flew into the sky. The power of this attack was so terrifying, and the giant scorpion whose main parts were broken was visibly weakened. However, the Apostle of God Mech did not pursue the victory, which was a pity for Wang Qianduo. However, what Wang Qianduo did not know was that he had no mana. The attack just now was a life-threatening attack, but it missed. This was quite embarrassing. The Apostle of God Mech, which had no mana, was soon caught up by the giant scorpion. Although he tried his best to resist, and hit the giant scorpion several times, and even hit the giant scorpion to a low health. But it was still demolished by others. The scene was once very cruel. However, cruelty was cruel. Wang Qianduo looked at the low health boss, and his heart suddenly became active. This was his chance. Otherwise, someone would come later, and he would not be able to grab it. Cry. Without hesitation, a loud cry came from the body of Unit 0, and Wang Qianduo turned on the Phoenix mode of the Phoenix Blood Heart engine. 2 streams of flames gushed out from behind Unit 0, and the high temperature burned the surrounding ground into a charred color. This is a skill that increases the attribute by 5%, and it makes such a big noise? Wang Qianduo, who originally planned to sneak attack, was startled by the momentum of the Phoenix mode. Do your attributes match your momentum? But he couldn't care less now, because the Sand Scorpion Lord had been attracted by the movement on his side. The arc in Unit 0's hand flashed, and he bet that this chain lightning attack could kill the Sand Scorpion Lord. After charging, plasma gushed out, and the lightning chain directly hit the Sand Scorpion Lord. Critical hit reduced by 205. Wang Qianduo was very lucky, and a critical hit directly hit the soul, taking away the last bit of health of the Sand Scorpion Lord. Experience plus 10,000. Then its huge body collapsed, and a small pile of golden crystals and 4 items fell out. System prompt. You have obtained 15 gold crystals and 7 silver crystals. System prompt. You have obtained the item Sand Scorpion Tail Design. System prompt. You have obtained the skill Deadly Stinger. System prompt. You have obtained the material Scorpion King Tail. System prompt. You have obtained the special item Scorpion King Heart. Wang Qianduo quickly counted the items and put them away, and fled the scene without taking a closer look. Because he had seen several black spots flying at high speed in the sky in the distance, he didn't even have time to think about it. Those must be. If he didn't run, he would have the chance to say 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Fortunately, when the Scorpion King fell, his descendants immediately scattered like birds and beasts, otherwise it would be difficult for him to run. Not long after Wang Qianduo left here, several high-level mechas landed here. Damn, we're a step late, said a man in a black mecha. No way, bad luck, and we dared to come here at the fastest speed. Let's go back. Just give up like this? I don't think that person has run far away. A reconnaissance mecha in the team said, looking at Wang Qianduo's direction. That's a low-level mecha passing by. Do you think he can break the defense of the Scorpion King? Said a man in a red mecha. You mean there is someone else? This is difficult. It doesn't matter, we paid for it, and the mission item is useless to others, said the leading white mecha, and the quarreling in the team stopped after hearing his words. Then several people took off again, and quickly passed Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo, wait until I learn to fly at level 5, and I will fly over your heads every day. Old Wang, who can't fly, looked at a team of mechas flying in the sky and shouted unwillingly. Zero. Sir, I still suggest you go to the training ground for some training before learning to fly. Wang Qianduo. Got it. Thanks to Zero's finishing blow, Wang Qianduo, who had just gained a lot, quickly calmed down, and then quickly returned to the fortress and began to count the harvest this time. This Sand Scorpion Frenzy really made Wang Qianduo gain a lot. First, he gained 10,000 experience points, which made him almost reach level 5. Then among the several items, Sand Scorpion Tail Design is a level 1 rare agility weapon design. Sand Scorpion Tail Design, rare, required materials. Red Copper Ingot, May 5th. Rare Magic Star Core, 1/1. Element Crystal, 1/1. Scorpion King Tail, 1/1. Wang Qianduo could forge this equipment immediately, but he did not choose to forge it. Because the properties of the finished product are displayed on the side of the design, this equipment is equivalent to the dagger of the mecha, and the corrosive venom contained in it can make the mecha continue to lose durability, that is, poisoning. But this weapon has no appeal to Wang Qianduo, and its properties are not as good as Minghong Knife, and it can even be said that it is far behind. The greatest value of this thing is to be sold by him, but his materials, except for Scorpion King Tail, are all bound materials given by charging money. If you use bound materials to build equipment, the equipment will also be bound after it is built. In that case, he can't sell it. Lao Wang is in urgent need of blood recovery now. How can he waste RMB for a toy? As for other materials, Scorpion King Tail is naturally a rare biological material. Deadly Sting is an exquisite level agility skill, but this skill requires level 10 to learn, and compared with Chain Lightning, there is still a little bit difference. The system prompts that the special item Scorpion King Heart is a special material. It can be used to make special equipment or as a task item, but the specific task is unknown. After counting the harvest, Wang Qianduo went to the trading area. He wanted to inquire about the market, so that he could sell the weapon blueprint in his hand, and see if there was a propulsion device suitable for him. After all, he was about to reach level 5, and he was ready to fly. After putting away Unit 0, Wang Qianduo entered the trading area. As soon as he walked here, he was shocked by the lively scene in front of him. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, but the entire trading area was crowded with people and very lively. Come and take a look. Freshly baked rare materials. Silver scale breastplate, 1 piece of hardware, blue quality, first come first served. Brothers and sisters, please give some money. The mercenary group of the top guild Sword and Rose is recruiting people, and veteran players above level 10 can join. Chapter 10. It feels like that. Wang Qianduo sighed, as he looked at the familiar yet strange scene in front of him. If he counted his past and present lives, he hadn't played this kind of game for many years, and hadn't seen such a scene. Wang Qianduo walked slowly in the crowded trading square, looking at each stall. The most common things sold in the stalls in the square were various materials. Only a few stalls sold equipment and blueprints, and skills were even rarer. And most of the people who put up equipment were not sincere about selling it. They basically offered a high price that no one could accept to attract traffic to other things on the stalls. And the very few people who wanted to sell equipment not only did not have high equipment grades, but also offered very high prices. But even so, there was an endless stream of people bargaining in front of their stalls. "Brother, please make this weapon cheaper. I really want it." At this time, there was a person in front of Wang Qianduo who was asking the price of a level 10 exquisite long sword. The items on the stalls are all virtual images. Otherwise, they are long swords or daggers for mechas, and they may be 40-meter machetes for people. The price is 15 gold crystals, no bargaining. No real money. The seller glanced at the man and quoted a price. "Don't be like this, brother. I'm sincere about buying. So my 15 gold crystals are about 3,000 yuan now. I buy them at double the price. How about 6,000? The buyer was anxious when he heard what the stall owner said, and said immediately. After hearing his words, the stall owner hesitated for a while, then nodded and agreed. He really gave too much. Wang Qianduo, who watched the two people happily reach a deal, now had only one feeling, that is, he had made a fortune. He looked at the more than 10,000 gold crystals in his backpack, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. But he didn't feel happy for long, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit him hard on the head. The gold crystals given by the system are also bound, and the little money he got from killing monsters can be traded directly. In one word, absolutely. Wang Qianduo looked at the big word bound and couldn't help saying. In fact, it's not that he can't get the money out. Although the gold crystals given by the system can't be sold directly, he can use them to buy things. He can completely exchange the money for value-preserving items first, and then sell them later. Or be more direct, find someone to let him directly mark an item for 10,000 gold, and then he will sell it, and then the person will buy it back. There is a jargon for such behavior called money laundering. After all, money is different from other things, and restrictions are not so easy to limit. But Wang Qianduo thought about it, and gave up very simply. It's not that he's afraid of anything else, it's just too much trouble. Now, he wants to exchange the sand scorpion tail design for money, then go offline, and have a good sleep, and get up tomorrow to reach level 5. So Wang Qianduo also spent a silver crystal to rent a stall, and put the blueprint and the Scorpion King tail on it at a very high price. Then a flash of light passed, and the plaque on his head turned purple, which was the result of the highest item level of a stall reaching rare. This is the setting in the game, and different levels of items correspond to different colors. Ordinary white, exquisite blue, rare purple, perfect orange, legendary gold. At the same time, the location chosen by Wang Qianduo was also good. The surrounding stalls were all blue sky and white clouds, which showed that the purple plaque was particularly noble. In fact, if he could put the Minghong sword on the stall, it would be an explosion when the golden light shone. At first, people didn't pay attention to this stall, thinking that it was another title party or plaque party that used high-level items to attract attention. After all, there are many such people. This routine was still okay in the early stage, but now people are a little tired of it. But a bored person opened Wang Qianduo's stall and immediately couldn't move. What did they see? There was only a blueprint on the stall, which meant that this person was going to sell this rare blueprint. Rare equipment blueprint. It's still level 1. And key materials. He couldn't control himself and exclaimed directly. Then the surrounding players were immediately attracted by his words, and opened Wang Qianduo's stall one after another. Oh my god, what a top-notch weapon. With this thing, can I beat monsters in a single fight? How much is it, brother? I give you 10,000, you must sell it to me. I give you 20,000. People went crazy after seeing the blueprint. Wang Qianduo originally thought that it was just a blueprint for a level 1 weapon, but he still underestimated the difficulty of the game. Level 1 equipment is a disadvantage, but sometimes it is also an advantage. At present, players are entering the game on a large scale, making the resources that were originally difficult to obtain in the entire game even more scarce. Especially during the novice period, it becomes particularly difficult. In addition, this game has great restrictions on high-level and low-level players, which makes it difficult for some people to move forward. If the material Scorpion King's tail is not sold together with a blueprint, it's actually okay. This kind of biological material with special requirements has always been difficult to find, but the seller has solved this most difficult material problem for you. The remaining materials are all that kind of currency. Although some of them are not cheap, they are not difficult to collect. This is equivalent to having a weapon that you can equip immediately. As long as you have it, it will no longer be so difficult to kill monsters. Even its excellent properties can help you smoothly pass the entire novice stage. Moreover, the novice period of this game is quite long. How can this equipment not explode? The lively scene has attracted more and more people to pay attention to the situation here, and the scene is getting more and more chaotic. Everyone, stop arguing. Listen to me. The people around saw the owner speak, and then they slowly quieted down. I set up the auction mode, real currency, 10 minutes, 2 items packaged, the highest bidder wins, and the auction starts now. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, he saw that the prices of the items on his stall began to soar, and they grew all the way to 100,000 before they began to slow down. But it hasn't stopped yet, it's still growing. This made Wang Qianduo's little heart beat uncontrollably. He originally wanted to use this thing to recover blood, but now he has recovered too much. No! No! Too much blood, and some blood is overflowing. In the end, this equipment was bought by a very handsome young man at a price of 158,000. However, the most unbelievable thing in this virtual age is the face. The difference after adjusting up and down is really big. There are really not many honest people like Wang Qianduo who enter the game with their original appearance. Boss, add me as your friend. If you have any good stuff in the future, you can contact me directly. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the price. After the auction, the young man who bought the dagger said to Wang Qianduo. Then he sent a friend invitation to Wang Qianduo, but a scene that surprised him appeared. The system actually reminded him that they were already friends. Lin Hanqi was a little confused. When did he know this person? Are you Qian Wang? Lin Hanqi recalled his gaming experience that day. He only added the person with a very handsome knife, but he didn't know him even though he added him as a friend. I am, you are Shurhan, right? You are the only friend in my friend list. Wang Qianduo said. It's an honor. Oh, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Except for you who has that very handsome knife, who would be willing to sell this kind of weapon? Lin Hanqi said, Many people are willing to sell it. After all, you have given too much. Wang Qianduo thought seriously and said. Lin Hanqi, okay, I won't bother you anymore. Brother Qian Wang, please think of me when you have something good in the future. After Lin Hanqi finished speaking, he stood up and left. He still had to forge the weapon, and now he was very anxious to hold the weapon in his hands. Okay, goodbye. After Wang Qianduo said goodbye to Lin Hanqi, he also chose to log off. Too many things happened today, and he had to go back and sort them out. Wait a minute. Just when Wang Qianduo's countdown ended, he seemed to hear someone calling him. But when he turned around, the countdown had ended, and he couldn't see who was coming. But he didn't care, he still had to check if his small money had arrived. Just where Wang Qianduo went offline, a group of people ran there. Damn, just a step slower, he's already offline. We can only wait until he comes online. Who of you remembers what he looks like? Everyone looked at each other, which was a bit embarrassing. Chapter 11. What are you still looking at? Let's retreat. The woman leading the team looked at everyone helplessly, and said that the places where you log off and on in the safe zone of the Mecha world are different. Only in the wild will they be in the same place. It's useless for them to stay here, so they might as well think of other ways. The mercenary group under the Shanghai Guild is recruiting masters with a scores or above to come to the training ground. Let us grow together, Sand Scorpion Tail. Just when several people were about to give up, a glittering message appeared in the regional channel. Everyone looked at the equipment link that this person posted, and then looked at each other. Isn't this what the person just sold? Captain, isn't this your brother? Yes. It's really hard to find him. After a slight sigh, the woman led the team to find Lin Hanqi. Hanqi. Sister. Look at my new equipment. Lin Hanqi saw that the expression of the person who came was a little unnatural, but still said in a flattering way. Lin Hanqi arrived at a young age, and the person he feared most was the woman in front of him. That was a fear that was deeply engraved in his heart after being beaten countless times. However, they did not reminisce much. After the woman got the information she wanted, she left. On the other side, Wang Qianduo went offline, washed up and went to bed. He has always been on a regular schedule of going to bed early and getting up early. Today, he went to bed after 12 o'clock, which was very late for him. Even if he worked overtime, he never slept so late. He slept peacefully until 8 o'clock, got up to wash up, ran in the morning, had breakfast, and went online on time at 9 o'clock. Today, he had to rush to level 5, and then complete the hidden task, and go to the training ground and see if he could get a propulsion device and learn to fly. There are so many things to do. Wang Qianduo thought about it and sighed helplessly. But sighing is enough, things still need to be done, and they can only be done one by one. He opened the control interface, clicked on the recharge interface, and recharged 45,000 to raise his VIP level to the highest VIP 15. It only took 5,000 to go from V1 to V10, and 45,000 to go from V10 to V15, so the items obtained are naturally incomparable. Various materials, money, some character attribute costumes, and some miscellaneous things are not counted. Just the important items make Wang Qianduo dazzled. VIP 11 gave a legendary equipment treasure chest that can grow, VIP 12 gave a legendary active skill treasure chest, VIP 13 gave an equipment upgrade stone, VIP 14 gave a wingman self-selected treasure chest, and VIP 15 gave an epic equipment self-selected treasure chest. Although the only things he can use now are legendary skills, equipment treasure chests, and equipment upgrade stones, he is still very happy. If it doesn't take off, he has played the game for so many years in vain. But then again, VIP 11 only gives legendary equipment, so this first charge is pretty awesome. But he was excited to wake up to a wave of epic enhancements, but he was soon poured a bucket of cold water. Because after Wang Qianduo bought all the gift packs, he embarrassingly found that his backpack was not enough. He upgraded to VIP and got 3 16-slot backpacks, but there were too many things in the VIP gift packs, and they were all kinds of things. His backpack was still unusable, and some of the gift packs were still in the mail. How can I do this? Wang Qianduo scratched his head and said, if the backpack was not enough, his gift packs could not be opened. In the spirit of asking netizens for help, he searched the internet for his situation and soon got the answer. That is the warehouse, but it requires a mecha level of 5 to open it from the NPC. What else can I say? Let's upgrade. Fortunately, after yesterday's beast tide, he still needs more than 2,000 experience points to reach level 5. Wang Qianduo's upgrade speed is already very fast. Even if others have main quests, it is already amazing to reach level 3 in half a day. Thanks to the beast tide, Wang Qianduo, who plans to work hard to level up, didn't care about the constantly flashing friend icon. Since he sold the equipment blueprint yesterday, the icon has been in this state. What should we do if he ignores us? One of the players in the team looking for the Scorpion King's heart said helplessly, while looking at the silent friend column. What else can I do? Just let it go. I go find Hanshur and ask him to contact the other party and try. As for Wang Qianduo, although he was much stronger than yesterday, his leveling efficiency did not increase. In fact, because of the increase in level, the experience of killing monsters became less, and the leveling was slow. There were only so many monsters, and they were all people. What could he do? It was simply a torture. However, the torture only lasted for half a day. With his unremitting efforts, he finally reached level 5 in half a day. Then he immediately returned to the city, opened the warehouse, and used gold crystals to upgrade him to the highest level, and threw all the unused materials into the warehouse. Finally, he could open the box. He planned to start with the low-level ones. Wang Qianduo found a place with few people, and opened the legendary equipment treasure chest first. This time the equipment was no longer a weapon, but 6-core equipment. And unlike the Minghong sword in his hand, these equipments are all growth equipments, like the Phoenix Blood Heart. It seems that there is still a certain gap between the first charge and VIP 11. The 6-core equipments of the mecha are the reconnaissance device, core engine, energy core, thruster, armor and shield. The most important non-energy core is none other than the energy core. But Wang Qianduo also has an epic equipment treasure chest, which is not urgent. He hesitated again, and finally chose the reconnaissance device, which is recognized as one of the most difficult equipment to obtain on the forum. This equipment is shaped like a golden eye, and its name is Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils. Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, Legend, LV1. Bound. Reconnaissance device. Level LV1 is universal for mechas. Ignore defense plus 10%. Critical hit rate plus 10%. View distance plus 50%. Activate mechanical vision. Insight. Can detect basic information of any enemy whose level does not exceed 10 levels of its own mecha and is below the legendary level. See through. Can detect enemies whose mecha level does not exceed 10 levels of its own and release illusion skills. Weakness attack. After use, the next 3 attacks will be critical hits. Growth. Mecha level 10, experience 100,000, Golden Eye Crystal, January 1st, Primary Lord Hardcore, 1/1, Note, legendary equipment designed based on myths and legends, paying tribute to the Great Sage. P.S. Both literary and artistic. The reconnaissance device does not add any three-dimensional attributes, but it is very important. Only after equipping it, the mecha can truly activate the mechanical vision, radar, imaging, small map and other functions to be used normally. For ordinary people who want to get this equipment, only the level 10 main task can get a common level, and then the advanced one can only be brushed, and the explosion rate is really touching. Wang Qianduo has no main quest now, and he doesn't know what will happen in the future, so he chose this equipment. Then, there is the legendary skill treasure chest, which is difficult to choose. Put it aside for now. He still hasn't considered his own path. Equipment upgrade stones can increase the level of an equipment, but it is only used for non-growth equipment below the legendary level. Wang Qianduo hesitated for a moment, and did not choose to upgrade the Minghong sword. He now knows that there are epic quality items above the legendary level. If this thing is used, the Minghong sword becomes a growth-capable equipment, that's fine. But if it becomes a level 1 epic, it will be a pitfall. No matter how strong the level 1 epic is, it is still a level 1 equipment, and can't be used for a lifetime. Unless there is growth potential, it is graduation equipment. This thing must be reserved for graduation equipment, and cannot be wasted here. The Wingman treasure chest can't be used now. The Wingman is something after level 30, and he hasn't seen anyone else use it. After putting the unused things in the bottom of the box, Wang Qianduo took out the epic equipment treasure chest. Wang Qianduo poked his hand, and opened the treasure chest. A red light flashed and various equipment appeared in front of him. No hesitation, go directly to the most important energy core of the mecha. Magic Origin, Epic LV1. Bound. Energy Core. Level LV1 is universal for mechas. HP plus 500. MP plus 500. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 50. Intelligence plus 50. HP recovery plus 100%. MP recovery plus 200%. All skill levels plus LV2. Skill attack power plus 10%. Skill damage plus 10%. Magic Burst. After opening, restore 10 HP %, 10% MP per second, and lasts for 15 seconds. Growth. Mecha level 10. Legend Heart. 0 out of 1. Rare Magic Crystal. 100 out of 100. Experience 500,000. Remarks. When light and darkness intertwine, when the stars in the sky are dark, the world will tremble for me. Beautiful. After seeing this epic equipment, Wang Qianduo sighed sincerely, it's really powerful. With this piece of equipment, the attributes of a mecha around level 20 are not as good as his current level 5 without any points. After the epic level enhancement is completed, it's time to go on the mission. Chapter 12. Legendary Skills. Wait until he reaches level 10 and decides on his own path before choosing. His attributes are sufficient for now. Type 0 Initial Mecha. LV5. Durability, HP 1350. Magic Power, MP 1240. Attack, 167. Defense, 28. Strength, 85. Agility, 98. Intelligence, 74. Attack speed, plus 2%. Skill attack power plus 10%. Skill damage plus 10%. Critical hit rate, 30%. Cooling down, 10%. Ignore defense, 55%. Field of view plus 50%. HP recovery plus 100%. MP recovery plus 200%. MP recovery, 6 per second. All skill levels plus LV2. Features, universal. Equipment, magic source, phoenix blood heart, fiery eyes, titanium body armor. Weapons, Minghong, X1 mechanical crossbow. Passive skill, armor break. Skills, double hit, continuous lightning. Equipment skills, phoenix mode, magic burst, insight, see-through, weakness attack. Free attribute points, 20. If you take this attribute out, some people will believe it if it is a level 20 mecha, but no one will believe it if it is a level 5 mecha in this game. The improvement brought by 2 legendary equipment and 1 epic equipment is simply dazzling. Especially the 55% defense ignoring, which is simply unbelievable. This attribute is awesome. Let's go to the dungeon. Wang Qianduo closed his attributes with satisfaction, and said with satisfaction. The Phoenix Blood Heart can also be upgraded, but there is not so much experience now, let him wait. Then he walked towards the teleportation array with satisfaction, but he was stopped by someone before he walked out of the residential area. Wait a minute. Shirhan? What's wrong? I don't provide after-sales service. Wang Qianduo said to the person who came. Misunderstood, brother, I'm not looking for you for after-sales service, I use that dagger very well, Someone else is looking for you. I'm just introducing you. Lin Hanqi ran to his side and said, Who is it? Wang Qianduo frowned and said impatiently. He was very anxious to do the task now, because he heard that there was a thruster in the dark forest dungeon. Once he had a thruster, he wouldn't have to walk on his legs anymore. Qianduo, you seem very impatient. Just as Wang Qianduo was complaining, a familiar female voice sounded behind him. Ha ha. Manager. What a coincidence. I can see you in the game too. Wang Qianduo turned around and said immediately. He found that he seemed to be at odds with this woman, always offending him for no reason. He had only been here for a few days. This was the first time. The game is not peaceful either. Sister, do you know each other? Lin Hanqi asked doubtfully, and her companions looked at Lin Qimeng curiously. Let me introduce you to colleague Wang Qianduo, the elite of our Shanghai Technology Department. The four here are colleagues from the game department established in Shanghai New City, Zhou Nan, Qi Mei, Li Mingzhou, and Wu Lianwei. Lin Qimeng turned her jade hand and introduced the people on both sides to each other. When these people heard that Wang Qianduo and Lin Qimeng were from the company, they all felt a little overjoyed and relieved. I have heard of the name of the top expert in the technology department for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet him in this situation, said Zhou Nan, a girl in Lin Qimeng's team. She was transferred to the game department from another department of the company because she had played this game in advance. She had indeed heard of Wang Qianduo's name before. Haha, you're too kind. What's the best, master? I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Wang Qianduo said with a smile, but there was no trace of shame on his face. He just smiled and admitted it. But at the same time, he was also confused. What exactly did Lin Qimeng want to do? Okay, let's not beat around the bush. We came to you this time to buy the heart of the Scorpion King you got. We have a very important task that needs it. Lin Qimeng has always been the kind of woman who beats around the bush. She directly explained her purpose to Wang Qianduo. Heart of the Scorpion King. I didn't drop this thing? Wang Qianduo said stupidly. Haha, this technical master, can you understand the situation before you speak? The Lord's heart is an item that every Lord creature must drop after death. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, someone in the opposite team laughed out loud. He looked for the sound and found that it was the man named Li Mingzhou. His smile made Wang Qianduo unhappy. How come this group of people seem to have him in their hands? Is this bloody thing finally going to happen? Stop laughing. Lin Qimeng glared at the man and said, she knew she made a mistake. He shouldn't have introduced Wang Qianduo to them under such circumstances. These newly recruited game masters were a little uneasy because they entered the game in advance and were recruited by a large group like Shanghai. If they knew that Wang Qianduo was a member of the company, they would subconsciously think that Wang Qianduo should take the initiative to offer this heart of the Sand Scorpion. But Lin Qimeng had seen Wang Qianduo's resume. He had always been the kind of child who was loved by others since he was a child. Although he is usually very modest and even a little shameless, it is impossible for him to be without his own pride. Li Mingzhou's words clearly offended him directly. She is not even suitable to speak now, otherwise the misunderstanding will be deeper. Lin Qimeng glanced at her brother beside her, and Lin Hanqi immediately understood and said, Brother, don't misunderstand, they don't mean that. I know that Heart of Sand Scorpion must be with you, and my sister and others really need this thing to do the task. We can talk about the conditions, right? Lin Hanqi is still a bit capable, and he broke the deadlock immediately. But if they came to buy yesterday, Wang Qianduo would definitely not waste time and sell it directly. After all, it was to give his leader face. But now the evolution of fire eyes and golden eyes requires the Lord's heart. If this thing is sold, if it can't be obtained again, it will be a big loss. I understand the reason, but I need this Lord's heart to play equipment. Sorry, I may not be able to sell it, Wang Qianduo said. My friend, this is boring. The Lord's heart cannot make any equipment. This is a recognized fact. Can you stop making up lies? We are not paying. We are from the same company, so why bother? It was Li Mingzhou who spoke again. Lin Qimeng and the others did not have time to stop him, but they also knew that what Li Mingzhou said was true. Oh, I have to sell it to you because I am from the same company? And if no one has seen it, it does not exist? Wang Qianduo looked at this person, smiled slightly, and said sarcastically, he is a great yin-yang master, and this person's rank is not good enough. You? What Wang Qianduo said was indeed correct, and Li Mingzhou was speechless for a while. You said that you need the Lord's heart instead of the Sand Scorpion heart, right? Lin Qimeng suddenly said. That's right. Wang Qianduo nodded. I have a tiger demon heart, Can I exchange it for your sand scorpion heart? Lin Qiming said. Okay. Wang Qianduo agreed without thinking. After all, he really did have any heart, just to give his boss a face. He hasn't thought about leaving yet, although reason tells him that he doesn't need to go to work now, and he will definitely have no worries about food and clothing if he devotes himself to the game. But his current achievements are the result of more than 20 years of hard work, and he really doesn't want to give up like this. Even if he may not have to work so hard anymore, he still doesn't want to give up. However, Wang Qianduo thought he was giving face to the other party, and he didn't know that his image had been reduced to the worst in the eyes of several professional players on the other side. Not for anything else, just for this Tiger Demon heart. Although he and Sand Scorpion heart are both primary Lord hearts, Sand Scorpion is a level 10 Lord and Tiger Demon is a level 20 Lord. In their opinion, the value of the two is not the same. The Tiger Demon was taken down by more than 90 teams from the entire guild, including many level 30 masters. According to what they knew, the heart of the Sand Scorpion was crippled by the master of Star Yiming Jingjing alone, and then he took advantage of it. Although they originally wanted to exchange the heart of the Tiger Demon for the heart of the Sand Scorpion, they still looked down on Wang Qianduo's behavior. But they don't need to look down on Lao Wang. Add a friend, and I add you to the mercenary group. Your department has been assigned to me. After the two of them finished the transaction, Lin Qiming said. Wang Qianduo could only nod his head helplessly and agreed. After adding the mercenary group, he immediately turned around and left. He had been delayed by these people for a long time, and he didn't want to waste time with them anymore. Captain, you just gave him the heart of the Tiger Demon? Don't let him make up the difference? Li Mingzhou asked unwillingly. You are stupid, these are all primary lord's hearts. How can there be a price difference? Don't waste time, we have the things. Let's go and complete the task. Lin Qiming said, then turned around and left. What Lin Qiming said is the truth. The main function of the Lord's heart in the game is various tasks. If you can't develop corresponding tasks, the value of these things of the same level is not much different. Chapter 13. Hey, Brother Ming? It's me. I know who picked up your opportunity. Yes. Nicknamed Qin Wang, from Shanghai. Less than level 10. Wang Qianduo, who said goodbye to Lin Qiming and his group, finally arrived at the dungeon gate of the first planet in star region number 5 in his Mecha. At the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, a portal made of dark energy stood there, surrounded by towering trees. Unlike other lively places in the novice area, there are not many newcomers at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon at this stage. It's not that this dungeon is unpopular or unimportant. On the contrary, as the first dungeon in the game, the Dark Forest dungeon is extremely important. The few pieces of equipment that most players have basically all rely on it, as well as upgrade experience. And the propulsion device, which is very important for level 5 players, also needs to be completed in this dungeon. If you don't go to this dungeon, ordinary players may have to be infantry for the first 10 or so levels. There are few people here because there are not many new players who can reach level 5. And the advanced players have already exceeded the profit level of this dungeon, so this is the case. Although Wang Qianduo did not have a main quest, the profit from the Beast Tide was too great. However, this kind of profit can only be enjoyed by him who has a full potion. There were not many people around, and Wang Qianduo was also happy and relaxed, but when he wanted to enter the dungeon directly he failed. Then, he carefully looked at the dungeon information. Dark Forest. Difficulty, normal. Entry conditions, level 5 to 12. Number of people, 3 to 5. This stupid dungeon has a limit on the number of people? Wang Qianduo couldn't help complaining when he saw the dungeon that didn't allow him to enter. What else can he do? He should find someone to join his team. He couldn't play it himself. It was so annoying. This crappy game shouldn't have many people when it should, but it really does when it shouldn't. Wang Qianduo looked around, but couldn't find anyone to join his team. In fact, there were still some people at the entrance of the dungeon, but he still couldn't join a team. It's not that he looked down on others, but others looked down on him. Every time he saw the news that the regional channel was recruiting people, Wang Qianduo immediately applied, and then he was rejected without exception. This is very embarrassing. After being rejected so many times, Wang Qianduo soon discovered the problem. These people at the entrance of the dungeon were generally around level 10. They were players who played this game before the mecha could be brought into reality, but they played it in a more Buddhist way, so their levels were relatively low. That's why they knew the difficulty of this dungeon very well. Ordinary level 5 players can only hold back, so they can't think of anything else. And they couldn't crush the dungeon, so it was impossible for them to bring a burden. Wang Qianduo was about to give up, and was planning to pay someone to take him in when he suddenly had a sudden turn of events. A team invitation appeared in front of him, and he immediately accepted it. Okay. We are finally here. What kind of mecha is this? Qianwang, I haven't heard of it. Which club are you from? As soon as Wang Qianduo entered the team, he saw someone in the team asking. Lao Wang glanced at his nickname, which was Yun Zhongda. Agility. Another agility. Our team configuration is a bit unbalanced in this dungeon, said another person, whose nickname was Songhai Mingyu. Don't pick it up. At this time, the skills of intelligence and strength mechas are really hard to snatch monsters because they need to charge. It is inevitable that agility masters will stand out. Do you think everyone is your Songhai Mingyu? And our team is not unbalanced, okay? Yun Zhongda said. Okay, let's gather together. The difficulty of the ordinary dungeon is not high. Let's push the research difficulty. A player named Miracle Sword said, and the two stopped arguing as soon as he spoke. Do you know each other? Wang Qianduo asked as he looked at these people. He could pass this dungeon anyway. If he ran into a group of relatives and friends who were stealing equipment, it would be uncomfortable. You don't know us? The only female player among the four saw that Wang Qianduo really didn't know them, and finally spoke. Her nickname was Call Me Wushan. Are you famous? It seems that you really don't know each other, so you are not in the circle. Brother, you are a new player, right? How did you reach level 5? Yun Zhongda asked. It's just a normal leveling up by killing monsters. It's pretty simple. Wang Qianduo said truthfully. Great, but don't worry, we are professional players. We won't do such things as stealing equipment. Let's gather first. Don't waste too much time here. Let's talk while walking. Call Me Wushan said. Yun Zhongda and the other four are indeed professional players, and they are the top ones, but because of the different directions of the club, they didn't play this game before. Recently, because of that special reason, they entered this game. Generally, players need to report their attributes when opening up dungeons, but for professional players, time is money, and they don't have that time. Moreover, they were confident that as long as they all performed normally, this normal difficulty dungeon would not be a problem at all. The difficulty of the dungeon depends on the person. As for Wang Qianduo, in their opinion, he could reach level 5 at this time, so his strength would definitely not be weak. On the way to the entrance, Wang Qianduo observed the other four people through the team channel. The captain, Miracle Sword, was a power-type mecha, Songhai Mingyu was an intelligence-type mecha, and Call Me Wushan and Yun Zhongda were both agility mechas. The power-type mecha was the meat shield in the early stage, and the agility-type mecha and the intelligence-type mecha were output. The overall configuration of the team was okay, but it was not suitable for this dungeon, because the first boss of this dungeon was a little special and required 2 meat shields. However, it was too difficult to upgrade the power-type mecha, and they had no time and patience to wait. As for forming a group with a senior old player, none of them had considered it, because that would affect their overall benefits. The number of dungeons per day was limited, so of course they had to get the rewards to the extreme. Because the distance was not far, several people quickly gathered in front of the entrance, and the captain of the team, Miracle Sword, triggered the copy and chose to enter. Then a black light flashed, and several people appeared in the copy of the Dark Forest. As the name suggests, the Dark Forest is a forest composed of towering trees. The forest is very dark, hence the name. Be careful of the traps in the forest. The first wave of monsters will come soon. Have you read the strategy? I am the God of War said, and I also deliberately glanced at Wang Qianduo. This was obviously said to him. Wang Qianduo nodded. He did read the strategy, although the strategy was of no use to him. Okay, Yun Zhonghe is going to lure the monsters, Jian Laoda is going to take the monsters. Just cast your skills, no need to save mana, there will be a place to recover later. Call Me Wushan took over the command naturally. Sister Cat, my name is Yun Zhongda. Yun Zhongda complained for a while, but still came to the front to lure the monsters. Except that he corrected the woman's name, the three of them had no opinion on her command. From this point of view, she was supposed to do this in the team. Wang Qianduo was also preparing with full concentration at this time. After all, this was his first time to go to a dungeon in this game, and he was with professional players. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Everyone soon saw the monsters. The first wave of monsters in the dungeon were the native star beasts in the Dark Forest, a group of more than 10 level 5 forest dire wolves. Although this thing is also called a wolf, each one is several meters tall. Standing up, it almost caught up with their mecha. It's different from normal wolves. Sister Cat, how many can you lure? Let's try 3 first. Wang Qianduo heard the conversation between the two clearly, but he didn't quite understand it. How many can you choose to lure with this thing? Won't they all rush over at once? But Yun Zhongda's next method of luring monsters made him amazed. His weapon was the same as Wang Qianduo's, a crossbow, but his first arrow didn't hit the dire wolf directly, but hit the trunk of a tree. He controlled his strength very well, and the crossbow arrow sank into the trunk and didn't pierce it. With just this one shot, Wang Qianduo felt inferior. If it was him, he might have knocked down the tree directly, but of course, there was a greater probability that he would not be able to shoot. Then a magical scene happened. 3 wolves in the pack moved their ears and walked in the direction of the arrow. After that, he shot another arrow, and the distance between this arrow and the 3 dire wolves was exactly the same as the previous arrow. In this way, one arrow after another, the 3 wolves gradually moved away from the pack. When they were a distance away from the wolf pack, Yun Zhongda shot an arrow into the eye of one of the wolves. Weakness breaking reduced by 96. Then several wolves rushed towards Wang Qianduo and his group as if they were risking their lives, but the wolves in the distance acted as if these wolves had nothing to do with them, and did not move at all. What kind of technology is this? Chapter 14. Only then did Wang Qianduo realize that the 4 people in front of him were really top-notch masters. Wang Qianduo also used a crossbow, but in Yun Zhongda's song, the crossbow could hit whatever he pointed at, but in his song, it could hit whatever he pointed at. He didn't even understand the reason. How did he do it? He could probably guess that they took advantage of the characteristics of semi-intelligent creatures in the virtual game, but he couldn't see the details. Yun Zhongda showed Wang Qianduo what it meant to attract monsters, and then the Sword of Miracles showed him what it meant to take monsters. He controlled the mecha to step forward and came to Yun Zhongda, then raised the shield in his hand, and slapped the wolf in front of him. Then the one-handed sword in the other hand that had been charged fell with a stream of light, and all 3 dire wolves were hit. -35. -37. -37. 3 injuries rose from the heads of the 3 dire wolves, and made them fall into stiffness. This made Wang Qianduo confused again. He was clearly using a single heavy attack skill, so why could he hit 3 monsters? Why did his heavy attack skill have control? This is unreasonable. Just when he was puzzled, the other 2 people in the team took action. The weapon called me the God of War is a long sword. After stabbing with a sword, he immediately used a double attack and then interrupted the double attack with another sword. In an instant, for damages similar to the miracle sword floated from the head of the wolf shot by Yun Zhongda. Just when the wolf was about to turn around, a shield blocked it again and slapped it back, and then an energy bomb flew over and exploded at the neck. Weakness breaking -106. These things happened in just a moment. Before the wolf could react, 4/5 of its health bar disappeared, and the other 2 wolves were unable to attack the miracle sword. At this time, Wang Qianduo was no longer sighing. He took out the Minghong sword, controlled Unit 0, and chopped the remaining blood wolf in half with one knife. -160. Then he turned around and aimed at one of the other 2 wolves, and used 2 more knives in a second. -240. Critical hit -630. 2 damage numbers floated up, and one of them was a critical hit. The wolf fell to the ground with a howl. At this time, the miracle sword and the others were stunned. What did they see? 600 plus damage is not bad. What the hell is this glittering sword? But they quickly reacted, because there was still a wolf alive, and the miracle sword used its shield to block its attack again. Everyone took it away directly, especially Wang Qian was more than 100 points of damage, which was particularly conspicuous among the dozens of points of damage. Each of the 3 wolves provided Wang Qianduo with more than 100 experience points. Although it was a drop in the bucket in the 50,000 experience points for level 5 to level 6, it was already a lot. Brother, what about your knife? After the 3 wolves were dealt with, Yun Zhongda stopped attracting monsters and looked at Wang Qianduo curiously. Minghong. Wang Qianduo directly sent the attributes of Minghong to the chat channel. Minghong knife couldn't be hidden, so it was better to be generous and reduce some suspicion. He actually thought of using a crossbow just now, but he was afraid of shooting at the miracle sword that attracted monsters. After thinking about it, he took out the Minghong knife and went to chop the monsters. Yun Zhongda, strong. Call me Wushan. This is the ultimate weapon I want. Sanghai Mingwe, is the legendary equipment so excessive? The 4 people looked at the attributes of Minghong knife with different expressions, but none of them bought it in advance, obviously knowing the meaning of binding. Friend, can I know where you got this knife? I can pay for this information. Call me God of War said. It's the only hidden mission, you probably can't accept that mission. Wang Qianduo thought about it, and decided to lie. He couldn't tell them that it was given for the first deposit of 6 yuan. Alas, then I have no chance to get it. Don't talk about this, go to the dungeon well. With the help of Brother Qianwang, we may be able to try the nightmare dungeon today. Miracle Sword was the first to retract his mind and said. Although the attributes of Minghong Knife were very shocking in the early stage of this game, they stopped there. They were all people who had seen great winds and waves, and had seen all kinds of equipment. Then everyone continued to clear monsters. This time, Yun Zhongda no longer attracted only 3 monsters, but attracted all of them at once. This was their normal level. Just now, he attracted 3 monsters just to test Wang Qianduo's depth. If he was not good enough, they had their own ways of fighting. But now that they knew his attack was so high, they didn't have to be timid anymore. His attack is wrong. Even with this weapon, it's not normal. When everyone was killing monsters, Songhai Mingwei called me Wushan in a private chat. It seems that the 7 of them are not under much pressure. I can see it, but don't ask. Why? Do you think those 2 didn't see it? If they can't see it, then they are called the Rose Duo in vain. They didn't point it out because they found that Qian Wang is a person who likes to hide his shortcomings and want to win him over. If we point it out, won't that push this person to our side? You also want to win him over? But to be honest, his operation is very ordinary and not worth training. No matter whether he is ordinary or not, at least he has an absolute advantage at this stage. With such a person, our upgrade will be much easier. The most important thing is that we can't let him be won over by those 2 people for nothing, understand? Oh, I understand. The 4 people knew it well, but didn't point out the problem of Wang Qianduo's attack power. They were all thinking about winning Wang Qianduo over. But Wang Qianduo didn't know this. He was killing monsters happily now. Miracle Sword is worthy of being a professional player. In Wang Qianduo's opinion, he pulled the monsters perfectly. He could always pull the monsters to the most comfortable position for Wang Qianduo to attack according to his habits. It's so comfortable to have such a teammate. Wang Qianduo only needs to be responsible for the knife. Soon, the 3 waves of dire wolves before the first boss of the dungeon were all solved. They will face the first boss next. At this time, the group was recovering in front of a huge stone tablet. This thing is called the God of War, which is the thing that Sister Cat said was restored. Within a certain range of it, players can restore the HP and MP of the magic mecha, which is amazing. The first boss of the Dark Forest, the Dire Wolf King, is a high attack and high speed boss. Let's see the performance of the sword boss. Good. After recovering, everyone came to a huge dire wolf. This wolf is so big that even if it is lying on the ground, it is almost as tall as everyone's mecha. Dire Wolf King. LV 5. Leader. HP 3700. MP 500. Attack 100. Defense 20. Skills: Surprise Attack, Crush, Ground Spike, Wolf King Roar. While everyone was talking, Wang Qianduo used his insight skill to check the attributes of the Wolf King and sent it to the chat channel. Everyone, brother, do you have a reconnaissance device? Good luck, good luck. Your luck is too good. Because of the mecha, they could only hear Wang Qianduo's voice and could not see his smug expression, so they all thought he was being modest. Wang Qianduo didn't know what the reconnaissance device meant to the professional players in front of him. Someone in their club had entered the game a long time ago, so they had a full set of novice equipment prepared by the guild as soon as they entered the game. But there was only no reconnaissance device before level 10, and there was a reason why this thing was called the rarest equipment. The low-level reconnaissance device that countless conferences could not find appeared in front of them, making them a little unbelievable. But several people were experienced, and they quickly adjusted. Originally, they had the confidence to deal with this boss, and now that they knew the attributes, it was tantamount to icing on the cake. Master Sword, get ready. We will attack with normal attacks. We don't have a secondary tank. Save your skills to interrupt the roar. Be careful to attack slowly, and don't steal the hatred. Start the monster. At the command of Call Me the God of War, several people immediately rushed towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King was directly alarmed. Miracle Sword took the lead, driving the mecha with an immovable momentum, and met the Wolf King. The Wolf King swung his claws, but Miracle Sword used the shield to deflect the attack, and then stabbed it in the armpit. Weakness breaking -58. After a weak point attack, Miracle Sword immediately began to charge, and a second later, the charged sword just cut on the claws of the Wolf King, who turned around. Breaking move -53. This attack interrupted the Wolf King's attack again, so that he was not hurt. The hatred is stable, you guys attack. The confident voice of Miracle Sword came from the tall mecha holding the sword and shield. Chapter 15. Everyone started attacking immediately after hearing this. Wang Qianduo, reminded by Sister Cat, deliberately started attacking a little later. His attack was much stronger than everyone else's. If he wasn't careful, it would only take a few hits to cause the Wolf King's hatred disorder. The hatred disorder here does not mean that the Wolf King does not attack the Miracle Sword but turns around to attack him, but that the Wolf King no longer attacks one person according to the system arrangement, but attacks everyone randomly. This situation usually occurs at the moment when the monster's hatred is transferred, and the probability is not low. Wang Qianduo is certainly not afraid that the wolf turns around to attack him. With his defense and blood volume, it is enough for the wolf to fight for a while. What's more, he has a big medicine. The Miracle Sword is still powerful. He uses the body movement and attack methods that Wang Qianduo can't understand at all to parry the Wolf King without injury. The Wolf King's surprise attack and bite can't hurt him at all, and he is even more comfortable. Everyone followed his frequency and attacked step by step, and soon reduced the Wolf King's blood volume to February 3rd. As soon as the health reached February 3rd, the Wolf King got rid of the Miracle Sword and jumped to the back to gather magic energy. This was the prelude to his skill Wolf King's Roar. Wolf King's Roar is the ultimate move of the Terror Wolf King, which summons a team of 12 forest wolves. Wang Qianduo has seen other people's videos of brushing this dungeon. Those people let the Deputy MT pull the monsters at the moment when the Forest Wolf King summons the monsters, and then everyone switches to kill the monsters, and the main MT walks around the Wolf King and waits for everyone's support. This is also the reason why this dungeon requires 2 tanks. If 2 MTs are not used, without shields, almost no one can withstand the team of terror wolves in the early stage. However, the Miracle Sword and others played differently from others. They used their skills to attack the opponent, while the Wolf King's skills were charging. -81, -81. Weak point break -67, stun for 0.1 seconds. Weak point break -33, -33, stiffness for 0.1 seconds. The skills of the 5 people hit the Wolf King one after another. Except for Wang Qianduo, the other 4 all hit the weakness break, and the Miracle Sword and Call Me Martial God even hit the stun. Wang Qianduo now feels that he is not playing the same game as others. Why do their novice skills still have control? Is this a novice skill? Don't be confused. This game looks like an ordinary online game with all numerical values, but in fact it has a high degree of freedom. When skills hit different places on monsters, there is a high probability of hitting different effects. This thing is not that difficult. Just practice more and remember the location of the weaknesses, and so on. Yun Zhongda saw Wang Qianduo's doubts from the slowing down of Unit 0 and answered him. Thank you, Wang Qianduo said sincerely. In this society, no one is obliged to teach you anything. You can refuse to accept the kindness of others, but at least you should be grateful. Haha, you're welcome. The 2 of them only had a brief conversation. After all, they were still fighting the boss, so you should at least respect him. However, the Wolf King whose skills were interrupted was indeed no threat to the Sword of Miracles. After dodging the Wolf King's attack again, everyone reduced his health to 1/3, and the Wolf King's second skill was activated. Several people immediately used their skills to interrupt, but an accident happened. The skills of the 4 people all hit the weak points, but did not produce a control effect. It's over, Yun Zhonghe is ready to kite the monsters, Before he finished calling me the God of War, a stream of silver hit the Wolf King directly. -850, stun for 0.2 seconds. A large damage value rose from the Wolf King's head, not only interrupting his skills, but also directly hitting it to death. At the same time, the Wolf King's hatred was directly transferred, and he attacked Wang Qianduo. Because the 4 people were still thinking about the damage just now, they were a little dazed, allowing the Wolf King to attack Wang Qianduo directly. -140. -141. The first damage was the Wolf King hitting Wang Qianduo, and the second was the damage he returned with a knife. This knife directly took away the last bit of blood of the Wolf King, making it fall to the ground. Oh my god, brother Qian Wang, what skill is that? 850 damage is okay. The 4 people ignored the Wolf King who fell to the ground, and Yun Zhongda directly asked the doubts in the hearts of several people. Don't call me Qian Wang, my last name is Wang, just call me Lao Wang. This is also a skill obtained from the mission, and it is obtained together with the knife. Wang Qianduo continued to make up lies. He couldn't tell the other party that it was a gift for charging money. He would be sent to be sliced. More than 6 times the attack bonus. Is this a perfect skill? Songhai Mingwa said. Are you stupid? A perfect skill that can be learned at this level. Is it still perfect? At least legendary level? Call me Wushin said. Yun Zhonga, indeed, and this skill also has control, and the mana consumption is not very high. If it is not instant, it should be a group attack skill. These people are really powerful. Just relying on this little bit of information, they have analyzed the data of chain lightning in a few words. This requires the deepest understanding of the game, which really makes Wang Qianduo admire it. Chain lightning. Seeing that they were so curious, Wang Qianduo directly sent the attributes of the skill to the team channel. Very strong, I envy you. It seems that I can attract more monsters in a while. This skill has only a 10-second cooldown. This is the first legendary skill I have seen in the game. It really deserves the word legend. Okay, stop being envious. Your curiosity is almost satisfied. Next, I will continue the dungeon. Cat, go touch the boss. Okay. Call me the God of War replied. The Sword of Miracles seemed to have a lot of prestige among them. As soon as he spoke, several people stopped talking. The Dire Wolf boss provided 3 items to everyone, 1 exquisite claw weapon blueprint, 1 exquisite material, and 1 ordinary material. In other games, if the boss drops this kind of thing, those games may be close to bankruptcy. But this game is an attitude. You can play it or not. After everyone confirmed that Wang Qianduo didn't want the blueprint, it was assigned to Sister Mao. It is said that fist and claw weapons have always been her favorite. I didn't expect that she got them at once. She was lucky. Brother Qianwang, how much are your attack, defense and health? As the few people recovered and walked towards the extension of the dungeon, Sister Mao, who called me the God of War, asked Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo had such an equipment advantage. If they didn't use it, it would be against their status as professional players, but they still needed to understand it first. Attack 167, defense 28, health 1300. Wang Qianduo thought about it, and said it truthfully. Although he hadn't told the few people his attack and defense values, they should have had a rough estimate in their hearts. However, even if they estimated it, they still couldn't stay calm after hearing such abnormal attributes. Fuck. Yun Zhongda couldn't help but swear. It's really abnormal, but this makes our dungeon much simpler. You listen to my command, and we will pass this normal difficulty dungeon quickly. With your help, maybe we can rush to the abyss. By the way, do you want to go to the abyss dungeon? After saying that, Sister Mao looked at Wang Qianduo. Yes, I was just about to ask you. I have a task here. Let's discuss it later. I share it with you. See how you can get the highest reward. Wang Qianduo shared General Huang's task with several people. He would definitely not be able to complete this task by himself. Instead of looking for other unreliable teammates, it is better to share it directly with these masters, and at the same time reduce their doubts about their own equipment channels. At the same time, although Wang Qianduo didn't have much contact with them for a long time, they left a good impression on him. With their skills, it was impossible not to see that Wang Qianduo was a novice, but they never showed disdain, which was not easy. Although the Mecha blocked him from seeing the expressions, he could still hear the emotions of the people from their words. The only hidden task. No wonder your equipment is so good. This task is obviously a long-term task. It seems that your takeoff is unstoppable. After looking at the task, although they wanted to appear calm, they still couldn't help it. At the same time, the people on both sides now have only one idea in their minds, that is, to attract Wang Qianduo to their own guild. So what if the operation of this task is a little bad? Operation can be improved, but this is the only task, but it is hard to find. Even the task can be shared. Which guild gets his joining will be far ahead of others, at least the initial advantage is easy to establish. He must be attracted. Chapter 16. Because Wang Qianduo showed his strength, everyone's speed increased a lot. They were no longer timid in the face of the spider monsters in the depths of the forest and the ambushed black shark interstellar pirates. They all chose the most crushing style of play and directly pulled them together to kill them instantly. With Wang Qianduo's attack and defense attributes, the fault tolerance rate is really too high. This copy may be really difficult for ordinary level 5 players, but this is indeed just a novice copy, and no one present would think it is difficult. There are 3 bosses in the normal difficulty Dark Forest, the Wolf King, the mechanical spider transformed by the black shark pirates, and the final boss, the large logging robot. Yes, the boss does not include Wang Qianduo's mission target, the hyena Mingsun. He should be a hidden boss. The Wolf King has just been solved, and the mechanical spider is even simpler than the Wolf King. The attack frequency it is proud of is not enough for everyone, and it was killed very easily. After it was killed, it left a skill disc, an ordinary level armor, and 2 exquisite materials for everyone. The CD skill is the most critical skill of the power-type mecha provocation, which is also the legendary taunt skill. Provocation, exquisite, active use the power of magic to force the target to attack you and reduce the target's defense by 5 points. Attack distance, 20. Chanting time, instantaneous. MP consumption, 10. Cooling time, 15 seconds. This skill is nothing to say, it was directly assigned to the miracle sword by everyone. After all, there was only one power-type mecha in the team. After he had this skill, Wang Qianduo never grabbed the hatred of monsters again. The ultimate boss of the dungeon is called a large logging robot, and it is also a leader-level artificial mecha. This robot is worthy of its name of large, and its height is nearly 3 times that of everyone's mecha. High attack, high defense, the giant chainsaw in its hand swings past, and large tracts of trees collapse. But such large things have a common weakness, that is, they are not sensitive enough. The miracle sword easily played with the opponent, and did not let the opponent hit once to clear all the opponent's health. After the logging robot fell, it left everyone with the blueprint of its weapon, the logging chainsaw, but unfortunately no one liked it. Helplessly, everyone could only roll him, and then the person who got the equipment decided his ownership, and then Wang Qianduo was lucky to get this equipment. Solved. The most suitable level team dungeon, the drop rate is indeed much higher. Prepare for the difficult mode, brother Qin Wang. Do you have a guild? Do you want to come to our guild? Our guild's welfare is absolutely first class, and there are many young ladies. After distributing the equipment, everyone came to the dungeon. When preparing to enter the difficult mode dungeon, Yun Zhongde took the opportunity to say, "Why should I go to your guild? We the Qin are not better than you Sword and Rose." After hearing Yun Zhongde's words, Wang Qianduo didn't say anything, but Sister Mao got anxious first. "How can you the Qin be better than us? Last year in the guild competition, we were 3rd and you were 4th. Doesn't that explain the problem? That's because our president was ill and didn't come. Otherwise, how could you do it? And we are the most beautiful girl, do you have it?" Yun Zhongde said unconvinced. "Does your guild leader know that you want to introduce her to someone else?" This. Sister Mao's words hit Yun Zhongde's heart. Just when he was about to say something, Wang Qianduo spoke. "Stop arguing, I have a guild," Wang Qianduo said, looking at the word 7 groups of mountains and seas written in the column of his mercenary group. Before coming to this dungeon, he was pulled into the mercenary group by Lin Qimeng. The mercenary group is the guild at this stage, but it is somewhat different from the guild. Its upper limit is only about 1,000 people. The major guilds can't do anything because they can't meet the conditions for establishing a large guild at present. In the mecha world, if players want to establish a guild, they need a fortress-level sky fortress as the guild's base. This point directly blocked everyone. Even if they already know how to build this thing and have drawings, a very important thing, the fortress energy core, has not been seen by anyone. So at this stage, no matter how strong your guild is, all players play mercenaries, and no one can establish a guild. "You have a guild now." After Wang Qianduo finished speaking, the 4 of them said in surprise. This was not good news for them. Perhaps a future rival was born. "Yun Zhongde, brother, I advise you not to join any small guilds. Not only will it affect your future development, but small guilds will also cause a lot of trouble." "I know, but there is no way. The guild was established by the company, and there is no way to refuse," Wang Qianduo said. "Established by your company? May I ask which company is yours?" "Shanghai Group." "Shanghai. Is that the rule breaker who uses money to hit people? Your company's reputation in the circle." Yun Zhongde wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by the Sword of Miracle. The fact that Wang Qianduo could join Shanghai at this time and act alone shows that he is not a low-level employee in Shanghai. Because if he is a low-level employee, he can't join Shanghai's mercenary group at this time when he just entered the game. At the same time, he can't be a professional player recruited by Shanghai, because then he can't act alone. He can only be a member of Shanghai's management team, and it's not easy for them to dig such people. The cost is too high, and the money they can offer may not impress the other party. After all, Shanghai Group is much stronger than the club behind them. Before this game came out, they didn't even have the opportunity to talk to Shanghai Group. "I don't know much about the company, but I don't want to leave yet, so I can only say sorry to everyone," Wang Qianduo said. "It's nothing, let's add each other as friends, and we can keep in touch in the future." After adding friends, they finally entered the difficult mode of the Dark Forest. The difficult mode of the Dark Forest is indeed not comparable to ordinary ones. There are some elite monsters among the monsters in the dungeon in the difficult mode, and the boss is 5 levels stronger. However, it is still not good enough, especially after several people have acquired some skills. It is even worse. The main output of the Dark Forest dungeon is actually various basic skills. The propulsion device that Wang Qianduo wants is actually not that important to ordinary players, because they will get a normal level thruster in the main quest, which is enough for them to use for a long time. After the last boss of the dungeon, the lumberjack, was killed, the system prompted Wang Qianduo to summon the hidden boss, the hyena Mingsun. But after discussing it, several people did not summon it directly. They planned to challenge the nightmare to get higher rewards. Go out first, then go to the difficult level twice, brush up some skills, otherwise the four of us may not be good enough to go to the nightmare. The intelligence of the monsters in the nightmare dungeon is not comparable to the ordinary and difficult ones. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has changed the dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, Sister Cat said, and everyone knew what he said was true. This game has been open for a year, and the number of teams that can pass the nightmare dungeon of the same level can be counted on 2 hands. Most people, even if they enter the dungeon at the highest level 12, still cannot beat the nightmare dungeon. And no one can clear the dungeon 5 times a day. They can use 2 of them to strengthen themselves. Everyone did what they said, because they had gained a lot from clearing the level, and the difficult dungeon was much easier for him than the last time. After the 3 difficult dungeons were over, several people had a wave of skill enhancements. Wang Qianduo also gained 3 skills: pick, block and charge strike, which gave him a lot more offensive and defensive means. Pick/repel, normal, active LV1. Swing the weapon to repel the enemy briefly, and cause 120% attack damage. Attack distance, depends on the attack distance of the weapon. Chanting time, instantaneous. MP consumption, 10. Cooling time, 5 seconds. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Block, normal, active parry the enemy's physical attack, and reduce the damage depending on the completion of the action. Chanting time, instantaneous. MP consumption, 0. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Charge strike, exquisite, active LV1. Charge the weapon in hand and cause 130% to 230% attack damage to the enemy. Attack distance, depends on the weapon's attack distance. Chanting time, 0 to 5 seconds. MP consumption, 30. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Proficiency, 0/200. Chapter 17. The explosion rate of several people is obviously much higher than the big data published by players on the forum, and the basic skills are almost complete. Wang Qianduo can actually learn the basic skills of the 3 attributes, but he doesn't want to reveal the secret. Moreover, Wang Qianduo feels that he should decide on the direction as soon as possible, because the proficiency of mecha skills cannot be ignored in improving strength. If he continues to practice all 3 systems, then what awaits him will be biting off more than he can chew. At the same time, he just strengthened the engine of the Phoenix Blood Heart to level 5, and the Phoenix Blood Heart will usher in the first evolution. He has all the materials for evolution, but they are placed in the warehouse. He plans to get them after the dungeon is over. Now the only regret is that the propulsion device he has been thinking about is still nowhere to be seen. He really doesn't like the equipment of other parts, and the other equipment he lacks, the energy shield, has not been released. The Sword of Miracles, and several people have also gained a lot. If these basic skills enrich his attack methods for Wang Qianduo, they are super enhancements for several people. Every skill in their hands can turn decay into magic, especially the coordination of skills, which made Wang Qianduo say I've learned it after watching it. Let's go back to the city to reorganize, or just go all out. After the 3 difficult dungeons were completed, Yun Zhongde looked at Wang Qianduo and said, after all, this task is his, and everyone still has to respect his opinion. Do you need to upgrade your equipment? Wang Qianduo looked at the few people and asked back. They just got several blueprints, which did not improve Wang Qianduo. No, these equipments are not qualitatively improved. The Nightmare Dungeon requires you to resist monsters and deal damage. We can only help you with control and assistance. Improving those attributes is not very helpful. There is no need to waste time, said the Sword of Miracles. Okay, let's go into the dungeon, Wang Qianduo said, triggering the dungeon portal. The Sword of Miracle had just given him the captain position. The Nightmare level Dark Forest has a different environment from the normal and difficult ones. The sky in the Nightmare Dungeon is not only darker, but also filled with various magical elements, and the forest is also more gloomy and weird. The crowd did not walk far when 2 huge dire wolves came from the tall bushes on both sides of the forest, and attacked Wang Qianduo at the front of the team. Use a stab at the one on the left. Cat Sister's voice came, and Wang Qianduo immediately followed the command, shoving the Minghong knife in his hand upwards, and a silver arc passed. -260. A damage number flashed, and the dire wolf on the left was shoved back. At this time, Cat Sister's voice sounded again. Use a double hit to chase, try to aim at its waist. Wang Qianduo did it without hesitation, stepped forward, and stabbed the dire wolf with the Minghong knife continuously. Equals 140. Critical hit, weakness break -739. 2 damage numbers floated above the head of the dire wolf that was knocked away by Wang Qianduo, and its health bar was directly emptied. The 4 times damage of the critical hit on the weakness is simply unreasonable. No matter how you look at it, Lao Wang's damage is unreasonable. Songhai Mingwa sighed as she looked at the damage dealt by Wang Qianduo. When the dire wolf on the right pounced, the miracle sword drove the mecha forward in 1 step, and then slapped it with a shield. After the dire wolf was repelled, they did not immediately move forward again, but watched everyone from a distance. At the same time, after seeing the miserable end of their companions, they fled directly back to the forest. Everyone wanted to stop it, but Yun Zhongde and the other 3 did not do enough damage. The miracle sword could not attack, and Wang Qianduo missed the target and failed to stop it. Be prepared to welcome the wolves and the boss. When the boss approaches, Lao Wang will directly throw chain lightning at it. Then, pick it up and use 2 combos to suppress it. Then start to charge. If the boss comes up, chop the boss. If it doesn't come up, chop the monsters we lure over. Remember to charge horizontally for the power slash, and keep holding the weapon tightly. Don't let the power loose as soon as the slash is made. This is the only way to perform a range attack. Then wait for the cooldown. If you can use normal attacks, use them. Don't force it. We will help you hold the monsters back. Seeing the dire wolf running away, Sister Cat said immediately, and then several people began to prepare with full body infusion. This is the nightmare copy. The monsters in the copy are extremely intelligent, and are exactly the same as real creatures. The wolf did not run away, but went to get help. It won't be long before other dire wolves in the forest will come with the King of Waves to besiege everyone. It is precisely because of this that some methods of using the game system in normal and difficult modes cannot be used. The nightmare copy is the test of true strength. Not long after Sister Cat finished speaking, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the forest around the few people, and 1 pair of eyes, as big as car lights, was particularly conspicuous. The dire wolf pack has arrived. The Wolf King at the head is much taller than the ordinary and difficult ones. Although he is still a level 5 leader, his attributes are definitely not comparable to the ordinary and difficult ones. Dire Wolf King. LV 5. Leader Nightmare. HP 7000. MP 1000. Attack 240. Defense 30. Skills: Surprise Attack, Crush, Ground Spike Burst, Fierce Roar. After the Wolf King roars with magic energy, it and its subordinates will increase attack and speed by 20%, and reduce defense by 10%. Rage: the Abyss Boss will enter rage when the blood volume is less than 20%, and the attack will increase by 50%. This attribute is more than twice as strong as the normal one, and its skills have become more dangerous. Old Wang, be careful, I will remind you. Sister Cat said, as she looked at the attributes of the Wolf King said by Wang Qianduo. Okay. After a few simple conversations, the few people chose to start the monster. Yun Zhongde shot an arrow at the Wolf King's eyes, but the Wolf King avoided it. Yes, it avoided it. The intelligence of the monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon is so abnormal. After avoiding Yun Zhongde's attack, the Wolf King roared and attacked everyone. Although its body was huge, it was extremely agile. It turned and moved on the trunks of the forest, and came above everyone in a few steps, and then swooped down towards Yun Zhongde. But just when he was about to fall in front of Yun Zhongde, a silver lightning directly hit it while it was still in the air. -727, stunned for 0.2 seconds. This lightning bolt directly electrocuted 1/10 of his health, but it didn't end there. After hitting him, the lightning bolt flew into the pack of dire wolves that were sprinting with the Wolf King. 6 unlucky guys suffered, and even the second unlucky dire wolf that was hit had its health directly cleared. At the same time, because of the paralysis effect of the chain lightning, the dire Wolf King was stunned at that moment. Wang Qianduo directly seized the opportunity, and used the pick attack plus 2 consecutive attacks. -220. -143. -126. -126. The skill resets the back swing of the normal attack, which is a skill that Wang Qianduo and Sister Cat learned. It is difficult to reset the skill again, so he didn't dare to use it. A series of damage numbers floated above the dire Wolf King's head, and its health value dropped rapidly. Then Wang Qianduo began to charge the Minghong knife in his hand, but the Wolf King had gotten rid of the stiffness just now and jumped back. However, Wang Qianduo did not cancel the charging action in his hand, because the miracle sword had brought the pack of dire wolves to find him. I saw that several people used various means together, and the wolves were gathered around Wang Qianduo at an incredible angle. At this time, the Wolf King's eyes were red, and a roar sounded. The wolves burst into red light, and took advantage of the momentum to pounce on Wang Qianduo. Oh my, Lao Wang, be careful. This kind of change was unexpected by several people. They still underestimated the wisdom of the monsters in the Abyss dungeon. However, Wang Qianduo was not panicked at all at this time. His experience of 2 lives made him calmer than ordinary people. When most of the wolves entered his surroundings and prepared to attack him, the Minghong knife in his hand moved. A full moon of cold light bloomed. Critical hit -1012. Wang Qianduo directly hit the full power attack and crit, and all the wolves rushing towards him were chopped back, and they whimpered and died directly after landing. 2/3 of the dire wolves were taken away by this attack, which reduced the pressure on the field. Cool. Yun Zhongda praised and immediately pulled back the remaining dire wolves, and the 3 members of Miracle Sword did the same. Now is not the time to relax. The cunning of the dire Wolf King has taught them a lesson. In order to prevent accidents, they must go all out. Seeing his companions being eliminated, the Wolf King roared again and jumped high again. It's not that it only remembers to eat and not to fight. The reason why it jumps up is that its skill, Ground Spike Burst, requires it to jump up to release. But the golden eyes of Unit 0 flashed with golden light, and what was waiting for it was another chain of lightning. Weak point broken, critical hit reduced by 39-34. In the eyes of several people, it was unlucky this time. The chain of lightning directly hit, and hit its weak point in the abdomen. Nearly 4,000 damage made the Wolf King directly residual blood, and then Wang Qianduo used another set of combos to beat him to death. Yun Zhongda and the others who had been keeping an eye on this place immediately exploded upon seeing this, and cleared its last bit of health. Chapter 18. It was really tragic that the Wolf King didn't even have a chance to go berserk before he died. When the Wolf King fell, the wolves retreated. What a waste of experience! Wang Qianduo murmured as he watched the wolf running back to the depths of the forest. He experienced firsthand how difficult it was to level up in this game. Now those who ran away were elite monsters that could provide a lot of experience. The 4 members of the Sword of Miracles. Is this human language? Don't feel sorry for it. You were lucky this time and got a quadruple crit. Otherwise, it would not be that easy for us to deal with it. Didn't you notice that his roar skill could actually be stacked? Sister Cat said. Maybe, Wang Qianduo said. What the few people didn't know was that Wang Qianduo knew that his next skill would definitely be a crit, because he activated the skill weakness attack of the fire eyes and golden pupils, but he didn't expect that this crit would be a weakness crit. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a legendary equipment, and the effect is really awesome. Next is the exciting time to touch corpses, and it is still Cat's sister who makes the move. The monsters, after all, are elite monsters, and they also drop some items, but everyone no longer cares about them. They care more about the Wolf King, and the Terror Wolf King is also very powerful. It gave everyone 2 equipment drawings and a skill. One of the equipment is a refined sword and shield design. It gave the Miracle Sword, and the skill is a pick and slash skill, which is somewhat useless. There is also a rare energy core blueprint that is not limited to a profession. This is a bit of a story. Except for Wang Qianduo, the other 4 people want this thing. As for Wang Qianduo, when he saw that this thing was his duplicate equipment, he immediately lost interest. He has graduated from the energy core, right? What's the use of this kind of thing for him? What do you think of this level of things? Yun Zhongda said to Sister Mao and Sanhai. Roll, what else can I say? Wang Qianduo said subconsciously. Old Wang, rolling seems fair, but it is the biggest unfairness to you. You have contributed the most in this copy, and you know that we are a team. If you roll, you will suffer a lot. Yun Zhongda explained to Wang Qianduo. After hearing his words, Wang Qianduo wanted to say, you can roll with confidence, I don't like this thing. But after thinking about it, he still didn't open his mouth. After all, the other person said good things, but he still looked at the attributes of the blueprint with disdain. In this way, we give priority to old Wang for what he needs, and we bid for what he doesn't like. How about it? Sister Mao thought for a while, and said to Wang Qianduo. It can be seen that both sides have spared no effort to win over Wang Qianduo. No, I bid with you guys, I still have some savings. Lao Wang thought for a while, and said, it seems that he contributed more to this dungeon. But without them, Wang Qianduo would not be able to pass this dungeon. If he agrees with them, he will owe favors, and based on Lao Wang's many years of social experience, favors are the most difficult to repay. Okay. Then this equipment. You guys bid? Hiss. Several people took a breath almost at the same time. What kind of equipment is he? He doesn't even like this equipment that can be used before level 20, but they didn't ask much, and finally the equipment was bought at the price of 150 gold crystals, and Lao Wang got 30 gold crystals. This is already a huge sum of money in the early stage, but it is far less than Sand Scorpion Tail. Otherwise, why is the reputation of Shanghai Guild not so good? They are too good at using money to attack people, and they have destroyed the originally stable market. After everyone divided the equipment and rested for a while, they continued to move forward. Beyond the territory of the wild wolf is the chassis of the spider and the interstellar pirate. The monsters here are mainly sneak attacks, but their distribution locations have long been announced on the forum. So they fought very easily in this stage, and there was no situation where the monsters reported the news and attracted the boss. The Lord Mechanical Modified Spider at this stage is also easy to deal with. It may be because its brain was damaged during the modification. It does not have the IQ of the Wolf King. It was easily pressed to the ground by everyone, and another rare equipment blueprint was given to everyone. And it was a rare level weapon blueprint, but this weapon was a power-type battle axe. Among those present, only Miracle Sword could be equipped with this item, but Sister Cat and Songhai Minghua obviously didn't want to give him a bargain, so Miracle Sword spent another 100 gold crystals to get this equipment. Boss, no money. After packing up the spoils left by the spider, Yun Zhongda said to Miracle Sword as they walked towards the final boss, the lumberjack. The two auctions had left them exhausted, and they didn't have much money left. It doesn't matter, the harvest this time is enough. If there are any more good things, we will be unlucky. And you think they can have a big harvest, don't underestimate the 1,000 kings. Miracle Sword said. While the two were muttering, a team of 6 interstellar pirates appeared in front of them. When they saw each other, the interstellar pirates of the species team also found them directly. Just when these interstellar pirates wanted to escape, Lao Wang threw a series of lightning. Seeking support as soon as you meet the enemy is the biggest difference between the monsters in the Abyss dungeon and the monsters in the ordinary dungeon. However, under Wang Qianduo's electrotherapy, 5 of the 6 interstellar pirates were taken away directly, and the remaining one had little blood. However, he raised his hand and shot out a firework, which stunned everyone. Yun Zhongda, one arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet? Wang Qianduo, fireworks in the forest. Aren't you afraid of being imprisoned? Miracle Sword, this firework is really a bit too showy. Songhai Mingyu, sure. The moment the fireworks came out, the 4 people almost said at the same time. Sister Cat, okay, what era are these old jokes? Still using them here. Ha ha ha. The 4 men were originally laughing together, but one of them disappeared while laughing. Wang Qianduo smiled twice, then stopped and said to everyone, can we defeat the 2 bosses? The system prompts me that I need to activate the task within 3 minutes. It seems that the hyena and the logging machine will arrive together. Everyone, Miss Cat, activate it. If you can't defeat it, start over. No one has ever defeated this hidden boss. Let's try it first. The incident happened suddenly, and Wang Qianduo didn't hesitate much and chose to activate it directly. Then he heard the rumbling of the forest in the distance, and then the huge logging mecha, which was as big as an ordinary hill, broke through the tall bushes and appeared in front of everyone. Its mecha arms, made of long saws, are taller than everyone else's mechas. Isn't this size a little unfair? Several people looked at the huge mecha in front of them, and although they were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but say, something's wrong. I've read the information of the final boss of this nightmare copy, and it's definitely not so exaggerated, said Sister Cat. It seems to be related to the hidden mission. Yun Zhongda. Giant Logging Mecha Special. LV5. Leader Abyss. HP 10,000. MP 2,000. Attack 300. Defense 100. Skills, Raid, Sweep, Trample, Earth Shatter, Death Blade, Rage. Wang Qianduo didn't say much, but directly posted his attributes to the channel. It seems that the word special has a deep meaning. Fortunately, it's not a double boss. Stop talking about that, he's coming. Just when everyone was still discussing how this boss was, the logging robot didn't tolerate them, and turned the chainsaw in its hand and swung it horizontally towards everyone. Several people narrowly avoided it. If they were hit by this move, everyone except Wang Qianduo would die. This is not a boss that can be resisted head-on. Prepare to kite him and pay attention to attacking the joints more, Sister Cat said after dodging the attack of the logging mecha. If this kind of reminder mecha attacks the miracle sword, even if he uses the shield to catch the opponent's attack, he will be directly hit with crushing damage. That is, the shield can't provide protection for him, and everyone needs to find a way to deal with him. After Sister Cat finished speaking, the giant logging mecha raised its arm and chopped towards her. It seems that he is also intelligent, and it seems to be quite intelligent. But just as his attack was about to land, an arrow hit his hand joint directly, causing his attack to fail. Although he quickly broke the arrow, Sister Cat was out of his attack range. Chapter 19. Yun Zhongda's arrow was the attack signal for Lao Wang and his group. When the giant mecha turned around to attack Yun Zhongda, a bolt of lightning hit its chest directly, then flew to the woods behind him and bounced up in the woods. Critical hit reduced by 1500, stun for 0.1 seconds. There are still monsters ambushing in the woods behind him. This boss is quite sinister. Everyone looked at the lightning raging in the woods, and their hearts sank. Fortunately, Wang Qianduo's damage was powerful, and one strike directly knocked off more than 1/10 of his health. If he was lucky, he could take down the boss in a few times, but they needed time. Although except for Wang Qianduo, several people were top-notch masters, sometimes in the face of absolute attribute suppression, simple skills were not enough. With the boss's strong resilience, Wang Qianduo's skill that was supposed to stun for 0.5 seconds became a stun for 0.1 seconds. So the logging mech woke up almost instantly, and then the huge chainsaw arm chopped straight towards Wang Qianduo. The energy flowed on the chainsaw, and it was obvious that a skill was released. But just when his attack was about to hit Wang Qianduo, he suddenly cancelled the skill and turned to look at the Sword of Miracles. Seeing this scene, Sister Cat said sincerely, "Awesome." The Sword of Miracles didn't do anything else just now, he just taunted the logging mech. But the timing of this time is not something that everyone can grasp. The logging mech was obviously going to release his skill, Earth-Splitting Slash. If the taunt of the Sword of Miracles was faster, then this attack would not be interrupted, but would directly chop him. With the attack and speed of the logging mech, if this attack hits him, he will definitely die. If he was slower just now, he would not be able to interrupt this skill, and Wang Qianduo would be in danger. Although Wang Qianduo's speed is much faster than everyone else due to the attribute problem, they believe that Wang Qianduo can't dodge it. Wang Qianduo, So the Sword of Miracle is really amazing. Among the active players, only a few people can control the timing like this. But now is not the time to sigh, the logging mech's attack did not stop. After it looked at the Sword of Miracle, the huge chainsaw was ready again. This time he used a sweep, but as soon as he raised his weapon, an arrow hit him again. But this time it hit its armpit, and the giant mech's attack was affected again, but it was not interrupted. But the next energy bomb directly broke through the defense and interrupted his attack again. Then just as it raised its foot to attack again, another plasma hit his head. -652. Wang Qianduo was unlucky this time and failed to hit a critical hit, but the damage was still considerable. "You damn rubbish, I'm going to cut you into small pieces." The logging mech, whose skills were interrupted several times, finally got angry, and a gloomy voice came from it, echoing throughout the forest. He actually has lines. This guy really doesn't seem simple. Is this the point? You are not simple, okay. Be careful of his attacks. The four of them are indeed masters. They can still find time to chat at this time, which makes Wang Qianduo tremble with fear. But they were sure of it. As they cooperated with each other, the giant logging mecha was unable to use even one skill, and could only rage helplessly. His younger brothers hiding in the woods had been killed by Wang Qianduo's chain lightning. However, when its health dropped to about 1/3, the situation on the field changed. The chainsaw on the logging mecha's arm shot out, and hit Songhai Mingwei, who couldn't dodge in time. -1200. After the damage number floated out, Songhai Mingwei's mecha turned into a data stream and disappeared in the copy. Songhai Mingwei also disappeared and turned into a god's perspective. Oh! The worst one died. Yun Zhongda saw Songhai Mingwei fall down and taunted him directly, really not leaving any face. "Stop talking nonsense, don't let it pick up the weapon again," said the Sword of Miracle. However, the logging mecha didn't seem to have the intention to pick up the weapon. After killing Songhai Mingwei, it suddenly stopped there. Then not long after, the chest of the logging mech suddenly opened, and then a brown-yellow figure flew into the sky and looked at Wang Qianduo and others below. Hyena Type 1 Mech Mink Sun. LV5. Leader Abyss. HP 3300. MP 1000. Attack 200. Defense 25. Skills: Assault, Energy Bomb, Grenade Launch, Single Soldier Anti-Tank Gun, Rage. I didn't expect that the giant logging mech was driven by the Hyena Mink Sun. Although there is some suspicion of nesting dolls, I have to say that the other party's driving ability is really strong. Driving a mech is not like reading books or newspapers, nor is it a matter of playing house. This hyena can drive a mech to control another mech, which is equivalent to driving a small car to drive a large car. This driving skill is indeed very strong, and he is controlling a man-made mecha that is more difficult to control. But now, it seems that it is not the time to sigh. The blue flames behind the hyena-type mecha in the sky spewed out and hovered there steadily. It's not easy, this boss can actually fly. Old Wang, is the attack distance enough? Not enough, he is flying too high. Scatter quickly. Just as several people were discussing, the mecha in the sky raised both hands, and dozens of grenades flew towards everyone. Everyone could only dodge with their own magical powers, but Sister Cat and Yun Zhongde were taken away directly because they had no cover. Wang Qianduo survived with his excellent attributes, and Miracle Sword was killed by the shield in his hand. I will lure him down, you prepare to attack. Miracle Sword said after the situation on the field and ran towards Mink Sun. He avoided several attacks from Mink Sun, while turning and moving, and then hid under the huge logging mecha. In order to attack him, Mink Sun's flying figure in the sky involuntarily lowered a lot, and soon it was within Wang Qianduo's attack range. Wang Qianduo knew that the opportunity could not be missed, so golden light flashed in his eyes again, and the arc appeared in his hand again. Just when Mink Sun took away the Sword of Miracle with one shot, the silver thunder directly hit him flying in the sky. Weakness broken, critical hit reduced by 3736. Hyena Mink Sun's 3300 blood was not enough, and Wang Qianduo's blood bar was directly emptied by one attack. At the same time, with the final boss being killed, the entire copy was over, and the dead people were resurrected one after another, and the data stream was transformed back into a mecha again. System prompt: Congratulations on killing Hyena Mink Sun, and gain 1,500 experience points. Nice, Lao Wang. Lao Wang, you are really awesome. With this damage, you are the boss. After the four people were resurrected, they talked to each other. Don't say so much, touch the corpse quickly, I am really looking forward to the hidden boss of this abyss copy. Wang Qianduo interrupted the flattery of several people. He still had a clear understanding of his level. He was able to defeat this boss, because of his powerful attributes and skills. His operation was incomparable to that of several people. Hyena Mink Sun provided a total of 8 items to everyone, but Mink Sun's head, confidential letters, and a box of or were all Wang Qianduo's task items. 2 of the remaining 5 items were materials, and the remaining 3 were what everyone was concerned about. These 3 items are U4 type liquid nitrogen propulsion device drawings, special alloy steel armor design drawings, and logging chainsaw. All 3 are rare equipment, but the boss weapon chainsaw is a complete set, and the other 2 are blueprints. What do you mean? Sister Mao asked directly about the equipment. All 3 pieces of equipment are top-notch at the current stage, especially the propulsion device, which is far better than the blank one given in the task. Go ahead. Wang Qianduo said directly. He didn't want to take advantage of the few people. Okay. After looking at him, the few people didn't object. Let's bid for the propulsion device first. Everyone is concerned about this thing. 100 gold starting. Sister Mao said. 100 gold. Yun Zhongde gave a low price. 150 gold. Sister Mao bid, directly persuading Yun Zhongde and the other 2 to retreat. 160 gold. Wang Qianduo followed. However, after he made the offer, both parties looked at him deeply, and they were all very surprised that he could come up with so much money. The few people could come up with so much money because it was the funds given to them by their guild, and it was not easy for Wang Qianduo to come up with so much money. After Wang Qianduo made his bid, the 2 parties tacitly agreed not to bid again, and the item naturally fell into his pocket. Then came the armor blueprint. This time, Wang Qianduo directly quoted 150 gold. Hearing his words, several people immediately took a breath of cold air. How much is the profit of this hidden task? Okay. They misunderstood again. Chapter 20. But Wang Qianduo's offer of 150 gold this time did not scare off the people on both sides, but aroused their curiosity. They wanted to see how much money Wang Qianduo had. 170 gold. Sister Mao said after looking at Wang Qianduo. 200 gold. Wang Qianduo did not hesitate and raised the price again. Now they stopped talking, because raising the price again would be detrimental to their purpose of winning over Wang Qianduo. If you are really rich, can you tell us how many gold crystals you have left? Everyone gave up the auction, and Sister Mao asked after the equipment fell into Wang Qianduo's pocket. Wang Qianduo looked at the tens of thousands of gold crystals in his backpack and whispered, "Not much, not much." After the 2 pieces of equipment fell into his pocket, he did not choose to bid for the weapon again, because the positioning of the chainsaw was a long sword, which conflicted with the Minghong sword. And the face of the 2 people on both sides still had to be given, otherwise it would be good to keep this thing as a toy. As for selling, he hadn't thought about it yet. He still had to go to the dungeon with people from both sides. In the end, the knife was bought by Sister Cat for 200 gold, and the dungeon trip ended perfectly. "Let's go back and hand in a task," Wang Qianduo said calmly after several people left the dungeon. He is now extremely Buddhist. The biggest gain of this dungeon is that he saw how the masters play the game. Everyone didn't say anything. After all, this mission was led by Wang Qianduo, and they certainly followed the instructions. Everyone had been brushing the dungeon for a long time without realizing it. The most important thing was that the difficult and abyss dungeons were too time-consuming. It was already evening when they returned. This was the only time in the day on the first planet in the 5th star field when the sun could penetrate the bushes. The golden sunset shines through the trees, like gold coins dotted there, beautiful and deadly. Because if the sunlight here is not blocked by the Mecha and shines directly on the person, the super strong radiation will take the person away in a short time. Although the planet where the dark forest is located is full of trees, it is not a good planet to live on. Brother Yang, is it him? What Wang Qianduo and his group didn't know was that not long after they left the copy, they were targeted by a team of people. A voice came from a black mecha holding a super large mecha sniper rifle. A green mecha behind the black mecha stepped forward and said, "Yes, his mecha skin is very special. I made a mistake that day." "But?" "Then I do it," the white mecha said, about to pull the trigger in his hand. But he was immediately stopped by the green mecha. "Are you stupid? Didn't you read other people's information?" "Others? Who?" "The first commander of Daqin and the vice president of Jinyu." "It seems that this newbie is not simple. What do you think the people from Shanghai want to reveal this news to Lao Yang, who explodes at the slightest touch?" The driver said lightly in a dark purple mecha in the team. "What other intentions could it be? Those capitals headed by Shanghai have been trying to intervene in professional clubs since the rise of this game. But they were blocked by our traditional big clubs. Although I don't think they will be blocked forever. This is our chance to make a fortune. But these people obviously don't want to pay too much, and the simplest one is to let us disintegrate from the inside. Once I take action today and offend the 2 conferences at the same time, countless people will come together to add fuel to the flames." Then, hissed the team members took a breath of cold air when they heard the green mecha driver's analysis. These people are too scary. They know that Brother Yang has a bad temper, and that his monster was stolen. They can use such a terrible plan so quickly. Otherwise, what do you think they usually do? Then will we fight? Of course not. In fact, I was not stolen. I just didn't kill him because of my lack of strength. Even if this small account didn't take advantage, someone else would have taken advantage. Now think about it. What's there to be angry about? Let's go back. The man called Brother Yang by his teammates was the driver of the gods Apostle Mecha that Wang Qianduo took advantage of that day. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. It's just that his clenched fist showed that he was not calm in his heart, but it was unknown whether this calmness was directed at Wang Qianduo, who stole his monster, or at others. Old Wang didn't even know that he had escaped because of the miracle sword and others. But he was not afraid of being killed by others, because he had. The equipment is basically bound except for the newly obtained blueprints and some money, so being killed will not cause much loss. But who likes to be killed for no reason? Right. Home planet camp. Wang Qianduo and his party took back the mecha and walked towards the command hall, where General Huang was waiting for them. The few people who took back the mecha also revealed their faces in the game. The 4 people of Miracle Sword were all handsome men and beautiful women. Among them, Miracle Sword was mature and steady, Yun Zhongga was a little milk dog image, Songhai Mingyu was more ancient, and Sister Mao was a cold and royal sister. However, the images of several people were obviously designed by professionals, and there may be some differences from reality. After all, there are not many good kids like Wang Qianduo who enter the game with their original image. You are back. Where are the things I want? Wang Qianduo and others just came to the command hall, and General Huang came up immediately. After seeing this, the Sword of Miracle and others looked at each other and seemed quite shocked. They didn't expect that Wang Qianduo had already increased the favorability of the general of the camp to such a level. It seems that he is definitely not just lucky. Wang Qianduo is certainly not lucky, he is cheating. Among the special bonuses of VIP 15, there is one called NPC Favorability plus 1000, which means that he has won at the starting line by brushing the favorability of an NPC. And it is a lead of winning 50 meters in a 100-meter race. Here, this is the ore and hyena head you want. Wang Qianduo handed the two things directly to General Huang, who nodded and asked someone to take the things away. You did a great job. Here are your rewards. Take them. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission Zerg Shadow 1 Hyena Mink Sun, with a completion rate of 100%. Your home base reputation has been upgraded to respected, you have obtained the position team leader, you have gained 1000 experience points, 20 gold crystals, and the rare skill Instant Slash. Instant Slash, Rare Universal LV1. Approach the enemy at an extremely fast speed, and cause physical damage of 200% of the enemy's attack power. Attack distance, 200. Chanting time, 0. MP consumption, 50. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Proficiency, 0/300. Looking at the expressions of the miracle swords, you can see that the rewards for this hidden mission are indeed generous, especially the rewards for the universal skills. This skill is not simple. General, you have gained something this time. Well, follow me. Just as the few people were counting their gains, Wang Qianduo and General Huang walked to the back of the hall. Seeing this, the 4 members of the Sword of Miracles knew that this was Wang Qianduo's follow-up mission. And Wang Qianduo himself did not expect that he would be called out alone. It seems that this mission is indeed bound to him, and others cannot take it away. What is the gain? General Huang said lightly after the two came to an empty office. Wang Qianduo said nothing and handed over the secret letter. He had read it, and there was only a little content in it. The first phase of the Zerg control plan has completely failed, 7 samples have escaped, and they are preparing to evacuate. These simple words, Wang Qianduo can already see the huge information hidden in them. If the Zerg in this game is the same as the one he knows, these people are obviously playing with fire. These people are damned. Can they control the universe's dominant race? Sure enough, General Huang got angry after reading the letter, and then said to Wang Qianduo, "You are not strong enough for the Zerg, so you don't need to investigate for the time being. The Black Shark Pirates actually wanted to control the Zerg, so they can't stay. So I give you this task first, and then come to me after level 10. This task may be a little difficult, you can find some friends to help you." System prompt. General Huang has issued you a hidden main task. Destroy the Black Shark Pirate leader. Do you accept it? Accept. Wang Qianduo looked at his main task, that was different from others, and chose to accept it directly. Is the hidden main task also a main task? It should be able to support him to level 10. Maybe. It's really uncomfortable to upgrade without tasks. Chapter 21. Eliminate the Black Shark Pirate leader. Hidden main line. Kill the leader of the 7th fleet of the Black Shark Pirates, who is lurking near the mother planet. Take his token, and go to Yuming to report the situation. Mission requirements. Kill Mark Bay, the leader of the 7th fleet of the Black Shark Pirates. Reward, unknown. Number limit, 1 to 8 people. The mission is to kill the boss. It is simple and clear, but why does the name of this boss look so familiar to him? But he didn't think much about it. He would go offline and check the forum later. There should be some gains. After accepting the mission, Wang Qianduo went to meet with the Sword of Miracles. Did Lao Wang get it well? It's okay, but I didn't receive the follow-up mission because the level is not high enough. That's a pity. But I gave you a hidden main line mission, killing Mark Bay, the boss of the Black Shark Pirates. Yun Zhongga, Can he hit people? He just wanted to comfort him. But when Wang Qianduo shared the task with several people, Yun Zhongga said it's so good. Mark Bay, isn't that the world boss of the safe zone? This task is not easy to complete. Sister Mao frowned as she looked at the task introduction. World boss. Mark Bay. Oh! Wang Qianduo finally remembered where he had heard this name, on the game forum. Mark Bay, the righteousness is broken, and there are no brothers when the cold light halberd comes out. He actually forgot such a famous boss, which is really wrong. This boss can be said to be one of the most famous bosses in this game. He even became popular for a while. The reason was a special weapon dropped by this boss, a halberd that can fire laser beams. because of its special properties and handsome appearance. Even though it was a low-level equipment, the price of this halberd remained high when this game was not yet popular in the world. After all, this game equipment can carry 3 pieces, but only one has a bonus attribute, and the other 2 just need to have special functions or be handsome. The cold light halberd dropped by this boss is a perfect match for these 2 points. Before the secret of this game was discovered, this halberd was sold at a sky-high price of 3 million. Then a team of players robbed the boss one day and were lucky enough to get this equipment. But they were originally in the same dormitory, but because of uneven distribution, they fought each other. In the end, only one of the 6 people in the dormitory survived and was sentenced to death. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and then this equipment became well known to the world. At present, because of this equipment, the world boss Mark Bay can be said to be the most popular boss in this game. He refreshes every 3 days, and almost every time he appears, he is sent away by countless players. It is definitely the most difficult boss to grab in the game, and Wang Qianduo's mission has once again reached a bottleneck. Don't think too much, go and replenish first, it won't refresh until tomorrow night. Lao Wang, fill up the team first. If you don't have a choice, we can help you, one more person means more hope, said the Sword of Miracles. Wang Qianduo, I think about it. Let's disband today, gather at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and plan together. Okay, let's disband first. The task has reached a bottleneck, so there is no need for the few people to force a team. Wang Qianduo now wants to go to the warehouse to get some materials to make equipment first. Then see if there are any special props that can help the task. As for finding someone to complete the task, he needs to think about it carefully. Such an important opportunity, he doesn't want to give it to others easily. But he doesn't know any masters, and he needs to level up and practice flying ability later, which is really worrying. When he came to the warehouse, Wang Qianduo took out the materials that could be used for 2 pieces of equipment, but he found that his materials seemed to be incomplete. There was no lack of high-level materials, but there seemed to be no low-level materials. What else can I do? Go to the trading area to buy. So Wang Qianduo came to the trading area again. In order to save time, he didn't choose much and bought the nearest one directly. This game has no auction house, which is really a big disadvantage. U4 type liquid nitrogen propulsion device, rare 85%, LV5. Bind. Propulsion device. Universal for mechas above LV5. Strength plus 11. Agility plus 14. Intelligence plus 5. Movement speed plus 10%. Flight unlocked. Sprint. Increase movement speed by 20% after activation. Note, flies slowly. Special alloy steel armor, rare 40%, armor. Universal for mechas above LV5. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 4. Intelligence plus 3. Defense plus 14. Damage reduction plus 5%. Note, fly faster. The 2 pieces of equipment are equipped directly with virtual images. When the propulsion device is equipped, the back of Unit 0 changes, and 4 jets appear neatly on the back of Unit 0. After synthesizing the 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Qianduo evolved the Phoenix Blood Heart again, allowing it to evolve from the ordinary level to the refined level. The evolved Phoenix Blood Heart increased all attributes from 5 to 10. At the same time, the all-attribute bonus of the skill Phoenix mode also evolved from 5% to 10%, and the duration evolved from 30 seconds to 60 seconds. At the same time, there was an additional entry, attack power plus 10%. Lao Wang finally realized the horror of this growth equipment. This was only its first evolution. If it evolved twice more, this equipment would probably be as terrifying as his epic equipment, the Heart of Magic Energy. It seems that this is another graduation equipment. After equipping all these equipment, Lao Wang looked at the attributes of his mecha. Type 0 Initial Mecha. HP, 1610. MP, 1380. Attack, 211. Defense, 38. Strength, 111. Agility, 119. Intelligence, 88. Attack speed, plus 2%. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack power plus 10%. Damage reduction plus 5%. HP recovery plus 100%. MP recovery plus 200%. All skill levels plus LV2. Skill attack power plus 10%. Skill damage plus 10%. Critical hit rate, 30%. Cooling reduction, 10%. Ignore defense, 15%. U distance plus 50%. MP recovery, 9 per second. Features, universal. Equipment, magic source, Phoenix Blood Heart, fiery eyes, Special alloy steel armor, U4 liquid nitrogen propulsion device, weapons. Minghong, X1 mechanical crossbow. Passive skill, armor break, legend, skills, double hit, chain lightning, perfect, pick, normal, block, normal, charged hit, exquisite, instant slash, rare, equipment skills, phoenix mode, magic burst, insight, see-through, weakness attack, extreme sprint. If this attribute is taken to the forum, people will believe it if it is said to be level 25, and even if it is a level 30 mecha, the entries may not be as many as the current Unit 0. The bonus of epic and legendary equipment is too terrifying. I haven't heard of anyone who has seen this level of weapons on the forum. Wang Qiandu admired the attributes for a while, and then closed it. He was going to the practice field to practice flying next. But before he went far, he ran into someone he didn't want to meet again. Boss, what a coincidence. What are you doing? Yes, this person is Lin Qimeng. There are two people Wang Qianduo doesn't know around him. They are not the players he met in the morning. Wang Qianduo took the lead to greet him. Although he didn't want to meet this woman, he still had to have some social skills. Nothing, just entered fatigue mode, just strolling around. Lin Qimeng smiled slightly when she saw Wang Qianduo's almost flattering expression. Lin Qimeng didn't know why the ordinary-looking person in front of him was annoying when he flattered him. Maybe his flattering expression was just to get by, or maybe it was because he was really capable. Fatigue mode means that the experience gained from killing monsters in a day has reached the upper limit, and no experience will be gained from killing monsters again. The fatigue time of this game is 6 hours. Wang Qianduo remembered this setting after hearing what Lin Qimeng said. Then he looked at his status bar. Very good, there are still 15 seconds before fatigue, which means he can still kill 1 or 2 monsters. Okay, no need to worry, now you can practice flying with confidence. Would our manager Wang like to go with us to investigate and see if we can find a loophole or something? Lin Qimeng continued. Although Wang Qianduo is an LSP, he doesn't have much idea about the woman in front of him. There is no way that the status of the two is too different. He is not a person who believes that love can overcome everything, not to mention that there is no such thing between them. He is just greedy for her body. No. No. I have other things to do, so I won't bother you. Wang Qianduo was about to leave after speaking, but at this time a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him and said, Hey! Old Wang, what a coincidence, these are the teammates you found for the hidden mission. Chapter 22. Hidden mission? After hearing Yun Zhongda's words, Lin Qimeng squinted and looked at Wang Qianduo. Who is this beauty? Your friend? Yun Zhongda didn't notice the awkward situation at all, and asked with a smile while hugging Wang Qianduo's shoulders from behind. Although Yun Zhongda is highly skilled and has a strong affinity with people, this cannot change the fact that he is just a 20-year-old boy. Young people don't like to think too much when doing things. Seeing their friends chatting with beautiful girls, of course they came up to assist. When Yun Zhongda and Wang Qianduo were arm in arm, the two people behind Lin Qimeng told Lin Qimeng about him. The first archer of sword and rose? Are you sure? Absolutely not. If we can make a mistake about this kind of star player, we really don't dare to take the salary. While chatting privately with the two, Lin Qimeng looked at Wang Qianduo again. Wang Qianduo registered an account in the company yesterday. She knew this, and he complained about it. But he had only been in the game for a day, and he knew the top masters in the game. It seems that he is not simple. Won't you introduce us? Lin Qimeng looked at Wang Qianduo, who was counting his toes. Haha, you see I forgot to introduce them. This is Yun Zhongda, and this is Lin Qimeng, my boss. The two behind should be our Shanghai masters. Well, we have something else to do, and they have to leave first. Let's talk later. Wang Qianduo laughed, and wanted to pull Yun Zhongda away. Yun Zhongda also realized that the situation might not be right, so he shut up obediently. Hey, Lao Wang, don't leave in a hurry. We can talk again. How could Lin Qimeng let Wang Qianduo get what he wanted? She grabbed Wang Qianduo, then threw him a coquettish look and said in a coquettish voice. Her expression and voice plus her beautiful face, really no man can resist, it makes people's bones soft. Talk. Hee hee. Talk. Wang Qianduo, as a senior LSP, couldn't walk when he saw this. Then several people came to a bar, and sat down inexplicably. As soon as they sat down, Wang Qianduo wanted to slap himself in the face. Why are you so weak against beauty? But since you are here, let's talk. I still have 3 places for this task. Don't say you don't care about the company. I give you a discount, 20,000 per place. The requirement is to be a master within level 10. If the level is too high, the reward may be reduced. Since you want to talk, let's be frank. 60,000 yuan is Wang Qianduo's bottom price. There are people to complete the mission together, and you can also make a small fortune. Why not be happy? The price is okay, but what about the reward for this mission? Lin Qiming took a sip of the lemonade she ordered and asked. A hidden main line that no one has ever seen. What do you think? Lin Qiming: okay, but I'm already level 10. Will it have any impact? Wang Qianduo didn't know, and then he looked at Yun Zhongde on the side. No, level 10 is a card here, and it won't have any impact if you don't exceed level 10, even if the mecha has evolved. Yun Zhongde didn't hide anything and answered their questions directly. Lin Qiming also looked at the two people who followed her, and was relieved when they nodded. Then Wang Qianduo shared the task with Lin Qiming, and asked him to bring people to gather tomorrow afternoon to plan how to complete the task. How dare you charge us 20,000 yuan for this kind of task? Lin Qiming said speechlessly, as she looked at the task shared by Wang Qianduo. You can quit if you don't want to buy it, Wang Qianduo said. Humph, I bought it. I put the money into your card. Let's go. After Lin Qiming finished speaking, she turned around and left with the two people behind her, leaving Wang Qianduo and Yun Zhongde here. Haha, Brother Wang, I'm sorry. After Lin Qiming and the others left, Yun Zhongde apologized to Wang Qianduo for what happened just now. It's okay, otherwise I was going to find someone from the company. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get the 60,000 yuan, Wang Qianduo said with a smile. He really didn't care much about what happened just now. After all, Yun Zhongde didn't have any bad intentions. After the two chatted for a few words, they also said goodbye and left. Wang Qianduo still had to practice flying, and Yun Zhongde didn't have much time for himself. Zero, what should I do? On an empty planet, Wang Qianduo was flying in the sky in a mecha, but there was a cliff in front of him. But at this moment, he really couldn't stop. Wang Qianduo looked at the mountain not far away, and he was extremely calm at this moment. The more urgent the situation, the calmer he was. This might be a talent he had opened up in his 2 lives. In a state of full concentration, Wang Qianduo seemed to feel that he and the mecha had merged into one, and no longer distinguished each other. The Zero unit, which was about to make close contact with the mountain, suddenly turned in the air, crushed the mountain in front of it with 1 foot, and flew high into the sky. However, this feeling of man-machine integration came and went quickly, but Wang Qianduo was now able to fly the mecha freely. Zero, how was my performance just now? Wang Qianduo said after landing, putting away the mecha and leaving the training ground. He found that Zero could communicate with him at will without the mecha. Perfect, your talent is absolutely 1 in a billion. Zero's electronic voice sounded in his ears. Haha, you can actually flatter. Wang Qianduo laughed, and did not take Zero's flattering words to heart. But he forgot that artificial intelligence will not lie, because that is their underlying code. Then he also brushed off his last few seconds of fatigue. Not wasting any necessary resources is a necessary condition for becoming a master. After that, Wang Qianduo came to the trading area again, wanting to see if he could equip the last piece of equipment on his body. An empty equipment slot made his obsessive-compulsive disorder feel uncomfortable, and even if he couldn't buy the equipment, it would be good to buy 2 skills, but the facts proved that he thought too much. Low-level equipment and basic skills are too popular at this stage. Almost as soon as someone puts it on the shelf, as long as the price is not too outrageous, it will be snapped up immediately. Especially some professional merchants, their speed makes Wang Qianduo far behind. It's not that Wang Qianduo can't afford the outrageous price, but he doesn't want to be the sucker. Flags are raised. Flags are raised. There are mecha duels over there in the square. Let's go to the battle between high-level players. Just as he was strolling around, he suddenly heard someone shouting, and then the crowd was in a commotion. Everyone has the desire to watch the excitement, and Wang Qianduo is no exception. He followed the crowd and surrounded it. Then we saw that the square was blocked by a square energy shield. A mecha in the shield was red, and held 2 scimitars in its hands. The other mecha was blue, and held a trident in both hands. At this time, the 2 mechas were facing each other. The mecha flag battle was a function that would only be unlocked above level 10, allowing 2 people to fight in the safe zone. Of course, it was not possible to fight anywhere. It was still necessary to go to the designated place and pay a site fee. And the better the place you choose, the more expensive the site fee, especially in the center of a town, which was simply a sky-high price for ordinary people. At this time, the 2 mechas fighting on the field were both above level 20 and evolved twice. The red one was called Dragon Hunter, which was the evolved form of the agile mecha, and the blue one was called Wave Chaser, which was the evolved form of the power Mecha. The battle had not yet started, but everyone thought it would be a one-sided battle. The driver of the Wild Hunter Mecha is not smart, right? Doesn't he know that his mecha is perfectly restrained? Yeah, whether it's agility or fire versus water, he doesn't have an advantage, right? I really don't know what he's thinking. A competition between friends? But a competition in a place like this is too extravagant, isn't it? I really envy you ignorant people. Don't you know that you are talking about Wang Xinghe, the president of Xinghe, and Yang Bo, the president of Wanli? Are you saying that the idiot is Wang Xinghe? Yes, Ba, you are the idiot. You can't talk about President Wang? By using the weak to defeat the strong? I really don't know what he's thinking? Wang Qianduo listened to the discussions of the people around him, and was also full of interest in the two people fighting on the field. He had also heard of these two people. Chapter 23. The elemental attributes of the mecha are something that will only appear after the mecha reaches level 10 and evolves once. The currently known elemental attributes are earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, light and darkness, and they have some restraint relationship with each other. There is no need to mention this now. The battle has begun. While everyone was watching the two with great interest, the two on the field did not keep everyone waiting for long. Yang Bo drove the Wave Chaser mecha and rushed towards Wang Xinghe's Dragon Hunter. The Wave Chaser did not use any skills to start, because he had a big advantage, and it was his best choice to press forward. Wang Xinghe's Dragon Hunter responded quickly. He turned one hand behind his back, and the scimitar in his hand disappeared, replaced by two rotating fiery red flywheel darts. Then he quickly threw two fiery red darts from both sides to the Wave Chaser. The dart was so fast that the Wave Chaser could not dodge it, but it did not panic. The trident in his hand flashed blue photons, and a water blue shield surrounded him. The dart hit the shield, causing violent ripples, but ultimately failed to break the defense skills of the Wave Chaser. Although the flywheel was ineffective, the Dragon Hunter did not stop. He jumped high and stabbed the Wave Chaser from the front with two knives in hand. The Wave Chaser's heavy halberd was horizontal, blocking his attack again. Then the two began a close combat collision. The scimitar and the long halberd collided, making a series of metal collision sounds. If it were not for the barrier protection, no one on the scene could bear this sound. The two mechas fighting each other gave people the feeling that two fighting masters were fighting each other, and the back and forth was very exciting. The two's maneuvers, offense and defense, are basically the best solutions for the current situation. The collision between the scimitar and the halberd makes people's blood boil. Every skill is very tight, and the skill mechanism is perfectly utilized. Wang Qianduo watched the battle on the field intently, not wanting to miss any details. Although the two are equally skilled, the Wave Chaser is better than the Dragon Hunter after all. With the release of skills, the Wave Chaser gradually gained the upper hand. He is like a general who has been on the battlefield for a long time. His attacks are open and closed, making full use of his advantage of being an inch longer and an inch stronger. Just when everyone thought that the Dragon Borrower was going to be suppressed to death, the Dragon Hunter took advantage of a successful defense and suddenly burst into flames all over his body. The two flames formed a ring that bound the Wave Chaser, making it difficult for him to break free for a while. Then a projection of an ancient fire dragon appeared behind the Dragon Hunter. He put away the two swords in his hands and replaced them with a long sword burning with flames. The sword was deep red, and the flames from the hilt formed a pair of dragon wings. As the Dragon Hunter swung, the flames swooped down towards the Wave Chaser like a dragon flying in the sky. The Wave Chaser mech, which had just escaped from its comfort, was unable to dodge, and was hit by the flame dragon head-on the right half of its body. The shield skill of the Wave Chaser, the energy shield, was directly broken by the fire dragon, and the right hand of the mech was directly destroyed. What kind of weapon is this? It actually has such a dangerous force? It's not just the weapon, but also the skill combination. 3 layers of defense, directly destroyed. This skill is too much. The situation on the field did not seem special to Wang Qianduo, a novice, but to the old players, who knew the game situation, this was too incredible. Skill shield, shield provided by Mecha shield equipment, and 3 layers of armor defense of Mecha, all broken. This is the result of crushing damage. They knew that the level of the two mechas was not much different, but this skill directly broke their cognition. I was wondering why you challenged me to duel here. It turns out that you got the ultimate skill. Yang Bo, the driver of the Wave Chaser, said in a deep voice, looking at the damage to his body. But I didn't expect you to be so easy to fool. Wang Xinghe, the driver of the Dragon Hunter, replied with a little sarcasm. I lost this time, but I remember what happened today. Yang Bo admitted defeat very happily. With his defense broken, he had no capital to fight anymore, even if the opponent had no mana. The opponent didn't need to do anything else, as long as he forced a close combat with him to exchange injuries. Then he would have no way to deal with the opponent. With Yang Bo's admission of defeat, the mechas of the two disappeared, and then the energy field disappeared together. He didn't care about the super skills at the end of this game, because he could get better and stronger ones. But it was the operation of the two that made him care. It turns out that the operation of the mecha can reach this level. The battle between the two opened the door to a new world for him, letting him know that the fight between masters was so pleasing to the eye, not what he thought. The two people in front of him were the real top of the game, much stronger than the Miracle Sword and others. In fact, the Miracle Sword and others were not much different from these two, but they fought against monsters in front of Wang Qianduo, and the operation skills were much less than PvP, player versus player. The next afternoon, Wang Qianduo and Sword of Miracles came to the place they had agreed with Lin Qimeng. You came so early? Isn't it time yet? Wang Qianduo and his group saw Lin Qimeng and the other two waiting here from a distance. They seemed to have been there for a while. You came early for nothing. Did you go on a quest together? Lin Qimeng looked at them and asked suspiciously. No, we went to the dungeon. In the morning, they had cleared several dungeons and also spent some fatigue to level up. And the dungeons they cleared 5 times were all nightmares, so the improvement of Sword of Miracles was not small. Although Wang Qianduo had almost no improvement in strength, he gained a lot of experience, which was acceptable. And dungeons do not consume fatigue time, which is one of the main means of upgrading in this game. He no longer has the main quest, so this means of gaining high experience cannot be lost. Compared to wild monsters, dungeons not only have a higher explosion rate, but also higher experience. After 5 dungeons, Wang Qianduo is almost reaching level 6, which is almost unimaginable for others. Going to a dungeon? Are you familiar with each other? And the 4 of them don't seem to be from the same guild? Lin Qimeng was still a little confused. How did these people get together? Lin Qimeng knew the people behind Wang Qianduo through the introduction of her companions. The commander of Daqin, the vice guild of Sword and Rose, is an expert that they Shanghai can't win over. Not bad. Why don't you introduce the two behind you? Wang Qianduo changed the subject. These two are Wang Ji and Li Fei, masters of our Shanghai main guild. They are similar to you, both masters who are new to the game at level 5. Li Fei, what's wrong with you? Lin Qimeng was successfully distracted by Wang Qianduo, and introduced the two people behind her to everyone. At the same time, she noticed that Li Fei's state was a little wrong. Ahem. Well, Li Fei used to be the main player of the Daqin club. Wang Ji explained the reason to Lin Qimeng in private chat. Lin Qimeng, he didn't know this news. Li Fei was just a person he played with in the club. He asked the company's game department for 2 masters of more than level 5 to do hidden tasks, and the company directly assigned him. And yesterday she only saw Yun Zhonga of Sword and Rose. Who would have thought that there were people from Daqin? Li Fei. How are you now? Is the new company okay? Just when Lin Qimeng was about to say something, Sister Mao spoke first. Hello, Sister Mao. I'm okay. Not bad. Seeing Sister Mao talking, Li Fei reluctantly greeted Sister Mao. In fact, players in game clubs are often treated like football and basketball. It often happens that teammates last season are opponents next season. But this time Shanghai's entry is different from the past. They poached players too arrogantly, which made those who were poached feel betrayed when they saw their former teammates, as if they had sold out their friends for money. In fact, this is one of the reasons why Shanghai's poaching is not so smooth now. It's okay. Work hard, and I look forward to meeting you in the future professional league, said Sister Mao with a smile. Then everyone tacitly stopped talking about this issue, and began to study Wang Qianduo's task. Chapter 24. I have shared the task with everyone. If you have any ideas, please tell me. After the group found a tavern and sat down, Wang Qianduo shared the task with everyone and said, It's very troublesome, but the reward will definitely not be small. The one who spoke was Wang Ji. He used to be a master of individual strategy in other games. After the incident of the Mecha era, he was hired by Shanghai with a large sum of money. Now the difficulty is not killing the boss, but how to accurately grab the boss. The group nodded when they heard this. They also knew this. Will hiring people to clear the scene work? No, it will affect Shanghai's reputation. Lin Qimeng denied herself. Everyone looked at her speechlessly. She was worthy of being a member of a large group. She actually wanted to clear the scene. You know, even in the past, every time Mark Bay refreshed, there were more than 1,000 people on the scene. Now, tens of thousands of people may be a small scene. And he gave up not because there were too many people, but because it affected the reputation of the guild. It has to be said that Shanghai is really rich. Clearing the area is definitely not an option. I actually have a prop that should help, but I can't master it. Seeing that everyone was helpless, Wang Qianduo gritted his teeth and sent the information of an item to the chat channel. Bomb, perfect, bind after igniting the fuse, 1 second, throw it at the target, causing 10,000 points of real damage to the target within the range. This item is a paid prop given by Wang Qianduo for VIP11, and there are only 5 of them. Although it is a fuse bomb that has been eliminated for who knows how many years, the effect is simple and direct. This thing can be said to be a magic weapon for robbing boss, but it is not so easy to operate. 10,000 HP seems a lot, but you also have to see what the situation is. In his opinion, when tens of thousands of people fight the boss, 10,000 HP is almost fleeting. If you ignite it with 10,000 HP, the boss will die several times after 1 second of reading time. So this thing needs to be predicted, but Wang Qianduo, a novice, took his head to predict, and this is a bound item that cannot be traded, and others can't help him. Old Wang, you have this good thing, why don't you take it out? This is the prop for this mission. You still want to save it, you are so cunning. This is indeed a lot simpler. As soon as Wang Qianduo took out the thing, several masters immediately talked about it. Is this thing important? The boss can't last long with 10,000 HP, right? Wang Qianduo asked doubtfully. Is it a good moral to ask when you don't understand? I can tell you didn't do your homework. The boss won't last long with 10,000 HP in the early stage. But the world boss has a special mechanism. When the HP drops to a certain level, he will have an additional damage reduction buff. The less HP, the higher the damage reduction. The last tens of thousands of HP can last for a long time. Sister Cat explained to Wang Qianduo, and Wang Qianduo remembered that the game has such a mechanism. This game is too real, and it always feels like being in reality. That's right, 10,000 real damage. As long as Lao Wang survives to the end, there will be no problem with this mission, said the Sword of Miracles. It is indeed much simpler, but the right to kill and pick up the world boss needs to be satisfied, right? Wang Ji said to the few people who looked like they were satisfied with the task. You mean the output must be in the top 30%? You don't have to worry about that. The only problem now is to keep Lao Wang alive, and that depends on our performance. Mark Bai's refresh location is planet number 1 in Starfield number 1, where there is no need to worry about being piked, which saves a lot of trouble. Sister Mao said with a smile. She was not worried about Wang Qianduo's output at all. If it was before, Wang Qianduo's level was low, and it might be a bit difficult to grab the top 30%. Now, there will be many people to send him up. As long as the players participate in killing the world boss in the Mecha world, there will be rewards. But if you want to pick up the drops, you need to meet 2 conditions, the most important of which is of course the last hit. The other is that the output of the person who hits the last hit must be in the top 30% of the ranking. If this condition is not met, the right to kill and pick up belongs to the team with the highest output. Don't worry. Lin Qiming found that she couldn't understand the capable subordinate in front of her. Was this still the person she knew? I was just lucky. I got a powerful weapon from a hidden mission. Looking at Lin Qiming's suspicious eyes, Wang Qianduo explained something. He didn't know why he explained it, but he explained it anyway. After everyone made a plan, under the advice of Sister Mao, they went to the boss refresh point of planet number 1 in Starfield number 1 a lot earlier. They can all fly, right? Lin Qiming asked after summoning the Mecha, Miracle Sword and the others, and the 2 people she brought were all initial mechas because they were not at level 10, and the propulsion devices of the mechas were not obvious. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they could all fly. Is your mecha an evolved special mecha, Long Ji? Sister Cat's expression changed when she saw Lin Qiming's mecha. Wang Qianduo also looked over curiously after hearing her words, and saw that Lin Qiming's mecha was much thinner than a normal mecha, and the whole body was snow white and dotted with flame patterns. On the soft-edged and feminine head, 2 small sharp horns branched out, like 2 newly grown sharp horns of a young dragon. At the same time, behind the mecha, there was a black tang sword floating almost as high as the mecha, and a floating ring surrounded the blade guard. The name of this mecha evolution is Long Ji, and it is a rare fire-type mecha of the same level as the previous evolution of the Dragon Hunter, the Dragon Chaser. Both are the evolution of the Agile mecha. The Dragon Princess mecha is famous for its perfect appearance and super explosive power. At the same time, the Dragon Princess mecha is also one of the few rare mechas whose evolution conditions are announced by the game system. The requirements for evolving the Agile Type 2 Mecha into the Dragon Princess are simple, but it is also difficult for many people. It is simple because the Dragon Princess Mecha only needs to add special materials to the mecha when it evolves, perfect dragon blood, and some materials from the Star Beast Dragon clan. The difficulty is the same. No matter what world the dragon is in, it is rare and powerful. The Dragon Princess Mecha still needs the pure-blooded dragon clan. In fact, it is not that these things are too expensive. After all, compared with the powerful ability of the Dragon Princess Mecha, it is nothing to spend some money. Especially women, will they care about these? Handsome and strong, it hits their soft spot, okay, but the materials of the Dragon Clan cannot be bought with money, and not everyone can pass the subsequent promotion assessment. Don't even think about it if you don't have professional level strength. In short, people who can use the Dragon Princess Mecha are not only rich, but also have professional level strength. And Lin Qiming's appearance, even if it is reduced by 20%, is still a beauty. Such people are simply winners in life, perfect templates. Yes, Dragon Princess Evolution, it took me a year to collect all the materials for evolution, otherwise I wouldn't be at level 10 now. Lin Qiming smiled and said, she is a group of people who enter the game at the opening level of this game. Hearing her answer, everyone was shocked. In order to pursue rare mechas, it took a year. The key is that mechas in this game can now be brought into reality, and her year is completely worth it. It's true that hard work pays off. He is the real protagonist, right? Great. Wang Qianduo said sincerely. Thank you. I advise you to choose a potential mecha evolution type. This thing determines your future. I will. Because everyone can fly, they all took off and flew towards the world boss Mark Bay. Your flying skills are much better than when you first started running. As everyone was flying to the destination, Sister Cat said to Wang Qianduo, who was flying skillfully. She originally thought that with his level, they would have to wait for him for a long time. She even asked everyone to go out so early. It seems that she was worrying in vain. Are you kidding? I have professional training in flying, right? Wang Qianduo said without any politeness. Lin Qiming, you are awesome. But Lao Wang, how did you learn the novice mission? We saw you kneeling for a long time at the Mecha summoning station? Yun Zhongda, oh. The emoticon that has been popular online these days is you. I said that Mecha looks so familiar. Wang Qianduo. Let's not talk about this, we are still good friends. Ha ha ha. Chapter 25. The group chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious as they headed to the destination. I don't know if it was really harmonious, but at least it looked very harmonious. There are too many people here? The group flew and walked, and soon arrived at the destination. As for why they walked, it was because flying consumed MP. Although not a lot, their mana bars were not much, and this was also because their propulsion device level was not high, and did not consume much mana. Among the 8 people, the only one who could fly for a long time was Wang Qianduo, because his MP recovery effect could perfectly offset the MP value needed for flying. Not to mention Lin Qiming at level 10, even many level 30 mechas could not do this. Wang Qianduo finally experienced the joy of a Krypton Gold player. But it was useless, he still had to wait for others. After the group arrived at the destination, the first feeling was that there were too many people. The place where Mark Bay refreshed was a hill, and he would appear on the hillside when the time came. Now the hillside he refreshed on was full of people. Wang Qianduo and his group had arrived early, but they still couldn't get up the hill. What should we do? Wang Qianduo was a little panicked. He couldn't throw the bombs at such a long distance. Don't worry. Those people on the hillside are all newbies, and they are the kind of players who don't go to the forum. They are not threatening. The moment Mark Bay refreshes, they will be cleared out. We just need to wait here, Sister Cat said without any concern. Wang Qianduo, He felt that he was implied. Since the strategy was no longer useful to him, he didn't go to the forum for the past 2 days. Ahem. Well, let's go take a seat first, Wang Qianduo said weakly. Teaming up with these professional players is really affecting all the time. Zero, did you hear what I said just now? Check Y for me. After the few people took their seats, Wang Qianduo disconnected the group microphone and said to Zero. Zero, okay sir. Then many materials sorted out by Zero were directly thrown in front of Wang Qianduo. Only then did Wang Qianduo know that if the position of the world boss was occupied when it appeared, it would release a big move to clear the map. Wang Qianduo found that Zero was really useful, except that he was a little venomous sometimes. It's coming, everyone get ready. Professionals are professionals. Sister Mao has been chatting with everyone, but she has been paying attention to the time. When there was still 1 minute left, She reminded everyone on time. After hearing his reminder, everyone stopped joking and looked seriously at the hillside. 5, 4, 1. When the time came, a laser beam fell from the sky and evaporated all the players on the hillside. Then a mech with red light flashing under its feet and a long axe in its hand appeared on the hillside. This mech was yellow all over, full of power. It was the hidden evolution of the power mech Kaishan, a level 22nd evolution mech. Fire! Accompanied by the words of commanding the team, countless long-range attacks covered the Kaishan driven by Mark Bay like a torrential rain. -1. -1. -10. -1,300. -240. The place where Kaishan was located was instantly destroyed by countless attacks. Most of the attacks only caused a mandatory damage of -1, but among the countless attacks, a damage of over 1,000 was particularly conspicuous. The name of Qian Wang instantly appeared on the ranking list, but it was soon replaced by someone else. Because those high-level mechas can cause hundreds of damage with each attack, Wang Qian's burst is only the first attack. But he didn't fall far behind, and Qian Wang's name is still among the top. Many players at the scene didn't notice this problem, but everyone in the same team looked at him with a look of perversion. This made Lao Wang very uncomfortable, so Lao Wang blushed and said, "What's wrong with you? Just say whatever you want to say, don't look at me like this, I'm not used to it. Why are you blushing there? Explain to us your damage. Bastard." As a level 20 world boss, the Kaishan mecha driven by Mark Bay has a defense of over 100, and the damage reduction has reached an incredible level. This is also the fundamental reason why many level 30 mechas can only deal hundreds of damage, but Lao Wang has a skill called armor breaking. The armor breaking skill's defense ignoring ability is too buggy. The famous sword plus armor breaking allows Wang Qianduo to ignore 55% of the defense directly, so there is basically no defense that cannot be broken in front of him. Wang Qianduo did not answer everyone's questions. The armor breaking skill is one of his trump cards, and he will not tell anyone. While several people were talking, the situation on the field changed. The Kaishan mecha, whose health was decreasing rapidly, suddenly burst into red steam all over its body, and the giant axe in its hand was raised high. "Stop, get ready to run." Sister Cat looked at the output ranking list, and reminded everyone. Because of Wang Qian's first attack, Kaishan's hatred is now likely to be on him. They need to avoid the boss's first anger skill, but it is not certain now, because those novices who don't stop may attract hatred. The red steam that blooms all over the body is the special ability of the world boss, the rage skill. When the boss releases this skill, the damage reduction is greatly increased, and it cannot be controlled at the same time. Soon the result appeared, and an 8-lane wide and 1,000-meter long red area appeared on the west side of the boss's body. That was not where Wang Qianduo and his party were. These people really diverted the boss's hatred. Most of the veterans left the red area at the first time, and some new mechas were still a little at a loss. The boss did not give them time to react. After 3 seconds, accompanied by the giant axe of the mountain opening mecha falling, a slash covering the entire red area fell, and countless mechas were directly smashed into pieces. The earth was cracked by this blow, and the rocks bulged to both sides, forming an unmanned path. After the boss's skills were released, everyone started to output normally again. Mark Bay is definitely the worst world boss in the game. Because he is in a safe zone, everyone basically just needs to rely on luck and output. At the same time, he was a melee boss, so when Mark Bay didn't release his skills, he basically couldn't move at all, and was always being beaten. Even when a group of melee mechas rode on his face with the cover of long-range mechas, Mark Bay had no way to fight back. He could only be arrogant for a while, when releasing the rage skill. Do you think this boss was miserable? With everyone's hard work, Mark Bay's health quickly dropped to half. During this period, he had 2 rage skills, but after people were prepared, except for a few unlucky people, basically no one was hit. After all, his rage skill is also very easy to dodge, but the situation is different after the first half of the blood volume is over. When the blood volume reaches half, the speed of Mark Bay's blood volume decline is visibly reduced, and his patience is increased exponentially. He was originally controlled and could not move a step, but occasionally he could swing his axe to attack. Every time he swung his axe, it was accompanied by a violent gust of wind, and a large number of players' mechas were directly torn apart. In front of this kind of boss, no matter how many levels and defenses you have, it is basically a matter of one-shot kill. After he killed a large number of enemies in seconds, it became more difficult to suppress him, but the players had an absolute advantage. The killed players would come quickly after resurrection, and the advantages of the players were still very obvious. Old Wang, you must be careful in the last 5%. No matter who has problems, you must not have any problems. Then listen to my command. When I say ignite, you should start reading the bar immediately and strive for success. As the situation on the field became more and more difficult, Sister Mao explained to Wang Qianduo. At this time, she no longer paid attention to her tone. Wang Qianduo's output was really powerful. In this situation, his damage was always in the top 30. There were 7 masters in the 8-man team, including Lin Qiming, but no matter how they calculated, they found that Wang Qianduo's damage was wrong. At the same time, some masters also noticed the sudden appearance of Qian Wang. They were very confused about who this new master was. But everyone had no time to pay attention to these now, because the boss's health had reached the last 10%. The boss was getting more and more violent, and his anger skills were almost won every few seconds. Because there were so many people on the scene, it was originally very difficult for everyone to move, and now it was even more difficult. You push me and I push you, and it is easy to be wiped out by the boss, and the scene was in chaos. The Miracle Sword members are no longer attacking the boss. They only have one goal, which is to fully assist Wang Qianduo in moving. Chapter 26. Although the place where Mark Bei is located cannot be PK, when releasing some skills, the surrounding mechas can still be forced to move. For example, when Lin Qiming's Dragon Princess Mecha releases her special skill, Ascending Dragon, the flames swirl around the mecha into a dragon shape, and then rise into the air, and attack the enemy from above. When this skill is released, the swirling flame dragon will shock the people around it. She used this mechanism to help Wang Qianduo avoid the boss's skills. The things that the Miracle Sword did were roughly the same, but they did not have the special skills of Lin Qiming, so they could only use some small skill mechanisms. At this time, the gap between professional players and ordinary teams came out. Wang Qianduo had basically no worries about moving under the protection of several people. Looking back at the people in the surrounding teams, they were basically in a mess. It was okay if the boss did not attack their location, but if he attacked, they would basically be wiped out. However, even though Wang Qianduo and his team had been very careful, accidents were still inevitable. Because Wang Qianduo's damage ranking was too high, he was inevitably targeted by the boss Makabe. Makabe walked slowly towards Wang Qianduo's position under the attack, and everyone could no longer control him. The last 3%, when it's 2%, be ready to listen to my command and start reading the bar, now run back. Sister Mao looked at the situation on the field and said to Wang Qianduo. Although the boss's damage reduction reached a terrifying level at this stage, because it could not last long, the players also went crazy. So his blood volume slipped and got faster again. Then he looked at the Sword of Miracles, and the two nodded together. Suddenly, 7 high-level mechas rushed out from the surroundings and killed Makabe with all their strength. Mark Bei swung the giant axe in his hand and took away 3 of them directly. The remaining 4 mechas wanted to control him, but 2 of them were taken away by one blow. However, Mark Bei, who had been attacked all the time, was dragged down by this, and his health had dropped to less than 2%. Ignite! After his health reached this level, Sister Cat shouted directly to Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo immediately started to read the bar after hearing this. When the bomb was thrown out 1 second later, Mark Bei's health just reached 1%. Boom! The bomb fell, and a mushroom cloud rose under Mark Bei's feet. Minus 10,000. A huge damage number floated above the boss's head, and Mark Bei knelt down directly. Half of the hillside was covered in flames, and countless players were also covered in the flames produced by the explosion of the bomb. Wang Qianduo didn't expect that this bomb would have such power. He suddenly had an idea. If he used this thing to level up. But it's a pity that there was no bomb when he encountered the beast tide last time. There's no rush to think about it now, so let's solve the problem in front of him first. Although the explosion was terrifying, this was a non-PK area after all, and the explosion could not cause any harm to the players. However, the players at the scene were still silent. What was going on? What was it? Did the boss explode? Why didn't his skills do any harm? Pick up the things first. Just when Wang Qianduo was stunned to react to Sister Mao's prediction just now, Sister Mao and others said to Wang Qianduo. Sister Mao's prediction just now was really strong. When the bomb exploded, Mark Bei's health was just less than 1%. No wonder the 2 members of the Miracle Sword from different guilds always listened to his command. This ability to judge the situation is really strong. After hearing what everyone said, Wang Qianduo went forward to pick up 3 dropped items, and then retreated under the cover of everyone. There are only 4 items dropped by the world boss, and the rest of the damage ranking items are sent directly to the player's mailbox. After Wang Qianduo and others retreated, they quickly flew back to the camp and began to study the division of the spoils. One of the 4 dropped items is the proof of killing Mark Bei in the mission, and this does not need to be divided. The remaining 3 items are amazing, namely Evolution Instructions of Kaishan Mecha, Level 10 Perfect Equipment Design Earth Energy Shield Type 1 Design, and a legendary material called Earth Element Energy Crystal. Wang Qianduo has no use for these 3 things. He already has a Level 10 Perfect Shield, and it is a shield for a power mecha. His current character is an agile mecha. This thing is really unnecessary, and he has a better elemental energy crystal. As for the Kaishan Mecha, forget it. Although the Kaishan Mecha is also a hidden special mecha evolution, Wang Qianduo doesn't think highly of it. No, the Kaishan Mecha has too many limitations. This is a pure meat shield mecha, with almost no long-range means, and not flexible enough, and only pure resistance and melee power. For Wang Qianduo, it is really not a good choice. As for the boss's field-clearing skills you mentioned, that's because of the system enhancement. How can the player's skills be that level? 10 times the weakening is light. What do you think of these items? Wang Qianduo looked at everyone and said, "This mission basically depends on everyone. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't know how long it would take to complete the mission." Of course, he would refer to everyone's opinions when distributing things. "Go ahead," said the Sword of Miracles. Everyone nodded in agreement. Internal auction was the solution that everyone could accept. Wang Qianduo said, "Then let's talk about the evolution of the mecha first. You should all be more concerned about this, right?" Although Wang Qianduo looked down on the evolution of the Kaishan mecha, it was of great significance to the guild. For any guild, the more powerful MT-type mechas, the better. "I pay 500 gold, said the Sword of Miracles. 530, said Sister Cat. 560, said Lin Qiming, who directly stated the limit of what she could afford. Although the game had been launched for a year, support such as gold crystals was still in short supply. In this game, gold crystals were not only used as currency, but also consumed as key resource for various enhancements of the mecha evolution. "Pass," said the Sword of Miracles. "No more," said Sister Cat. Lin Qiming and the 2 people behind her scraped together 150 gold crystals and distributed them to several people. Lin Qiming also knew that this was a big loss. The price of gold crystals at the auction was far less than cash. But the price of gold crystals is getting higher and higher, and you may not be able to get them even if you have money now. Besides Wang Qianduo, all the people present were elites of the conference. They would not do such a wasteful behavior of exchanging gold crystals for money. Old Wang obviously understood this, so he was very tactful and did not mention it, otherwise he would appear to be very unprofessional. At most, when you need money, you can take some gold coins and sell them secretly, but selling gold coins is obviously not as fast as selling equipment and materials. Okay. The second item is the design of the level 10 perfect strength mecha shield. Please bid. 500 Miracle Sword. Give up. Give up. Miracle Sword raised the price to the maximum, and the other 2 gave up without hesitation. There is 1 legendary material left. I pay 50 gold for it, otherwise it will seem like I'm stingy, Wang Qianduo said, as he looked at the element crystal. Everyone. Old Wang, do you really want it, or do you just want to take advantage of us and bid for it casually? Sister Cat looked at Wang Qianduo speechlessly and said, "Why? Although it is a legendary material, its use is unknown. The price of 50 gold should not be low, right? If you want to share the money with us, you don't have to waste gold coins. If you want this material, this task is yours, and we have no objection to assigning it to you. This kind of material that we don't know what it is used for is generally only stored by guilds like ours. If you store it yourself, you don't know when you can use it. The risk is too great, so it's better to give it to us. You can also save some money, and use it when the body evolves," Sister Cat explained to Wang Qianduo. However, the risk of high-level materials is not high, but the growth cycle is too long, and there is actually no profit. Wang Qianduo, "Oh. It doesn't matter, I just like this thing. It doesn't matter if it's useless, and you just compete with me normally." Wang Qianduo wanted this thing because he was afraid that if he needed it to evolve that equipment in the future, it would be a good thing. Although he has better ones, this thing is a consumable after all, and it will be gone once it is used up, so it is necessary to replenish it in time. Okay, the spoils are divided, go and hand in the task. By the way, what happened to those people at the end? Wang Qianduo said to Sister Cat and the Sword of Miracles. Wang Qianduo noticed the situation of the boss in the final stage of the battlefield. If there were no high-level mechas, it would be hard to say what the situation would be. "Oh, that's the high-level player we invited from the club. He originally wanted to help you get the first kill, but after seeing your item, he basically gave up that plan. Thank you. Thoughtful. Wang Qianduo said sincerely. Chapter 27. Wang Qianduo could sense that Sister Mao and her friends wanted to win him over, but he didn't expect them to be so thoughtful. However, he really didn't want to be a professional player yet, so he could only pretend that he didn't sense it. After they divided the spoils, they went to find the novice instructor Yuming to hand in the task. 2 days later, Wang Qianduo felt a little resentful when he saw Yuming again. It was this idiot who kicked him out of the novice trial. If it weren't for Zero's help, he might still be kneeling in the square for summoning mechas. If it weren't for the fact that the other party subsidized him with a Phoenix Blood engine that could grow into a super equipment, he wouldn't be as simple as some resentment now. Hello, instructor. We are here to hand in the task. Wang Qianduo smiled and came to Yuming, handing him Mark Bei's kill certificate. Smiling at anyone is the experience that Lao Wang has summed up in his 2 lives. Only children will show their thoughts about a person directly on their faces. In the adult world, even if the other person is your enemy, you should not show your true emotions when talking, because you will lose if you do that. Well done, recruits. This is your reward. NPC Yuming looked at what Wang Qianduo handed over and said without any concern. Like General Huang, Yuming is the upper power holder of this initial camp. But where there are people, there will be disputes. He and General Huang are not from the same faction. He didn't even know why General Huang sent a recruit to complete the task that was originally issued by them. As for Wang Qianduo, he didn't know who he was. Even though he was very special in the initial place, he had been responsible for guiding too many people. He looked at Wang Qianduo, who seemed a little friendly at best due to the charm bonus of VIP 15. System prompt: you completed the task Destroy the Black Shark Pirate Leader, and received a reward of 50 contribution points, 5,000 experience points, 10 gold crystals, and 1 rare equipment design treasure chest. Everyone's rewards were the same, except that Wang Qianduo received an additional 50 contribution points, which was considered a special reward for his discovery of the task. Merit is used to upgrade military rank. Wang Qianduo's current rank is squad leader. To be promoted to the next level of corporal rank, 100 merit points are required. When the last mission was over, it seemed that only he activated the military rank system, and the miracle swords did not, and I don't know why. You did a good job this time, but have you ever thought about it? Mark Bei is just a small leader of the Black Shark Pirates. Why can he break through the layers of blockades of the Alliance and sneak into Starfield number 1? After giving rewards to several people, Yuming said to Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo listened to Yuming's words and fell into deep thought. He really hadn't thought about these things. In his impression, isn't it normal to spawn monsters on the map in the game? What's there to consider? But when the other party mentioned this, he found a blind spot. This game is different from other games. Except for some mechanisms, this game doesn't make people feel that this is a game at all. It's so real, like a world. What monsters appear in what place? There must be a plot to follow. As Yuming said, Mark Bei is just a small leader of the Black Shark Pirates, who roam the interstellar. How did he sneak into the number 1 star field around the mother planet, which is almost close to the former center of mankind? When Wang Qianduo was thinking, everyone looked at each other. This is the rhythm of another task chain. I originally thought that the task chain on General Huang's side was broken due to the level problem, but I didn't expect it to be seamlessly connected here. And they are now forming a team, but Yuming didn't even look at the others and directly threw the task to Wang Qianduo. This also made everyone a little confused. It's not that they want to intercept Wang Qianduo's task, but this kind of differential treatment is too obvious. What they don't know is that the principle is actually very simple. Wang Qianduo has a military rank and they don't. Of course, Yuming can't go past Wang Qianduo to find them. Wang Qianduo, I really didn't think about it before, but after hearing what you said, is there any hidden reason? Is there anything I can do to help you? Everyone, Your sentence for accepting the task is too smooth. Yuming, you are very insightful. I want you to help me find out why Mark Bei and those Black Shark Pirates were able to sneak in. The defense network that the Federation is proud of was penetrated by these people like a sieve. There must be a reason. You should go to the 9th star field to investigate first. It is an important interstellar hub. The infiltration happened from there. He actually accepted the task. This is too unreasonable. The news from our club's investigation is not like this. Several professional players were shocked. According to their investigation, the NPCs in this game are all highly intelligent. If you say something wrong, it is easy to break the negotiation. Wang Qianduo's behavior of directly asking for tasks, basically, except for some side tasks, It is basically impossible to receive tasks. This is unreasonable. In fact, it all comes down to intimacy, according to the intimacy of the game Ghost Valley and 8 Wildernesses. Wang Qianduo started with one more heart than others. Just complete 2 tasks, and give some gifts, and he can. Ahem. Off topic. System prompt. Instructor Yuming, you have been issued a hidden main task: investigate the Alliance's interstellar defense line. Do you accept it? Accept it without hesitation. Investigate the Alliance's interstellar defense line. Hidden main thread: go to Andromeda, the central planet of the number 9 star field, to investigate the reason why the Black Shark pirates infiltrated the defense line. Task requirements. Obtain information about the Black Shark pirates infiltrating the planet. Reward: unknown. Number limit: 1 person. Next is the single-player task. Sorry for the guys. Wang Qianduo showed the task to everyone and said, according to Yuming, the information involved in this task is relatively confidential, and it is not appropriate for too many people to know it. If you don't want so many people to know, you should give it to me secretly. You said you don't want too many people to know. Are you kidding me? But no matter what, the number of people required for the task is there, and Wang Qianduo can't do anything about it. He now likes to go to the dungeon with these big guys, because there are so many things to learn. When everyone learned that Wang Qianduo's next task was a single-player task, they didn't say anything. This was just a normal situation. Mother Cat: okay, then we're done. If you have another task, feel free to contact us. Wang Qianduo: okay, I have to go to work tomorrow, so let's go to the dungeon after 6 o'clock. Are you interested in being a professional player? How about coming to our club? The salary should not be lower than your current job. Yun Zhongda said directly. Otherwise, why is he young? Wang Qianduo's boss was still present, and he said this directly. Isn't this embarrassing? And this is not how you poach people. Without waiting for Lao Wang to politely refuse, Lin Qiming stepped forward and grabbed Wang Qianduo. Looking at Wang Qianduo with his big watery eyes, he said, you won't abandon me just like that? Isn't it just a few days of anger? Otherwise, why do people say that women are born actors? If he wasn't the person involved, Wang Qianduo would have believed his performance. Yun Zhongda, you? Sorry Lao Wang, well, we have something to do, so we leave first. After Yun Zhongda and Miracle Sword left awkwardly, Sister Cat left with Sanhai Mingwe. When she left, she smiled and glanced at Lin Qiming. Leader. They're all gone, can you let go? After everyone left, Wang Qianduo looked at his hand and said, why, do you feel disadvantaged when I hold you? Lin Qiming shook off Wang Qianduo's hand, and said with a sidelong glance at him. How could that be? I'm just afraid that it will have a bad influence on you. Wang Qianduo said with a smile. You are quite good at talking. I let you go. Don't be late for work tomorrow. Lin Qiming said, and left quickly with 2 professional players from the company. Wang Qianduo rubbed the fingers that Lin Qiming had pinched, shook his head and smiled, and then went to do the task. I didn't expect that Lao Wang and that Shanghai woman were actually lovers. It's so embarrassing. Yun Zhongda said to Miracle Sword on the way out. Miracle Sword looked at him, shook his head and smiled, and continued to walk forward without saying a word. Brother Jian, what are you laughing at? No one will take what happened just now seriously except you. You mean? That woman lied to us? That's right. She's a very powerful woman. Shanghai is not simple either. Alas, I don't know how the president and the others talked. They are asking for a lot, by the way. Don't poach people so directly in the future. That's not how you poach people. Got it. Chapter 28. Wang Qianduo didn't care what the Sword of Miracles and others were thinking. Just as he said, the only person who didn't see Lin Qiming's routine at the scene might be Yun Zhongda. Although her acting is very good, it's a pity that there is no story foundation. Wang Qianduo just opened the rare equipment treasure box and got his last piece of equipment, the energy shield. The name of this equipment is Halo 2 Energy Shield Design, a level 5 rare equipment design. The finished product attributes are as follows. Halo 2 Energy Shield, Rare, Energy Shield. Universal for mechas above level LV5. HP plus 200. MP plus 50. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 5. Intelligence plus 5. Defense plus 10. Energy Shield, Rare. After consuming 50 MP to activate the shield, you will get an energy shield surrounding the body. The durability of the shield is 12% of the maximum HP, the duration is 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 15 seconds. Note: the second-generation product of Halo Company perfectly solves the problem of consuming magic energy when activating the shield. It is a cross-era product with certain collection value. In the background of the game, Halo Company is a large company across the universe. They are famous for making various accessories for mechas. This rare shield is one of their products. The materials needed for the shield are not rare. Wang Qianduo can easily purchase all of them in the market, and then make and equip them. He has finally gathered all the equipment. After equipping this energy shield, Lao Wang is ready to log off after using up the remaining fatigue time. At this time, on the other side of the internet, Qian Wang's name is seriously popular. Mark Bay is the first boss that can be challenged by all players after players from all over the world enter the game on a large scale. It is inevitable that Wang Qianduo will become famous for killing him, but it should not be so popular. However, Lao Wang's last bomb was too conspicuous. The 10,000 damage and the flattened hill were witnessed by countless people. What Lao Wang didn't know was that he was the first person to deal tens of thousands of damage to this kind of world boss since the game was launched. So he became popular, and the name of Qian Wang spread quietly. Some people who discovered talents for professional clubs also noticed him quickly. But before they started to act, Shanghai Guild issued a notice. Congratulations to our player Qian Wang for killing the world boss. In fact, killing a world boss is not enough for Shanghai Company to issue such an announcement, but who made Wang Qianduo's last move so eye-catching? The meaning of Shanghai's announcement this time is actually very simple, just to tell all the clubs that this is our person, and you don't have to think about it. Wang Qianduo didn't know about these things. He just reached level 6 after consuming his fatigue value, and then encountered the adventure mission when he returned to the city. Now he is facing a choice. The story starts after he returned to the city. On the way back to his warehouse, Wang Qianduo saw an old man with a big red exclamation mark floating above his head. It seems that only he can see this exclamation mark, and other passing players completely ignore this ordinary old man. Red. Wang Qianduo, who knew what level red represented in the game, immediately stepped forward and said to the old man, "Uncle, do you need any help?" The old man glanced at Wang Qianduo and ignored him. It was obvious that because of the lack of intimacy, Wang Qianduo's classic opening remarks for accepting tasks failed. "Hey, uncle, you see so many people, I am the only one who sees you need help, give me face." Although the opening failed, who is Wang Qianduo? Has the ability to be shameless that he has practiced for so many years been practiced in vain? Give me face? The old man may have been pestered and had no choice, so he finally paid attention to Wang Qianduo. "Yes, yes. Give me face." "Okay. Then I will give you face." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a dialogue box suddenly popped up in front of Wang Qianduo, making him fall into a choice. System prompt. Lao Luo has issued you the task Help 1. Do you accept it? Help 1. Lao Luo needs the help of gold crystals. Are you willing to spend gold crystals to help him? A. Spend 1 gold crystal to help him. B. Spend 10 gold crystals to help him. C. Spend 100 gold crystals to help him. D. Forget it. Wang Qianduo looked at the options in front of him, and then looked at the old man. Could this old guy be a liar, fishing here? But Wang Qianduo didn't need these 100 gold crystals, so he helped and chose C without hesitation. Congratulations on completing the task Help 1 and gaining 100 experience points. Wang Qianduo, 100 gold crystals for 100 experience points, it's really a loss. But it doesn't matter, let's take a look at the subsequent tasks. This should be a starting task. After paying 100 gold crystals, Wang Qianduo received a new task Help 2. Help 2. Lao Luo needs the help of gold crystals. Are you willing to spend gold crystals to help him? A. Spend 1 gold crystal to help him. B. Spend 10 gold crystals to help him. C. Spend 100 gold crystals to help him. D. Forget it, Wang Qianduo, Are you trying to trick me? In addition to changing 1 to 2, are there any other changes in this task? But Wang Qianduo didn't believe it, and gave the old man 100 gold crystals. Anyway, he didn't lack money. Yes. No. Lack. Money. Then something even more speechless happened. After Help 2 gave him 100 experience points, the task changed to Help 3. Except for 2 to 3, the other things remained unchanged. Old man, are you kidding me? Wang Qianduo said madly. He is rich, but he can't be played like this. Didn't you ask me to give you a chance? You are useless even if I give you a chance. The old man looked at Wang Qianduo with contempt, and ignored him. But the task was still hanging there. Okay. I'm going to fight you again today. Wang Qianduo finished the task with 100 gold crystals again, and then 3 became 4, then 5, 6, 7, 99, 100. He spent a total of 10,000 gold crystals to push the task directly to 100, and then the task reward finally changed. System prompt: you completed Help 100 to gain 10,000 experience points and 1 mysterious crown. Wang Qianduo: well, finally there is a change. After completing this task, the old man's task was no longer refreshed. The old man looked at Wang Qianduo with a face full of unamused words and said, "Okay, young man, you are smart and rich enough. You can worship me as your master, and I will protect you in the future. What's the benefit of worshipping you as your master?" Wang Qianduo said to the old man in front of him, with some disdain between his eyebrows. "Benefits? There are many. First of all, I can teach you how to use the crown you got," the old man said lightly. "Crown?" Wang Qianduo said, looking at the crown he exchanged for 10,000 gold crystals. "Mysterious crown, epic question mark. Isn't this a ripoff? 10,000 gold crystals can buy a house in the Magic City. This thing is worth a house? How have you considered it? You will never get it again after this village. Okay, I promise you." "Master." Wang Qianduo bowed to Lao Luo. "Lao Luo, you are really straightforward." Wang Qianduo actually had his own considerations. The old man in front of him could issue such a task, which must be extraordinary. Red in this game corresponds to an epic item, and an NPC that can issue an epic task is definitely not ordinary. At the same time, there should not be such a big limit on things like apprenticeship. In the information age, everything has to be accelerated. What is the use of this thing called master? Wang Qianduo looked at Laro and said, "You? Okay, you're going to take it anyway, so take it well, and you be my disciple of Larich and Aspenert from now on. My Chinese name is Lao Luo, and I like this name better." Lao Luo handed a token-like thing to Wang Qianduo and said, "These two people really took the master in a careless way. One took the master in a careless way." "That's great." After Wang Qianduo took the thing, the system prompt came as expected. System prompt: you have become a disciple of Larich and Aspenert. Look, look! With such a long name, this master is definitely not simple. "Master, what exactly is this thing?" After Wang Qianduo put away the token, he put out the crown that was taller than his waist, looked at Lao Luo and asked again. "This is the elemental crown, a material for the mecha job transfer that was created along with the first batch of magic mechas. It is a key item to break the limits of mechas." Elemental crown? Shouldn't it be called the mysterious crown? Do you see the 7 holes on the crown? Fill these 7 holes to let it show its real name. Is that so? Yes, and this thing can only be used when the mecha is level 10 and evolves for the first time. It will be useless after that, Lao Luo said with a complicated expression. He missed it. Chapter 29. The thing he had been chasing for his whole life to decipher was given to this kid in vain. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. But since this kid was destined to be with him, let him be. Just don't know if this seemingly silly kid can evolve successfully? Let's go, find a place to sit and talk first. "Master, what do these 7 holes need to be filled with?" After the two sat down in a tea house, Wang Qianduo continued to ask, with the spirit of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it. "Element energy crystal, the higher the quality, the better." Lao Luo pretended to drink tea and said mysteriously, "Is it this thing?" Wang Qianduo took out the Earth Element Energy Crystal, Legend, from his backpack and put it on the table. "Puff, hasn't anyone taught you not to take out mecha materials casually? Many things used in mechas are radioactive, and can easily kill people. I haven't lived long enough." Seeing Wang Qianduo directly take out a legendary element crystal, Lao Luo was so shocked that he sprayed out tea. In order to cover up, he could only find an excuse to discredit Wang Qianduo. "Legendary Earth Element Crystal? This is not a wind element, otherwise it would be a treasure that he would be tempted by. How did this silly boy get it?" And Wang Qianduo did believe it, because no one told him this. In fact, the players basically don't know this news, because they are not at the level to touch that kind of material. "Oh, sorry, master," Wang Qianduo said, and put away the Earth Element Energy Crystal. "Just remember it in the future, your thing is really good, you can put it on." Lao Luo said lightly. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Wang Qianduo. "No, I have a better choice," Wang Qianduo said directly. The VIP 14 and VIP 15 gift packs each gave him a set of epic element crystals with all attributes, and he really didn't like this legendary one. When Wang Qianduo saw the crown, he had a feeling that this thing was the way he was looking for. This feeling was very strange, just like love at first sight. Better, better. Although Lao Luo tried his best to control it, his voice was still trembling. Could it be an epic element crystal? Isn't that the core material of the interstellar warship? If he inlaid the thing, he would be in heaven? How could he have it? It shouldn't be. It should be a better legend. This kid is quite rich. Originally, he was going to help this kid, issue him a task, and help him get a set of rare level 1s to activate the crown. Now it seems that it is not necessary. No wonder he can see that he is going to issue a crown task. This may also be the crown's own choice. Save it. Save it. What's wrong, Master? Nothing, nothing. By the way, Master, what type of mecha will be evolved after using this crown? Intelligence? Aren't you an intelligence-type mecha? Otherwise, you can't trigger this task. Lao Luo said. Oh, intelligence type. I didn't expect that I would eventually go the way of intelligence type, so how should I make up his lies? It seems that I have to learn the basic skills of intelligence type. Okay, you have a choice. After you embed this thing, don't move it yet. Come to my mansion to find me after level 10. This is the address. I have something else to do, so I leave first. If you have any difficulties, you can take the things I gave you and go to Lao Huang first. You should know him. By the way, don't tell anyone about the crown and the elemental crystals. Just keep it between you and me. Remember? Remember. After Lao Luo finished speaking, he left directly. He wanted to go to the nightclub to calm down. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and rob this kid. Wang Qianduo looked at the place where he left, touched his chin and thought for a while, and then left. Soon he came to the warehouse, and took out 7 epic elemental crystals. The legendary earth elemental crystals were originally bright enough, but compared with the epic ones, they were just like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They were not at the same level at all. After all the 7 epic crystals of earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, light, and darkness were embedded in the crown using the virtual interface, this mysterious crown immediately. It has changed. Originally made of unknown metal, it has become a pure elemental energy, with pure white light shining on it. The original rough shape has also become delicate, however. Why has it become a bit sissy? Wang Qianduo complained as he looked at the changed crown. Elemental crown, epic, all elements in the world obey my orders. The introduction of the elemental crown is simple and direct, but no one should dare to underestimate this sentence. After putting the elemental crown, which had changed its appearance, into the warehouse, Wang Qianduo set up another stall to collect basic skills of the intelligence department, and then went offline. He had already decided to go for the intelligence department, and now he just had to wait for himself to upgrade to level 10. In fact, when he was hesitating whether to go for agility at the beginning, he had some ideas. I really can't resist the temptation of becoming a wizard, but let's talk about the main task tomorrow. It's too late today. The next day. Today is a working day. After Wang Qianduo punched in and made a cup of tea, he sat at his desk and opened the blog. The first thing that caught his eye was, if it wasn't for being able to blatantly slack off, why would he fight to his current position? But what's going on? Why am I still on the hot search? Wang Qianduo, come to my office. Just as he took a sip of tea and prepared to understand the whole story, he suddenly heard that familiar and pleasant voice. Then Wang Jun looked at Wang Qianduo sympathetically, meaning that he should pray for the best. Leader, you are looking for me? I wonder what's the matter. Wang Qianduo came to Lin Qiming's office, and said to the beauty in front of him. Lin Qiming's makeup today is still just a simple white shirt and professional skirt, with a pair of black high heels on her feet. This simple makeup perfectly shows her curvy figure, with the right curves and curves. Especially the pair of long legs in black silk, which are simply T0 level. There is too much to say. In short, it is so perfect that people can't take their eyes off. However, Lao Wang knew that the woman in front of him was not simple, so he only admired her in his mind and forced his eyes to retract. Our master, don't be so polite to me, sit down, Lin Qiming said with a smile. Okay. Lao Wang found a seat and sat down after hearing this. It seems that the other party has something to ask for. You're on the hot search, did you know? After Wang Qianduo sat down, Lin Qiming looked at him and said, just found out, is this the company's handiwork? Wang Qianduo frowned when he mentioned this. Shanghai didn't inform him of the news in advance. If they were the ones who did it, it would be a bit unreasonable. Lin Qiming, half of it, the sensation caused by your bomb was too big, and you were directly sent to the hot search. The company just announced that you are from Shanghai. But it's unreasonable not to greet you in advance. This month, you will be given 3 times the salary as compensation for this incident. At the same time, there will be a bonus of 50,000, which is the reward for you killing the boss this time. The person who operated this blog incident was not her. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as not notifying Wang Qianduo in advance. Wang Qianduo didn't say anything. This kind of thing is too normal for a worker, and he is used to it. Anything else? Wang Qianduo asked lightly, and it can be heard that he is not in a very good mood now. Do you want to go to the game department? They really want you, a master, to go there. I know my level. I just have some equipment advantages now. When the masters are equipped, my true colors will be exposed. Forget about going to the game department. Wang Qianduo thought for a while, and shook his head. That's perfect. I don't plan to let you go. I can give you everything the game department can give you. If you want, you can assign all the unimportant work in your hands. I have applied for you to play games at any time in the company, and your position and salary will remain unchanged. And there are bonuses for making contributions in the game. How about I think I am good enough? Lin Qiming said with a smile. It's definitely good enough, but will the company agree? Are you abusing your power? Lin Qiming, what are you thinking? Don't worry, the company attaches much more importance to the Mecha era than you think. This game is the trend of the future and the outlet of the times. It's just that your position is a little special. I don't trust others to take over some things. Otherwise, you don't have to come and just work at home. Chapter 30. After chatting with Lin Qiming and secretly looking at his legs for a while, Wang Qianduo happily returned to his position. Then he explained to Wang Jun and logged into the game happily again. How could he not do such a good thing? Just like he said. Why did he work so hard to get to his current position? Isn't it just to slack off at work? Now there is such an opportunity without struggling, so we must cherish it. We ordinary people are so happy today. Wang Qianduo was happily playing the game, and then bad news came one after another, which instantly made him lose his good mood. Old Wang, we may not be able to go to the dungeon with you tonight. We need to bring the people in the team down, and they have also reached level 5. Wang Qianduo had just come online when a message from Yun Zhongda came directly. Yun Zhongda. Didn't you say you can only play at night? You're embarrassing me. Wang Qianduo. Well, there are some unexpected arrangements, so you can play during the day. Just play the dungeon with your teammates normally, and we team up again when we have a chance. Okay, we play together again when we have a chance. Soon after Yun Zhongda sent the message, Sister Mao also sent a message. The meaning was roughly the same, that the main force of their own guild had reached level 5 on a large scale, and they were needed to lead the dungeon. The impact of Shanhai's message came, and Wang Qianduo instantly became a lonely man. But this is not all. The reasons they said have a part of the impact. In addition, people in the arena are helpless, and the people on both sides are actually competitors, so it's not a good idea to team up together all the time. Even if Yun Zhongda and others don't mind continuing to form a team, how can the game club behind them not care? This is the same as the League of Legends game, where star players from various teams have been leading other players to rank higher. It's okay for 1 or 2 times, but what will the audience think over time? What will the club think? Also, they are all main players, and the development of the guild really needs them to drive it. Yun Zhongda and Miracle Sword can lead a team each, and forming a team with 2 people is a waste of resources. Even if they are thinking about the main task, it is unlikely that they will tolerate such a loss. So Wang Qianduo is in some trouble. He knows that he may need his own fixed teammates, but how can fixed teammates be so easy to get to know? It's too unreliable to get to know them casually. If the teammates are not good, then he will be waiting for endless troubles. Forget it, don't think about it, go and do the task first, there must be a way in front of the car. Wang Qianduo gave himself a shot of chicken blood, and then set out on the road to the Andromeda star in the 9-star region. In the Mecha era, the star field where the mother star is located is the 0-star field, and then the 1 to 3-star fields form a triangle to surround the 0-star field in the middle. Then the 4 to 11-star fields are connected together to form a hexahedron, which wraps the 1 to 3-star fields again. This is the ultimate defense line built by humans for their mother star. However, with the development of the times over the years, the mother star has gradually lost its other meanings except for its symbolic significance. Especially a few decades ago, the migration of the Alliance Parliament made its identity as a political center exist in name only, and the surrounding defense force has become weaker and weaker year by year. If it was in the past, such a thing that allowed pirates to infiltrate it, what would happen? The Alliance would lose countless heads from top to bottom, but now basically no one cares. Wang Qianduo came to Andromeda through the teleportation array. Looking at the main city of Andromeda, which was much more prosperous than the Mother Star base, he took off the Mecha and walked straight in. There are countless interstellar spaceships coming and going here, and the various spaceship fleets opened Wang Qianduo's eyes. Andromeda is located at an important node of the interstellar route in the north-south direction, and it is the only habitable planet for humans in this area. Moreover, this is the only dock in and out of the Mother Star domain, and it is normal to be more prosperous than the Mother Star base. However, it is precisely because of this that the defense line here on Andromeda is full of loopholes, giving people the opportunity to infiltrate. No matter what game, the best place to inquire about information is those places where good and bad people are mixed. And the only place on Andromeda that satisfies such a place is the famous nightclub Dark Knight Pier that Wang Qianduo heard about after asking several know-it-all NPCs in succession. Now it was the opening time of Dark Knight Pier. Wang Qianduo took a taxi and went there directly. Players in this game can also have a car. After all, the main city of the game is bigger than Kyoto, and running alone would be exhausting. Moreover, summoning mechas is not allowed in the main city, so players can only have a means of transportation. But owning a car is limited to a certain level, and the mecha level must reach level 10. So many people say that level 10 of this game is the real beginning, because reaching the mecha level of level 10 can unlock too many things. Sir, you are here. A total of 3 silver crystals. Thank you, here you go. After Wang Qianduo paid and got off the bus, he stood at the door of Dark Knight Pier, and then he was shocked. He originally thought that no matter how famous Dark Knight Pier was, it was just a nightclub. How big could it be? At best, it was more luxurious. But when he arrived, he found out that he was wrong. The size of Dark Knight Pier exceeded his imagination. He stood on this street, looking ahead. The huge buildings in sight all belong to this nightclub, Dark Knight Pier. Hello, sir. We have a membership system here. Please show your membership certificate. Wang Qianduo was about to go in when he was stopped by a waiter on the side. I'm not a member here. How should I apply? Wang Qianduo frowned and said. Then he thought, such a big nightclub. No wonder there is no news about the inside information on the forum. It turns out to be a so-called membership system. Is this a problem? He and the waiter came to the hall for applying for membership cards with worry. Sir, just stand here for a moment. We need to verify your qualifications. The waiter took Wang Qianduo to a glowing ring on the ground and motioned Wang Qianduo to stand on it. It must be said that this so-called Dark Knight dock is somewhat disrespectful, but Wang Qianduo also wanted to verify whether he could do it, so he stood on it. You know, he still has a military rank, and the captain of the Mother Star base is not given for nothing. But who knew that as soon as Wang Qianduo got on, the ring immediately began to shine, first with a faint blue light, and then with a beautiful orange light. But these 2 lights did not last long, and a dazzling red light directly covered the 2 lights completely. Red light? What level is this? I've never seen it before. Just as the waiter was still muttering to himself, suddenly, a man rushed in, and was shocked to see Wang Qianduo in the red light. He kicked the waiter away, and bent down to subdue Wang Qianduo. I'm sorry, sir. I brought you to this place without knowing how to do it, and you've been wronged. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the manager here. My name is Alan Kimmy. You can just call me Alan. After the man helped Wang Qianduo down, he said almost flatteringly, Wang Qianduo, Alan, okay, can I get a card now and go in? Of course, come here, bring me a Supreme Gold card. I will pay for all the consumption today. Wang Qianduo was confused by Alan's attitude. He was very confused as to why this man treated him like this. Sir, don't blame me for being nosy. With your identity, why didn't you go through the special channel and come here? This is for those who pass through the star field. They are afraid of any dangerous people sneaking in to verify their identities, so it's a bit. After Alan handed a golden membership card to Wang Qianduo, he explained to Wang Qianduo in a low voice. Me? What identity do I have? Wang Qianduo looked at Alan in confusion and asked. And his eyes, in Alan's view, were the killing eyes of a big boss, and he was so scared that he immediately slapped himself and said, No identity. Yes, no identity. Don't worry, I don't know anything today, and I definitely haven't seen you. At the same time, he looked at the men around him, and saw that they lowered their heads 90 degrees, and then looked at Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo, ? Are you sick? Can you talk properly, and tell me why you treat me like this? But Wang Qianduo really didn't know why, so he could only act with him. Is there a chance to understand the identity in the future, or is the mission more important? Then he walked into the Dark Knight Pier under the leadership of Alan. All this made Wang Qianduo frown. He originally thought that such a big nightclub would be different, but it seems that all crows are black. Wang Qianduo has been a calm person in both his lives. He has never liked this atmosphere. Noisy, crazy, and extravagant, everything makes him feel out of place, which may be the reason why he has been single for so long. Chapter 31. As soon as the door was opened, the first thing that hit me was the air mixed with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol, and then the loud music that almost deafened people's ears. Strong drum beats, noisy crowds, crazy men and women twisting their bodies and venting their emotions on the dance floor. Some of them can't even be described. It has to be said that this game is really restricted. The corners are full of collisions between wine glasses and bodies. Alan on the side is definitely a good hand at observing words and expressions. He saw from Wang Qianduo's eyes that Wang Qianduo didn't like the atmosphere of the dance floor. "Sir, I have a quiet place upstairs, and there are also casinos and other entertainment venues. Take me there." Wang Qianduo thought about it. This atmosphere couldn't find anything. It's better to go to the casino and other places he mentioned. "Okay, sir, please follow me." Led by Alan, Wang Qianduo left the endless dance floor from a hidden staircase and came to the second floor. Wang Qianduo found that he seemed to have misunderstood. Dark Night Pier was not actually a simple nightclub. There are casinos, nightclubs, and various entertainment venues here. Almost everything you can think of is available here. For a place of this level of money consumption, Alan actually said that he would manage his consumption for one night. It seems that his identity, which he himself does not know, is really useful. It also shows that Alan's authority is high, and it is definitely not as humble as he looks. In fact, Wang Qianduo probably has a guess about what his identity is. What he has that others don't have is the VIP-15 identity. There is also Lao Luo's apprentice, but Lao Luo's apprentice was exchanged for 10,000 gold crystals, and 10,000 gold crystals are definitely not enough for just one night here, so it is probably V15's identity that is at work. Do you know someone who sells intelligence? After walking around for a while without a clue, Wang Qianduo said directly to Alan, who was following him. He is not a professional agent or a gangster. He has almost never been to such a place in his 2 lives. It is too difficult for him to figure it out by himself. It is better to ask the NPC directly. Now he has a mysterious identity, which can provide him with some help. "Ah, I know him. So you are here to buy intelligence. Please follow me." Alan's face, which had been tense, relaxed a little after hearing this. The unknown is the most terrifying. Now that we know what this big shot is going to do, it will be easy to deal with it. If Wang Qianduo walks around here today and leaves without saying anything, Alan and the people behind him will not be able to sleep well for at least half a year. They are not afraid of you having needs, but they are afraid that you don't want anything. From their perspective, as long as you have needs, no matter how difficult it is to satisfy them, there is a goal. People who don't want anything often have the biggest appetites. They are the kind of people who eat people without leaving any bones. Under Alan's lead, Wang Qianduo came to a private room in twists and turns. Alan pushed the door open without knocking. The naked men and women in the private room all looked at him and started to clean up. But Alan didn't care at all. He cleared a seat for Wang Qianduo and arranged for him to sit down. Then he said to a man with a long scar on his face, "Scar, business is here. This gentleman has something to ask you." "Alan, did you cross the line?" Something unexpected happened, and Scar didn't give Alan face, which seemed to be not simple. "Stop talking nonsense. I tell you this person is not someone we can afford to offend." Alan quickly came to Scar and whispered to him. The interaction between Alan and Scar made Wang Qianduo forget that this was a game, and every NPC in this game was just like a real person. "Oh, okay then. What do you want to know?" Scar still sat there and looked at Wang Qianduo and asked. The reason why the Black Shark Sea can almost infiltrate the Mother Star domain at will. Wang Qianduo did not hide it. Power and acting were not what he was good at, and being straightforward was the best choice, which was the result of his discussion with Ling just now. "This information involves many people. It's not cheap," Scar said. "How much?" "I don't accept gold crystals, although that thing is good, but I still like some things with collection value." Scar looked at Wang Qianduo with a playful face. Alan, who was standing by, was anxious as he watched this scene. Scar was usually as smart as a hyena, but why was he so confused today? "Are you going to destroy the Dark Night Pier? Things worth collecting?" Wang Qianduo looked at his backpack after hearing this. The few items in his backpack that could be considered valuable to the NPC were the small toys given in the gift pack during the VIP recharge process. These things could not be traded, but they could be provided to the NPC as quest items. "Is this okay?" Wang Qianduo placed a golden pistol with gorgeous patterns on it on the table. Golden Desert Eagle, Legend, Charm +3. Note: Compared with his insignificant power, his collection value and identity proof far outweigh his use value. This is the worst of his toys. This gun can be used, but compared with the laser weapons of this era, its power is really not worth mentioning. However, after Wang Qianduo took out the gun, the development of things once again exceeded his expectations. Scar slid directly from his seat to the ground after seeing the gun, and then knelt in front of Wang Qianduo with a thump. "Sir, I was just joking with you. Please put the things away, and don't get them dirty. I will send you the information you want immediately." Things went smoothly beyond Wang Qianduo's expectations, and even he himself was still in a state of confusion. Holding the information, Wang Qianduo, with a question mark in his head, left the Dark Knight Pier with the Desert Eagle. The system prompted that his task of collecting intelligence had been completed, and he could go back to hand in the task. "You heard me?" After Wang Qianduo left, Scar came to Alan angrily and said, "I heard you. I was almost scared to death by you. Do you know who that person is? Have you seen a person who has a red light when verifying his identity?" After hearing Scar's words, Alan was also angry. He said right away that the person had a special identity, for fear that he would offend that person. "Scar, didn't I think you were trying to curry favor with some rich second generation again? This is not the first time you have done this." Alan: "Forget it, it seems that the person didn't mean to blame me. How did you know his identity? Did you see his gun? I saw it once. Do you remember the bone-piercing mercenary group that was rampant because their leader broke through to the rare level 40? Remember, they were not. You mean? Yes, that day the grandson of the leader of the Bone mercenary group robbed a collection from a tourist in this very city. Then, that night, 3 perfect mechas brought 12 rare mechas, and wiped out the entire Bone mercenary group. I am interested in the collection, so I specially investigated what it was, and you are lucky enough to see it today. And most of the people in the Bone mercenary group had their mechas torn into pieces, and then were shot to death with a gun. You mean, that person just got angry and wanted to kill us? Isn't this person too cruel?" Alan frowned. Scar didn't say anything after hearing Alan's words. The forces behind the Dark Knight Wharf would not be destroyed so easily, but he couldn't. If he took the gun without knowing it, he might be sent back with the gun. At that time, Wang Qianduo didn't know what Scar was thinking. He was sitting in a hotel now, looking through the information Scar gave him. Scar is really powerful. What Wang Qianduo has in his hand is a complete list of the Black Shark pirates, who bribed the defense personnel of the Andromeda mother planet. Although he doesn't know any of the people on this list, just looking at the number of hundreds, this is not a small matter. Wang Qianduo felt that his mission had deviated again. Yu Ming asked him to investigate the interstellar defense line, and it was definitely not to investigate Andromeda thoroughly, but to catch a few small fish and shrimps. This is also the case. Wang Qianduo was right to go straight to the Dark Knight Wharf at the beginning. But if normal players receive this task, they will definitely not be able to enter the Dark Knight Wharf at the level 5 or 6 stage. Then, they will wander around the Dark Knight Wharf, and then find a small base of the Dark Knight Intelligence Department, and obtain some information about small fish and shrimps through some tasks. It will never be like Wang Qianduo, who came up and beat Scar, the person in charge of the Dark Knight Intelligence, to death, and directly obtain the complete information about the corrupt officials of Andromeda. This is still a troublesome matter. He just saw the real side of the NPC in this game, and he dared not submit the task casually. Chapter 32. 0. Do you think Yu Ming, the novice training officer, can handle this matter? Wang Qianduo looked at the information in his hand, and felt a little tricky. The mission was completed like this, nothing should go wrong, right? I don't know, but General Huang should be fine. 0 replied after a serious analysis. Okay, then go back to find Lao Huang. If it doesn't work, ask my master. This master can't be worshipped in vain. After Wang Qianduo finished speaking, he got up and rushed to the Mother Star base. Lao Luo's identity is actually not simple, which can be seen from the fact that 0 can't find any information about the other party. Wang Qianduo returned to the Mother Star base, calmed down, and went directly to General Huang. Didn't I tell you to come after you reach level 10? General Huang asked puzzledly after seeing Wang Qianduo. I got a piece of information, and want you to help identify the authenticity. Wang Qianduo finished speaking, and handed the information Scar gave him to General Huang. For some reason, players can no longer reach Lao Huang. There is no player around now. Wang Qianduo came in because of his team leader status, so he was so generous to give the things to Lao Huang. Intelligence? General Huang took the intelligence that Wang Qianduo handed over, and his face became more and more gloomy the more he looked at it. Intelligence from Dark Knight? They are really powerful. They investigated our people more deeply than we did. I have also been investigating this during this period, but there are still some fish that slip through the net. I will keep this thing. You take this to Yuming, and take your reward too. After General Huang finished speaking, he threw a letter directly to Wang Qianduo, and at the same time, a system prompt came in front of Wang Qianduo. System prompt: you have gained 100 experience points, 1,000 merits, 1 gold crystal, and a perfect equipment blueprint Breath of the North Wind. Your official rank has been promoted to sergeant, and your world reputation has been improved. The generous rewards allowed Wang Qianduo to directly skip the ranks of corporal and sergeant, and directly enter the ranks of sergeant, but the gold crystal and experience were a little less. However, he also obtained a perfect equipment that other players dream of, the level 5 reconnaissance device Breath of the North Wind. Although it is of no use to him, it can be sold for money. The price of this thing is not low. Well, your mission with Yuming should be interrupted, but it doesn't matter. I just happen to have a mission for you. System prompt: General Huang issued you a rank cycle mission. 1. Collect, or do you accept it? Just when Wang Qianduo was checking the harvest, a system prompt came again. What else can I say? It must be accepted, but from what he said, it seems that his hidden mission is no longer safe. This new mission is not even a hidden one. 1. Collect ore. Go to the number 3 star region mining star and collect 3 kinds of ores. Mission requirements: collect 3 ores. Rewards: 10 gold crystals, 2,000 experience points, 10 merit points, 1 random refined material. However, after Wang Qianduo read the mission requirements and the meaning of the cycle mission, he narrowed his eyes and looked at General Huang. Don't look at me like that, I'm just doing my job. General Huang looked at Wang Qianduo's eyes and smiled mysteriously. Wang Qianduo also smiled and nodded, then thanked him and left. There is something to say about this cycle task. Old Huang is really amazing. It seems that he knows exactly what he needs most at the moment. This cycle task hits his itch. As the name suggests, the cycle task is a task that can be completed in a cycle. 5 tasks form a cycle, and 2 cycles can be completed every day. After each round is completed, you will get extra money and experience, and there will also be a treasure chest. He doesn't know what can be opened in the treasure chest, but just the experience and money are enough. In fact, the cycle task is the daily task in the general game. It's just that in this game, the cycle task must be activated by the sergeant. This also explains why the intelligence reward given by Old Huang to him has almost no experience and money, but so many merits. It seems that his merits and reward should not be enough to be promoted to sergeant. Old Huang adjusted the proportion of his 3 rewards and let him rush directly to sergeant. In other words, Old Huang opened a back door for him. The reward of this cycle task is absolutely unimaginable for other players. It seems that the military rank route is the correct direction of this game. The current interstellar exploration route and mercenary route of mainstream players are completely off track. Didn't they miss 100 million? In fact, what Wang Qianduo didn't know was that it wasn't that they were off track, but that they couldn't get in at all. Even the Miracle Sword group, who completed the hidden mission with him, didn't open the military rank, let alone other players. However, through a series of operations by Lao Huang, Wang Qianduo had a new understanding of the intelligence of the NPC in this game. After saying goodbye to General Huang, Wang Qianduo took the information given to him by General Huang to find Yuming. The information General Huang gave him was a few names on the Dark Knight intelligence. It seems that just as we guessed, Yuming is indeed not capable of bearing the complete intelligence. Wang Qianduo said to Ling. Ling, actually, it's not necessarily the case. General Huang, your master, and Yuming seem to be from 2 different factions, and they seem to be in a competitive relationship. Wang Qianduo, ? How did you know? On the internet. I learned about it from the news online. Ling. That's right. In such an advanced era, basically any news can be found on the internet. That's not right. Why did you tell me just now? Zero, I just analyzed it. Wang Qianduo, such things should be said earlier in the future, otherwise once we are involved, how can we develop? Zero, I know. But sir, Yuming is not suitable to submit this information, because he and his forces have no bottom line. After saying this, Zero transmitted the information he investigated to Wang Qianduo. After reading it, Wang Qianduo whispered, I know, remember to remind me to stay away from these radical people with bad brains in the future. Okay. As Wang Qianduo guessed, after he handed in the task, Yuming only gave him the reward, and did not mention the subsequent tasks at all. It seems that this hangman already knew that Wang Qianduo went to allow Wang to hand in the task first. What's more amazing is that in addition to the experience, money and merits he must give Wang Qianduo, he actually gave him an initial skill energy bomb as a reward. This skill cannot be said to be bad. After all, there is no channel to obtain the initial skill, and the task may be the only chance to obtain this skill. But although Wang Qianduo is a mecha with all attributes, the NPC rewards him based on his highest attribute, just like the instant slash given to him by Lao Huang. But this person just wanted to disgust him, and actually gave him the initial skill with the lowest attribute. You know, if this skill does not go the intelligence route, no one will practice it. Stealing bamboo shoots. But this time the other party failed to steal the chicken, because Wang Qianduo has decided to go the intelligence route. This skill is more suitable, and Wang Qianduo happily accepted the skill and left, leaving Yu Ming with a puzzled look. After saying goodbye to Yu Ming, Wang Qianduo went offline and prepared to have a meal. Although he did almost nothing, just walking around to do tasks, in fact, a whole morning had passed. The map of this game is a real 1:1 real map. Wang Qianduo didn't seem to do anything this morning, but if it were in reality, it would be equivalent to answering a few customer calls. Then I took the high-speed train and a taxi to the nightclub in the next city, and then came back to report to the two leaders. These things are really not much to do in the morning. I may stay in the game for a while these days. If you have anything, just call me immediately. What can happen here? The new system is basically stable. Just have fun. I am counting on you to lead us to get the year-end bonus. I didn't dare to say it before, but now, as long as the professional players don't compete with us, it's no problem to be among the top. Just when Wang Qianduo was eating and chatting with Wang Jun in the cafeteria, another familiar female voice came from behind, so confident. Ghost. No, how come you walk without sound? Wang Qianduo and Wang Jun turned their heads to look at Lin Qiming at the same time, and Wang Qianduo almost subconsciously said what was in his heart. My high heels are quite loud. It's just that you guys are talking too seriously. Lin Qiming sat at their table, and said playfully, while biting her chopsticks. This made Wang's heart almost jump out of his chest. You guys use this to test your cadres? Who can bear this? Well, manager, tell me what you want to say. Don't do this. My heart can't bear it, Wang Qianduo said directly. This is simply a female demon. Chapter 33. How far have you progressed in your hidden mission? Oh, this one, it's already finished. The new mission will have to wait until I reach level 10. This is a long wait, Wang Qianduo said truthfully. So Lin Qiming responded after hearing this, and then began to concentrate on eating. Wang Qianduo, is it so realistic? What's going on between you and that guy? After the three of them finished their meal in an extremely awkward atmosphere, Wang Qianduo and Wang Jun asked on their way back to the office. What's going on? Didn't you see the situation? That guy came to ask about the progress of the mission, Wang Qianduo said. You don't understand women at all, no wonder you're single. Wang Jun smiled after hearing this and left directly. Hey, what do you mean? Speak clearly? Don't you know that I hate people talking halfway? Wang Qianduo didn't think about Lin Qiming's matter. After drinking a cup of tea to digest the food, Wang Qianduo went online. He still has to do the cycle task. Women will only affect his upgrade speed. The first cycle task, go to the mining star to collect 3 kinds of ores. This is not difficult at all, just a simple map running task. Because there are no teammates, Wang Qianduo can fly all the time, and even enable the equipment skill to spread at high speed. This task is simply too simple. The second cycle task, kill 30 star beasts that break into the star field around the mother star. These star beasts are generally ordinary monsters with strengths of 5 to 10, but they are distributed in the space around the mother star, and are creatures wandering in space. These star beasts can basically not withstand a lightning chain from Wang Qianduo, and then this has become a task to test his flying ability. Then comes the third cycle task, transporting goods. This task is to transport goods from the mother star base to the moon star base. The amount of goods is very large, so he can't use the teleportation array, but fortunately, he is not doing this task alone. The NPC of the team will be with him, which can be regarded as a running errand task. The first 3 tasks were completed quickly, but the fourth one was troublesome because it required a dungeon to complete. Wang Qianduo can't go to the dungeon alone now. However, thinking about it is not a solution, so he decided to go to the dungeon entrance first. Although it has only been 2 days since the first dungeon, the entrance of the dungeon is much busier than the previous 2 days. At this stage, a large number of players are promoted to level 5 every day, but the number is still acceptable. Because the mainstream forces have not yet arrived here, their levels are still concentrated in level 3 to 4, and it will take another 3 to 5 days to reach level 5. The gap between the masters of this game and ordinary players is unprecedentedly large. Leading a normal dungeon, 5 silver per player, all the equipment is mine, 3 is equal to 2. In the Mecha era, if a high-level player leads a low-level player, the profit will drop by more than half. But if it is a task or monster hunting that can be completed by a team of the same level, it is really not worth it to let a high-level player lead. But the dungeon is different, because for some players, if they don't find someone to lead the dungeon, they will not get any profit at all, but if they find someone to lead, they can still get half of the profit. Otherwise, the number of dungeons per day is just a waste. However, the people who leave the dungeon at the dungeon entrance all leave the dungeons of normal difficulty. The reason is very simple, because they can't pass the dungeons above difficult difficulty. The highest level limit of this dungeon is 12, and the people leading the team are also at this level. With the attribute of evolving once above level 10, they can bully the normal difficulty. If they don't have the help of teammates in the difficult situation, they will only crash, not to mention nightmares. However, seeing this group of people leading the dungeon, Wang Qianduo suddenly had an idea. He typed directly, "I have led the dungeon, 1 gold per person, I will lead it once, the positions are limited, first come first served, pay in front of the final boss. Why others are 5 silver, and he is 1 gold, don't ask why, the answer is that he is also a player of the same level, and the income will not be halved." Wang Qianduo's unconventional behavior quickly attracted attention, but after seeing his level, everyone called him a liar and quit the team. Then, before Wang Qianduo could say anything, he was decisively blocked. In fact, it is not easy to find someone to lead the dungeon. 5 silver for 1 dungeon, and the current gold price is nearly 1,300. After these 5 dungeons, it is nearly 800, which is real currency. Until one person asked, "Brother, you are only level 6, who gave you the courage to lead others through the dungeon?" Fish Liang? This sounded like a nitpicking, but it was a very tender female voice. "Wait a minute, don't rush to retreat, I can't tell if I can do it until I enter the dungeon, right? How about this, you have to wait for another person, and when we have 3 people, we drive directly. If you feel that I can't do it after entering the dungeon, you can get off the car, and it won't be a waste of time, right?" It's not easy to find someone who listens to him, so Wang Qianduo certainly won't miss this opportunity. "Okay, your voice sounds similar to mine, so don't say yours. My name is Yusio Yu. I'm a little embarrassed, so you can call me Sister Yu." Wang Qianduo. "Thank you. You're welcome. Don't wait any longer, my cousin is now level 5, and wants to play this dungeon too, I call her over." The two waited for several minutes, but no one showed up. Yu Xiaoyu couldn't help but say. Then he contacted her cousin directly, and soon a level 5 agile mecha came over. "Sister, why didn't you wait for me?" Yu Xiaoyu's cousin's voice sounded like a soft girl. "Who made you so stupid? An agile mecha can't upgrade as fast as my power mecha." The soft girl's game nickname is Yu Xiaoxin, and it's obvious that she is of the same lineage as his sister. After the 3 formed a team, Wang Qianduo shouted twice unwillingly, but when no one really entered, he chose to enter the dungeon directly. Because it was the first time for both of them to play the dungeon, the difficulty of the dungeon was pulled back to the normal difficulty by the 2 of them. With Wang Qianduo's equipment, it was no problem for a single person to play the normal difficulty, and soon they encountered the first group of dire wolves. "Don't move. I deal with them. If you want to fight, pick the ones I've fought before." After Wang Qianduo finished speaking, he drew out his Minghong knife and rushed towards the pack of dire wolves. Yu Xiaoyu tried to stop him but failed. She had never seen anyone go to a dungeon like this. Just when she thought she had wasted time, a silver arc began to jump back and forth among the wolves. 7 dire wolves fell directly on the street. Wang Qianduo quickly swung his weapon in his hand, basically crippling the dire wolves with 1 strike, and taking them away with the 2nd strike. If he used skills, these dire wolves would not survive the 2nd strike. At the same time, the attacks of these dire wolves were not painful to Wang Qianduo, but he would still deliberately avoid them, although it was not very meaningful. The 2 of them stared at the unreasonable things in front of them with their mouths open the whole time, and they no longer had the idea of quitting the team just now. "Sister, we are all level 5 or 6. Why is his damage so high?" Maybe it's because of the sword in his hand, which is obviously not a simple weapon. While the 2 were talking, Wang Qianduo had already solved all the monsters, picked up the dropped items, and said to the 2, "Follow me." "Oh, good." The 2 sisters quickly followed Wang Qianduo's pace, and began to watch Wang Qianduo's performance all the way. Especially when it came to the last boss, Wang Qianduo activated the skill of Flame Gold Crystal to break the weakness, and the damage of nearly 5,000 each time was simply incredible to the two. That scene was shocking. Will you buy these equipment? Buy. It seems that the two of them are also rich women. Master, do you lead the difficult dungeon? After the two bought the equipment that Wang Qianduo didn't need but they could use, Yu Xiaoyu said, I need to complete a task. Maybe I can lead you tonight. Wang Qianduo thought for a while and said, you can earn extra money and go to the dungeon. Leading people is indeed a good choice. Then add a friend. We will reserve 2 seats for you tonight. Yu Xiaoyu. After the 3 added friends, Wang Qianduo said goodbye to the 2 and continued to complete his cycle task. The 5th cycle task is a bit special. It is a cleaning task. The task requires him to clean the square of the Mother Star base, and he can't fool around. Fortunately, there is a sweeper. Otherwise, how long will it take to sweep such a large square? Hey! Isn't this the master of our company? Why is he sweeping the square? When Wang Qianduo was driving the sweeper and was feeling lucky, a duck voice came. Because he was the only one driving the sweeper here, Wang Qianduo looked for the sound and soon saw the owner of the voice. Chapter 34. The person who came was Li Mingzhou, the company's newly recruited professional player who had met him once and had a bad time. Hearing his words, Wang Qianduo smiled and continued to sweep the floor without saying anything. That's it? Just this level? Still a professional player? Just when Wang Qianduo was cleaning the square, in fact, several professional players had come to talk to him. Because the people who usually clean the square in uniform are NPC soldiers, doesn't Wang Qianduo's appearance prove that he can get tasks from the military? This is the channel they have been asking for, but the professional players of their own company said this as soon as they came. It seems that Shanghai's level is very worrying. But some people are born to be toads. They don't bite people, but they are disgusting. Li Mingzhou saw that Wang Qianduo ignored him, and became more excited. He came to Wang Qianduo's sweeper, and stopped him directly. Then he looked at Wang Qianduo with a playful face, and it seemed that he was deliberately disgusting him. This is where the toads have to respond to their own needs. He doesn't know where his innate sense of superiority comes from. He always thinks that the world revolves around himself. Even in the minds of these people, trouble is a sign of respect for you. In fact, Wang Qianduo ignored him because he was afraid of such trouble, but he didn't expect to stick to him. Wang Qianduo believes that to deal with such people, he must teach him a profound lesson at once and let him stay away from you. But there is no better way now, so let's solve the trouble in front of us first. Looking around, he soon found a group of NPC soldiers passing by, and Wang Qianduo waved to them. The rank of sergeant has certain authority. At least ordinary NPC soldiers need to greet him first when they see him. Seeing Wang Qianduo's call, this team of NPC soldiers quickly ran over. Looking at the special pattern on Wang Qianduo's clothes that symbolizes the rank, the leading soldier straightened his body and said, Sergeant, what do you want? Wang Qianduo, this person is obstructing public affairs, let him leave. If he obstructs public affairs, he can be detained for up to 2 hours, right? Oh! Just pull it up to the maximum. Wang Qianduo heard that there was such a good thing, so he must not let him go. I didn't expect the power of the rank to be so great. It seems that this road is indeed correct. Li Mingzhou on the side was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to run, but was directly pressed there by the NPC soldiers. That's good. If he wants to run, he can be detained for up to 4 hours, said the NPC leader. He had seen Wang Qianduo's annoyance with Li Mingzhou. Full. Take him down. When they say take him down, they really mean take him down by force. Li Mingzhou was about to say something, but a special mask device tightly wrapped around his mouth. At the same time, he found that his communication system was completely unusable, and he was completely numb. While struggling, he was taken away. May I ask your name? The other party gave him such face. Wang Qianduo certainly would not just deal with it casually. Asking a name and making a friend is not a waste of anything. More friends mean more ways, just in case there is such a thing in the future that needs help from others. Qi Su, Sergeant of the Alliance Star Fleet. Qian Wang, Fleet Sergeant. Hello. After the two chatted for a while, and got to know each other, Wang Qianduo continued to clean the square, and Qi Su continued to patrol. After cleaning the square and submitting the task to Lao Huang, a round of cycle tasks was completed. In addition to the task rewards, he also received 3,000 experience points, 15 gold crystals, a refined alloy steel, and a treasure chest. It is equivalent to completing 1.5 tasks more, and the reward is quite generous. And he can complete 2 rounds of such tasks a day, and his upgrade speed will be unmatched by others. Treasure chest. Wang Qianduo decided to wait for 2 to open together. He took another round of tasks, and set off now. The first ring of the task is to collect ore. The second ring is to kill star beasts. The third ring is transportation, and the fourth ring is the copy. The overall task has not changed at all, only some details have changed. For example, the types of ore and star beasts, the destination of transportation, and the task materials required for the copy. These things have no effect on Wang Qianduo's completion of the task. When it comes to the task of the next copy, he contacted the Yu sisters again and agreed to copy together. This time he planned to finish the remaining 4 dungeons in one go, so as to avoid the trouble of the meeting. Wait a minute, I try to call 2 more. Wang Qianduo still wanted to struggle. If he didn't form a full team, he would lose a lot. Why don't you form a team? The 2 of us will hire a car and give you the full money directly, said Yu Xiaoyu. Wang Qianduo, rich woman. Okay, then drive. I won't let you suffer a loss. Let's play difficult. Then try the nightmare later, but I guess you have to help me with the nightmare. If we can pass it, the 3 of us will make money together. Wang Qianduo already had a rough plan. He only got 1 gold for a normal dungeon, and 4 gold for a full team. It shouldn't be too much to charge him 10 gold per person for a nightmare dungeon. Even if the 3 of them split it equally, each person would get 6.6 gold. Not to mention the income in the nightmare dungeon, which is definitely not comparable to the difficult dungeon, and they won't split it equally. After the Yu sisters communicated with each other, they directly agreed to Wang Qianduo's plan. If the 3 of them led the nightmare dungeon together, Wang Qianduo would take half of the income, and the other half would go to the 2 sisters. At the same time, the equipment they could use would be released, and as long as Wang Qianduo didn't need it, it would be allocated to the 2 sisters first. Then the 3 of them quickly passed the difficult dungeon, and immediately went to challenge the nightmare. Wang Qianduo himself was not actually unable to pass the nightmare dungeon. After all, he had a 30% full medicine recovery that others couldn't understand. All relying on medicine, these dungeon monsters couldn't stand it. But he didn't want to waste it like this, because he didn't know if he could get this medicine in the future. It was a huge waste to waste such a late-stage potion here. Even if he is a newbie, he is not so new. Be careful of his slash, just hold him back, and wait for my lightning chain for the last 10%. The 3 of them are already in front of the final boss, and Wang Qianduo's skills are all on cooldown. After Yu Xiaoyu nodded, he charged the heavy hammer in his hand with all his strength, and then hit the ground hard, and a shockwave actually repelled the huge boss. This girl not only plays a power-type mecha, but also chooses a heavy hammer as a weapon, which is really. After Yu Xiaoyu attacked, Yu Xiaoxin followed up with an attack, holding a spear in each hand and throwing it out, nailing the boss's feet. The boss who was retreating was hit by the nail, and fell to the ground. Although their skills could not control the boss for a long time due to the boss's strong resistance, the special skills of the 2 made the boss fall to the ground. This control time is very long. It takes at least a few seconds for such a huge boss to get up. Although their damage was a little scratchy, they didn't have to deal any damage. You step back and watch my lightning chain. Just when the boss got up, Wang Qianduo's lightning chain had cooled down, and the silver arc flew out and took away its last health bar. Critical hit reduced by 2010. It's better. I want your damage too. Think about it. As 2 rich women, the Yu sisters' equipment is quite good compared to ordinary players, and their skills are also better than Wang Qianduo's. At least their cooperation makes Wang Qianduo feel inferior. Wang Qianduo also found that he seemed to be below average, otherwise how could he see that everyone had better skills than him? Although the 3 of them still had some difficulty in clearing the nightmare, they basically managed to get through it without any danger. The only problem was the coordination, which only needed to be practiced twice. And the only thing that was surprising was the last boss. In the first half of the dungeon, Wang Qianduo had enough skills, because he had learned the basic skills of the intelligence system. When fighting the Timberwolves, he would not give them the opportunity to report the news, and the burst was high enough when fighting the first 2 bosses at the same time. Even if they could not be taken away in one wave, the coordination and damage of the Fish Sisters were perfect enough to make up for the blows, and the 3-person team was just right to pass the dungeon smoothly. In addition, without the final boss of the dungeon, the lumberjack under the hidden task, the difficulty was greatly reduced, and there was no flying in the second stage. All these factors added together, the 3 of them could completely lead others through the dungeon. Leave the nightmare dungeon, 10 gold per person, only 2 positions, the drops belong to the captain, the positions are limited, first come first served. After the 3 of them left the dungeon, Wang Qianduo started to shout in the channel. But this time, before he finished shouting, the application information exploded directly. Countless team applications kept popping up in front of him, which was completely different from the first time. There is actually someone who can lead the nightmare? What are you waiting for if you don't go and see? Chapter 35. Wang Qianduo looked at the application record, added 2 low-level players at random, and prepared to enter the dungeon. But he found that he couldn't enter the nightmare dungeon at all, because one of them hadn't even passed the difficult dungeon. One of the 2 bosses didn't pass the difficult dungeon. Why don't you retreat first, clear the difficult dungeon first, and then cooperate next time? Wang Qianduo said directly. Brother, wait a minute, you can clear the difficult dungeon first, and then the nightmare dungeon, I can add money, said one of the 2 intelligent mecha pilots. When choosing the difficulty just now, he saw that Wang Qianduo had indeed opened the permission for the nightmare difficulty, and he couldn't enter because he didn't open it. This kind of team that can lead the nightmare dungeon is hard to come by, and if you miss it this time, you may not know when you can come in next time. Brother, there is another boss. It's difficult for us to deal with it, Wang Qianduo said, pretending to be hesitant. Brother, I pay for it. Can you accompany me to the difficult dungeon first? After the 2 discussed it, the player nicknamed Night Owl offered to pay all the 30 gold crystals needed for this difficult dungeon, and the other person agreed to the next difficult dungeon. At the same time, Wang Qianduo and the Yu sisters were also successfully persuaded by him, and everyone finally gathered and entered the dungeon. This Night Owl was obviously another rich guy, but Wang Qianduo finally found someone who was worse than him. He seriously suspected that the other party could reach level 5, because he paid money to be brought up. He finally had someone to despise. It was not easy. The difficult dungeon was not a problem for Wang Qianduo at all. It took them only more than 10 minutes to successfully pass it. Then, with Yamatsi and the other 2 completely frightened, they entered the nightmare dungeon and successfully passed it again. And this time it was much smoother than the last time, because the Yu sisters and Wang Qianduo cooperated more and more tacitly. The 2 bosses, we have completed the dungeon times today. If you want to cooperate, please contact us tomorrow. Yamatsi, okay, you must call us tomorrow, the price is negotiable. Although they were reluctant to disband, the 2 bosses did not say much. They added Wang Qianduo as a friend, and after many instructions, they made an appointment for tomorrow and left the team. After they left, Wang Qianduo and the other 2 divided the money and disbanded the team. After saying goodbye to the Yu sisters, Wang Qianduo returned to the square of the Mother Star base, and began to complete his last cycle task of cleaning the square. Wang Qianduo did not know what these people were doing. This square is obviously not dirty, so why does it need to be cleaned so frequently? The first 4 tasks have obviously undergone different changes, but the task of cleaning the square has not changed at all. Or cleaning that area, which is the square where the Dragon Hunter and the Wave Chaser dueled that day. It seems that this square is so expensive, and it is understandable. After all, such a large manpower cost is invested in maintenance, right? Just when Wang Qianduo was driving the sweeper to practice drifting, another person stopped him. The task is a hidden task, and I don't know how to trigger it. Can you please stop disturbing me while I'm sweeping the floor? Wang Qianduo said without even raising his head. These professional players have a very sensitive sense of smell. To them, this kind of task is like a firefly in the dark night, which is extremely attractive. In addition, Wang Qianduo had done this task twice, so they had a rough guess about Wang Qianduo's task. Then they asked one by one, which made Wang very annoyed. Speak softly, Wang. This is Manager Zhang of our newly established game department in Shanghai. Just when the man opposite was about to say something, a very familiar female voice came from behind Wang Qianduo. Manager, what's going on? Wang Qianduo jumped off the cleaning car and came to Lin Qiming and asked. Hearing her weird tone, Wang Qianduo knew that the relationship between the 2 was not good. In the workplace, if the boss has a conflict with others, do you still need to choose which side to stand on? You are born in the same boat? You have no choice at all. Lin Qiming, what's going on? Come to blame. How did you get Li Mingzhou in? Can you teach me too? After Lin Qiming rolled her eyes at Wang Qianduo, she said to Wang Qianduo with a little excitement. Looking at the ever-changing woman in front of him, Lao Wang admitted that at this moment, his heart beat faster. Lin Qiming, hey, what are you thinking about? It's so weird. Wang Qianduo, nothing. If you don't think about anything, explain the matter of Li Mingzhou. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, the man who stopped him at the beginning finally couldn't help but step forward and said, what to explain? He was arrested for obstructing public service. What does it have to do with me? Wang Qianduo asked, pretending to be confused. You asked the NPC to arrest him. What does it have to do with you? Manager Zhang said directly. Wang Qianduo, I ordered you to arrest them. Can I order NPCs to arrest people at will? Is this game owned by my family? You don't think that accepting a hidden mission is great. I can make you pack up and leave immediately. Do you believe it? Manager Zhang was at a loss for words after being confronted by Lao Wang, and then he shouted at Wang Qianduo for some reason. But the next moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately stopped talking and making gestures. Wang Qianduo and Lin Qiming looked at each other tacitly. This was really an unexpected gain. I recorded it. Do you need it? I recorded it even if you don't need it. How did this guy get to be a manager? He said this without thinking. With Wang Qianduo's value to the company, not to mention the manager of the game department, even Lin Qiming, his direct supervisor, dared not say this. I'm sorry I was impulsive. I apologize. But Li Mingzhou has a very important mission for us, so I'm so anxious. Sorry to disturb you while you're doing your mission. I leave now, Manager Zhang said, and turned around and left. He couldn't hear the private chat between the two, but he guessed that Lin Qiming would record it because he was also recording it. So his apology was very sincere, just to stop the loss in time. As for the reason, it was just made up. Only he knew the real reason. Is he here to make fun of me? Can you explain why? Wang Qianduo looked at this hangman who left after apologizing and said to Lin Qiming speechlessly, Maybe I rejected her because she was attracted by her beauty, and then maybe she turned to hate because of love. Lin Qiming pondered for a moment, holding her arm and touching her chin with her index finger. So I am the only one who is affected by this incident, and I am the one who got into trouble? Wang Qianduo said with a raised eyebrow. Lin Qiming, do you have any objections? Yes, I think you should treat me to a meal, Wang Qianduo said. You are also tempted by beauty? Lin Qiming looked at Wang Qianduo with a half smile. Ahem. I'm going to do the task first. He couldn't stand this demon at all, and he felt that he should think about it carefully. Lin Qiming looked at Wang Qianduo's embarrassed back, and the smile on his face became even stronger. But it's a pity that Lao Wang, the LSP, didn't see it. After cleaning the square, Wang Qianduo was going to Lao Wang to hand in the task, but suddenly found that Lin Qiming was waiting for him. Leader, is there anything else? Lin Qiming, nothing. Can you share your task that can be taken repeatedly? Heh. Of course, but this task can actually be taken by everyone, and you can take it as long as you find General Huang. Wang Qianduo shook his head and smiled and said directly. So simple? Is this the reason why General Huang hasn't seen the players recently? Lin Qiming frowned and said. It's that simple, but there is one more thing, which is that the rank must reach Sergeant. Lin Qiming, You told me that the rank is simple? I haven't heard of it since the beginning of the game. Do you mean you have opened that? Lin Qiming looked around and lowered her voice. Wang Qianduo raised his eyebrows and said nothing. He still had to hand in the task, otherwise it would affect his get-off work. This time Lin Qiming didn't stop him, because Wang Qianduo's method couldn't be promoted at all. He used the only hidden task to activate the rank, so other people didn't have to think about it. Wang Qianduo didn't think about what Lin Qi was thinking. He found Lao Huang and handed in the task, and opened the 2 treasure chests directly. System prompt. You open the daily treasure chest, and obtain the rare skill Elemental Orb, and the exquisite material Moonstone. Elemental Orb, rare, active LV1. Concentrate an Elemental Orb to attack the enemy, causing 120% of attack power plus intelligence value. Energy attribute damage to the enemy hit. Attack distance, 300. Chanting time, 0.5 seconds. MP consumption, 10. Cooling time, 2 seconds. Proficiency, 0/1000. Chapter 36. Old Huang. No, General Huang, do you know my master? Wang Qianduo looked at his new skill, Elemental Sphere, and squinted at General Huang in front of him. Anything that appears for the first time will be good, Wang Qianduo knows this. But this is too suitable for me. Aren't you cheating me? This skill can completely replace the normal attack. I just opened it like this, won't I take off directly? Your master? Who? It's okay. The Elemental Sphere skill doesn't seem to have high damage, even about the same as the initial skill Energy Bomb, and it is completely incomparable with other rare skills. It doesn't even grow like a rare skill, but this is when only looking at the damage. The same skill is similar to Wang Qianduo's Lightning Chain skill. Compared with the damage of several high-level rare skills that have been exposed on the forum, the damage of Lightning Chain is not high. It is high, at least not to the degree of perfection, but it is not only a group attack skill, but also has control. At the same time, it consumes little energy and has a short cooldown, which makes it a perfect skill. The same is true for the Elemental Orb skill. Although the damage of this skill is not high, the almost zero cooldown of 2 seconds and the release time of 0.5 seconds make this skill even replace the normal attack. And it is a normal attack that can grow. Just when he decided to go the intelligence route, Lao Huang gave him such a skill. Wang Qianduo had to wonder if he had opened a back door for him again. Lao Huang, I will definitely hold on to you from now on. You are so awesome, Wang Qianduo thought. After saying goodbye to Lao Huang, Wang Qianduo put some of his gains in the game warehouse and went offline to get off work. Has Lao Huang had any problems? Wang Qianduo asked Wang Jun after going offline. Nothing, the new system is completely stable, our department can at least rest for a few months, Wang Jun said. That's good, by the way, what level are you? Can you go to the dungeon? Can I take you? I'm only level 4, and it will take a few days to upgrade to level 5. This game may not be suitable for middle-aged and elderly people like me. It's too difficult to grab monsters. Yes. Yes. Get out. Just as the two were discussing various things in the game, Lin Chimun came over again, and the two Lao Wangs tacitly stopped talking. But this time she was just passing by, but the 5-meter aura was really intimidating. After confirming that there was really nothing he needed to worry about today, Wang Qianduo went straight home after get off work. After eating, he logged into the game again. His fatigue value for today had not been fully refreshed. He only consumed a little when he was doing the cycle task to kill the star beast. Wang Qianduo thought about it, then went to the forum to learn about the situation, and went to the monster area of level 10 to 14 in the 7-star field. The experience here is high enough, and the monsters are groups of magic rats. The strength and number are acceptable. In addition, at this stage, almost no one will come here to level up. The level of new players in the game is not enough, and the old players are basically higher than the level here, and there are not many people with the right level. If they don't form a team, they can't come here alone. Even if they come, because there are few people, the place where everyone levels up is large enough, and they don't have to worry about the problem of stealing monsters. Wang Qianduo has been planning to use the bomb to level up these 2 days, but he found that his plan seemed not so easy to implement. He only has 4 of these things, and he needs a place with a dense number of monsters. But such a place is too hard to find, or it is basically impossible to find it unless there is a beast hide. If he attracts monsters by himself, he will waste too much time, and it is not as efficient as him killing them bit by bit, which is not worth the loss. Originally, he wanted to find Wang Jun and a few friends to help him attract monsters, but they were not at level 5, and it was difficult to explain to professional players. So the plan had to be shelved. Thinking about these messy things, Wang Qianduo soon arrived at his destination, a devastated wasteland planet. Demon Rat Star. The sky here is gloomy, scorched earth everywhere, and sewage is flowing. Seeing the scene, who would have thought that this was the second planet that humans discovered when they first entered the interstellar era and could be transformed and settled? The culprit for this planet becoming like this was none other than the demon rats, his target for monster hunting this time. In fact, the demon rats were not native creatures on this planet. Their predecessors were rats on Earth, and they were brought to this planet by humans. The lessons learned from the harm of species invasions by humans from ancient times to the present are not uncommon, and humans have always been very careful since entering the interstellar era. But humans themselves have another bad habit, that is, they are easy to drift. After the successful transformation of the first planet in the interstellar era, humans' old habit recurred and brought 2 rats to the second planet for transformation. Then they reaped what they sowed. When people were working hard to build the planet, the 2 mice began to reproduce crazily and fight against the environment of the planet. 10 years later, the human planet was basically built, and the mice evolved into magic rats, and basically hollowed out the entire underground of the planet. Then one day, they finally started to attack the ground for some reason. Wherever the magic rats passed, there was no grass left, and the planet that humans had worked hard to build was destroyed in an instant. In the end, it was the human masters who rushed into the ground and beheaded the magic rat king, who was already level 50 at the time. The human coalition completely defeated the magic rat army, leaving only some small-scale rat groups that were difficult to eliminate. But after this battle, the planet was completely turned into a wasteland, and 10 years of hard work and construction were annihilated. Later, through genetic technology investigation, it was discovered that humans reaped what they sowed. And the magic rat planet that had experienced a great destruction completely became a training ground, and it could only be a training ground. In fact, this planet is not the one with the most serious species invasion cases. There are more serious cases than this, and even the entire planet must be destroyed. In the interstellar era, human interstellar fleets and planet-destroying incidents also occurred frequently. But these have nothing to do with Wang Qianduo now, and he just treats this planet as a story. Worrying about the country and the people? He doesn't have the time. He just needs to take care of himself. While exploring here, Wang Qianduo soon found a nest of magic rats. These guys, which are bigger than tigers, still have the shadow of rats. Magic rat, ordinary, LV10. HP 700. MP 50. Attack 80. Defense 10. Skills, bite, claw. The attributes of the magic rats can be said to be very weak among the level 10 monsters, but the trouble is that they come in groups. After Wang Qianduo saw the attributes of this team of magic rats, a lightning chain flew out. 7 magic rats hit by the arc died instantly, and nearly 100 experience points were obtained. The remaining magic rats saw this scene, and not only did not retreat, but all rushed towards Wang Qianduo. Unit 0 waved the Minghong sword in his hand, and a fireball flew towards a magic rat. Minus 470. This is Wang Qianduo's elemental magic ball skill. This skill can condense energy bullets of various attributes to attack the enemy, which is very fancy. However, this is a single skill, and the best way to deal with the current situation is to attack in groups. The Minghong sword in his hand is horizontally charged, and it doesn't matter even if it is attacked by the magic rat. When all the magic rats entered the attack range, a cold light bloomed and instantly killed several magic rats. The efficiency of spawning monsters is still good, but the 20 or so magic rats don't produce anything, which is a bit disappointing. However, Wang Qianduo no longer expects to get equipment by killing monsters. After all, this game has been a rip-off for a long time, and you get used to it. After dealing with a wave of demon rats, Wang Qianduo immediately flew to find the next wave. In fact, compared with other places, the total number of monsters in this place is not much. It just spawned the monsters scattered in other places in small piles. Because there was no competition, Wang Qianduo quickly found another team of demon rats, and killed them in the same way. This team of demon rats dropped a strange item, which was dropped by the only elite in this team of demon rats. Unknown Tooth Fragment 7-4, exquisite the tooth of an unknown creature carried by the demon rat elite, the purpose of which is unknown. It turned out to be a rip-off tooth. Wang Qianduo said after picking it up and taking a look, and then threw it into his backpack. This tooth is said to be a hidden task triggering condition, but all 7 fragments need to be collected. But why is it said? That's because no one has seen the 7th fragment so far. Then this thing became a means for some people to deceive others, until it was fully exposed on the forum. Forget about this kind of thing. Wang Qianduo usually doesn't think too much about such a difficult task. How can he be so smart when so many people haven't solved the problem for a year? Chapter 37. Here's another one, this is the 5th one. Am I really the chosen one? After Wang Qianduo killed another group of demon rats, another tooth fragment was exploded. He had been killing monsters for less than half an hour, and successfully exploded all the fragments from number 1 to number 5, which inevitably made him think more. Although he said no, he was actually very honest in his heart. After all, everyone has a heart that is unwilling to be ordinary, right? But the heart is unwilling to be ordinary, and the reality is extremely cruel. In the next 2 hours, Wang Qianduo did not see any new tooth fragments. Not to mention the number 7 that no one has seen, he has never seen, even the number 6 that is everywhere. It's so real. Hack, a radical, another number 4. 0, as an artificial intelligence, can you analyze why this is not the case? After picking up another number 4 fragment, Wang Qianduo complained to 0. According to my statistics, the demon rats you killed on the demon rat star can actually be divided into 5 types according to their appearance. Each type will drop a fragment. Most of the demon rats you just killed drop the 4th type of fragment. This is a normal phenomenon. Wang Qianduo, surprise! He was just too bored and complained casually. Unexpectedly, 0 answered his question directly. But he really didn't find any difference between these big rats? They are all muscles, buried and eliminated. According to what you said, there are actually 7 types of demon rats on this planet. I just need to kill them all to collect the tooth fragments. Although he had doubts, Wang Qianduo still decided to try according to 0's analysis. If it succeeds, wouldn't it be a big profit? 0. Analyze the magic rats and help me find the other 2 groups of magic rats. Okay, sir. After 0 answered, Wang Qianduo flew straight into the sky in the 0 machine. Soon, With the help of Zero, he found the sixth group of magic rats and successfully exploded the number 6 fragment. What did this prove? It proved that Zero's speculation was completely correct. Now, he clearly realized the power of the artificial intelligence given by the Mecha. This kind of human effort to distinguish is almost a hell-level difficulty, but Zero only needs a small amount of data to analyze it. Fortunately, he asked a question, otherwise he would have missed it. It turns out that the key point of the unknown secret of this planet is here. It seems that he is indeed the son of heaven. The next thing is simple, that is, to find the 7th group of magic rats with all your strength. Once found, take off directly. Haha. This hidden task that countless people have been thinking about will be completed by me. Wang Qianduo thought excitedly, and then was slapped by his real father. He flew for nearly an hour with great interest, and then found nothing. It only takes more than 10 hours to fly from Kyoto to Magic City, at the speed of unit 00, and this 1-hour flight is not a close distance. The fact that there was no discovery at all can explain a lot of problems. No wonder no one has brushed the number 7 fragment for so long. 0. Analyze where this 7th kind of magic rat might be hidden. Wang Qianduo, who already had some guesses, chose to ask 0 again, and 0 did not disappoint him, and gave a direct answer. According to the information provided by the Alliance, the roots of the magic rats should be underground on this planet. I suspect that this unknown 7th kind of magic rat should also be underground. Wang Qianduo, I actually have doubts, but I haven't seen the entrance to the underground world. Unfortunately, I don't have any technological skills that can change the terrain. My skills are completely magic-oriented. If there is, we can bomb the Earth to try. Wang Qianduo said, and suddenly took out a bomb and looked at it. He remembered the explosion of this thing that day. The hill where Mark Bay was razed to the ground. If it wasn't because it was a safe zone, who knows how many people would die. Analyze and see where to bomb. Wang Qianduo said to Ling. He had made up his mind to waste a try. His heart was now aroused by this task. I need to use the authority of the fire eyes and golden eyes. Okay. Wang Qianduo agreed directly. He originally thought that when Ling said to use the authority of the fire eyes and golden eyes, he was using the reconnaissance skills to scout the terrain. But he didn't expect that he would directly activate the 3 skills of the fire eyes and golden eyes at the same time, and also turned on some hidden switches. Countless data streams flashed in front of Wang Qianduo's eyes in an instant, but he didn't have a super processor brain, and he was dazzled after a while. But he had to look at it. Everything about Unit 0, including 0, was for him as the pilot. If he closed his eyes, these things would disappear immediately, and 0 would not be able to analyze anything, and this sin would be in vain. But fortunately, the duration of the fiery eyes and golden pupils was only a short 20 seconds. If it was longer, he had no doubt that he could vomit. Have you seen people who get car sick? Have you seen people who get mecha sick? Wang Qianduo, who was dizzy, complained. I haven't seen it, but I have some bad news to tell you. Just now, I just roughly calculated the direction. The specific location needs to be calculated again. Wang Qianduo, Although Lao Wang didn't want to experience the pain just now, he had to endure hardships to become a superior person. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Come on! Ollie Gay, after drinking 2 pounds of chicken soup, Ling started performing again 10 minutes later, and Lao Wang finally couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. But there is a reward for every effort. Ling successfully calculated the direction this time. Wang Qianduo placed a bomb under an abandoned fortress and lit the fuse. Boom! A loud noise sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud bloomed on the spot. After the fireworks dissipated, a huge hole appeared in front of Wang Qianduo, and it was pitch black inside, as if it led directly to the abyss. Lao Wang jumped down without thinking. Anyway, he was afraid of flying. The noise of the bomb was too loud. Although there were not many people leveling up on this planet, there were still some. When Wang Qianduo was flying all over the sky, he had already attracted the attention of some people. They all leaned towards him intentionally or unintentionally. The mushroom cloud raised by the bomb was so conspicuous that they flew towards this side as soon as they saw it. And when they saw the huge pit, they immediately thought of the well-known unsolved mystery of the tooth fragments. So these people rushed in and spread the news as soon as possible. Wang Qianduo knew nothing about what happened on the ground, because the complexity of the underground world exceeded his imagination. The roads here are intersecting and complicated, but they seem to contain some rules. It is hard to imagine that such a cave is the masterpiece of a group of rats, but it is the fact. Fortunately, the fire eyes and golden pupils have a night vision bonus, so that he does not go around in circles on this road that turns left and right. And Zero's intelligent analysis also keeps him on the right path. The teams behind him are not good, they got lost here decisively at the first time. But after walking for a while, Wang Qianduo's feet suddenly became empty, and the vision in front of him suddenly became wider. An underground world appeared in front of him, an underground world with mountains, water, and everything except sunshine. Below the underground world is a jungle composed of unknown plants, and above the underground world are stalactites, hanging like ice cones. There is a very large distance between the top of the stone and the ground, but because there is no light here, even with the blessing of the fire eyes and golden pupils, Wang Qianduo can't see too far. But after his initial observation, the environment here is much better than the wasteland on the surface. What a great irony! But these have nothing to do with Wang Qianduo. He slowly flew to the forest and the underground world and began to look for his target. There are many more rats in the underground world than on the ground, but Wang Qianduo did not get too entangled with them. He didn't have much time to get tired. If he wanted to level up, he could come back tomorrow. Now his only goal was to find the 7th kind of magic rat to complete the hidden task. Maybe God will not let down those who work hard, or maybe he is lucky. After all kinds of difficulties, Wang Qianduo finally found the 7th kind of magic rat next to an underground lake. But this magic rat is a little different from what he imagined. This is too big, Wang Qianduo muttered as he looked at the hill lying by the lake drinking water, whose eyes had degenerated to nothing. Underground Demon Rat Elite. LV10. Leader. HP 20,000. MP 1,000. Attack 230. Defense 50. Skills: Bite, Claw, Ground Spike, Dig Hole, Petrified Skin, Earthquake. Chapter 38. Wang Qianduo had a headache looking at this boss, who was called an elite, but was actually the leader. He was the least good at dealing with this kind of huge creature. There were 2 monsters with 210 attack points. One was about the same size as the Mecha, and the other was as big as a mountain. Their attacks on Wang Qianduo at the same time might have cost him 140 to 150 HP. But the small monsters were over after the attack, while the big ones might have various effects, such as knockback, crushing, disability, dizziness, etc. Although the speed of large monsters was worrying, and they were not as easy to hit as the small ones, for Lao Wang weren't they all the same, but it had come to this point, and it was difficult. If a man died, the bird would fly to the sky. If he didn't die for thousands of years, he would be done. A golden light flashed in Wang Qianduo's eyes, and he activated the weak point attack of the fire eyes and golden eyes skill. An arc of electricity directly hit the Demon Rat Elite, who was drinking water. Weakness critical hit reduced by 5180, stun for 0.2 seconds. The Demon Rat, which had lost more than 1/4 of its health after being struck by lightning, looked around with its small eyes that were seriously unbalanced, and soon found the instigator on the other side of the lake. It stood up and rushed towards the other party with an angry step. The moment it stepped into the lake was stirred up by its huge body. Other rats drinking water on the shore were directly washed away, and Wang Qianduo was even almost repelled by the lake water he stirred up and interrupted his skills. Because of its size, the movement of the Demon Rat Elite carried a momentum of crushing withering and rotten wood. But the speed was a little lame. At this time, Wang Qianduo was not very anxious, and the more such times, the calmer he became. He calmly continued to charge his skills, and a magic ball, made of pure magic gradually appeared in his hand. This was the exquisite skill charge magic bullet he acquired, an advanced skill of magic bullet. This skill is somewhat similar to charge slash, both of which are the kind of skills that become more powerful the longer the charging time, and can cause up to 350% of the attack power. It must be said that this huge monster is really slow. Just when the Magic Rat Elite was about to rush in front of Wang Qianduo, his skills were already charged. The magic ball flew out and turned a corner, hitting the chin of the magic rat. The huge magic ball hit the hidden effect of the skill, and directly overturned it into the lake. Weakness critical hit reduced 3710, knockback. With the impact of the lake water, Wang Qianduo left his surroundings. Actually, he was washed away, and then waved the Minghong sword in his hand, and a magic ball shining with arcs hit the Magic Rat Elite again. Weakness critical hit minus 1690, paralysis 0.1. The abnormality of the fire eyes and golden eyes is shown here. The 3 skills that must hit the weakness directly knocked off more than half of the boss's health. After the 3 skills, Wang Qianduo immediately moved away from the rat, and then threw an elemental magic ball at him from a distance, but this time it was a fireball, and there was no critical hit. Minus 367. A number that was neither more nor less floated above the boss's head. This was the damage he could normally deal. At the same time, the demon rat elite stood up again, and the continuous heavy blows made it furious. Squeak! A not-so-serious roar was heard, and a gray energy covered its entire body. Then he waved his hand casually, and a gray rock with a diameter of several meters flew towards Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo could not dodge in time, so he could only open the energy shield to withstand the attack. -202. This attack directly smashed Wang Qianduo's shield into a dim state, and it was about to be shattered. Critical hit -720. Wang Qianduo was not willing to be outdone, and took the opportunity to throw an elemental magic ball at it. It was also bad luck that the skill actually hit a critical hit. But because of the petrified body skill, the magic rat elite was immune to a lot of damage. The magic rat elite was angry, and threw 2 more stones at Wang Qianduo, but this time, it was avoided in advance by Lao Wang, who had been prepared. At this moment, Wang Qianduo found that his operation was not so bad. It was still easy to avoid the attack of the magic rat elite by flying in the sky. But he couldn't stop. In addition to the elemental magic ball, Wang Qianduo couldn't use any other attack skills. Wang Qianduo could run on the ground to charge skills, but he couldn't fly in the sky. The two were not of the same difficulty. At Wang Qianduo's current level, he has to hover to release skills in the air, but he doesn't dare to do so. In fact, with his defense, he won't be killed instantly if he is hit by the opponent, but the huge power of the magic rat elite will interrupt his spellcasting. Not only will he not be able to release skills if he stops, but he will also be hit in vain. And now, he doesn't dare to land, because one of the skills of the magic rat is called ground spike. This skill is not uncommon. It is a skill that summons spikes from the ground to attack the enemy, but it is very fast and difficult to dodge, and the cost is not high. If he lands, he will still be hit, so he can only use the elemental ball to slowly grind. However, Wang Qianduo has always had a bad premonition. Sure enough, when the health of the magic rat elite dropped to January 4th, it stopped attacking Wang Qianduo in the sky and began to dig underground. Seeing this, Wang Qianduo immediately began to charge up the lightning chain. Just when the figure of the demon rat elite was about to disappear underground, the arc of electricity in Wang Qianduo's hand shot out. Critical hit -2550. The direction of the demon rat facing Wang Qianduo was its back. There was no weakness here, and Wang Qianduo could not hit the weakness critically. Wang Qianduo was very lucky to get a critical hit, but the demon rat elite still disappeared on the ground. Wang Qianduo did not dare to chase into this huge hole. The underground was the enemy's home court. Fighting against the enemy's home court was courting death. He slowly landed on the ground, trying to find a way to force him out. But at the moment he landed, something strange happened, and a huge claw stretched out from the ground. Wang Qianduo immediately activated the shield, but it was directly pierced, and the claw hit the chest of Unit 0. -223. -15. The huge force pushed him back, but the damage was not very good, only scratching the body armor on the chest of Unit 0. The claws were extended, and then retreated, not giving Wang Qianduo a chance to counterattack. What made Wang Qianduo feel difficult was that the opponent's blood volume was recovering little by little. Wang Qianduo calmed down and thought for a while, then his eyes focused, and he came to the ground again. Sure enough, as soon as he fell, the demon rat elite attacked again and knocked him away again. After Wang Qianduo recovered, he fell again, but was knocked away again. Then it was the 4th time, and this time it was no longer the claws that finally attacked him, but its huge mouth that seemed to swallow everything. -248. Wang Qianduo was bitten directly by the demon rat elite, but Lao Wang was waiting for this moment. The Minghong knife in his hand went straight to the eyes of the demon rat elite, and the ordinary 2-shot stab plus the normal attack, for consecutive swords hit the same position. Weakness break reduced by 290. Weakness break reduced by 261. Weakness break reduced by 260. Weakness critical hit reduced by 681. A series of damage numbers floated up, and the magic rat elite was almost at the bottom of the blood. The intense pain made it fall into a frenzy, and it threw Wang Qianduo to the ground, and Lao Wang lost more than 200 blood. Then he saw that the magic rat elite gathered magic power in its claws, and pounced on the ground. Fly! Fly! Fly up! This skill was its ultimate move, the earthquake, but Wang Qianduo still did not panic. He concentrated on pushing the thruster with all his strength. Just when the magic rat elite's skill was about to fall, Wang Qianduo finally flew up without any danger. Then he watched the magic rat elite's claws land on the ground. The ground collapsed, and a shockwave spread out with its claws as the center. The area where the two were located was completely destroyed by the impact, and Wang Qianduo in the sky was also blown back by the air. Minus 370. The highest damage he had received so far appeared on Wang Qianduo's head, which made him very scared. This was just the impact of the aftermath. If he hadn't flown up just now, he might have been seriously injured or not dead. At the same time, the movement caused by the violent impact quickly spread in this underground world. Many players who followed Wang Qianduo looked in that direction, and some chose to go over immediately. Among them, the team closest to there was only a few minutes away. Wang Qianduo didn't know these. He was concentrating on dealing with the magic rat elite in front of him. Although the opponent had run out of tricks, he didn't want to fall over at the critical moment. He didn't have much blood now, but he didn't choose to use potions. It's better to save if you can. Weakness critical hit minus 1647. They hesitated for a while, and then Wang Qianduo took advantage of it, and flew a glowing elemental magic ball into the mouth of the magic rat. The huge damage directly took away his last blood. Experience plus 5,000. System prompt: you can upgrade your level. After killing the demon rat elite, Wang Qianduo finally gained enough experience to upgrade from level 6 to level 7. He didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade directly, and his own status was restored at the same time. In just a few days, he reached level 7, which was really a speed that others dared not even think about. Chapter 39. Just as Lao Wang was lamenting how fast he had upgraded, Zero's electronically synthesized voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, be careful." But Lao Wang was still slow to react, and an energy crossbow arrow hit Zero's chest directly. Minus 165. The arrow was originally aimed at his neck weakness, but Lao Wang moved a little at Zero's reminder and avoided the weakness. Without caring about anything else, Wang Qianduo immediately looked for cover to hide his body, but was still hit by another bullet. Minus 85. But the opponent could only do this because Wang Qianduo had already found a cover. He looked in the direction where the arrow flew from and found a player team consisting of 5 mechas, hiding far behind the ruins created by the demon rat elite. Minus 80. Just as he was secretly observing, a bullet hit Zero's head again. Fortunately, it didn't hit the eyes, and Wang Qianduo immediately hid and stopped looking around. However, he has observed the other party and their configuration, and the Zero-generated small map can check their position at any time. The 5 mechas of this team are Agile Mecha Evolution, Hunter Mecha; Agile Mecha Evolution, Sniper Mecha; Agile Mecha Evolution, Assassin Mecha; Strength Mecha Evolution, Shield Mecha; Intelligence Mecha Evolution, Witch Mecha. Although these mechas are not rare, this is a nearly perfect team configuration. And judging from the performance of the opponent's Hunter and Sniper, their level is not low. At least Wang Qianduo's attack accuracy cannot reach their level. Old Thong, the damage is not right. This guy's defense is surprisingly high. Nonsense. Can he fight the boss without high defense? This is a rare mecha. Are you still going? We may not be able to offend this guy. Go. Even if he is awesome, his condition after fighting the boss alone can't be too good. And his drops plus the boss's drops are worth at least tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. This is much more than the club's monthly salary. It's too bad for me not to go, said the driver of the shield mecha named Old Feng. Okay. Let's do it. When the others heard that the tens of thousands of profits were there, they didn't care about offending or not. Old Wu will increase the status, and then I will press forward, and the assassin will attack from the back, and you are ready to focus fire at any time. After Old Feng said this, several people started to act. The long stick in the hands of the Wuju mecha flashed, and an energy shield appeared around the shield mecha. Then the shield armor quickly pressed towards Wang Qianduo from the front, and at the same time, the assassin's armor gradually faded, so faint that everyone could hardly see it. Their plan was good, but unfortunately they encountered Wang Qianduo, who could not be predicted by common sense. Their plan had just begun to be implemented, and the shield armor didn't go far. A thunder shot out from the back of the building where Wang Qianduo was, and directly hit the shield armor in the front. He just entered Wang Qianduo's attack range. The witch armor and his own shield were melted almost instantly, and then the violent thunder directly destroyed the entire shield armor. But this was just the beginning of their nightmare. After destroying the shield armor, the thunder did not stop, but jumped in several mechas. They had no time to disperse, and in an instant, all the team with almost perfect configurations were killed. On the other side, Wang Qianduo, who killed 5 mechas in one shot, looked around, picked up the drops of the Magic Rat Elite and the drops of the players in that team, and left here. Killing 5 mechas in one shot is actually nothing. The total health of the shield armor mecha with the most health in this team of players plus 2 layers of shields is only a little more than 1,000 health. How could it withstand Wang Qianduo's chain lightning? This level of skill is too abnormal in the early stage of the game, not to mention that it is doubled by equipment. Several players only drop some money and materials, and a rare level 5 equipment, all of which are money-making goods. The Magic Rat Elite dropped all good things. In addition to the number 7 tooth fragment that Wang Qianduo wanted, there was also a perfect material and a skill disc. The material is also a tooth, but it is a complete rat tooth. Rat tooth, perfect rat teeth of special materials are perfect materials for making some equipment. This is nothing to say, but the skill is really powerful. Magic Explosion, rare LV1. Instantly bursts out magic energy, causing 500 plus intelligence, attribute damage to enemies within a 15-degree radius, and repelling the enemies. Attack distance, 15. Chanting time, instantaneous. MP consumption, 500. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Proficiency, 0/500. A powerful life-saving skill for an intelligence-type mecha, and an important skill that Wang Qianduo lacks now. After the inventory of the harvest was completed, Wang Qianduo checked the 7 tooth fragments in his backpack. Unlike the speculation of everyone on the forum, after the 7 fragments were gathered, Wang Qianduo did not trigger any tasks. They didn't even gather together, just lying there without any reaction, silently occupying 7 slots in Wang Qianduo's backpack. What's going on? Zero, analyze it. Okay, I'm analyzing it for you. As soon as Zero's voice fell, a holographic projection of 7 tooth fragments appeared in front of Wang Qianduo. Then after Zero combined them together, Wang Qianduo looked at the huge teeth in front of him, and the cracks on them, and had some understanding. Is this a map? Wang Qianduo asked Zero with some doubt. Zero, yes, sir, but to be more precise, it's a treasure map. The tip of the tooth is where the treasure is. So that's the case. Can you determine the location? Let's go over and take a look. Yes, according to the analysis of the way we came, the treasure is in this underground world. Wang Qianduo, who once again experienced the power of artificial intelligence, flew into the sky and began to look for treasure. It's too late. The boss has been killed for quite a long time. The footprints should be killed by one person alone. The level is probably not low. And it seems that someone else has been here, but that person should be killed, and it was killed instantly. The difference is huge. While Wang Qianduo was looking for treasure in the sky, another team of players followed the movement just now, and found the battlefield where he killed the boss. This team of players seemed to be not simple. They analyzed Wang Qianduo's battle process in a few words. But if Wang Qianduo was here, he would definitely recognize one of the Snow White mechas at a glance. It was Lin Qimeng's Dragon Princess mecha. And the driver of this Dragon Princess was Lin Qimeng. His current level was 11. This demon rat star happened to be the area where he leveled up. It was reasonable for her to be here. Qimeng, should we chase them? That person may have the missing tooth fragment of number 7, said the tank mecha driver in the team. Because of the breakdown of the negotiation with the manager of Shanghai Professional Club, she set up her own small game club affiliated with Shanghai. No! We can't chase them. That item is a consumable item. It will be used less each time. And we may not be able to beat them even if we catch up, or we will definitely not be able to beat them. The team that was destroyed here is a professional team of the Wanli 7th Regiment, and it is not a reserve team. Although they just evolved their mechas at level 10, and have not updated their equipment, we are not necessarily much stronger than them. Before Lin Qimeng spoke, the woman driving a red mecha in the team said, Sister Hua, how do you know who is destroyed? I have their friends. Just now, they all changed the map together in an instant. It is not difficult to guess based on the situation here. Hearing Sister Hua's words, everyone gave up the idea that they should not have, but when they were about to leave, a missile suddenly appeared and headed straight for Sister Hua. Fortunately, the power-type meat shield mecha War Rhino in the team reacted quickly, turned on the shield, and put up the shield to block the missile for Sister Hua. Minus 110. When everyone saw the damage to the War Rhino, their hearts sank. The meat shield could still be hurt like this after successfully parrying. The damage of the opponent's people would definitely crush them. Seeing this, Lin Qimeng directly drew out the tang straight knife that had been hanging behind her. After the flame swirled, a fire dragon soared into the air and landed in the direction of the attack, lighting up everything there. Looking at the mecha configuration, it's the people from the third group of Wind, Flower, Snow and Moon. Find a good cover, I will communicate with the other party. Sister Hua made a judgment immediately after seeing the other party. Friends of the opposite wind and flower, you misunderstood. This boss was not killed by us. We just arrived a little earlier than you. Sister Hua shouted in the regional channel. Do you think we believe it? Sister Hua, Chapter 40. The other side obviously didn't believe it, because they never stopped attacking. The vision distance of Lin Qiming's group of 4 was obviously not as good as that of the other side, so they were ruthlessly suppressed. Although they all had rare mechas, except for Sister Hua, they were all melee mechas, and they could not show their strength in such a suppressed battle. Sister Ming, what should we do? Asked the assassin in the team. Run, what else can we do? After saying that, Lin Qiming turned on the propulsion device and flew out, and the rest of the team immediately followed. There is no shame in running away. Lin Qiming and others comforted themselves while running away, and their mood was indeed much better. But the other team obviously didn't want to give up. This team, that might have the mysterious number 7 fragment. The number 7 fragment was said to be magical, and even if it was a professional club, as long as there was a little hope, they would not give up. It won't work if we go on like this. We can't get rid of them at all, said Lao Ma, the driver of the war rhino mecha. The two sides have been chasing each other for about 10 minutes. Because of the suppression of vision, Lin Qiming and his party have been chased and beaten. This is the battle of professional players. As long as there is a little advantage, they will expand it to the maximum. How about I sneak attack them again? Said the driver of the black assassin type mecha in the team. Goodbye, maybe we will have to save you like before, which is not worth the loss. Said Sister Hua, the driver of the red mecha. Go down. Fight with them. Even if the whole army is wiped out, we must tear off a few pieces of their flesh. Lin Qiming said with a cold look in her eyes. This woman is really cruel. But they really couldn't run away, because they were about to run out of mana. The opponent's level was obviously higher than theirs, and if they continued to run, they might not even have the ability to resist. After landing in an open area with the highest field of vision, they began to prepare to meet the enemy. But before they could form a formation, another missile hit them. The target of this missile was not any of them, but the open space in the middle. Boom, and explosion sounded, and Lin Qiming's team was blown apart, but fortunately the injuries were not serious. But what made them solemn was that they could not see the opponent at all this time, which meant that their field of vision distance had been completely controlled by the opponent. The opponent was obviously preparing to use the perfect suppression of vision to wipe them out here. Don't watch the show, help! After being hit by the opponent's sniper's bullet again, Lin Qiming sent a message to someone. Wang Qianduo, who was on his way, ? How do you know I'm here? Lin Qiming, don't you know that this game will show what map your friends are on? When they are on the same map, a green mark will appear under their avatars. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I add you to the team, and you help me destroy this team. It's okay for a beautiful woman to curse when she opens her mouth. It seems that she is really angry. But Wang Qianduo did not watch the show. Just now, when he was about to leave the underground after the treasure hunt, he heard the sound of fighting again from the place where he killed the magic rat elite. He went over to take a look, and then he saw Lin Qiming's special dragon princess mecha at a glance. In fact, it was not that he wanted to watch the show. His field of vision was much farther than the two teams. He saw the two teams, but the two teams could not see him, and he could not attack the two teams. When he wanted to go up to help, Lin Qiming had already taken people away. He hurried along the way, and finally caught up. Lin Qiming thought that the lone mecha hanging far away on the way was Wang Qianduo watching the show, but in fact, it was not. He was chasing everyone. Wang Qianduo's flying speed was not slow, but these people were all mechas above level 10, and the thrusters were also above level 10, so he was still a little behind. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about the problem of blue consumption, so he caught up. System prompt. Qian Wang joined the team. Are there reinforcements? Mr. Lin, you can join him at level 7. Awesome. The shield mecha driver thought that reinforcements had arrived when he saw Wang Qian was joining the team information, but he felt a little desperate when he saw his level 7. Then after Wang Qianduo joined the team and shared the vision, he felt that the whole world was bright, and immediately said awesome again. His mood was like a roller coaster, ups and downs. So exciting. Wang Qian was night vision, with the blessing of the fiery eyes and golden pupils, is simply not comparable to the current stage of the players. The darkness has almost no effect on him. With his participation, they can see every move of the opponent team clearly. These opponents who originally suppressed them are no longer mysterious, and even a little funny. When you suppress the vision, you move forward and backward according to the opponent's vision distance. You are a master, But when your every move is under the opponent's gaze, you are still twisting. Isn't it funny? The red mecha driver's sister Hua finally couldn't stand it anymore, and a flaming vine wrapped around the opponent, telling the opponent brother, "You are exposed, don't be awkward." The mechas hit by Sister Hua immediately broke free and fled in a panic. But this time it was Lin Qiming's turn to perform vision suppression. "You are all professionals. I want to show you my skills too." However, Wang Qianduo did not give them a chance to show off, and a series of lightning directly hit one of the opponents. Then several thousands of numbers floated above the heads of all the opponents, and the entire team of the opponents fell to the ground in an instant. Mainly because Wang Qianduo was afraid that he could not kill them instantly, he deliberately activated the skill of the fiery eyes and golden pupils that had just cooled down. The explosion damage almost shattered all their glasses. Is this the damage that a level 7 mecha can deal? They looked in the direction of Wang Qianduo in amazement, and even Lin Qiming could not suppress her shock. After brushing the world boss that day, he had a general understanding of Wang Qianduo's damage. But understanding is understanding. But she was still shocked by Wang Qianduo's killing of several mechas in one hit. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not watching the show. You flew too fast, and I couldn't catch up." Wang Qianduo thought Lin Qiming was blaming him, so he explained. "You? Forget it. You opened this place, right? What did you get?" Lin Qiming asked. This woman is still as pragmatic as ever. Wang Qianduo, the harvest is okay, but this mysterious 7th fragment does not contain a hidden task. These 7 fragments together are a treasure map. This should be just an ordinary item. This underground world is just an ordinary leveling place. The 7 fragments should be an extra reward for spawning monsters. These things were also figured out by Wang Qianduo after he found the treasure, because the treasure chest rewarded by this treasure map only opened one exquisite skill. Magic Shield, exquisite unupgradable. Charge for 3 seconds, condense a magic energy to protect the mecha hit by the energy, reduce the damage it receives by 15%, lasts for 120 seconds, cannot be stacked. Attack distance, 100. Singing time, 3 seconds. MP consumption, 30. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Although the skill is good, it is not proportional to the difficulty of collecting this thing, until Zero discovered the 7th group of magic rats. This group of magic rats is almost the same as the magic rat elites destroyed by Wang Qianduo, but they are much smaller. After seeing them, Lao Wang finally understood the true meaning of the tooth fragments. It's a pity that these people are still struggling to decipher these things. Is that so? Then let's not do it. Let's go level up. Lin Qiming said after a pause. He didn't doubt Wang Qianduo's words. I'm not tired. Lin Qiming. Really? Really? Humph. Then you can get out of here. Lin Qiming kicked Wang Qianduo out of the team, and left with the team. Wang Qianduo, who was not tired, went offline and went to sleep dejectedly. After all, it was really late now. For the sake of his hair, he should go to sleep. He is not handsome to begin with, but he will be happy if he becomes bald. What is the situation between you and that guy? Sister Hua said to Lin Qiming after Lin Qiming and her group said goodbye to Wang Qianduo. What is the situation? He is my subordinate. What can I have with him? Really nothing? Really nothing. Hearing this, Sister Hua silently chose not to ask any more questions, but what she was thinking was, with that attitude, you still say nothing. As a close friend who had played with Lin Qiming since childhood, she had never seen Lin Qiming treat any man with the attitude she had just shown. Lin Qiming was always polite to outsiders, and gave people a feeling of indifference. But facing that man, she lost her former demeanor, and became different from before. King Qian? Chapter 41. More than 10 days later. After killing a group of demon rats and clearing the last bit of fatigue, Wang Qianduo finally had enough experience to reach level 10. Without hesitation, Lao Wang chose to upgrade on the spot. These days, he has been doing the task repeatedly, and he and the Yu sisters have been taking people to nightmare dungeons. Then he would clear the fatigue every day in the underground of the demon rat star, and finally successfully reached level 10. This is a journey that others can only complete in more than a month, but he completed it in half a month, mainly because the task of repeating is too powerful. At the same time, Lao Wang has not only improved his level a lot these days, but also made great progress in operation. At least with the advantage of equipment, the general players who were taken to the dungeon by him would respectfully call him a master, instead of a local tyrant. Only he himself knows how much hard work and sweat he shed in the training ground. After reaching level 10, Wang Qianduo has a lot to do. Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend, and he can work hard until late today. As for hair, he's still young, it can grow longer. At most, just buy the best hair care products. When he reached level 10, his 3 pieces of growth equipment could evolve, but he still lacked hundreds of thousands of experience points, which would take some time to complete. Hundreds of thousands of experience points were enough for him to level up a few more levels, and enough for him to grind for many days. When you calculate it this way, I'm actually not much faster than others. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. Otherwise, why do people say that bitches are hypocritical? He's still not satisfied even after all this. Really, after being hypocritical for a while, Wang Qianduo opened his system interface and looked at the various functions that the system had prompted him to turn on. Functions like mounts and character costumes are not important, because he doesn't have them now. He has costumes, but they are all in the warehouse, and he really doesn't have any mounts. And the mounts need to be verified, which also takes some time. What he cares most about is the game mall that is closely related to his plugin. Others have this thing when they upgrade to level 10, but there is only one kind of item in their mall, which is the character costume without any attribute. But Wang Qianduo's mall is different from theirs. His mall is divided into 4 parts. Costumes are just one of them, and there are also materials, props, and limited time special offers. In addition to the same non-attribute costumes as ordinary players, the fashion mall also has some attribute adding ones, but they are not as good as those given by V15. The material and prop mall is the place as the name suggests, but the highest level items in the material mall are only legendary, and the legendary items are also limited to purchase. For example, Wang Qianduo is very familiar with the Earth Element Energy Crystal, legendary, which he can only buy 1 per month. It is one of the most precious materials. In addition, gold crystal is also a material, and it is not expensive. Like diamonds, it costs 10 for $1, but the purchase limit is 10,000 per month. The items in the prop mall are more diverse. There are countless props and consumables with various functions, but the most are various potions. The 30% full recovery potion that Wang Qianduo has been thinking about is just a more ordinary thing. Now there is no need to worry about the consumption of potions. If you encounter some troublesome things, you can use potions to deal with them. There are only 6 items in the last limited time special store. After buying them all, you can refresh them by consuming diamonds. VIP 15 can refresh up to 50 times per week, 2 yuan per time, which is 20 diamonds. It will be reset after 1 week, and it will also be refreshed once for free. The items here are more complicated. Although most of them are things in the other 3 malls, there are also some special items. For example, bombs, equipment drawings of various levels, vehicles, and epic materials. As long as the items exist in the game, they can be refreshed here, but the rarer the items, the lower the chance of refreshing. The items in these malls are the same as VIP gift packs. They need to be purchased with diamonds he has topped up. He still has a lot of diamonds now, so he doesn't have to worry about it for a while. The mall is good, but there is one thing: the things purchased with diamonds are bound. If there is no such restriction, then it's still a chicken feather class. What a pity! What a pity! After reading the introduction of the mall for a while, Wang Qianduo took off and left the underground world. The most important thing for him now is to evolve the mecha, and everything else can be put aside. He has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. According to the address left by his master Lao Luo, Wang Qianduo came to an ordinary residential building on the mother planet, with the token left by Lao Luo. This was his first time entering the mother planet. There was nothing special here. The environment of blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and green water was exactly the same as that of Earth, and it was even a little backward. Because there were not many people on the mother planet in the game, after the large-scale entry of players, the total number of people on the entire planet was not even as many as one area of the mother planet station floating in the sky. One reason why players could not enter here at will was one reason, but the more important reason was that the population here had been lost in large numbers and no longer returned. This planet, which once gave birth to human civilization, actually has almost no valuable interstellar resources. Its commemorative significance today is greater than the other significance of its existence. And the population here is still decreasing, because most of the people who stay here are old people who don't want to leave their homeland. Young people are basically not seen, so Wang Qianduo has a high rate of turning heads on the way here. After entering the residential building, Wang Qianduo rang the doorbell and was invited into the house by Lao Luo. Lao Luo's home is an ordinary residential house, very simple and unpretentious. There is only him at home, and no one else, which fits his world-weary expression personality. You came much faster than I thought. It seems that you are very talented. Lao Luo looked at Wang Qianduo and said with some relief. No, it was General Huang who opened the back door for me. Wang Qianduo said bluntly. Anyway, the elemental crown is bound, and now even if Lao Luo wants him to get off the car, it's no use lying. Lao Luo, you are really honest. Thank you, master. Am I praising you? Lao Luo. Okay, no more nonsense. Here are the prices of the materials you need for this mecha evolution. If there is no problem, pay the money, and then I will take you to start the trial. Materials? Check out? Wang Qianduo looked at the price list of 20,000 gold crystals handed over by Lao Luo, and he felt sick. Rare mecha evolutions mostly require trials, which Wang Qianduo was not surprised about. At the same time, he was not short of these 20,000 gold crystals, but I basically have all the materials above. Can I use my own? Wang Qianduo asked while looking at the bill. No. Lao Luo refused without saying a word. It's okay to joke about the 10,000 gold crystals, but he spent a lot of money to collect these evolution materials. If he doesn't take the money, Lao Luo can't use these things. So won't it be a waste of money? He is still thinking about making a fortune. It's not that easy to cheat the master, but after hearing this kid is really not simple. He actually has most of these materials. It seems that the knife is not easy. Master, you don't want to cheat me, do you? These 10,000 gold crystals are too much. This mecha has just evolved for the first time. It uses so much energy? Wang Qianduo felt more and more that something was wrong, and squinted his eyes, and looked at Lao Luo and asked. Hey! The 10,000 gold crystals really can't be less. You may not know what the elemental crown represents, but I definitely didn't cheat you in this regard. The material is a ripoff. Master, I give you a discount. I'm not rich either. I can feel the amount of gold crystals on you. That's fake. Wang Qianduo. I asked Lao Huang to open a back door for you. Lao Luo. Wang Qianduo, Master. You can't cheat me. Master. Lao Luo, you win. The two of them bargained for a long time. Wang Qianduo used all his crying and making trouble to get Lao Luo to lower the price to 16,000 gold crystals. He still made a profit from this, which shows how ruthless this old guy is. Wang Qianduo originally wanted to lower the price again, but Lao Luo refused to give in, so he had no choice but to pay. Okay, isn't that right? Let's go and start the trial. Lao Luo said, and then took Wang Qianduo away from his home. Then the two of them drove Lao Luo's car to a mountain. There was no road ahead, but Lao Luo did not slow down. Wang Qianduo did not panic. Sure enough, a flash of light appeared, and the two rushed directly into the mountain. The mountain had been hollowed out long ago. The mountain wall, just now, was just a holographic projection, the purpose of which was to hide the cave. As for why Wang Qianduo did not panic, this thing could be hidden from him, but not from Zero, the artificial intelligence. Chapter 42. Okay. Not panicked at all. After the two got off the car, Lao Luo looked at Wang Qianduo and said, I thought of it, you won't be upset, right? Haha, smart. Come on, let's go in, I prepared everything. Wang Qianduo. Ling, he praised you for being smart. Ling, thank you. Lao Luo, what are you mumbling about? Come in quickly. Okay. The mountain where Lao Luo brought Wang Qianduo is truly a different world. The mountain was completely hollowed out, and there was an energy pool filled with energy in the center. Summon the mecha and stand in it. Lao Luo said to Wang Qianduo after seeing the energy pool. Wang Qianduo nodded and summoned Unit 0, then walked into the energy pool. Unit 0. Could this guy be from the academy? Forget it, why bother? I've retired for so long, what does he have to do with me? And it's better this way, even if he fails, he won't be without a way out. Lao Luo was shocked when he saw Wang Qianduo's mecha, and then he calmed down immediately. Now, he just wanted to fulfill his wish and make the mecha that people had been thinking about appear in the world. After Wang Qianduo drove Unit 0 into the energy pool, Lao Luo's voice rang out in the token he gave him. Take out the elemental crown now, and put it on. Wang Qianduo did as he was told, and the holographic projection of the fully elementalized elemental crown appeared in his hands. Wang Qianduo took it with both hands and put it on his head. At the same time, Unit 0 also put the real elemental crown on his head. As soon as he put it on, the elemental crown burst into a dazzling light, which made him unable to see anything clearly. After seeing this scene, Lao Luo outside immediately summoned his mecha and walked towards the energy pool. Lao Luo's mecha was about the same height as Unit 0. This mecha was green in color, and its full armor was like an elegant dress. Behind it were 3 pairs of slender external propulsion devices like wings. What impressed people was the ferocious dragon head on the left arm of this mecha. The name of this mecha was Blue Winged Dragon, a mecha that no player had ever seen before, a legendary mecha of LV60. Lao Luo drove the Blue Winged Dragon to the energy pool, and began to throw 10,000 gold crystals into the energy pool. But at this moment, Wang Qianduo found that the scene in front of him had changed, and he seemed to have traveled to another world. This was a space environment world surrounded by stars. He knew that he had arrived at the test world of Mecha Evolution, a special single-player copy. System prompt: Unit 0 Evolution is ready to start. Please click the confirmation button to start the advanced assessment element baptism. The system prompt came as expected, but Wang Qianduo did not click to start immediately. Instead, he opened the mall and bought some things, because he didn't know if he would have time to buy them later. After buying the things, Wang Qianduo chose to start the assessment. System prompt: The assessment of elemental baptism has begun. Please hold on for 5 minutes under the attack of the incarnation of elemental energy. This assessment might be really difficult. As soon as the system prompt sounded, 7 javelins of different colors flew out of thin air and hit Unit 0 directly. -200. -200. A series of 7 -200 floated above his head, and Wang Qianduo lost 1,400 blood in an instant, and was directly left with little blood. Wang Qianduo was so scared that he turned around and ran without even looking at the enemy, and then he took 3 potions to replenish his health before looking back. Only then did he realize that the ones attacking him were 7 elemental giants of different colors, and about the same height as Unit 0, whose bodies were made of elemental energy. They obviously had no faces, but Wang Qianduo could clearly feel their indifference. At this moment, they were holding javelins and charging their power. When Wang Qianduo was observing them, another round of javelins flew over. This time Wang Qianduo turned on the shield, but these javelins completely ignored the defense of the shield and directly penetrated the shield, once again knocking off 1,400 of Wang Qianduo's health. Is this real damage? Wang Qianduo thought while replenishing his blood. Then he began to think of ways to avoid the pursuit of these elemental giants, but he couldn't avoid it at all. Whether it was cover or distance, these elemental spears completely ignored direct penetration. Slowly, Wang Qianduo gave up struggling and chose to use medicine to resist. He calculated that the frequency of these elemental giants' attacks was once every 6 seconds, and they would hit him for 1,400 HP at a time. It only took him 3 seconds to replenish his HP, and he only needed 150 medicines to pass the 5-minute test. What was there to struggle about? Wang Qianduo looked at the thousands of medicines in his backpack and laughed. The way to pass VIP 15 was so plain and boring. Wang Qianduo actually thought about resisting, but he found that the chain lightning skill he had always relied on had lost its effect on these 7 little giants. Lightning hits elements other than the electric system and can cause the opponent to lose a lot of HP, but it actually restores HP when it hits the electric system element. And he didn't just go back by himself, but all 7 of them went back together, which meant that his skills were wasted. He couldn't catch up with them if he wanted to fight with bayonets, and he couldn't hit them with crossbows. Isn't that embarrassing? However, when Wang Qianduo was hiding just now, he found that these elemental giants could attack each other and had no wisdom. The water element hit the fire element once, directly knocking off 1/10 of the opponent's health, and the javelin that caused real damage also disappeared. This should be the correct way to pass the level, which means that this assessment requires a player with more than 1,400 health, because the first round of attacks is almost impossible to dodge. At the same time, he needs to have almost extreme movement and calculation abilities. But Wang Qianduo didn't want to calculate. It was too tiring. It's better to take medicine honestly, and it doesn't burn your brain. Elemental baptism. Let them baptize at will. Maybe a few elements felt that Wang Qianduo's motionlessness had caused them a great insult, so when the last 10 seconds were coming, they went berserk. System prompt. The elemental avatar is in a frenzy, and the damage is doubled. Wang Qianduo jumped when the system prompted him. He had less than 1,900 HP, and could not withstand 2,800 damage. Just when the elemental avatar's energy gun hit Wang Qianduo, a transparent gem appeared in Unit 0's hand, crushing him, and the body instantly became transparent and weird. Immunity? Immunity? You want to trick me? Fortunately, I have an invincible medicine. After the 7 words of immunity floated above his head, Wang Qianduo said proudly. Transparent energy gem. Consumables. Perfect. Effect. After using the mecha, it will enter an invincible transparent state. In this state, the mecha will not be damaged and cannot attack. Duration. 10 seconds. Cooling time, 600 seconds. Perfect Krypton gold props, perfect for the situation at hand, simply perfect. This is one of the props that Lao Wang bought at the beginning of the assessment to cope with the specialty assessment. He actually bought several other props, but this assessment was really trivial, and the other things were not used at all. After the last 10 seconds, the 7 elemental incarnations were completely helpless against Wang Qianduo. When the time was up, they looked at each other and bowed to Wang Qianduo before disappearing on the spot. System prompt. The elemental baptism assessment passed, and the mecha evolution began. Accompanied by the system prompt, Wang Qianduo was instantly wrapped in milky white energy, and so was Unit 0 in the energy pool. But what Wang Qianduo could not perceive at this moment was that the alarms in the cave where he was were ringing. Warning! Warning! The energy pool is running low. Please replenish energy in time. Lao Luo was shocked when he heard the warning, and then he looked at the energy bar next to the energy pool and found in horror that the energy in the energy pool at this time could not even meet 1/10 of the energy required for Wang Qianduo's 0 evolution. Fuck, what's going on? What on earth did this kid use to activate the elemental crown? Complaints aside, the actual situation did not allow him to think too much, because the energy in the energy pool was still decreasing. Lao Luo sighed slightly, and the armor on the chest of the blue-winged dragon mech opened, revealing his blue energy core. Then white light burst out from the core, and energy poured into the energy pool, until the energy bar of the energy pool was filled. The energy pool that was filled with energy immediately glowed, and the pure white energy completely enveloped Unit 0. Old Luo looked at the attributes of his blue-winged dragon mecha with a slightly tired and old look, and said with a wry smile, "This time I really lost a lot. The money I got from this kid is not even half of the loss this time. Damn, this may be the price of being a profiteer." But although it was a wry smile, his expression was a little excited, because he wanted to see what kind of monster the mecha was that consumed so many things and almost drained his legendary mecha dry to evolve. Chapter 43. While Lao Luo was watching the excitement, Wang Qianduo was not in a good condition. After the pure white energy wrapped him, he felt as if every part of his body was torn apart. It even seemed that he had hallucinations. Looking around, the surroundings were colorful. The colorful light spots flew around his body, which made him suspect that he had floaters. But the most painful thing was not these, but that something seemed to be drilling into his body. The feeling was itchy and painful, and even the feeling of being torn apart could not cover up this pain. But these things aroused Wang Qianduo's viciousness that he had always concealed well in his 2 lives. He was never a rational person in his bones, but he was smoothed by life in his first life. The lonely and crazy heart like a lone wolf was always hidden well by him. This viciousness was aroused today, and Wang Qianduo endured all the pain without shouting. He didn't even know he had such potential. This feeling lasted for more than 2 minutes before it gradually faded away. At this time, Wang Qianduo was sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of the water. A minute later, the soft energy covered Wang Qianduo's whole body, restoring his condition to the best. At the same time, the pure white energy that enveloped Unit 0 also slowly faded, revealing its new image after evolution. This is a mecha with white as the main color, and it is also dotted with other colors representing the 7 elements. The evolved mecha is a little taller than Unit 0, but it still has a perfect 9-head body proportion and looks extremely coordinated. The overall mecha is slender, and even a little slender, but it does not affect its beauty at all. At the same time, the mecha's shoulders and chest are covered with sharp-edged armor, which looks like AV when combined. In the middle of the chest is a magic core with a faint blue light, and a hexagram painted with 7 colors is printed on it. The shoulders are also dotted with patterns of unknown meaning, which look like some kind of runes. In front of the mecha's forehead are 4 long spikes extending backwards, which form something like a crown. This thing seems to be made of the crown of elements, which makes the mecha look more majestic. This is the top mecha evolution that Wang Qianduo has evolved into after much pain, the Lord of Elements. System prompt. Unit 0 has evolved. You have obtained a 10-point increase in all attributes, the mecha characteristic element dominator, the passive skill Lord of Elements, and your basic skills have changed. The system prompt came as expected again, but he didn't look closely, but drove the Lord of Elements slowly out of the energy pool. Yes, it floated in the air. I don't know why Wang Qianduo mastered the ability of this elemental host mecha very well. After leaving the energy pool, he checked his own changes. First of all, the changes in his own body. Wang Qianduo could clearly feel that his body had improved. His eyes could see farther, his ears could hear more clearly, his mind was clearer, his body was stronger, and he even had 6 abdominal muscles. Wang Qianduo knew that the mecha would have feedback on the body after evolution, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Then, there was Unit 0. All attributes were improved. This was what all mechas would have after evolution. What he cared about were the new features and skills. Elemental Dominator, features can learn any attribute skills, attack growth increased by 0.2. The characteristics of the Dominator are simple and clear. Wang Qianduo can now not only carry any equipment, general characteristics, but also learn any attribute skills. Then there is the passive skill Elemental Master. Elemental Master, passive, Epic LV1, only random armor evolution upgrade, elemental attribute attack damage increased by 10%. Elemental attribute damage reduced by 20%. 30% of the damage received is changed to deduction of mana value. Elemental attribute skill cooldown reduced by 20%. Elemental attribute skills with a charge, chant, of less than 5 seconds become instant, and the release speed of skills with a charge time of more than 5 seconds is increased by 20%. After seeing this skill, Wang Qianduo just wanted to say it's so terrifying. The skill of Elemental Master perfectly interprets what it means to be an attack and defense in one, and it also allows his mecha to perfectly evolve into a terrifying spell turret. Take his Lightning Chain skill for example. The skill that originally required charging has become instant, and the 20-second cooldown has become 16 seconds. This improvement can almost be said to be a qualitative change. As long as he has more skills, the enemy can't get close to him. After seeing the skill of the Lord of Elements, Wang Qianduo didn't hesitate and directly put all the attribute points obtained from the upgrade into the intelligence attribute, adding points to the limit. Because of the skill of the Lord of Elements, Wang Qianduo believes that in the later stage, as long as there is blue, basically no one can do anything to him. At the same time, he firmly believes that attack is the best defense, and the enemy who is destroyed is a good enemy. After adding points, Wang Qianduo's attack just broke 300 and reached 301, and his MP also broke 2000 and reached 2080. In addition to this skill, Wang Qianduo's basic skills have also changed. Energy bombs, charged energy bombs, and magic bursts all have attributes and can be controlled. Especially for magic bursts, different attributes also have different effects. If the damage is not too low, it will almost counterattack to legend. After appreciating the attributes of his own mecha, Wang Qianduo finally noticed Lao Luo's mecha next to him. LV60. This mecha is displayed with the Fire Eye Golden Crystal Reconnaissance skill, except for the level. This proves that Wang Qianduo's guess is right. Lao Luo is indeed not simple. Can a level 60 mecha driver be simple? Wang Qianduo drove the Lord of Elements to Lao Luo and slowly landed in front of him, and said to Lao Luo, "Master, I am lucky to have fulfilled my mission." "Haha, good. But what level of stone did you use to activate the crown?" Lao Luo said with a smile, as he looked at the nearly perfect mecha in front of him. That year, since she obtained the elemental crown, she has always wanted to study its function. But unfortunately, it was not as she wished. She had just cracked the function of the elemental crown, but she did not survive the war. So this wish became his wish, but the elemental crown could only be used by the initial mecha, and the war was in full swing at that time, so he had to put this idea aside. After retirement, he began to train the next generation to help her fulfill her wish, but his descendants all failed. Even the worst one experienced several failures and lost his magic mecha forever, and could only drive artificial mecha. This incident almost broke him and his family, and they thought he was crazy. Just when he was about to give up, Wang Qianduo appeared. Lao Luo felt that he was actually very careless, because he had never told Wang Qianduo the consequences of a failed evolution. In order to fulfill her wish, this mecha warrior, who had fought for humanity all his life, had his own selfish desires for the first time. This actually made him feel very tormented, but fortunately Wang Qianduo succeeded. "I used the epic level, is there any problem, master?" Hee hee. "What problem? You almost sucked me dry. What problem are you talking about?" But he didn't say it, but turned to say seriously, "There must be some problems. You know that mecha advancement generally requires assessment. If you do this, your advancement assessment will be much higher, and the materials and energy consumed will also increase several times. But there are also benefits, that is, your mecha will be much stronger than others. Especially after the third evolution, when the mecha evolves into a complete body." Wang Qianduo, "Is that so? It's okay. I still have some family assets, so I should be able to afford it." Lao Luo, Is this person showing off his wealth to him? But thinking about his 7 epic element crystals, Lao Luo endured it. He looked at the almost perfect mecha in front of him, and suddenly felt a little empty. So this is what it feels like to realize a dream, Do you feel it? Lao Luo took back the mecha, looked up at the Lord of Elements, and walked out of the cave silently. Seeing this, Wang Qianduo also took back the mecha. He also felt the loneliness of the old man in front of him. Master, don't be upset. You still have to live a long life. Wang Qianduo's words made Lao Luo in front of him stagger, and then turn around and cursed. What are you talking about, little bastard? And do you know how old I am? Wish me a long life. You are less than 60. Get out. I am 631 years old this year. According to your blessing, my grave should be flat now. Wang Qianduo. Don't doubt it. The evolution of the magic mecha will feed back to mankind itself. Even if you live for 200 or 300 years now, it is not a problem. Lao Luo saw Wang Qianduo's doubts and explained. So cool. Wouldn't it be possible to live forever if we keep evolving? How easy is that? And is immortality really a good thing? Chapter 44. Wang Qianduo has not reached Lao Luo's level of thinking. He feels that he knows the ultimate secret of this game, and logs off with excitement. After logging off, he is still not honest. He didn't calm down until he accidentally punched through his bedside table. This kind of power is really terrifying, Wang Qianduo said, looking at the hole on the bedside table. But then he thought that even if he was 100 times stronger, he still couldn't beat an ordinary mecha, and he calmed down completely. Wash up and go to bed. Tomorrow is another day full of hope. Because of what happened yesterday, Wang Qianduo rarely got up early for a morning run. After calling his parents, who were in prison far away, he ate something and went online. Last night he said goodbye to Lao Luo and returned to the Mother Star base. Today, he did not go directly to the cycle task, but came to the warehouse and took out the long-treasured level 10 perfect equipment treasure box and legendary skill treasure box. Without further ado, Wang Qianduo opened the skill treasure chest first, and after a quick glance, he directly selected a skill. Photon Ray, Legend, LV1. Condenses 22 photon energy balls, and shoots out 2 rays per second to cover the selected enemies within the 150 by 150 range with firepower, which lasts for 5 seconds. Each ray causes 350% of the enemy's attack power in light attribute energy damage, and reduces the enemy's defense by 10%. Release distance, 300. Chanting time, 5 seconds, instant, consumes MP, 500. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Damage type, energy damage, calculates defense. Proficiency, 0/5000. Learning requirements, intelligence-based light attribute mecha. After seeing this skill, Wang Qianduo chose it without saying a word. An instant large area AoE skill is simply the skill that all players dream of. Not to mention that its damage is so high. At the same time, this skill is also the only elemental attribute skill with a charging time of less than 5 seconds among the skills that Wang Qianduo can choose. After selecting the skills, Wang Qianduo opened the set of level 10 perfect equipment treasure chest, which contains all 6 pieces of equipment and weapons needed for the mecha. And it is a legendary suit, but this is a bit pitfall. Because Wang Qianduo has several equipment that cannot be replaced, such as Fiery Eyes, Magic Origin and Phoenix Blood Heart. Among them, the Phoenix Blood Heart, which is still at level 5, is actually not as good as this level 10 perfect engine, but the Phoenix Blood Heart has the future and the burst skill Phoenix mode that already has a certain strength. And this level 10 perfect is limited to being better than the Phoenix Blood Heart. If the Phoenix Blood Heart reaches level 10 and successfully evolves into a rare, the attributes are not necessarily worse than it. Forget it, let's change the equipment that can be changed first, and leave the Phoenix Blood Heart alone. Wang Qianduo quickly selected the Intelligence Armor, Shield and Thruster. Arcane Wings, Perfect 100%, Bound. Propulsion Device. Intelligence Mecha above level 10. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Intelligence plus 20. Movement speed plus 20%. MP plus 200. Flight unlocked. Arcane Transition. After activation, consume 100 mana to perform Arcane Transition, and teleport within a range of 500. Arcane Adamantine, Perfect 100%, Bound. Armor Material. Intelligence Mecha above level 10. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Intelligence plus 20. Defense plus 15. Damage reduction plus 10%. Release speed plus 10%. Remarks. The wizard is really rich to use this kind of magic material to make armor. Arcane Shield, Perfect 100%, Bound. Energy Shield. Intelligence Mecha above level 10. HP plus 1000. MP plus 1000. Intelligence plus 10. Defense plus 5. MP recovery 5 points/second. Arcane shield, perfect, consume 15% MP to obtain a durable energy shield, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Passive activation, when the mecha's health is less than 10%, an arcane shield will be obtained without consumption. The 3 pieces of equipment just activate the first effect of the arcane set, and the mecha recovers 3 points of MP and HP per second. This effect looks mediocre, but it is better than nothing, but it is just right for Wang Qianduo. Because the Heart of Magic Energy has 2 attributes called plus 100% HP recovery, and plus 200% MP recovery. After this recovery effect is amplified, it will be different. Now Wang Qianduo's mecha attributes are as follows. Element Lord. HP, 2,750. MP, 3,550. Attack, 339. Defense, 450. Strength, 125. Agility, 130. Intelligence, 185. Attack speed, plus 2%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack power plus 10%. Damage reduction plus 10%. HP recovery plus 100%. MP recovery plus 200%. All skill levels plus LV2. Attack power plus 10%. Skill attack power plus 10%. Skill damage plus 10%. Critical hit rate, 30%. Cooling reduction, 10%. Ignore defense, 55%. Night vision distance plus 50%. Release speed plus 10%. Features, universal, elemental ruler. In fact, after changing the equipment, some of Wang Qianduo's attributes did not improve but decreased, such as strength and agility. But he has decided to go the intelligence route, and these are unavoidable. Although he can continue to bring other equipment to make up for these attributes, that would be too unfair to the invincible core skill of the Lord of Elements. For the weapon in the perfect equipment gift box, Wang Qianduo randomly chose an equipment arcane sphere for the mage-type mecha. This equipment looks like 2 energy balls suspended on one arm of the mecha, which can launch energy bullets to attack the enemy. However, unlike the energy bullets of skills, the energy bullets they launch will only cause general attack damage, just like the energy bow and arrow, but its attack will have additional attributes. The reason why the weapon was chosen randomly is entirely because its attributes are not as good as Minghong's sword, and it cannot replace the bonus of Minghong's sword. At the same time, he cannot trigger the set attributes of the 5-piece set, and it is completely a toy. In fact, its attack and basic are not far behind Minghong's sword, but its attribute entries are far, far behind. After the equipment and skills were ready, Wang Qianduo embarked on a circular mission journey. He now has an important task, which is to successfully evolve 3 pieces of experience-consuming growth equipment to level 10. The benefits brought to him by simply upgrading his level are too small, and evolving equipment is more powerful. At the same time, Lao Huang's hidden task can be put on the agenda, and the great cause of leading the dungeon with the Yu sisters cannot be stopped. Although he has collected enough for his mortgage, he still wants to get a good car. Thinking about it, there are still many things to do. Wang Qianduo said to himself. Ling, sir, do you want me to make a schedule for you? I'm not talking to you. Okay. This guy must have some problems. General Huang had no trouble here. Knowing that his mecha had evolved, General Huang immediately gave him the follow-up of his only hidden task. But after reading it, he decided to put it aside first, because although this task was a single-player task, it involved a level 10 dungeon. This was destined to be another task that he could not complete by himself, so he should finish today's cycle task first. Come to the dungeon. The first dungeon is about to begin. Wang Qianduo, who quickly completed the 4th task of the first round of the cycle task, contacted the Yu sisters and Yu Maozi. Yu Maozi, coming. Coming. Yu Xiaoxin, I be there soon. Yu Xiaoyu, received. Received. The 3 of them replied not long after, and soon appeared at the door of the dungeon. The Yu sisters were Wang Qianduo's collaborators, and Yu Maozi was the boss. This guy is really rich, and other people went to the Nightmare Dungeon for equipment. The drop rate of Nightmare Dungeons for their levels is not low, which is about the same as 2 days. If they increase their gold crystals, they can't keep up. But this Night Owl is completely for the purpose of upgrading, and he is definitely the person with the most gold crystals besides him that Wang Qianduo has seen. He has already gathered all the equipment, but he still spends money to go to dungeons with them, just for the extra experience of Nightmare Dungeons compared to difficult dungeons. You should know that the price of these Tian Wang Qianduo bringing people is not fixed, but changes from time to time. As his reputation spreads, he has to bid for dungeons, and the highest price has reached 40 gold crystals per person. With the current price of gold crystals, this is a price of a small amount of 10,000. Spending so much money just for the next dungeon is definitely something that Wang Qianduo in the past could not understand. But Lao Wang is also very considerate, and often gives him discounts because he is an old customer. Has your mecha evolved? You are already level 10? As soon as the few people met, Yu Xiaoyu and the others noticed the changes in Wang Qianduo's mecha. Basically, it's a new mecha. It's impossible not to notice it, right? I got it yesterday. You know I have a special mission channel, Wang Qianduo said. Awesome, the three said sincerely. They had only reached level 8, and they didn't know how long it would take to reach level 10. Then, they looked at each other and nodded. Wang Qianduo didn't notice their actions. He quickly called a boss, and led the team directly into the dungeon. Chapter 45. Don't attack this time, just watch my performance, Wang Qianduo said to the two sisters after entering the dungeon. Then, they witnessed the first great display of the Elemental Lord after his birth. He slowly floated up in the Elemental Lord, but the arcane wings built into the mecha behind him did not work. At the same time, he had 2 energy spheres in his hands, and waved gently at one of the 2 gatekeeper wolves in the nightmare dungeon, and an energy sphere with arcs flew towards one of them. -876. An outrageous damage floated over the head of the dire wolf, instantly clearing all his health. The other wild wolf, Wang Qianduo, did not attack, but quietly waited for the other party to summon his companions. Although the monsters in the nightmare dungeon have super high intelligence, they still cannot violate the basic rules of the system. If it were a real situation, the wolf that was released might have directly notified his companions to escape, instead of bringing people to give up their heads like now. Just when Wang Qianduo saw that they were almost gathered, he raised his hands, and 22 photon energy balls, as dazzling as the sun, appeared out of thin air above the wolf pack. Then, at the moment when they looked up to see what happened, countless photon rays burst out from the energy balls, baptizing the land where the wolf pack was. -1750. -1761. Critical hit -3975. -2001. Countless damage floated from the wolf pack's head. Before the photon ray lasted half of the time, all the dire wolves, including the dire wolf king, had been killed. When the baptism of the ray ended, Yu Xiaoyu and others looked at the land again, and found that it was now a scorched earth and devastated. Except for the drops from the dire wolves, everything else on the land had been reduced to ashes. Wang Qianduo once again refreshed their understanding of the game. Would the mecha be this strong after reaching level 10? Will it? Follow up. After Wang Qianduo picked up the drops, he found that everyone was still in a daze and said, "Ah! Here it comes!" The next battle in the dungeon was simple. Few monsters could withstand Wang Qianduo's elemental missile. Even if they could just add another energy bomb. The boss was even simpler. 3 bosses fired 3 photon beams, and they fell down without even touching Lao Wang. A nightmare dungeon took less than 5 minutes, which was a speed that others could not imagine. I will go to the task as soon as possible, and then take the next 4 dungeons. After everyone left the dungeon, Wang Qianduo sent a trade application while saying to the Yu sisters, although he can now go to the dungeon by himself, he still plans to share the money with the 2 sisters. He is not the kind of person who will kill the donkey after it has done its work. But Yu Xiaoyu rejected Wang Qianduo's transaction application and said to Wang Qianduo, "Old Wang, we can't ask for money anymore. Now you can pass this dungeon by yourself, and you don't need our help, and you can actually lead people to make money by yourself. I don't lack that little gold crystal. Is there any conflict in time?" Wang Qianduo had a bad premonition after hearing what Yu Xiaoyu and her sister said, and asked with a frown, "Not really. It's just that we feel that we can't keep up with your progress. It's only a matter of time for you to take off, and we can't hold you back. After you take off, you can come back and take us with you," said Yu Xiaoyu. Although Wang Qianduo didn't mind taking them with him again, they didn't want to take a ride for free. It wasn't even a ride for free, and they would also take the other party's money for free. They were not that kind of people. "Wang Qianduo, I will be stuck at level 10 for a long time, and what you are worried about will not happen." But the 2 sisters had made up their minds, and after Wang Qianduo's persuasion failed, he still disbanded the team. "Is that right? If you need any help, call us, and we sisters will definitely come, and don't forget to come back and take me with you after you take off." Amid Yu Xiaoyu's farewell, Wang Qianduo went to hand in the cycle task. When the second round of cycle tasks came to the next dungeon, he looked at the chat channel and felt a little lost. Because of his rebirth, He didn't have many friends in this life from childhood to adulthood. The Yu sisters were already his better friends, although they had only known each other for more than 10 days. But when you meet a bosom friend, 1,000 cups are not enough, Wang Qianduo thought. It's the same with making friends. Some people fall in love with each other and become very good friends after just a few words. He knew that he might not have much time to spend with them in the future. Why think about these messy things? When did I go the sentimental route? Wang Qianduo said with a self-deprecating smile, and then he formed a nightmare dungeon team again. After the Yu sisters left the team, Yi Maozi also left the team. The three of them formed a fixed team to challenge the nightmare dungeon together. With their strength, they could form 2 more teammates of similar strength, and it would be no problem to pass the nightmare. But although they said that, they still felt bad in their hearts. So he vented all this bad feeling on the monsters in the dungeon. The violent elemental energy washed the earth, annihilating all the monsters Wang Qianduo could see, and the 4 bosses were terrified. When it came time to pay, each one was more generous than the other, as if they had misunderstood something. You can only take it 4 times today. I have used it once. If you want to take the bus again, you can only wait until tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Boss, you go first. After saying this, several people left the team and ran away, but still added Wang Qianduo as a friend. After all, there are only a few people who can take nightmare dungeons. After completing the cycle task, Wang Qianduo once again looked at his only hidden task. Shadow of the Zerg 2, the only hidden. Please go to the secret base of the Black Shark Pirates on the central planet of the 9-star field, Andromeda, and collect 15 special potions used by the Black Shark Pirates to experiment on the Zerg. Mission requirements: collect 15 special potions. Progress: 0/15. Reward: unknown. General Huang is very interested in the potions used by the Black Shark Pirates to deal with the Zerg, because they can really play a big role in the Zerg. Even so big that they can cut off the connection between ordinary Zerg and the will of the Zerg. In his words, although the Black Shark Pirates are a group of scum, perhaps one of these potions may be the key for humans to deal with the Zerg. So there is this mission. The secret base of the Black Shark Pirates is actually the second copy of the game Black Shark Pirates Secret Base, a 5-person copy that can be entered by levels 10 to 17. The gatekeeper boss of the copy is the Black Shark Pirates' little leader Mark Bai, the younger brother of the world boss Mark Bai. I have to say that the names of these 2 brothers are really careless. Maybe their parents know that they will not learn well in the future, so they named them mean. The Black Shark Pirates' secret base dungeon is just outside the fairy city, but unlike the first dungeon, this dungeon must first complete the task before it can be opened. So Wang Qianduo came to the fairy star and planned to do the door opening task first. Have you heard that there seems to be some important plot in Fairy City recently, and hundreds of NPCs, big and small, have been captured and killed? How can you not hear about it? A few days ago, there were NPCs in the city summoning mechas to fight, and many people were affected. It's been quiet these 2 days, and I don't know if someone has completed this task. Not long after Wang Qianduo entered the city, he heard 2 people discussing something. It seems that Lao Huang is very quick, and he really has 0 tolerance for these people, Wang Qianduo thought. In fact, among the 3 factions of conservative, radical, and neutral alliances, Lao Huang and his master Lao Luo are both neutral factions, and they are factions that basically do not participate in the struggle for power and profit. The neutral faction has never had a person in power, and they will assist whoever is in power, and will never cause trouble. But this faction has a characteristic, that is, when it comes to Zerg, there is really 0 tolerance. No one can persuade them. Of the more than 200 officials, except for more than 100 people who really didn't know, all the others were killed. It can be seen that 0 tolerance is really not just talk. Wang Qianduo doesn't know much about these things. They are all extracted from various fragmented information. After the bloodbath in Fairy City, even the players feel that everyone in the NPC is in danger. But it is precisely because of this that Fairy City has gathered masters these days, and masters from all walks of life have come one after another. They all came for the changes in the city. On the one hand, they pursue hidden tasks, but on the other hand, the current Fairy City is profitable. But Wang Qianduo doesn't care about these things. For him, those things are what he has left over. At present, the most important thing for him is to open the dungeon and complete the hidden tasks. Chapter 46. Wang Qianduo had just entered the city when a mysterious man dressed in black came up to him stealthily and whispered to him, "Sir, do you want to take a ride?" Wang Qianduo, What are you doing as a driver? I thought you were here to buy a disc, excited for nothing. No. Wang Qianduo rejected him and walked straight out. Sir, I am a driver who has been booked by someone, but that person cancelled the order temporarily. But I can't leave it empty now. How about this? As long as you take my car, I will give you half the price, and the car will definitely satisfy you. This man insisted, as if he had set his sights on Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo stopped because there was something wrong with this man. As an NPC, he talked a lot. This means, "Hello, how can I help you?" Wang Qianduo asked the famous words for accepting tasks skillfully. Driver, This guy seems to have some problems. I need you to take my car, okay? He asked tentatively. What's the point of getting in the car? I want to go to the mission hall in the city center. Although the NPCs call players recruits, that is the premise that ordinary players cannot open any military roads. The mission hall is the first choice for ordinary players after arriving at a place. The Black Shark Pirate Secret Base mission starts here. Please get in the car. The driver took Wang Qianduo to a black car and said, other people's cars are red and white. Why is yours black? Wang Qianduo asked, looking at the car in front of him. This is my private car. Really? Yes. Wang Qianduo glanced at him and said nothing, and got into the car that looked a bit old. Is this satisfactory? The driver got into the car and started it. After driving for a while, he turned on the radio. As long as there is a car, this thing will never be out of date. This is News 7080. Now I will give you a brief news report. There were many cases of black car drivers robbing passengers in our city today. Channel 3065. According to the description of the robbed passengers, the black car driver drove a shabby black car. Channel 3014. After investigation, the initiator of the recent black car murders was the pirates of the Black Shark Pirate Group. Channel 2333. Be careful when traveling, don't take black cars. Fuck. The driver changed 6 channels in a row, and all the news he broadcast was about black car drivers robbing passengers from other places. He smashed the radio angrily and wanted to turn it off, but this made the radio, which was already in disrepair, stop working directly. After looking at his radio with heartache, he looked at Wang Qianduo and found that he was resting with his eyes closed. This stupid radio station, Fairy City has recently lost so many officials, but they didn't report it, but they only focus on these few people and reported it. How many people have they killed? It's really inconvenient when the backstage is down. Fortunately, they look at people and only look for those who look like local tycoons and have no backstage. I don't know how long it will take for this focus report to pass. Fortunately, this fat sheep is stupid and naive enough. Driver, is this direction correct? Just when the driver was comforting himself, Wang Qianduo's words scared him so much that he almost lost control of the steering wheel. Aren't you asleep? Yes, we are taking the small road. The main road is now congested. Oh! But why is it so desolate? A small road? It's normal. Okay. Wang Qianduo didn't ask him too much, and then he was taken to an abandoned factory in the wilderness. This is such a prosperous fairy city, but there are still such places around it. Weird here. Get off. As soon as he entered the abandoned factory, the driver was confident in his words. We're here? This is not the mission hall. Wang Qianduo asked knowingly. But his acting skills were really bad. He couldn't perform the nervous feeling, and he felt very good about himself. My friend is quite courageous. Which road are you in? One person directly broke his performance. Wang Qianduo looked for the sound and found a bald man with a shark tattoo on his head, walking towards him with a group of people. Well, Huarong Road? Bald? Why don't you say you are Guan Yu? And Huarong Road? You also know Guan Eri. Nonsense, don't you know that we in the underworld all worship Guan Eri? Bah. Am I telling you this? Boy, be smart and hand over all the valuables on you, and I leave you alive. Bang. While talking, the bald was about to get closer to Wang Qianduo, but before he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Then he was thrown out directly, blood all over the ground, and it seemed that he was not going to survive. Just now in the car, Wang Qianduo asked Ling to investigate this group of people. This is really a bunch of bastards, robbing, trafficking, killing, and almost committing all kinds of evil. Why are there so many channels in Fairy City publishing their news? Of course, it is to divert attention from the bloodbath of Fairy City officials. But why did they choose them out of so many things? Isn't it because their affairs are serious enough? At the same time, their affairs are also inextricably linked to those who were bloodbathed, expressing the attitude of the remaining people. Wang Qianduo held his Desert Eagle and looked at the scene in front of him with indifference. The real scene of the game was revealed, and he felt like he really shot and killed people. But for some reason, Wang Qianduo did not feel any discomfort. He looked at the other people again. These people were frightened by this sudden scene. When they saw Wang Qianduo's eyes, they wanted to run away at the first time. But how could people run faster than bullets? After a series of noises, the driver who had just pulled Wang Qianduo over was left at the scene. Wang Qianduo watched him calmly change bullets for the Desert Eagle. The other party did not have a magic mecha, so Wang Qianduo was not worried about him. Among these people, only the bald guy had a magic mecha, but he died too suddenly, and the other brothers did not have a magic mecha. NPC natives are different from players. The proportion of them awakening magic mechas is about 1/1000. Most of them do not have magic mechas, which is why the minions in the dungeon are driving artificial mechas. The driver saw Wang Qianduo changing bullets, and knew that this was his only chance, and then rushed towards him with a ferocious face. But he was kicked away by Wang Qianduo. When Unit 0 evolved, his body also experienced an epic enhancement, almost reaching the limit of human beings. Otherwise, how could he hold the Desert Eagle pistol with such a huge recoil and fire continuously? I give you a chance. Take me to find the Black Shark pirates behind you, and I let you go. Wang Qianduo came to the man who was lifted and fell down, pointed the gun at his head and said, "Brother, spare my life. Spare my life, the Black Shark pirate leader behind me. Leader Sharkface Brick has been killed by you." Killed, we all followed him. I don't know if there are any more people behind him. The driver was scared to the point of peeing his pants by Wang Qianduo. It seems that he should be telling the truth. He didn't expect that he could kill a small boss with a random shot. Bang! After knowing that the driver was useless, Wang Qianduo killed him with one shot. Judging from what they did, these people deserved to die, and Wang Qianduo didn't intend to keep them. What to keep it for? For the new year? But after killing and picking up a key dropped by the leader, Wang Qianduo found that he was careless because he couldn't drive. It was a problem for him to go back in this wilderness. Zero, can you drive? Yes, but this car is too old and doesn't have intelligent driving function. What should I do? I think you can try to summon the mecha and wait there. So simple? Wang Qianduo tried the method given by Zero, and then 3 mechas flew over quickly. After understanding the situation on the scene, he contacted the person directly to invite him back to the police station in the center of Fairy City. Although Wang Qianduo repeatedly emphasized that he was in self-defense, and those who died were those very rampant Black Shark pirates, the police still gave him a gift. Because summoning a mecha in the city is a felony. Is this the good method you gave me? Wang Qianduo sat in the police car, looking at the gift full of technology in his hand, and said to Zero. But Zero didn't reply to him, because the handcuffs had the function of locking the mecha and backpack, and Zero was also trapped inside. You are cheating me. Chapter 47. Fortunately, Wang Qianduo only sat in the police station for a while, and was released soon. And many people from the upper echelons came out to apologize to him, and gave him a reward. Because his identity, and the identity of the Black Shark pirate he killed were confirmed. In addition, Wang Qianduo was a member of the Interstellar Army and a sergeant. Being sent to the police station in handcuffs would not have a good impact on the relationship between the two sides. There seemed to be a lot of twists and turns in this, but it was not something Wang Qianduo could handle now. It would be easy to cause problems if he said too much. Although summoning mechas in the city was a felony, it was another matter to catch interstellar pirates, although these interstellar pirates were shot to death. The reward for killing one of the interstellar pirate leaders allowed Wang Qianduo to gain some experience, gold crystals, and a car. It was the black car that the interstellar pirates used to pull him, which was given to him as a reward. Wang Qianduo was speechless. Do you have a conflict with someone behind me? What's the situation of giving me a Santana? It's a manual version, but after Wang Qianduo learned about it, he knew that this was not a perfunctory response from the Fairy City Police. This car is indeed a valuable antique item, and there are very few of them in the world, and it is extremely precious among NPCs. This car was obtained by the Black Shark pirates with great difficulty and coercion from a wealthy businessman in a Mother Star base. They usually use this car to fish. How can they fish those local tycoons without it? When those people saw that there was such a car in the special car, they all got on their cars with the idea of picking up a bargain, and then they were taken away. Even if Wang Qianduo had not been brought back in handcuffs this time, he would not have been able to get this car just by killing the pirate leader. This is a special prize that the Fairy City Police gave out to repair their relationship with him. Wang Qianduo, Okay. You won, but I always feel that the rift in the relationship has become bigger. Because Wang Qianduo has not yet taken the driving qualification test, this rare and precious car can only gather dust in his car space. But there is no rush for the driving qualification, so let's open the copy permission first. This time, Wang Qianduo took a regular maglev taxi and came to the mission hall in the city center. It is better to take less black cars. After all, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Hello, Sergeant. I don't know why the black shark pirates have become more and more rampant in Fairy City recently. Can you please investigate the reason? After accepting the door-opening task, the NPC said to him. After being promoted to sergeant, the NPC's attitude towards him is different from that towards others. Okay, leave it to me. System prompt. You have accepted the special mission Rampant Black Shark Pirates. Rampant Black Shark Pirates. Special Black Shark Pirates are becoming more and more rampant in Fairy City. There must be some special reason behind this. Please go to the Black Shark Pirates small base in the west of the city to investigate the reason. Completion conditions. Kill 10 Black Shark Pirates in the base and obtain intelligence from them. Reward. 200 experience points, 1 gold crystal. This mission seems to be simple and clear except for the reward. There is no difficulty. But in fact, this mission is not simple, because the Black Shark Pirates base is in the city, and they cannot summon mechas. It is definitely difficult for ordinary people to kill 10 pirates without forming a team. But this is not a problem for Wang Qianduo at all. He now has weapons and strength. After taking a taxi to the Black Shark Pirates base, Wang Qianduo once again entered the plot dungeon mode. He kicked the door open without hesitation, and fired randomly with the Desert Eagle and another weapon. All 10 Black Shark Pirates were shot dead on the spot, and then Wang Qianduo picked up the intelligence and walked away, very cool. Because of Zero's help, the group of Black Shark Pirates couldn't hurt him. The number of test subjects for the cyborg project in the base outside the city is insufficient. Please provide test subjects as soon as possible. After piecing together the 10 pieces of intelligence, there is only one sentence. That is right, these bastards are doing human experiments. Even some of the monsters in the Black Shark secret base are cyborgs after their experiments. The main enemy of the players in the current version, the Black Shark Pirates, is basically a cancer of mankind, and these people basically do all kinds of evil. Moreover, the interstellar frontline war events are tense at this time, and the masters of the Human Alliance can't spare their hands to eliminate them. At the same time, they are very good at hiding, and there are people in the Alliance who cover for them, and want to recruit them to increase their own strength, so the Black Shark Pirates are becoming more and more rampant. Until recently, Wang Qianduo exposed their intention to control the Zerg, which directly touched the bottom line of the human side, and this brought trouble to themselves. After sending the information to the NPC, Wang Qianduo received the second ring of the special task, investigating the location of the secret base outside the Black Shark Pirate City. This task is an investigation task. Just collect 3 stones with the Black Shark Pirate mark, and the dungeon will be opened after this task is completed. At the same time, the player will also receive the last special task, destroying the Black Shark Pirate base. This task will reward the player with a level 10 random rare equipment that the player can use. It is a very good reward, and it is also the rarest equipment that players can get easily. But this task is a bit tricky for Wang Qianduo, because the reward equipment is a bound item. It can't be sold, and it takes up space. It seems that there is no other choice except decomposition, but Wang Qianduo really doesn't like the decomposition materials. Fortunately, the materials are not bound and can be sold for some money, otherwise it is just to get some experience and money. The collection task is not difficult, and there are strategies on the forum. Wang Qianduo completed it quickly, but then it was time to go to the dungeon. Black Shark Pirates Secret Base. Difficulty, Normal. Entry requirements, Level 10 to 17. Limited number of people, 3 to 5 people. Take the dungeon, the master will take the base dungeon. The first car test drive is free, hurry up, everyone. Wang Qianduo thought about it, and shouted directly, but no one paid attention to him for a long time this time, and the reputation he left in the dark forest did not spread here. Just when he was at a loss, an application for joining the team was sent to him. Manager, are you going to the dungeon? Wang Qianduo said to Lin Qimeng, who invited him after he joined the team. Of course, otherwise why would I team you up? When did you reach level 10? Lin Qimeng asked, looking at Wang Qianduo's level. She has never wasted any resources for upgrading these days, and with the help of teammates and past accumulation, she has only reached level 13. How did this guy reach level 10 in just over 10 days? Fortunately, there were some problems with their mission today, and they were late for the dungeon, so they just happened to meet him. After the incident with Li Mingzhou, Lin Qiming basically broke up with the company's professional players. Although the main reason was Zhang's love turned to hate, Wang Qianduo also contributed a little. Otherwise, they wouldn't have broken up so quickly, right? After breaking up with them, Lin Qiming found a few friends, established her own professional player studio, and reserved a position for Wang Qianduo. Although she hasn't formally invited Wang Qianduo. That's because she didn't expect Wang Qianduo to reach level 10 so quickly. At the same time, she hasn't figured out how to start. But these days they have been grouping with a stranger in the dungeon, and there are only 4 people leveling up. Yesterday. Where are you? I go find you. Wang Qianduo asked. No need, wait for us at the dungeon entrance, we be there soon. Lin Qiming said. Where are you? After everyone arrived at the dungeon entrance, Lin Qiming sent a message to Wang Qianduo. She hadn't seen the Lord of Elements yet, so she didn't recognize Wang Qianduo. Here. Wang Qianduo knew Lin Qiming's Dragon Princess Mecha, and waved to the other party and shouted. Your mecha has evolved? What level of evolution is it? Lin Qiming frowned and asked as she looked at the brand new mecha driven by Wang Qianduo. Didn't she tell him not to evolve mecha easily, otherwise it would affect the future? If there is a suitable one, it will evolve. Don't worry, it is definitely a rare mecha, Wang Qianduo said with a smile. Of course it is rare. Maybe it is the only mecha in the rare path. After all, even if someone obtains the element crown, it is unlikely to collect 7 epic element crystals. Do you have a fixed team? After hearing that Wang Qianduo's mecha is a rare mecha, she didn't ask anything else. As long as it is a rare mecha, its strength will definitely not be too bad. No. Come to my team. I just need one person here. Okay. Wang Qianduo agreed without hesitation. He really needed a fixed team. And after getting to know Lin Qiming for a while, he also had a certain understanding of Lin Qiming's personality. At the same time, his only hidden mission might need teammates again at some point. Although it is not necessary this time, Wang Qianduo does not know when he can complete this task. And the most important point is that he wants to eat swan meat. Hee. Chapter 48. Great, let me introduce you to your future teammates. Lin Qiming said with a slight smile after hearing Wang Qianduo agreed without hesitation. Then she pointed to a red mecha in the team and continued. This is Sister Hua, my best friend. Her mecha is the fire-type Flame Thorns. The Flame Thorns mecha is a rare mecha with an outstanding appearance, and its shape is as stunning as that of Long Ji. The armor of the body has formed special thorn release in many places on the slender body, giving people a wild beauty. At the same time, this is a fire-type intelligence auxiliary mecha, which has a powerful and excellent ability to provide energy shields for teammates, and the ability to add negative states and control capabilities to enemies. Then Lin Qiming pointed to a black mecha and said, This is the assassin of Xiuhai's team. The mecha is Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade Agile Assassin mecha. This mecha is shorter than the normal initial mecha, and looks very sensitive. It is said that this is a super mecha that can hide in the shadows, and its attribute is a very rare dark attribute mecha. Finally, Lin Qiming pointed to the yellow mecha in the team that was much taller than the others, and looked very heavy and said, The last one is Lao Ma, the meat shield in the team, and his mecha is the ground attribute War Rhino. War Rhino mecha is a ground attribute power mecha. He has a height of nearly 15 meters, and a weight of more than 40 tons. It is said that as long as the War Rhino mecha steps on the ground, it can continuously restore HP and repair itself. The moment Lin Qiming said the name of several mechas, Zero was thrown in front of him. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. Zero is so awesome, but these guys are also very powerful. Their mechas are actually rare magic mechas. Okay, introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Wang Qianduo. My mecha is a full attribute intelligence mecha, an evolved elemental master. I am very happy to be your teammate. After Lin Qiming finished speaking, Lao Wang also briefly introduced himself. Intelligence? Lin Qiming. All attributes? Sister Hua. Elemental master? Shai. Ma Mingyuan Lao Ma. Wang Qianduo's simple introduction has too many points, and Lin Qiming and the other two don't know where to start. As for Lao Ma, he just posted a few points just to make himself look less unsociable. Aren't you an agile mecha? How did you become an intelligence mecha? Lin Qiming asked first. My initial mecha is a bit special. Now it is an intelligence mecha. Wang Qianduo said. What is the attribute of all attributes? Sister Hua. It means literally, I can learn to use skills of all elemental attributes. No wonder he is called the Lord of Elements. Awesome. Xiao Hai. The three of them had no objection to Lin Qiming inviting Wang Qianduo to join the team. That day they saw with their own eyes that this man destroyed the team with one skill. Even if Wang Qianduo didn't have any skills, he was qualified to join them. And to be fair, Wang Qianduo's current skills were actually okay. After chatting for a while, they entered the secret base of the Black Shark Pirates in the dungeon. Taking action was the best way to kill each other. Because Wang Qianduo had not cleared this dungeon, everyone could only enter the simple mode dungeon. There are 4 bosses in the Black Shark Pirates' secret base, one more than in the Dark Forest. The monsters before the first boss are the Black Shark Pirates' minions driving various man-made mechas. Their HP is about 1000, and their attacks are stronger than those of the Magic Rat, and they have more skills. Even in the normal difficulty dungeons, the monsters in the dungeons are generally much stronger than the monsters of the same level in the wild. But it's useless. Wang Qianduo can now hit them with an elemental magic ball skill, and even if it doesn't hit critically, it can still deal about 900 damage. This skill can be used once in less than 2 seconds, and this kind of damage is basically a leisurely stroll in this normal difficulty dungeon. Not to mention that he has several powerful teammates, and they usually go to difficult dungeons casually. If it weren't for the fact that the Nightmare Dungeon consumes too much energy, the time and energy spent on a dungeon are completely disproportionate to the gains they can go to the Nightmare Dungeon. This situation has led to the fact that several people are basically crushing the dungeon monsters. A small monster jumped out and didn't even have time to look at them, and was taken away by everyone in 1 second. We finally have enough output, Sister Hua said sincerely, as she watched the unusually smooth dungeon trip. Yes. Lin Qiming. Before Wang Qianduo came to their team, the configuration of several people was 1 tank, 1 assassin, 1 warrior, and 1 auxiliary, but there was no long-range output profession. This made them suffer a lot of times, such as when they were in the underground world of the demon Rat Star. At that time, if their team had a sniper with long-range vision technology or a magic hunter mecha, they would not be suppressed so badly by the opponent. In fact, their current team configuration still has some problems. It is true that Wang Qianduo is a long-range output, but he is now a magic output. They actually still lack a physical output like a hunter or sniper. But life is not perfect, and who says that Lao Wang can't have physical output? You know, his universal characteristics are still hanging there. Several people easily killed monsters, and soon came to the first gatekeeper boss of the dungeon. He is the famous Black Shark Pirate leader Mark Bai, driving a level 10 magic mecha warrior, guarding the entrance of an underground laboratory. There are intruders. You really don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, actually. Critical hit reduced by 5510. Stun for 0.3 seconds. Reduced by 592. Reduced by 1255. Weak point breaking reduced by 1804. Burning. Reduced by 288. Mark Bai's words have not yet finished, and a series of damage numbers floated above his head. Even the elemental magic ball, with the fire element attribute hit the weak point. Then, he exploded on the spot. This is the unreasonable part of the Elemental Lord. As long as you have many skills, you can kill anyone with your skills in an instant. Lin Qiming and his group, fuck you, you are too ruthless. I haven't even buffed you yet. Sister Hua said first. Your skills have almost no charging time. Is this the characteristic of your mecha? Lao Ma asked later. Yes, this is the characteristic of the Elemental Lord. Skills with a charging time of less than 5 seconds will become instant, Wang Qianduo said after thinking for a while. He didn't plan to tell anyone the complete attributes of the Elemental Lord, so he just made up a lie for them. But Wang Qianduo at this moment did not realize that if he wanted to cover up a lie, more lies would be bred. After the first boss was solved, everyone harvested 2 ordinary materials and 1 ordinary equipment. They entered the underground laboratory from the entrance without even looking at them. The moment everyone stepped into the entrance, a shrill alarm sounded. Then a large iron gate fell from the entrance behind them, trapping them completely. It seemed that the enemy wanted to perform a trick of catching a turtle in a jar. But everyone was not panicked. Lin Qiming and others had been in this dungeon for a long time. This kind of thing happened almost every day, and they were used to it. And Wang Qianduo was not afraid at all. He was also a person who had read the strategy. Okay, after the iron gate fell, red eyes in the underground base lit up. This was the most disgusting monster in the current stage of the game, the cyborg. They were of different shapes, but had one common feature, that is, these monsters all had a human head. Some heads grew on spiders, and some heads grew on snakes. These monsters are agile and have high attack power, but the terrain restricts them, and their low defense makes them a little awkward. The existence of this passage actually limits their difficulty, otherwise their difficulty level would have to be increased by at least 2 levels. After everyone killed them with violent output again, they set fire to them and cremated them. Not in the mood to stay in this passage for long, several people quickly went to the hall in front. In the hall is the boss of this stage, Advanced Transformer number 19, a transformer with both a human head and a lion's head and body. In addition, he has a long scorpion tail, which looks very much like the legendary 2-headed lion scorpion. After Wang Qianduo saw it, he didn't think of holding back at all, and once again burst out his skills to kill it, ending its sinful life. This game has been running for a year, and the story backgrounds of various copies have actually been almost exposed by everyone. Most of the Transformers in this Stronghold copy were originally ordinary civilians and tourists in Fairy City. They were forcibly captured by the Black Shark Pirates for human experiments. But only this boss is special. Chapter 49. In the background of the story, various evidences show that this man voluntarily accepted the transformation of the Black Shark Pirates. He was originally the largest human trafficker in Fairy City, and he committed countless evils. At the same time, he was also the largest supplier of the Black Shark Pirates. But God sees what people do. Finally, one day they were found by the Alliance police. He fought desperately to fight his way out, but he was basically disabled. But he was unwilling to accept it, so he found the Black Shark Pirates and wanted to rely on their past friendship to let them save him. But talking about friendship with pirates? Haha, the Black Shark Pirates were of course happy to satisfy his wish, so he became like this, neither human nor ghost. He became the most successful work of the Black Shark Pirates transformation. Except for the ability to speak, everything he had before, including his memory, was preserved. At the same time, he perfectly inherited part of the power of the Star Beast Mad Lion and a Zerg. He was called a perfect work of art by Dr. Feng, the head of the base, and was named Transformer number 19. Because he couldn't speak, I don't know if he was happy or not. After dealing with the cyborg, everyone continued to go deeper into the laboratory. But this time, not long after walking, the view in front of them suddenly became wide and bright again, and they arrived at another hall. There was a huge mecha waiting for them in this bright hall. This is the third boss of the copy, the Giant Combat Mecha 237. This is a large man-made mecha similar to the final boss of the Dark Forest, but unlike the functional logging mecha in the Dark Forest, this mecha is purely used for combat. The mecha was equipped with 20 high-speed cannons, a large number of missiles, and other laser weapons. As soon as everyone entered the hall, Lin Qimeng and others dispersed immediately. They obviously knew how powerful this thing was. But Wang Qianduo did not, and then he was ruthlessly covered by the firepower of this mecha. The area where he was covered with smoke and dust, and countless explosions and flames destroyed the passage behind him. But after his round of attacks, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and Wang Qianduo appeared there unscathed. A light blue energy shield around his body completely wrapped him. Impossible. After seeing this scene, Lao Ma couldn't control his emotions directly. He knew the terrible damage of this boss. In fact, he could withstand another round of attacks at the normal level of difficulty. But he could never do it like Wang Qianduo, who took the opponent's attack without even breaking the shield. Wang Qianduo heard Lao Ma's exclamation, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. Then the familiar skills burst out again, and the battle mecha was crippled in one round. The weakness of the ordinary level battle mech is as obvious as its strength. That is, after each round of attack, it needs to prepare ammunition again, and during this period it can only passively take the beating. Seeing this, Xiao Hai's figure faded, and then turned into a black light, and lurked in the shadow behind the boss. Dark energy burst out from the dagger in his mech's hand, and killed the battle mech with one blow. The battle mech produced a 10-item exquisite equipment, but it was still a money-making item for everyone. Brother Wang, what is your defense? NPC on the way to the next boss room, Lao Ma still couldn't restrain his heart and asked. There are also attack and HP and mana. Xiao Hai said. My current attack is 339, defense is 45, HP is 2700, and MA is 3500. Wang Qianduo reported his attributes. After all, they will form a team together in the future, so it's okay to know in advance. Fuck. Is this the attribute of a level 10 mecha? Lao Ma cursed directly after hearing Wang Qianduo's attributes. Because Wang Qianduo's attack and HP are twice his defense is also one level higher than his, and his mana is much higher. Are you a meat shield or am I a meat shield? Everyone didn't wonder why Wang Qianduo's 300 plus attacks could deal thousands of damage, because in this game, No matter what attribute Mecha, the damage is basically based on skills. A skill with several times the attack power bonus, dealing so much damage, may not be normal. But Lao Wang's skills are not simple at first glance. After solving the battle Mecha, everyone continued to walk towards this underground laboratory. The next boss is Dr. Feng, the final boss of the dungeon. Along the way, there are not only various monsters attacking, but also various traps. This makes Wang Qianduo have to be careful. Fortunately, the monsters can't cause much damage to him. But the traps are different. Once they are hit, they will be killed instantly. This is just because I have made great progress in the past few days. If I had just entered the game, I don't know how many times I would have died along the way. Wang Qianduo looked at the traps along the way and thought with some pride. Sir, be careful. Be careful. Just as he was thinking, two voices sounded in his ears. Then Lin Qiming grabbed Wang Qianduo, who was walking at the edge of the team, and then a laser fell from top to bottom in front of Lao Wang, piercing the ground in front of him directly. Two voices came, one from Lin Qiming who saved him, and the other from Ling. This mechanism was obviously a one-shot mechanism. Fortunately, Lin Qiming reacted quickly, because Ling could only remind him, but could not help him. Thank you, Wang Qianduo said to Lin Qiming, with lingering fear. He was so scared that he had no complacency at all. This slap in the face came too quickly, and he was only complacent for a while. Damn! You're welcome, be careful, this section of the road will be over soon. Lin Qiming. After walking this section of the road carefully, everyone came to the last boss room. The final boss, Dr. Feng, was waiting for them in front of an energy pool, which was very similar to the energy pool for the evolution of mechas. As soon as he saw everyone coming in, he smiled at everyone fiercely. Ha ha, you are late. My experiment has been successful. Let you see this final evolution. After he said that, he jumped into the energy pool, and then the strange energy on the energy pool began to bloom. The energy pool was surrounded by a circle of energy shields, otherwise how could everyone tolerate him pretending to be cool? After the energy burst lasted for a minute, the shield disappeared. A monster with a Zerg chitinous shell all over its body, and one hand transformed into a huge sickle-shaped hook, a combination of biological and mecha, jumped out of the energy pool. Biological fusion monster. LV10. Leader. HP 25,000. MP 3,000. Attack 230. Defense 40. Skills: Raid, Hook, Chain, Biological Fusion Energy Cannon, Acid Spray, Energy Burst, Devour. Feel the power of evolution, said the mecha in front of everyone, and then the hook in its hand suddenly stretched out and rushed towards Lao Wang, but Lao Wang dodged it. This monster really opened its mouth to speak, unlike the mechas of Wang Qianduo and others that have a sound amplifier. Its mouth is full of hideous mouthparts, and it can no longer be called a mecha. Professor Feng is also a ruthless person. He forcibly blended the human soul, star beasts, Zerg and mecha together to create this monster that is neither human nor ghost in front of him. This kind of scientific madman, with a fanatical dream, is sometimes more terrifying than some murderers. In their mind, as long as they are for their dreams, they can sacrifice anything. He didn't know how many cruel human experiments he had done for this scene today. After Wang Qianduo dodged his claws, he looked at the monster in front of him, and suddenly felt as if someone was crying in his ears. This crying made him feel an extremely angry emotion from the bottom of his heart, and this feeling came quickly. The furious Wang Qianduo's eyes flashed with golden light, staring at the monster that Professor Feng had turned into, and the photons of the photon ray skill appeared behind him. Then the next moment, countless photon rays burst out, and the strong light made Lin Qiming and the others unable to open their eyes. In 5 seconds, the photon rays washed the entire underground space where the boss was. After the photon ray skill was strengthened by the fire eyes, each attack dealt critical damage. Although it was not a critical hit on the weak point, the mecha transformed by Professor Feng still could not survive the baptism of the ray. Moreover, Wang Qianduo felt that his photon ray skill in the angry state had undergone some changes, but now he could not find that feeling. After the smoke and dust of the explosion dissipated, his blood volume was emptied, and he knelt there. Now he is extremely miserable, his whole body is charred, and he doesn't know where his hands were blown to. You are exaggerating, Lin Qiming said to Wang Qianduo, looking at the unrecognizable laboratory in front of him. I'm sorry, Wang Qianduo said in a low voice, recalling the feeling just now. What's wrong? Lin Qiming heard the low tone in his voice and asked. Ah? Oh. Nothing, let's take a look at the drops. Let's go to the difficult level. Chapter 50. Maybe I'm just too soft-hearted. Wang Qianduo thought as he shook his head after picking up the items and leaving the dungeon. He couldn't find the source of the emotion just now. He was not a person who was easily swayed by emotions. But the cry and the feeling made him unable to suppress it. However, Wang Qianduo didn't go into it. After he got the recharge system that no one else had, he knew that this world was not simple. Compared with the normal level, the only thing that made the difficult dungeon more difficult for Wang Qianduo was the mechanism before the final boss Dr. Feng and the blood volume after Dr. Feng's transformation. More mechanisms made Wang Qianduo have to be more careful, and Dr. Feng's more blood volume also meant that he couldn't kill the opponent with a photon ray skill. It was actually okay that the boss couldn't be killed instantly, but the mechanism seriously affected their speed in passing the dungeon. It took them less than 15 minutes to pass a difficult dungeon, but the mechanism alone wasted nearly 10 minutes. That means 2/3 of the time for a dungeon is wasted here, and this is just the difficulty. Wang Qianduo looked at his task that had no progress at all, and knew that he might need to play the nightmare dungeon. In fact, he was not satisfied with a dungeon every 15 minutes, and Lin Qiming and her team might not be able to stop it even if they took 30 minutes to complete the difficult task. This is efficiency. I think we can challenge the nightmare. Just when Wang Qianduo wanted to say this, Sister Hua took the lead. Agree. Wang Qianduo immediately followed up and echoed. Okay, let's try it. Lin Qiming finally made the decision. In fact, several people had the same idea. With a big man like Lao Wang, what are they waiting for? So several people entered the nightmare dungeon with high spirits and successfully killed the gatekeeper boss Makabe. Rare shield of level 10 for water-based intelligence mecha, Lao Wang, do you need it? Lin Qiming asked Wang Qianduo after picking up the dropped items. Lao Wang shook his head. He basically didn't need the equipment from the dungeon. Because even in the nightmare dungeon, the probability of dropping perfect equipment is very small. At this stage, there are only two ways for players to obtain perfect equipment above the level. One is the task and the other is the world boss. Although there is a chance of dropping in the nightmare dungeon, the probability is too small. At present, the only known thing on the internet is that when Xinghe first killed the Dark Forest Nightmare, one piece was dropped. Okay. It seems that I can sell it for money, Lin Qiming said. Aren't you going to set up your own club? Don't you want to stock up on this? Wang Qianduo. How do you know? He doesn't remember telling Wang Qianduo about this? Then Lin Qiming looked at the other three people. Lin Qiming could feel their guilty conscience through the mecha. It's not a matter that has been settled yet, so there's no rush for this thing, said Lin Qiming. Keep it. I don't want to have to collect equipment every day after the club guild is established in the future, said Wang Qianduo. Collect equipment. Are you saying you plan to join my club? You don't plan to have me? How could that be? That's great. Can you two stop for a while? Are you still going to download the dungeon? Sister Hua finally couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted the two of them. Ha ha, ha. Let's go now. Wang Qianduo couldn't see Lin Qiming's expression now, but he could hear that she was very happy. It would be great if we could video chat at this time. How come such a smart mecha doesn't have a video function? It clearly has a virtual display device. Wang Qianduo complained to himself. Ling, received, I have reported it to the operator for you. Wang Qianduo. Don't scare me. Do you still have this function? Ling, don't worry, we are using normal channels. Okay. Wang Qianduo didn't have time to say anything to Ling at this moment, because they had already entered the underground laboratory. Although these monsters still couldn't threaten Wang Qianduo and his group, they still had to concentrate and take it seriously. What Wang Qianduo didn't know was how much impact Zero's feedback had caused. The Goose Factory Operation Department, which is currently responsible for running this game, was furious after receiving this news. Boss, we received similar feedback from developers again. One person reported to the general manager of this game. Really? What instructions did he give us this time? The person who informed us that the game ability can be brought into reality this time is not the same person, and the number they sent the message is different. This person asked us to develop the video function, saying that it is inconvenient to talk with teammates when driving a mecha in the wild. The person in charge, go and develop it. I notify the higher-ups. Yes. Human Alliance headquarters. Because of Wang Qinhua's message, everyone came back for a meeting on the weekend. From this new message, it seems that the so-called developers are more than one person, they should be a group. Last time, that person should be a more advanced one in the population. He directly informed us that the mecha can be brought into reality, so that we can prepare in advance. And this time, this person should be someone under that person, similar to a game tester, notifying us to improve the game content. Have you analyzed who they are? No, but according to our guess, they should be high-dimensional creatures or civilizations that are much more advanced than us. Be careful when investigating. We can't afford to offend them at the moment. Zero's message made countless people lose a lot of hair, but Wang Qianduo didn't know. At this time, they had killed the cyborg and walked towards the room of the war mecha. Nightmare copy, but the war mecha is different from the ordinary and difficult ones. It will start attacking the moment we enter. The first attack is a laser beam with extremely strong penetrating power, and its firepower can also cover multiple directions. We need to use the body of cyborg number 19 to attract his first attack, and then you two go in and run to both sides immediately to let it completely disperse the firepower. Remember not to stand still and resist. The firepower of the Nightmare Dungeon boss lasts longer than you can imagine. Outside the boss room, Sister Hua was giving many instructions to Wang Qianduo and Lao Ma. In fact, she was mainly talking to Wang Qianduo. After all, he was the only one who liked to resist the boss's attack. Although the boss didn't break through his shield in normal and difficult difficulty, the Nightmare Dungeon was not on the same level as those two. Wang Qianduo wanted to say that he didn't want to resist, but he was used to it because he couldn't avoid it before. After the battle plan was discussed, Sister Hua gave everyone her skills. Then everyone instantly opened the door of the boss room, and then Lao Ma drove the War Rhino Mecha to throw the body of the cyborg number 19 into it. As for why he did this job, there was no way that the warrior had such a miserable life. After all, the general intelligence and agility systems were not strong enough to throw the body as far as he did. As everyone planned, as soon as the body was thrown in, a laser hit it and blew it to pieces. But there was no disgusting blood and flesh flying at the scene, because the moment the laser touched it, the body was already roasted. After Wang Qianduo and Lao Ma saw this scene, they quickly entered the room and ran to the left and right. The War Mecha 237 guns were divided into two sides, chasing the two people and shooting. Wang Qianduo waved his hand and summoned all the photon balls of the photon ray to shoot at him. Although the photon ray skills were very scattered, the War Mecha was large enough and was still hit by many attacks. But Wang Qianduo was in trouble. He attracted all the hatred of the war machine. The war machine did not attack Lao Ma's War Rhino at all, and all its firepower was aimed at Wang Qianduo. It even ignored Lin Qimeng and the other two who had just entered the room. It's bad. Let's go while he can still hold on, Sister Hua said after seeing this. But Lin Qimeng had already rushed up with her dragon flame knife. Seeing this, Sister Hua's whole body flashed red, and vines composed of flames wrapped around the boss. Then a magic circle composed of flames appeared under the boss's feet, and the red light completely wrapped the boss. Then the red light of the gem in her hand bloomed, and a flame sprayed out, igniting the entire war machine. Although her attack looked very gorgeous, this set did not even hit 1,000 blood. But he himself is not a damage output. Instead, he is an auxiliary that provides control and status. Chapter 51. After Sister Hua finished her performance, Lin Qimeng, driving the Dragon Princess mech, grabbed the precious sword Dragon Flame Sword that had been floating behind her, and rushed to the boss. The Dragon Flame Sword is not a weapon, but a part of the Dragon Princess mech. It adds to the properties of the weapon equipped by Lin Qimeng after it is strengthened by 20%. But this bonus is not without cost. Any weapon equipped by the Dragon Princess mech will only be added to the Dragon Flame Sword. This means that it cannot use other weapons, and it only has one weapon slot. This greatly limits the attack diversity of the Dragon Princess mech, compared with the strength of the Dragon Princess mech, but it is all worth it. Because Sister Hua's damage is really a bit scratchy, a set of skills is not as high as Wang Qianduo's laser ray damage, so the hatred is still firmly on Wang Qianduo. A lot of the functions of the Hua sister mech are to provide control and negative effects, but this war mech basically does not move much, so other controls are useless except for this burning state. Even though Lin Qimeng came in front of it, the war mech also didn't even look at her. But the next moment, the fiery red light on the Dragon Flame Sword in Lin Qimeng's hand burst into flames, and the sword drew a red hexagram in the air. Critical hit reduced by 680. Critical hit reduced by 680. Critical hit reduced by 680. A series of 6 damage reductions of 680 floated above the boss's head, and then the flame runes on the Dragon Princess mech lit up, entering a special state, the Dragon Might state. Then the flames on the Dragon Flame Sword burst out, and as Lin Qimeng swung the sword, a flaming dragon swirled up. The flames pushed the war mech back 2 steps, and then the fire dragon that rose into the sky fell on it from top to bottom. reduce 595. Critical hits reduce 1190. The terrifying part of Long G's evolved mecha is not only his dragon flame blade. Also, as long as the target he attacks is in a burning state, or he himself is in a dragon power state with a special skill released, then he will ignore 100% of the opponent's defense, and at the same time increase his own critical hit rate by 20%. This is a very powerful attack-type warrior mecha in the late stage. As long as the opponent is not careful, he will face an instant kill. However, although the real damage is very strong, it still cannot attract the hatred of Wang Qianduo. The legendary photon ray skill is too abnormal. When Lin Qiming continued to output, Xiao Hai also came. He appeared from the shadow of the war mecha, stabbed with a short sword in his hand, and then connected with the final slash of the shadow energy burst. Although his damage was not as good as Lin Qiming, it was not much different. When he attacked, Lao Ma finally arrived driving the war rhino. The war rhino's heavy shoulder armor with sharp corners hit hard, and the war mecha was repelled again. Then he trampled the ground and stunned it for less than 1 second, and smashed the joints of the other mecha with a single-handed heavy hammer in his hand, but failed to break through the boss's defense. But there was a problem with his stunning the boss, because the hatred of the stunned boss was disordered, and it aimed the barrel of the laser cannon at Lin Qiming's dragon princess after the stun. This was a one-shot kill, and Wang Qianduo was not sure he could withstand it. At this critical moment, Wang Qianduo, who was covered by the boss's firepower, had 2 golden lights in the smoke. Then a silver light flashed, and a plasma like a dragon soaring into the sky hit the chest of the war mecha. Weakness critical hit reduced by 9102, stun 0.2, electric shock. Nearly 10,000 damage directly emptied all the remaining health of the boss, and the huge mecha slowly knelt on the ground. Huh? It was a close call. Wang Qianduo exhaled. Who told you not to act according to the plan? Wang Lin Qiming said to Wang Qianduo angrily. I won't dare to do it next time. Humph. You know what's good for you. Wang Qianduo admitted his mistake directly, making Lin Qiming swallow all the words she had prepared, and then said, I let you go this time. You didn't lose blood? As Lin Qiming spoke, she found that although Wang Qianduo's shield was broken, his blood volume was not reduced at all. Lucky, he fell down just after the shield was broken. Really? Lin Qiming was a little unconvinced. What is it? He actually lost a lot of blood just now, but he made up for it with medicine. But no one noticed it just now, and everyone didn't intend to pursue it, so he barely managed to get through it. Go and touch the corpse and see what you can find? Wang Qianduo tried to divert everyone's attention. With everyone's cooperation, his plan was successful. A rare material, a ground-type mecha armor, and a universal rare shield, Lin Qiming said after picking up all the items. The materials were naturally kept by the team, and the ground-type armor was given to Lao Ma, which was better than the one he had. No one wanted the universal rare shield, so Lin Qiming kept it for the club guild to use in the future. After defeating the war mecha, everyone had to face the mechanism channel in nightmare mode next. Do you think these mechanisms can be destroyed? Wang Qianduo said, as he looked at the lasers and many mechanisms in front of him that made his scalp numb. No, someone has tried it. Sister Hua. My sir, I found the authority identification device of the mechanism channel, and it should be closed with special authority. Zero. Where is it? Wang Qianduo immediately asked Zero. The most important thing that affects their progress in this copy is these very complicated mechanisms. Let alone Wang Qianduo, even professional players are not 100% sure here. Here. Zero used virtual imaging to mark a location. Then Wang Qianduo turned on a switch under the astonished eyes of the other team members, and a stone pillar slowly rose. What is this? How did you find it? Sister Hua looked at the mechanism in front of her in surprise, and said with some surprise. He obviously knew that there was something here, because he didn't hesitate at all and came here directly. Well, observe carefully, Wang Qianduo said after a pause, and he said it as if he believed it, nodding as he spoke. Awesome. Xiao Hai said in a tone of admiration, and he obviously believed it. Everyone, There is a keyhole on top of the stone pillar that suddenly appeared. The more Wang Qianduo looked at it, the more familiar it looked. So he took out the key that the pirate leader had dropped during the gang of black car robbers that day and inserted it in. The shocking scene appeared again. Once the key was inserted, the entire mechanism of the passage was closed. It turned out that this thing was used here. What's going on? Sister Hua said with a puzzled expression on her face. She found that their game modes seemed to be different from Wang Qianduo's. Are they playing the same game? It's too late to explain. Let's go! We only have 2 minutes. Wang Qianduo put away the key and looked at the countdown on the virtual screen on the stone pillar. After hearing this, several people immediately began to sprint towards the final boss's room. Without those mechanisms, the monsters along the way were not a problem at all. 2 minutes was enough for everyone to rush into the boss's room, and there were even a lot left. However, after everyone entered the room, the boss's plot changed again. Everyone who came to this room before faced Dr. Feng, who had successfully completed the experiment. After the player entered the room, Dr. Feng had completed the last step of the experiment and was waiting for him to jump into the energy pool. But this time, after everyone used the key, the plot was different. At this time, Dr. Feng was controlling the machine to hang a comatose giant alien creature, preparing to put it into the energy pool. This alien creature was shaped like a caterpillar, covered with biological armor, with 2 sickle-like claws on the front of its body, and a huge bulge on its head. The overall appearance was ferocious and ugly. Hydralisk. Elite. LV10. HP, 2000. MP, 1000. Attack, 200. Defense, 20. Skills, hook attack, acid spray, spike spray, muscle strengthening, shell strengthening, burrowing. Wang Qianduo originally thought that he would fuse with some Zerg, but he didn't expect it to be a Hydralisk. This thing is the main force of the Zerg in his impression, and it has a complete range of attack methods. After seeing everyone, Professor Feng panicked for a while, probably because the time of their appearance was beyond his expectations, and then his hand shook very obviously. The machine carrying the Hydralisk also shook, and then the huge body of the Hydralisk broke the chain and fell to the ground. The Hydralisk woke up after the fall, and Professor Feng was completely upset. Everyone wanted to save him to see if they could trigger some hidden plot, but the shield of the energy pool stopped them outside. Oh, how miserable! I was shocked. Oh my god, this is how monsters eat people. Chapter 52. Don't you know the Zerg? Wang Qianduo asked in confusion, as everyone watched Dr. Feng being tortured by his own actions. He found that except for himself, no one else knew about the interstellar race of the Zerg. Zerg? Is this thing a separate race? Lin Qiming and others looked at Wang Qianduo and asked. Yes, and the Zerg is a true cosmic overlord level race. Wang Qianduo said he felt that he had an obligation to popularize the Zerg race to them. No wonder your covert mission is called Zerg Shadow, Lin Qiming. The Zerg race has an unimaginable survival and evolution ability and reproduction speed for humans. They are very much like locusts. Where no grass grows, all resources will be transformed into nutrients needed for their own reproduction. But unlike locusts, their range of activities is the entire universe. So strong. How come I have never heard of such a strong race? Lin Qiming looked at Wang Qianduo and asked. That's because the human strongmen blocked them outside the interstellar defense line. Have you heard the NPCs say that the interstellar front war is tense? Wang Qianduo. You mean, the interstellar front war mentioned by the NPC is the war between humans and Zerg? That's right. The reason why Wang Qianduo and others can chat so recklessly is that the shield of the energy pool has never been closed. After eating Dr. Feng, the Hydralisk slowly crawled into the energy pool and has not come out yet. Maybe the Hydralisk also saw the impatience of the crowd. The next moment, he changed his appearance and got out of the energy pool directly. At this moment, the original biological armor on its body has changed into metal armor, and its appearance has become more ferocious, and at the same time, his eyes are shining with wisdom. Mutated Hydralisk Nightmare. Leader. LV10. HP, 99,000. MP, 10,000. Attack, 300. Defense, 50. Skills. Mechanical Claw Attack, Acid Ray, Spike Jet, Strength Enhancement, Defense Enhancement, Drilling Rage. The original level 10 Elite, after being enhanced, became a level 10 Nightmare Leader boss. Its attributes are much stronger than Dr. Feng, and its health is almost 100,000. It seems that not going through the mechanism really has a price, Wang Qianduo said after sending its attributes to the group. Although Lin Qiming and others can also see the attributes, they can basically only see the health. They can't even see the specific values. They can only see how many health bars there are, and then calculate it themselves. In this game, the blood of a level 10 Lord monster is 10,000, which is a summary of the player's 1 year of experience. However, since Wang Qianduo had the fire eyes, he never had the trouble of not being able to see the monster's health clearly. After the Hydralisk came out of the energy pool, the shield of the energy pool was broken. The moment the shield was broken, a green ray spewed out from its mouth and swept towards everyone. But everyone was very focused and dodged the attack. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, on a throne on a creature that was the size of a planet and shaped like a whale, a purple person slowly opened his eyes that emitted purple energy. It seemed to have received some good news. The corners of its mouth slightly raised, and some meaningless syllables came out of its mouth. Hashtag 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 Zerg language. So it's here. After everyone dodged the ray attack, they were stopped by Lin Qiming just as they were about to use the photon ray. Don't attack first. Wait for Lao Ma to establish hatred, Lin Qiming said. Wang Qianduo waited for Lao Ma to establish hatred after hearing this. It's not that Wang Qianduo doesn't know how to play this game, but he has become accustomed to being alone. Even when he teamed up with the Yu sisters, Wang Qianduo actually relied on himself. To say something disrespectful to friends, the Yu sisters were just tools to help her make up damage and control most of the time. After Wang Qianduo was stopped, Lao Ma drove the War Rhino mech and raised his shield to collide with the Hydralisk boss. -198. Then he charged the one-handed heavy hammer in his hand, and launched the heavy attack skill to interrupt the ray attack of the Hydralisk. Weakness break -201, stun for 0.1 seconds. After the attack was interrupted, the Hydralisk looked at Lao Ma angrily, and two sickle-shaped claws swung at him. A yellow light flashed on Lao Ma's shield. After he raised his shield to block, the Hydralisk was staggered, and two damage numbers rose on his body. -181. -187. This is a common skill of the Meat Shield Mecha, blocking and counter-injury, but one skill can rebound damage twice. Lao Ma is indeed a master. The hatred is stable, and you can start output. Lao Ma shouted after the Hydralisk was staggered. Wang Qianduo heard the golden light in his eyes again, and the 22 photon energy balls in the sky appeared again. Critical strike -3975. Critical strike -3975. Numbers of nearly 4,000 damage floated on the Hydralisk. Although the photon ray that hit the Hydralisk Lord did not even hit 1/20th, it still evaporated nearly half of its blood in an instant. This is the horror of legendary skills, but Lin Wangqian's attack is not over. After the photon ray was launched, he instantly used up all his instant skills. Lightning Chain, Fire-Charged Energy Bombs, Elemental Magic Ball Fireballs, and Fire-type Energy Bombs all flew towards the neck under the mouth of the Hydralisk. Weakness critical hit reduced by 8721, stun for 0.2 seconds, Electric Shock. Weakness critical hit reduced by 5685, Burning. Weakness critical hit reduced by 2490, Burning. Weakness critical hit reduced by 2475, Burning. All four skills hit weakness critical hits, which made Wang Qianduo very confused. Because the Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes skill should only have 3 weakness critical hits, but this time all 5 skills were weakness critical hits, which is unscientific. However, the Hydralisk did not give Wang Qianduo a chance to think. His head armor opened to reveal countless spikes, and at the same time ignored the others who attacked it. The spikes burst out and covered the entire place where Wang Qianduo was. Lao Ma drove the War Rhino, and used the taunt skill crazily but failed to pull back the Hydralisk. Reduced by 532. Critical hit reduced by 848, MP reduced by 212. One spike broke the shield, and another spike hit directly knocked off nearly half of Wang Qianduo's health. Just when everyone thought Wang Qianduo was dead, he suddenly turned into a flash and disappeared on the spot, and reappeared behind the Hydralisk. With lingering fear, he put on a defensive skill. Lin Qiming saw him out of danger, and the flame-rising dragon slash finally cooled down again, in order to prevent it from controlling this jet skill, and turning around to attack others. Lin Qiming's dragon flame blade glowed with fiery red light again, and the swirling flame shook the Hydralisk back and interrupted its skills. At this time, Lao Ma's taunt skill finally took effect, and the Hydralisk turned around and started to attack Lao Ma. Wang Qianduo also calmed down this time, throwing elemental magic balls steadily, but he was recalling the feeling just now. There must be something hidden in the series of weakness crits just now. At first, he suspected that the place where the Fire Eye and Golden Eye attacked was its weakness. As long as he attacked there, he might be able to crit. But he tried to attack the neck of the Hydralisk he attacked just now several times, but there was no weakness crit, and even no crit. This made Wang Qianduo puzzled. While Wang Qianduo was thinking about the problem, the health of the Hydralisk boss was steadily declining, until it fell into a violent state when its health was less than 1 out of 10. The original damage of the Hydralisk was already high enough, and its damage after the violent state was even more abnormal. Even if Lao Ma parried an ordinary attack, he could still knock off nearly 1/3 of his health. But this originally smart hydralisk suddenly did something very stupid. After forcing everyone back, it activated the burrowing skill in the berserk mode. This is a blood recovery skill. After the hydralisk lurks underground, it will continue to recover its own blood volume. But the berserk state is time limited, and after the state, the boss will enter a weak state, and all attributes will decrease by 50%. Everyone can't stop its blood recovery, but do they really need to interrupt it? After 20 seconds, the hydralisk, which is recovered for nearly half a month, drilled out of the ground, and everyone felt that their damage increased by nearly 50%. At the same time, Lao Ma is no longer afraid of the opponent's attack. Now even if he doesn't use a shield to parry, he can resist for a long time. Not to mention that the speed attribute of the hydralisk has also decreased. The reduction of half of the speed attribute makes it, which was originally not fast, move as slowly as a turtle. At the same time, the boss's berserk state can only be triggered once in each copy. Now the hydralisk can be said to be a meal for everyone. They can control it as they want. Chapter 53. Sure enough, the exhausted hydralisk was quickly killed by everyone, and Lin Qimeng went forward to pick up the item. Then an orange light instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Qimeng did not keep everyone waiting, and directly sent the attributes of this item to the team channel. Design of the Heart of the Insect Nest, perfect. Heart of the Insect Nest, finished product, LV10. Energy Core. Universal for mechas above level LV10. HP plus 200. MP plus 200. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 30. Intelligence plus 15. Attack speed plus 5%. Critical hit rate plus 10%. Insect Power. After it is turned on, the mecha's attack speed increases by 5%, the movement speed increases by 10%, and the critical hit rate increases by 10%. The duration is 5 seconds, and the cooling time is 60 seconds. Note: Dr. Feng, the Black Shark Pirate, simulated the mecha core made by Zerg Biotechnology. After seeing this item, no one looked at the other items, because except Wang Qianduo, the others were crazy. Is this the perfect equipment? The attributes are more than double those of rare equipment. I feel dizzy, someone help me. Then the question is, how do you two divide this equipment? Currently, there are only 2 agile mechas in the team, Lin Qimeng and Xiaohai. Although this equipment is a general equipment, the attribute added is obviously biased towards agility. What do you say? Lin Qimeng asked Xiaohai. Of course I give it to you. This equipment is obviously more in line with your attributes. Although he was telling the truth, for some reason, Wang Qianduo felt that Xiaohai seemed to be very afraid of Lin Qimeng. Xiaohai's Dark Blade mecha was a burst of instantaneous attack, and the mecha immediately fled after the burst. Although the critical strike provided by this equipment can help him a lot, the attack speed is basically wasted. Lin Qimeng is a perfect match for this equipment. Both the critical strike and the attack speed provide him with great help in dealing real damage in a short period of time. Neither the ignition state nor the dragon power state of the Dragon Princess mecha itself can last for a long time. Then I won't be polite. I treat you to a meal when I go back, Lin Qimeng said happily. In addition to this perfect equipment, the hydralisk also produced several materials, some small items, and 2 rare equipment. Most of the materials were what Lin Qimeng needed to make equipment, so she gave them to her, but it was still not enough. She had to go to this dungeon at least a few times. The 2 rare equipment were agility attributes. Because Lin Qimeng took the perfect core, these equipment were given to Xiaohai, allowing him to change his equipment. These things were basically useless to Wang Qianduo, but a special item among some small items attracted Wang Qianduo's attention. It was a spike on the hydralisk just now. Give me this, Wang Qianduo pointed at the spikes and said. Lin Qimeng gave it to him without asking any questions. Such small items are usually sold to NPCs for money, or given to NPCs to increase their favorability. Even their own introductions say so. Mysterious spikes, rare, special materials from certain creatures. Some NPCs may collect them at high prices. This kind of thing has not yet been developed into any special use by players. Wang Qianduo had obtained it before without any special instructions, and he just threw it into the store to exchange for money. But this time he felt it might be different, because this thing involved a Zerg. I wonder if Lao Huang can collect it. After this dungeon, Wang Qianduo's mission finally made progress, and the boss finally gave him one of the 15 potions he needed to collect. If he successfully completed 15 nightmare dungeons, he would be able to complete the mission. But unfortunately, things did not go smoothly. In the next 2 nightmare dungeons, only the war mecha provided him with one. That is to say, this mission is not a mission that can be completed in a short time. Alas, thinking of this, Wang Qianduo sighed. What's wrong? Why are you sighing? Lin Qiming asked when she heard Wang Qianduo sigh. What else could it be? A hidden mission. This is another mission that cannot be completed in a short time. Lin Qiming, Did she ask the wrong question and give this hangman another chance to Versailles? In the 2 nightmare dungeons just now, although they were still playing in hidden mode, everyone did not gain anything special. But it is also true that perfect equipment is not that easy to get. There are only a few pieces that have been exposed on the forum since the game was launched. Are you still tired? Will you go with us to kill monsters later? Lin Qiming asked directly to prevent him from pretending. Yes. But I need to go back to the Mother Star base to find Lao Huang first. Wang Qianduo said. Who is Lao Huang? General Huang, don't you know him? Lao Huang is a very kind person. He? Lin Qiming, She asked unnecessarily, but Wang Qianduo was able to meet General Huang casually, which really surprised her. Lin Qiming, okay. Let's go to the Mother Star base first. Wang Qianduo went to see Lao Huang alone after returning to the base of the Mother Star. It was not that he did not want to bring Lin Qiming and the others, but he did not know what happened today, and they could not get in. We are just waiting for him at the door? Lao Ma asked, looking at Wang Qianduo's back. What else do you want if you don't wait for him? Can you get in? Wang Qianduo told Lao Huang what happened in the secret base copy, and then gave him the horn of the Hydralisk. You mean the Zerg they are experimenting on is the Hydralisk, right? Yes. Didn't I give you the horn? Hydralisks. I know, you don't have to worry about this for now. I will give it to you after you complete the task I gave you as a reward. Anyway, you don't like ordinary things, so I might be able to give you a big surprise at that time. Lao Huang said after a pause. Although he tried his best to control his expression, Wang Qianduo still felt his solemnity. But since the other party did not want him to ask more questions, Wang Qianduo did not ask. After Wang Qianduo left, General Huang turned on his communication device and said to one person, hold a meeting. Call everyone, the location of the mother planet has been exposed. What did you say? Okay, I go now. After hearing this, the people on General Huang's other side said in shock. Then 11 virtual projections appeared around General Huang, and one person came up and asked, what happened to old Huang? Why is the mother planet still exposed after we moved away? What's going on? How come the plan that has been maintained for so many years has failed directly? Okay. Stop arguing, said the person in the center while everyone was talking. What's the noise like? What do you think this is? A vegetable market? The virtual projections that were anxiously asking questions shut up angrily after hearing his words. Then, a person next to the person who was speaking said, are you all also anxious about the mother planet? It's understandable. Old Huang, please tell us the situation. It's like this. Old Huang quickly told everyone what Wang Qianduo had discovered during this period, and then told them about the bloodbath in Fairy City some time ago. Black Shark Pirates. These rubbish, damn it, said one of the virtual projections. Don't blame Huayao. You agreed to the decision to keep them at the beginning. But who of us could have thought that they would be so rampant, and even want to control the Zerg? Do you have a brain? How did you supervise them? Are they under my responsibility? Hey! Don't leave me here. Quiet. Seeing that everyone was about to quarrel again, the second virtual shadow in the center stopped them directly. Is old Huang's information reliable? The man asked again. Reliable? These things were discovered by Lao Luo's disciples. I have carefully verified it. Lao Luo. It seems that he is not convinced by Lao Luo, so we should keep a close eye on the interstellar front. All interstellar exploration fleets are dispatched, regardless of losses, and we must also find the location of King Leviathan. At the same time, Lao Huang, you quickly investigate the location of the Black Shark Pirates, and there is no need to keep them to recruit them. Since they are looking for death, just help them, and then send people to implement Plan 3, so that they can find their mother planet one day later. If it doesn't work, we can only give up the mother planet and move that thing away, the virtual projection of the center said heavily. But I know that this plan should not be implemented unless it is a matter of life and death. Without the mother planet, we will really have no roots. I will explain the situation to the people on both sides. Those who agree, please vote. The virtual projection of the center interrupted the people next to him and said, Agree. Agree. Soon his proposal was passed unanimously, and then the 11 phantoms disappeared together, and Lao Huang also went to implement the plan. Chapter 54. Tell me what mission you have received. As soon as Wang Qianduo appeared, Lin Qiming stepped forward and grabbed Wang Qianduo's collar like a bad girl. There is no new mission, but the reward of the hidden mission has been increased. I treat you, Lin Qiming said fiercely. Okay. Okay. What's going on? Is this still the cold goddess Sister Ming? Just as Lin Qiming and Wang Qianduo were interacting, Xiao Hai asked. Alas. Who knows? Sister Hua said. You said? I think you guessed right. After a while of chatting and laughing, they rushed to the demon rat star. Because of the opening of the underground world, it is now the most suitable place for players around level 10 to level up. Not only because there are dense monsters there, but also because of the mysterious tooth fragments. The function of the tooth fragments was announced on the forum 2 days after Wang Qianduo discovered this place. Countless players rushed in crazily, making this thing now become an ordinary treasure map. In fact, there are many planet maps with treasure maps for leveling, but the treasure chest of the Magic Rat Star has a certain chance of producing skills, which is unmatched by other places. In this game, no matter what kind of mecha you are, whether it is magic-oriented or technology-oriented, you need a lot of skill support. And most players believe that once the game reaches the late stage, the equipment can always grow slowly. If everyone could only dig one box here every day, the Magic Rat Star would have been overcrowded. After Wang Qianduo and his party arrived here, they went straight to the entrance of the underground world. Now it is no longer the abandoned place it was before. A large number of players gathered near the entrance. These are the players from the big guild. They are building a permanent settlement. At present, the large group of players is still at level 6 or 7. When they reach level 10 on a large scale, this place will definitely become a very important place. So these people are rushing to occupy this place as soon as possible to enjoy the dividends of population flow in the future. Have you prepared the other fragments? Everyone was about to reach the entrance. Sister Hua asked Wang Qianduo. I have prepared fragments 1 to 7, Wang Qianduo replied. The explosion rate of number 7 is so low. Have you prepared it? Low? Not bad. As long as you master the method, these fragments are still easy to explode. Wang Qianduo looked at everyone with a little pride in his eyes. Everyone, Because of the barrier of the mecha, although they can't see Wang Qianduo's expression, they can hear his smug tone. Stop it. Let's talk about the serious stuff. Lin Qiming rolled her eyes at him, but Wang Qianduo couldn't see the charming roll of eyes either. I'm talking about the serious stuff. Then he shared the information about the 7 kinds of demon rats analyzed by Zero with everyone. Really? You can tell the types of these rats? Why do they all look the same? I can bet on my pride in my nearly 10 years of experience in art. This is simply not something a human can do. Lao Ma was very suspicious, and then everyone verified that after they entered the underground world, every time they encountered a group of rats, Wang Qianduo would tell them what fragments they exploded. Of course, it was not him, but Zero, who made the distinction, so Lao Ma lost miserably, so that the whole time he was leveling up was gray. 10 years of pride gone. This is not true. No. But compared to his gloom, others were much happier. Okay, stop being depressed, come and open the box. Okay. Here I come. Until everyone had exhausted their fatigue, Sister Hua called Lao Ma and led him out of the gloom. 5 people and 5 boxes, everyone decided to compete to see who opened the best thing, and did not mention Wang Qianduo to treat, but the loser Hong Chongqing treated the hot pot in the evening. Hong Chongqing is a better hot pot restaurant in the Magic City where Wang Qianduo is located, and the taste and price are both top choices. I go first. Lao Ma said first. He lost his pride of 10 years of experience in art, and decided to get back here. After speaking, he immediately opened his box, and after a ray of light, a sniper rifle for Mecha appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of this gun is very similar to the Barrett that has been magnified many times, very handsome, and he also has a loud name called Juret. But unfortunately, this weapon is a common level 10 weapon, which is the lowest item in this treasure chest. Because even though Wang Qianduo and others can easily collect several sets of rat teeth, it is because of the help of Zero. For a general team, it is already quite good if the whole team can open a treasure chest a day, so the items in the treasure chest are generally exquisite. It is rare for someone like Lao Ma to start with an ordinary one. After seeing this gun, Lao Ma felt as if he was hit by lightning in the void, and the whole person fell into darkness again. I am unlucky. Is Brother Ma okay? He seems to have been hit hard, Wang Qianduo said, looking at the old Ma who looked very bad. Don't worry about him. He has always been this dark. You will get used to it in the future, Sister Hua said, and then she also opened her box. After the light flashed, a refined material appeared, which was the moonstone that Wang Qianduo had seen. This thing is one of the main materials for forging equipment in the early stage. The market demand is quite large, but the explosion rate is not low, but it is still better than Giolete. Well, Moonstone, it's dark. You continue. Sister Hua handed the Moonstone to Lin Qiming and said. She didn't care much about this. Just like you and your team encountered a bear in the forest, you don't have to run too fast, as long as you are faster than your teammates. Now that there is the unlucky old Ma at the bottom, everyone has no pressure at all. Let me do it. Xiao Hai looked at the current atmosphere and said very tactfully. Then he also opened the treasure box, and this time a skill disc appeared. No matter what skill it is, he can't lose anyway. Here you go, charge slash. It's useless. Xiao Hai handed the skill to Lin Qiming. Who will be the last one? Lin Qiming looked at Lao Wang and said. Of course it's you. I'm coming right now, Wang Qianduo said as he opened the treasure chest, and another weapon appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that it was a weapon, Lao Ma next to him became excited, because according to the information currently released by the players, the weapons in this treasure chest are not good. Although Giolete is very bad, it is not the worst. The worst is a long halberd called Root Elimination. Eradication. This halberd is a common level equipment, and it also has the special effect of losing 1% of its own health per second, not to mention how funny it is. In fact, the equipment effect of eradication is to increase all attributes by 5 points, and then lose 1% of its own health per second. Well, it's still funny. And the weapon Wang Qianduo opened was a halberd, which made Lao Ma even more excited, but the next moment a blue light burst out from the halberd, breaking his unrealistic fantasy. Cold Light Halberd. Perfect. Available for mechas above level LV10. Attack plus 45. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Intelligence plus 15. Attack power plus 5%. Cooling down plus 10%. Ignore defense plus 10%. When attacking an enemy, there is a 2% chance to freeze the opponent for 1 second. Switch form Cold Light Gun. Actively activate to change to the form of a cold light energy gun, emitting cold light rays. Note. So cold, this halberd is actually made of ice. This handsome appearance, the skill that can switch forms, the special effect of attacking to freeze the enemy, and the cute expression in the introduction. All this shows that this is the cold light halberd that is said to be the best among all the cold light halberds. It turns out that this equipment can also be found here. If this news spreads, it will be very lively here. Wang Qianduo said after posting the equipment attributes on the team channel. Oh my god! Lao Ma could no longer control his excitement and rushed towards Wang Qianduo, but was pulled down by Sister Hua. In fact, Wang Qianduo did not rely entirely on his luck. He glanced at the golden pocket watch on his hand, and put it away very carefully. Pocket watch of the Goddess of Luck, epic bound. Fashion pendant. Luck plus 10. Smile of the Goddess of Luck. All wishes will come true after opening it. Note. Be careful that luck does not favor greedy people. This item is a special costume given in the V15 gift package, and it is the top of all Wang Qianduo's costumes. He just used the smile of the Goddess of Luck and wished to open a better item, and then the cold light halberd came out. This skill is really powerful. It is simply a god-level skill to make a fortune. Chapter 55. It is said that dreams come true, and epic items are really true. What makes Wang Qianduo laugh and cry is that the cooling time of this equipment is as long as 30 days. If he had known, he would not have wasted it here. But as the equipment notes say, luck does not favor greedy people. If he is too greedy, this equipment may be useless. Still unwilling. Who of you wants this equipment? I can lend it to you to increase the attributes first, Wang Qianduo said. He really thought so. Although the cold light halberd is handsome, its attributes are still a distance away from the Minghong knife. At the same time, he doesn't want to sell this equipment because it is too handsome. After the mortgage is paid off, there will be money. Although Lao Wang still cares about it. But he has more pursuits than before, especially in terms of handsomeness. And at this stage, if he carries this equipment for the sake of being handsome, it is still a bit of a waste of attributes. It's better to support his teammates first, but the others looked at each other and didn't say anything. It's not for nothing that the cold light halberd has no brothers. Although they are not that kind of people, it is not good to do such things in a melon field and a plum field. Lin Qiming saw the hesitation of everyone and said directly, I hope you can accept Lao Wang's kindness, because from now on we are teammates fighting together. You know me, and I know your character from childhood to adulthood. I don't want our team to have those messy problems because of the issue of interests. Although Lao Wang has known you for a short time, I can clearly tell you that he is a very good friend who can be a close friend. so you don't have to think about those messy things. If you feel embarrassed, just think of Lao Wang when you have good things in the future. Although everyone says that you can't know a person's heart by his appearance, Lin Qiming believes in her own judgment. Haha, since you said so, I won't be polite. I have been thinking about this weapon for a long time. After Lin Qiming finished speaking, Sister Hua took the cold light halberd from Lao Wang and said, "What do you need this equipment for as an auxiliary, and you are a fire attribute, and it doesn't match it?" Lao Ma said, and then tried to grab the cold light halberd. "It's good to be handsome," Sister Hua said. "I think I lack some control, and this equipment is just right for me." Xiao Hai also joined in at this time. "Mine. Mine." The three people fought for a long time without any result, and finally everyone decided to take turns to use it. The cold light halberd is actually not so compatible with the team of Wang Qianduo and others, because the output in their team, Lin Qiming, needs the enemy to be in the ignition state. But in this game, the ignition state and the freezing state are two conflicting states. If an enemy is frozen while there is fire on his body, the ignition state will disappear. Without the ignite state, Lin Qiming can deal real damage, and her damage will be greatly reduced. "Boss, you are the only one missing. Open this box," Wang Qianduo said to Lin Qiming, when the three of them finished fighting for the cold light halberd. "Boss? Okay." Lin Qiming rolled her eyes at Wang Qianduo again, then opened her treasure box, and another skill disc appeared in front of everyone. "Yours." Lin Qiming glanced at the skill attributes, and threw it to Wang Qianduo. "Ice Cone, Exquisite LV1. Charge for 2 seconds. Condense ice attribute energy damage that causes attack power, 150% plus intelligence value, to the enemy, and has a 20% chance of slowing the enemy down. Release distance, 200. Chanting time, 2 seconds, instant, MP consumption, 50. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Damage type, energy damage, defense calculated. Proficiency, 0/500. Slowdown, reduce the enemy's movement speed by 12%, up to 3 layers can be stacked. Learning conditions, LV10 or above intelligence ice attribute Mecha. Wang Qianduo was stunned on the spot after taking this skill. The door to a new world was opened. "What's wrong with you? You shouldn't be so excited about a delicate skill, right?" Lin Qiming looked at Wang Qianduo and said, "Nothing, I just wondered what would happen if there were more skills like this." "You mean, then you won't take off?" Even Lin Qiming was shocked at this. She knew that Wang Qianduo could cast skills instantly. What he actually needs is not a big dangerous skill, but a large number of skills, like ice cones. As long as he has enough skills, if he adds some control skills, once a complete skill closed loop is formed, until his mana is consumed, no one else can get close to him. Moreover, level 10 basic skills, like ice cone, are not rare in the market, and he can definitely buy them. "Let's go, it's still early, no need to rush to eat. Let's go back to Fairy City to see Lao Yu. He should have skills suitable for you. After you get the skills, we will go offline. Lao Ma will treat Hong Changqing." "Lao Ma, can you not mention it?" Lao Yu is a very famous professional businessman in the current professional circle, known as one of the 3 major businessmen at this stage. He was one of the people who entered this game when it was launched. He used to be just an ordinary businessman with a little reputation in the circle, and he entered this game for business. But after a while, when the game was first launched, a large number of people were directly discouraged because of the difficulty of the game. Countless businessmen also quit the game and switched to other games. But Lao Yu persisted and slowly began to do well. So after the mecha was brought into reality, Lao Yu's wealth increased directly, and he became one of the top 3 businessmen. Sometimes we have to say that this is the impermanence of fate. Of course, it is also his own persistence. "Miss Lin, what wind brought you here?" As soon as Lin Qiming walked into Lao Yu's shop in Fairy City, a fat man with a bald head came up and said enthusiastically, "Have you watched too many ancient TV dramas? Didn't I inform you in advance?" Lin Qiming looked at the fat man and said indifferently. Even if she was mocking her, she could give people a feeling of indifference, which made Wang Qianduo feel amazing. This fat man with a bald head is Lao Yu. This is just his virtual image in the game. He doesn't look like this in reality. The reason for this is to give customers a friendly feeling and a recognizable appearance. Otherwise, everyone is handsome and beautiful. How can customers remember who you are? Old you are right. I recently found a very old TV series, so old that it was filmed in the feudal dynasty. Are you interested? Okay, send it to me. I brought you a big customer today. It's not too much to charge you something, Lin Qiming said with a chuckle. Big customer? This is it? I noticed you as soon as you came in. Old Yu said to Wang Qianduo, who looked ordinary and had no special features. Then he took a closer look at Wang Qianduo's future warrior costume, and his eyes froze slightly, but he hid it well. He took the opportunity to say to Wang Qianduo and the other three, excuse me, please come in, let's go to the private room and sit down and talk slowly. Wang Qianduo and the others walked in the direction he led, and he sent a screenshot of Wang Qianduo's clothes to his subordinates and said, go check, is there any in the fashion mall? Yes. After Wang Qianduo and the others sat down in the private room arranged by Lao Yu also sat down. I only have 9 elemental attribute skills that you want to learn at level 10. Here is the list for you to check. Lao Yu said directly. Wang Qianduo took a look and found that they were all magic skills below level 10. At the same time, these are also the best skills to collect in the game at present, and they are even easier to get than basic skills. However, Wang Qianduo has already learned the Ice Cone skill, but he is very satisfied with the other 8 skills. I want all the skills except the Ice Cone. Let's calculate the price. Wang Qianduo said directly. For 8 skills, I clearly marked the price as 1150 gold. If I round it off, I charge you 1100 gold. Lao Yu said after calculating. Fuck Lao Yu, are you going to hit me? These level 10 skills are 1100 gold, which is more than 300,000. Xiao Hai was shocked when he heard the price. You should know that at this stage, ordinary players have a lot of gold in their backpacks. Even so, they dare not buy it, and wait for the evolution of Mecha. They usually use blue crystals for ordinary transactions. You are wronging me. At present, the majority of players are about to upgrade to level 10. At this stage, everyone is hoarding level 10 items, and the price of this skill changes every day. Take this exquisite fireball skill for example, it is now 70 gold, and this rare fire skill Violent Flame, it is already 700 gold, and my price is still low. Lao Yu explained to everyone. What should I do? Xiao Hai looked at Wang Qianduo and asked. He really didn't expect this thing to be so expensive now. Chapter 56. Can you pay in cash? Lin Qiming suddenly asked. All of them together don't have that much money. It turns out that the price of this game is already like this. It's okay, but... What he wanted to say was that it's okay, but it needs to be paid. Although the game has been running for a year, the influx of countless players has directly pushed it back to the stage similar to when it was just launched. It's even harder than when it was just launched. Countless people collecting gold have almost collapsed the economic system of the game. At this time, everyone is accumulating resources, but almost no one with a little ambition will sell resources. That's because he is a professional businessman, otherwise he would not agree to pay in cash. You don't have to worry about me, I still have this little money. Wang Qianduo looked at Lin Qiming and said with a smile. It's just over 1,000 gold crystals, and the money he earned with people is more than enough. Why do you have so many gold crystals? Take people to the Nightmare Dungeon. Lao Yu returned for Wang Qianduo. He had heard of Wang Qianduo's name during this period, otherwise he would not have come to entertain them in person. Unlike other forces, merchants play with well-informed information. How can you make money without information asymmetry? Although Lin Qiming is an important customer, the important thing is the Shanghai group behind her. She and her team are not that important. But Wang Qianduo is different. This man is really rich. These days, several people have come to him to buy gold crystals just to go to the dungeon with him. In fact, those people are not at a loss, because the equipment sold by Wang Qianduo and others is much lower than the market price. At the same time, he guessed that Wang Qianduo must have a lot of rare level 5 equipment that others can't compare with. I was wondering why you came to greet me in person and gave me gifts. It turns out you are just being nice for no reason. Lin Qiming said with a smile while looking at Lao Yu. How could that be? I gave you a gift purely out of our friendship, without any other things mixed in. Lao Yu said immediately with righteous words. Since we have such a good relationship, you gave my friend a discount of 50 gold? What level of friendship is 50 gold in your eyes, boss Yu? Lin Qiming said. Lao Yu was speechless after being choked by Lin Qiming's words. He felt that he should not respond to this woman's words. He had been humiliated by her many times. Why didn't he remember it? How about, I give you another 10% discount. This is really my limit. Lao Yu said with gritted teeth. His actions and expressions made people feel that what the fat man said was true, as if he was indeed very pitiful. But in fact, if you believed it, you might be slaughtered by him. Most merchants are so pure, they do everything for one word, money. By the way, have you sold all your level 5 rare equipment? I'm buying them at a high price, the price will definitely satisfy you. Lao Yu, who was still upset just now, suddenly changed his face and asked Wang Qianduo. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Almost all of them have been sold out. Wang Qianduo said after taking a sip of water. Oh. Then you've lost money. Several times more. Wang Qianduo smiled and nodded, agreeing with him. But what can I do about it? I've already lost all the money. Can I still get it back? Don't change the subject. Ask if you can still get a discount. Is our relationship at a 10% discount level? It's not that I don't want to give you a discount. It's just that I can't afford it. You think I? That's it. Thank you, boss you. Wang Qianduo stopped Lin Qiming from bargaining for him, and then prepared to trade with the other party. Although she could definitely put down a lot of money, Wang Qianduo didn't want her to waste more words with the fat man. What if she was exhausted just to save those insignificant things for him? And after the fat man heard that Wang Qianduo's equipment had been sold, he seemed to lose all his enthusiasm. He, Fatty Yu, was also talking business. Without those equipment, Lin Qiming's face was now worth 80% to 90% off in his eyes. After all, this person had already had a bad relationship with their Shanghai club. Seeing that Wang Qianduo didn't want her to waste more words with the other party, Lin Qiming ignored the fat man. She began to drink tea quietly, waiting for Wang Qianduo to finish the transaction. When Fatty Yu sent someone to get something and prepared to trade for money, Wang Qianduo suddenly asked, By the way, Mr. Yu, how did you get this shop? Well, I rented this. Players don't have the right to buy houses now, so they can only rent houses in the real estate center. The rent is very expensive. Fatty Yu didn't hide it, because this was not precious information. Is that so? Thank you. After the two traded for money, Fatty Yu handed over a friend request to Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo looked at Lin Qiming and saw that she nodded and agreed to his request. Since you gave us a 10% discount, I tell you a piece of news. There is no special task following the recent mass killing of NPCs in Fairy City, because that was the result of someone completing a special mission. Withdraw your people. Don't waste time, Lin Qiming said to Lao Yu when she left. Then she smiled mysteriously, and this beautiful smile made Fatty Yu feel uneasy. When he wanted to say something to make up for it, several people had already left. Boss, the mall didn't find his fashion, but we found that his fashion is basically the same as the clothes worn by the guards at the gate of Fairy City. Are you sure? Are you sure? Damn. Fatty Yu, you are usually very smart. Why are you so confused today? This time you wasted a good opportunity. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Fatty Yu slapped himself lightly and said, I have to say that Fatty Yu is really amazing, except for the very. There are always characteristics, and who can notice the difference in a person's makeup? Wang Qianduo bought this future warrior makeup from the NPC military store. It increases the merits obtained from the cycle mission by 10%. It is a special costume that can only be purchased by the rank of lieutenant. In other games, such makeup may be rare, but in this game, such makeup is really common, so ordinary people can't see anything special. But Fatty Yu saw it, and he also checked it out. He is really amazing. As for those few words that Lin Qiming said before leaving, it means that the task that caused such a big commotion this time is in our hands. But because you looked down on others today, you basically lost the opportunity to cooperate alone. It's really tiring to do business with these people who like to hide their shortcomings, Fatty Yu said helplessly, shaking his head. What else can we do now that things have already happened? Let's find a way to make up for it. After leaving Fatty Yu, Wang Qianduo was urged to log off by Lin Qiming before he could learn any skills. Then he packed up and took a taxi to his destination, Hongchangqing. After arriving, Wang Qianduo went straight to the private room reserved by Lao Ma, and found that Lin Qiming and Xiao Hai were already inside. Today, Lin Qiming was wearing a blue suspender dress with long black hair draped over her shoulders, looking very girlish. She was looking through the menu and smiled at Wang Qianduo when she saw him come in. Wang Qianduo felt that the whole world was bleak except for her. Don't stand there stupidly, sit down. Lin Qiming looked at the menu for a while, and said to Wang Qianduo after she found that he was still standing there. Oh. Ah. Good. Wang Qianduo found a place to sit down casually, and soon started chatting with Xiao Hai. After getting to know each other, they found out that Xiao Hai's name was Lin Hai, and he was Lin Qiming's cousin. He was 20 years old, and was studying at the Magic City Mecha Academy. No wonder his driving skills were so strong. Not long after the two chatted, a man and a woman walked in hand. The man was dressed in a suit and had a tall figure. He also had a sexy mustache on his chin, which was very handsome. The woman was wearing an egg-yellow long skirt and carrying a small white one-hand bag. She might be slightly inferior to Lin Qiming in appearance, but she was also a great beauty. The people who came were Lao Ma and Sister Hua. They were a real couple. You didn't expect it. Wang Qianduo didn't expect it either. Lao Ma, you are not like this in the game? After the two introduced themselves, Wang Qianduo said in surprise. The old horse in the game can be said to be old and ugly. How come, Ma Mingyuan, old Ma? Ask your sister Hua. Hua Yuiming, Sister Hua. Why do you have any objections? Haha, my wife, you are joking. How could I have any objections? I really like the image you designed for me. The only pity is that I was not born to look like that. You are smart. Wang Qiandu ignored their flirting and showing of affection, but looking at the handsome men and beautiful women in the room, he suddenly realized that the clown was actually himself. Chapter 57. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much and drank a lot. At the same time, after everyone got to know each other, their team was officially established. Do you want to give the team a name? Wang Qianduo, who was drinking a lot, said when everyone left the scene to say goodbye. Good suggestion, go back and think about it, and vote tomorrow. Lin Qiming decided. Okay. But after going online the next day, everyone forgot about the name. On the one hand, it was because they really drank too much yesterday, and on the other hand, it was because the game was actually updated. Update Introduction. The Black Shark Pirates, which are rampant in the universe, have finally touched the bottom line of mankind. The end of the Black Shark Pirates has begun. During the plot, players can kill Black Shark Pirates to get points, which can be exchanged for favorite props and new special props at the Mother Star base or various main cities. At the same time, during the plot, players will get a common mainline task to investigate the intelligence of the Black Shark Pirates. Players who provide intelligence will receive a large number of points as rewards. In addition, there are a large number of hidden tasks waiting for everyone to explore. At the same time, this update has launched a new Mecha video communication function, which makes the communication between players smoother. There are some other functions. Please explore them by yourself. I wish you all a happy game. The introduction is not long, but the content is very rich. But Wang Qianduo noticed something different from others. Others are watching about new plots and new props, but Wang Qianduo sees the new video function. This is really added. It's only been a short time. Is it a coincidence or something? Wang Qianduo murmured. In fact, he didn't believe it was a coincidence, but he still didn't go into it because he didn't have the ability now. This plot has no big impact on most players. At this stage, the only places where players can swipe Black Shark Pirates are dungeons of various levels. Of course, except for players around level 20, their current dungeon Desert Pyramid seems to have nothing to do with Black Shark Pirates, because there is no pirate in it. As for the Black Shark Pirates in the wild, there are basically few, but there is a daily limit on the points for swiping monsters, so it doesn't matter. For most players, this plot is just an extra benefit when going to the dungeon. And the Black Shark Pirates intelligence quest is even more out of the question for most players, so they basically do whatever they have to do after reading it. Lin Qimeng Old Wang, go and do the cycle quest first. We will clean up the daily quest, and then wait for you to go to the dungeon together. Okay. The daily quest is a quest that players open in the quest hall at level 13, which is similar to the cycle quest, but the rewards are completely incomparable to the cycle quest except for experience. This quest should be to compensate for the player's level 13 and the loss of the first dungeon of the game. After everyone said goodbye to each other, Wang Qianduo did not go directly to do the task, but took out the skills he bought yesterday and started learning. 6 of the 8 skills are at the same level as the ice cone, namely the ground spike that can freeze the enemy, the fireball that can ignite the enemy, the wind blade that can cause bleeding, the discharge that can cause paralysis, the light spear that can break the armor, and the shadow ball that can curse the enemy. These 6 skills all cause 150% plus intelligence value damage at the first level, with the same cooling time of 10 seconds and charging time of 2 seconds. The only difference is the negative effects caused. Then, there are 2 rare skills Burst Flame and Shadow Hand. Burst Flame. LV1. Charge for 3 seconds. Condense fire attribute energy damage to enemies within 10 by 10 range, 200% plus intelligence value x2, and put the enemy into the burning state. Release distance, 300. Chanting time, 3 seconds, instant, MP consumption, 150. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Damage type, energy damage, calculate defense. Proficiency, 0/1000. Ignite, cause 60% of the caster's attack power to the enemy within 5 seconds, which can be stacked 3 times. Learning conditions: LV10 or above fire intelligence mecha. Shadow hand. LV1. Condense the shadow hand, cause 200% attack power of dark attribute energy damage to the enemy, and silence the enemy. Release distance: 300. Chanting time: instantaneous. MP consumption: 150. Cooling time: 20 seconds. Damage type: energy damage, defense calculated. Proficiency: 0/1000. Silence. Silences the enemy and makes them unable to use skills, lasting for 2 seconds. Learning conditions: LV10 or above dark intelligence mecha. Comparing the two skills, if it weren't for Wang Qianduo's elemental master mecha, the dark skills would completely beat the fire skills. But among these two skills, the burst flame costs 700 gold, and the shadow hand costs only 200 gold. The fundamental reason is the demand problem. There are too few mechas of the light and dark series. As long as they are these two series, they are all rare mechas. The explosion rate of light and dark skills is actually much lower than that of the 5 series of earth, fire, water, wind and thunder, but their demand is also lower, so low that they can hardly be sold. If the shadow hand was not a rare skill, he might not even be able to sell it for 200 gold. With so many skills suddenly added, Wang Qianduo felt that he had become much stronger. And he could continue to strengthen, because in addition to fire and darkness, there were also rare skills in other systems. These skills can also be acquired slowly, but it just takes some time. But while getting stronger, Wang Qianduo also found that the current Unit 0 is more like a magician than a mecha. It is not good to go on like this, because a mecha that is too biased in one direction is easy to be targeted. He also needs to find some general melee physical skills and technological attribute attack skills to make up for his shortcomings, but this also takes time to find them slowly. Anyway, he has nothing to worry about, these things are not urgent at all. After completing the cycle task and leading people to the nightmare dungeon, Lin Qimeng and others have not yet completed their daily tasks. Wang Qianduo now only needs a little more than an hour to complete 2 rounds of loot tasks plus 5 nightmare copies, but their daily tasks cannot be completed without 2 or 3 hours. This is because he and others travel at different speeds. Wang Qianduo can always stay in flight due to his equipment, while other players cannot. This gives him an advantage in running errands such as loot tasks. This game is a game with the universe as the map, and some of the planets are even several times larger than the Earth. Even if the mecha runs faster than the car, the time required is unimaginable. So Wang Qianduo, who had nothing to do, came to the driving school in Fairy City and began to learn to drive. This is the legendary antique car, Santana. The driving school coach said in disbelief after seeing Wang Qianduo's car. This driving school actually requires you to bring your own car if you want to learn anything. Because Wang Qianduo has no other car, he can only learn with Santana. But Wang Qianduo didn't expect that as soon as he released it, the coach he found was shocked beyond words. He gently stroked the car body while talking, like appreciating a high-end work of art. This car is really as those people said. Anyone who knows the basics will know how rare it is. Santana will also have a counterattack day, which Wang Qianduo didn't expect. Do you really want to use this car to practice? I suggest you keep this level of car for safer. After appreciating it, the coach looked at Wang Qianduo seriously and said. But Wang Qianduo refused. He only has this car now, and he hasn't driven this kind of manual transmission car for quite a long time. Lao Wan was itching to try it out. But things prove that this is a pure Santana. Whether it is performance or comfort, it is incomparable with the intelligent magnetic levitation car of the future era. Lao Wan was satisfied after driving it for a circle. Wang Qianduo's driving skills are actually still okay. After all, he drove for so many years in his previous life. Although he has never driven this again in this life, the familiar feeling is still there. There is no problem with your skills. I will take you to apply for graduation, but it is limited to driving this type of car. Wang Qianduo's coach said after running a few laps. So perfunctory? The license was issued so quickly. Wang Qianduo looked at his coach with suspicion. If you drive this car on the road, you don't need any superb skills at all. After this car is registered, the intelligent system of other cars will automatically avoid you. After all, no one wants to accidentally scratch you and cause them to sell their house to repair your car. You can let go. Be careful. Just when the coach saw Wang Qianduo's doubts and explained to him, Wang Qianduo grabbed him and hid to the side. Then a yellow mecha ran past the two people in a twisted and crooked manner, almost hitting them. After Wang Qianduo confirmed that he was not injured, He looked at the artificial mecha running around. Sir, your car. The coach also came to his senses and looked at Wang Qianduo's Santana with a trembling voice. Wang Qianduo looked at his Santana after hearing this. Is this my car? Chapter 58. The mecha should have run over Wang Qianduo's car just now. Now it is no longer a car. Maybe it is more appropriate to call it a discus, this. Although he doesn't like this Santana very much, it is a reward for the hidden mission. You turned it into a discus like this, don't you have to give an explanation? When Wang Qianduo looked at the car in front of him speechlessly, for artificial mechas flew down from the sky and pressed the running mecha there. Then the cockpit of the mecha opened, and a pale young man was brought down. It's him. Sir, come with me, I will take you to collect the compensation. His coach obviously knew this young man, and even seemed to have experience in dealing with such things. Who is that person? Wang Qianduo tried to ask. Oh, that's our boss's son, a natural mecha pilot. He has a magic mecha, but for some reason, he just doesn't like it. On the contrary, he likes artificial mecha very much. However, the difference between driving an artificial mecha and a magic mecha is too big, and he really has no talent. But he wants to learn to drive an artificial mecha without any self-awareness. This is not the first time. It's the first time that it's so serious. If it goes on like this, I won't be able to work for long. Who can risk their life to go to work? The coach said helplessly. Wang Qianduo, So this is a naughty child. Do you know how much trouble you have caused today? This is because you didn't hurt anyone. If you hurt someone, you and I will have to go in. What do you want? Why did I give birth to a son like you? If I call you dad, can you please stop touching man-made mechas? Led by the coach, Wang Qianduo came to an office. Before he entered, he heard the scolding from inside. The one who scolded was a capable middle-aged man with a buzz cut. Opposite him was the young man who had just driven the mecha. The young man had sharp eyebrows and eagle eyes, and he looked very handsome, but there was an uncomfortable aura in his eyes that made people feel uncomfortable. What are you doing here? The coach knocked on the door and entered the room, and the buzz-cut man frowned and asked, Boss, this gentleman's car was destroyed by the young master, you see. Go to the finance department to get the compensation. What are you doing here? Before the boss spoke, his son shouted directly. His words made Wang Qianduo frown. Wrinkled, this is really a naughty child. Shut up. The boss with a crew cut was really angry this time. This child was really spoiled by his woman. Damn it! At this moment, he finally decided that he couldn't let him stay at home anymore. Otherwise he would be useless sooner or later. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry to make you laugh. We will compensate you for your loss. Cammy, take this gentleman to get the money. The crew cut boss bowed deeply to Wang Qianduo and said, It seems that it is not simple for this person to have such a large training center in Fairy City. Here is not just about teaching driving. As long as it involves driving, they will handle everything from large carrier spacecraft to small special robots for reconnaissance. This place is a semi-official cooperation, and it is really not something that ordinary people can run. Boss, this gentleman's car is a little special. This is the picture I took. Coach Cammy was a little anxious, and showed the picture he took to the boss with a short haircut. When the boss with a short haircut saw the car, his pupils shrank obviously, which was a situation that would only occur when a person was extremely nervous. Although he quickly suppressed this emotion, Wang Qianduo still observed it. Zero, check him. Okay, this man's name is Hill, a retired officer of the Star Fleet, who opened this training center after retirement. This training center had always been tepid until 10 years ago, when it began to develop explosively for some reason, and has reached today's scale. Probably only these can be found. His other files are controlled by the military, and I can't find them. Zero's efficiency was as amazing as always. He reported these things to Wang Qianduo 5 seconds after answering Wang Qianduo. 10 years ago? When did the Black Shark pirates appear on Andromeda? Wang Qianduo asked. 10 years ago. Oh, an unexpected gain? Antique car? That's really hard to get. Sir, do you want a car of the same value, or do you want us to pay you directly? Hill said to Wang Qianduo calmly, but the hand holding the photo, the trembling little fingers showed that he didn't seem as calm as he looked. A car of the same value. It doesn't have to be an antique car, Wang Qianduo said lightly. Investigating this person has to be done slowly. He is not good at this kind of thing. It is easy to mess up if he messes around. Okay, I have someone prepare it now. Wang Qianduo thought that the other party understood what he meant and could replace him with a more advanced and cooler magnetic levitation car, but fortunately, sir, I went through a lot of trouble to find an antique Santana that is exactly the same model as yours in a collection center. I will register it for you now. Coach Cammy said, while driving a Santana that was exactly the same as Wang Qianduo's except for the color. His car was black just now, and this one is white. Wang Qianduo, thank you so much. Really, he now feels that this Santana is sticky and can't be shaken off. Wang Qianduo, who was happily driving his handsome car, rushed to the north gate of Fairy City. Lin Qiming and others had completed their daily tasks, and he was going to pick them up. Paul, come here. After Wang Qianduo left, Hill called his son. Dad, what's the matter? Paul said timidly from a distance. He just knew that he had caused his father a lot of losses this time, and he was afraid that his father would beat him, so he didn't dare to get too close. Trash. Hill was furious when he saw him like this, but he still controlled his emotions and said to him, You go to your Uncle Wang tomorrow. I have asked him to arrange for you to join the Star Fleet. What? I won't go even if I kill you. You have no choice this time. Either let me kill you or go. There will be no third way. Hill said in a flat tone. Paul knew he was serious this time, but he still wanted to struggle. It's a pity that his mother couldn't protect him this time, and he was still sent away. Hill didn't have time to think about his son now. What he was thinking was, is it really a coincidence that this man drove the Black Shark pirate Bickley's car here? I shouldn't have helped them get this damn car in the first place. Then he thought of the people who died in Fairy City recently, and his eyes turned cold. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Hey, here. Wang Qianduo drove his car to the city gate, rolled down the window, and waved to everyone. Where did you get the car? After several people got in the car, Lin Qiming, who was in the co-pilot, asked Wang Qianduo. Although they were all over level 10, they didn't have their own cars. This kind of thing was much rarer than Wang Qianduo imagined. And all kinds of driving qualification tests made many people scratch their heads. Wang Qianduo's car can just sit 5 people, Wang Qianduo in the driving seat, Lin Qiming in the co-pilot, Xiaohai, Lao Ma and Sister Hua in the back. Although it was a little crowded, it was not so crowded that there was no room. Hidden tasks. Wang Qianduo said hesitantly, because he found that he seemed to have a lot of hidden tasks. Why don't you choose a better car? This car feels like a model from 1,000 years ago. Xiaohai said, as he looked at the interior. His guess was right. This is indeed the model from 1,000 years ago. Unlucky, I had a chance to change it once, but I only changed the original black car to a white car. You are unlucky. Open the window for me. It's a bit hot. Sister Hua said. Did you see the rocker on the door? Yes, that's it. Shake it down, that's it. Everyone, this car is quite rare. Yes. This car must be expensive in reality. It should not be cheap in the game either. It seems that the reward for your hidden task is not low. They are not Wang Qianduo. They have never seen a car with 4 wheels running on the ground since they were born, let alone a hand-cranked window. Even if Wang Qianduo hadn't taught them to open the door, they might not even be able to get in the car. But it is precisely because of this that they feel that this car is very fresh. Wang Qianduo. So it's my fault for knowing the true value of this car. In fact, this is only in the game. How can a car be preserved for 1,000 years in reality? Chapter 59. It took them half an hour to drive from the north gate to the dungeon entrance. This speed was actually acceptable, only a few minutes slower than when they usually took a taxi in the city, and then drove a mecha out of the city. But Wang Qianduo was not very satisfied with this speed, which strengthened his belief in getting a good car. Their dungeon trip today was particularly smooth, and the cooperation between everyone became more and more tacit. At the same time, because Wang Qianduo had more skills, their speed was much higher than yesterday. After 5 dungeons, they didn't use 2 hours, and their speed was basically the best. If there was a speed ranking list, their team would definitely be at the top even if they were not at the top. However, Wang Qianduo was unlucky today, and only 2 hidden task items were released. It seems that it will take a long time to complete this task. At the same time, the perfect equipment did not appear, which is normal. If it appeared, there would be a problem. Let's go to the points merchant in the city center to see Lao Wang drive. Lin Qiming said after 5 dungeons. Wang Qianduo. Forget it, fly over with the mecha, and then take a taxi faster. It's not like we can get a ride. Look at your stingy look. Lin Qiming pinched her waist and said angrily. Wang Qianduo. Is that what I mean? Okay. As long as you are happy. Wang Qianduo couldn't stand her look. He now understood King Zhou and Li Longji. They were indeed justified. After Wang Qianduo summoned the car, several people got in the car and subconsciously turned on the radio to listen to music. Federal News 7080 reports for you. Today, news came from the interstellar front. The federal frontline troops have initially defeated the Zerg troops. Humanity's great victory will be just around the corner. The Alliance headquarters sent a message that the Alliance has set up a special combat team against the rampant Black Shark pirates. General Huang of the Mother Star base will serve as the commander. The radio of the black car obtained from the Black Shark pirates was broken. Wang Qianduo tried several times but failed. Then, he subconsciously thought that the white car was also broken. So he didn't turn it on the way here, but the action of turning on the radio when getting in the car seemed to be imprinted in his soul. Wang Qianduo did it again, and he didn't expect it to turn on. He was accustomed to this thing, but Lin Qiming and others opened the door to a new world. It turned out that news could be obtained through this channel. As for games, people always pay attention to how to become stronger or how to become cooler when playing. These things in life have completely become dark under the lamp, so at present, except for some real large mercenary groups with resident bases, no one else has this kind of news channel. This thing is great. There will be another news channel in the future. How about we take this car when we travel in the future? This kind of official news may be useful at any time. I agree. Wang Qianduo, As long as you are happy and don't feel tired. The few of them listened to the news all the way and soon arrived at their destination, the central square of Fairy City. Because of the new points merchants, the square is now full of people, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is shoulder to shoulder. Wang Qianduo felt that in this situation, it was not that everyone wanted to squeeze in here, but that the people inside could not get out, and the people outside could not get in. But so what, if you want to get in, you still have to squeeze in. So they went through a lot of hardships and finally squeezed into the middle of the crowd, where the point store could be opened. Along the way, Lin Qiming almost stuck to Lao Wang, and Wang Qianduo helped her to stop everyone outside with his strength that was one section higher than others. It was just that because Lin Qiming stuck too close, feeling her breath, Wang Qianduo had to bend down when walking, which was a little uncoordinated. There were all kinds of items in the point store, and basically everything the players wanted was available here, but the price was. Take one of the items that everyone in the store paid more attention to: current level perfect weapon blueprint cell-selected treasure box. For example, this thing requires 10,000 points. Players can get 1 point for each ordinary pirate killed by the Black Shark pirates, and the boss will be calculated separately according to the difficulty of the challenge. If there is no limit, these 10,000 points are not much, but the problem is that there is a limit to the points that players can earn from killing monsters every day. 100 points is the upper limit. It takes 100 days, or more than 3 months, for a normal player to exchange for this treasure chest. No one knows whether the plot can last that long this time, but it is estimated that it will be about the same. After all, the pace of this game was really slow before. However, the perfect weapon blueprint is not the best reward. The best reward in the store is a unique legendary weapon inlaid with gems. Starfall. Legend. Attack power plus 60. Ignore defense plus 5%. Equipment attribute plus 10%. Starfall, unique passive. When attacking an enemy, there is a 2% chance to add 120% of the enemy's attack power to the star attribute damage, and the cooldown time is 5 seconds. Star Sai, unique passive. Cast the Star Sai effect on the first enemy attacked. After 3 seconds, the Star Sai explodes and causes 30% additional damage to the enemy within 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. If the enemy is killed during this period, the Star Sai will not enter the cooldown. Note, the Fall of Stars, the Sai of the Stars. Inlay Stone is a new thing after this update, and it is also the most popular thing in the game. At this stage, the attributes of players are too low compared to monsters. This thing makes up for the shortcomings of players' attributes very well, but it is not so easy to obtain. At present, except for the channel of the point store, players have not found other channels to obtain it. At the same time, the Inlay Stone is not so easy to equip after it is obtained. If you want to equip it, you need to punch holes in the mecha equipment first. And drilling holes also requires materials, and there is a certain probability of failure. At the same time, a piece of equipment can punch up to 3 holes, with a success rate of 100% for the first hole, 50% for the second, and 1% for the third. Not only is the difficulty of drilling 3 holes increased exponentially, but the materials required are also not so easy to obtain. At the same time, if the drilling fails, the light materials will be all gone, and the heavy ones will be scrapped. In other games, this is a way to cheat Krypton, but in this game, it is basically equivalent to gambling with your life. The properties of the legendary stone must be beyond doubt, and you can equip 3 pieces of this level of things on 1 piece of equipment. Don't you think it's scary? But the points of this thing are really good, a full 100,000 points. Almost everyone knows that this thing is just for viewing, and there should be other channels to obtain it in the future. Moreover, the passives of both damage types are unique, which means that 1 piece of equipment requires 3 different stones. This difficulty is simply unbelievable. Of course, there are more than 1 stone in the point store, except for the only legendary stone in the entire game that is out of reach. Each person can also exchange for a perfect stone, as well as 2 rare and unlimited exquisite stones. However, these things are not cheap, and are basically equivalent to equipment of the same level. For ordinary players, stones are a bit fancy, because a stone is far less than the improvement of an equipment of the same level. Don't say that stones can be carried forever but equipment can't. With the rhythm of this game, a good piece of equipment can also be carried forever. And if it is difficult to upgrade equipment, what's the future? This thing is not what they pursue. But the above are activities for other players. Wang Qianduo's activities are different from these people. His point store has 1 more page than others, which is a lottery page. 100 diamonds can be used for 1 lottery, and 20 draws can be made every day. If there are 10 consecutive draws, there will be a 10% discount. All rare and above items in the point store are in the prize pool, including the legendary gem. At the same time, the key is that each draw will give Wang Qianduo 100 points, and there is a certain record of points drawn in the draw. Or most of them are points in diamonds. It is already a lot to get 1 or 2 items in 10 draws. Wang Qianduo said nothing, looked around and came up with a 20-game draw. 20 draws won 3,000 points, more than 400 diamonds, and 2 rare equipment. This should be the bottom line. It can be said that his face is quite black. But even so, the gem that countless people dream of, Wang Qianduo will be able to get it in about a month. Chapter 60. Have you finished? Let's go out, Lin Qimeng said to the others after looking at the items in the store for a while. Because of his stunning appearance, people always lean towards him. Fortunately, Wang Qianduo was strong enough. Why can't this guy stand straight? Is it because there are too many people? Okay. Let's go out. Wang Qianduo agreed directly, and the other people had no objection. It's not that he doesn't enjoy it now, but he is really going to explode. He is only in his 20s, and is in his prime. After everyone squeezed out after going through a lot of hardships, Wang Qianduo immediately found a place to sit down. Not for anything else, just tired. Very simple. Everyone knows about the point store. The pictures of the products in it are now everywhere on the internet, so there is no need to go and see it specifically. Then several people went to the newly appeared equipment modification store, which is where holes are punched for equipment. To drill the first hole in an equipment, you need an element crystal of any attribute that is 1 level lower than the equipment being drilled, an equipment essence of 1 level lower, and some other unimportant materials. That is to say, to drill a hole in a level 10 rare fire equipment, you need an exquisite equipment crystal and an exquisite equipment essence. In the past, almost no one except Wang Qianduo used element crystals, but now it seems that the price will start to increase this time. Equipment essence is extracted by melting equipment. The equipment with essence extracted is directly scrapped, and only 1 essence can be extracted from 1 piece of equipment. In addition to decomposing equipment into materials, there is a new processing channel. This should be limited to those high-level equipment, and it has basically no impact on ordinary players. After all, most of them use ordinary and refined equipment. Ordinary equipment cannot be drilled, and the ordinary materials needed for refined equipment are also very easy to get. Wang Qianduo is the person who is most affected in the whole game. If he wants to drill a hole in his epic energy core, he needs to sacrifice a legendary equipment and a legendary energy crystal. How terrible is this? Legendary equipment that no one else has seen is just a material for him. However, there is a high return on investment. Not to mention other things, just a 5% attribute improvement for a hole is almost catching up with other people's equipment. I think I understand it. If there is nothing else, go level up? Lin Qimeng. Wait for me. I have something to do, and I need to go to the Dark Knight Pier. You can come with me. It's quite useful there, Wang Qianduo said. Wang Qianduo felt that there must be something hidden in Hill. He wanted to find the people of the Dark Knight and ask them to help investigate. Because Lao Huang said that there seemed to be someone behind the Dark Knight Pier who specialized in this. Sometimes, because they don't have to pay attention to some details, they are even better than the Alliance. Moreover, the 200 people last time also left Wang Qianduo with a deep impression of Dark Knight. Dark Night Pier? Isn't that a nightclub? Going to a nightclub in broad daylight? Lao Ma asked in confusion. You know a lot about it. Sister Hua grabbed his collar and asked. Wife, listen to my quibbling. Not. Explanation. I haven't been there, and players are not allowed to enter there at all. Lao Ma said weakly. How do you know that you are not allowed to enter? In other words, you have tried it, right? You don't have to sleep in the house today. Sister Hua said. No. I was wrong. I was wrong. The other three. Don't watch them show off here. Let's go. Wang Qianduo drove the car, and several people went to the Dark Night Pier. This time, Lao Wang had a card, so several people did not go for identity verification. After all, he had a Supreme Gold card. Okay. You still apply for a card? After several people entered, Lin Qiming looked at Wang Qianduo with a smile and said. Although he smiled beautifully, Wang Qianduo didn't know why he felt a chill on his back. Hee. Last time, I came to do a task. Someone else sent me. I am different from Lao Ma. I don't go to nightclubs. Lao Ma, What does it have to do with me? Wang Qianduo didn't know why he had to explain, but he always felt that if he didn't explain, there might be something he couldn't get over today. Well, you, take me to find your manager Alan. I have something to find him. Wang Qianduo showed the gold card in his hand, and said to a waiter. Lin Qiming, you know the manager. Uh-huh. Misunderstanding, he gave me this card. What a misunderstanding. Ha ha. Hurry up. The waiter quickened his pace at Wang Qianduo's signal, and deliberately avoided the crazy dance floor, and walked through another passage. Sir, what brings you here? I'm so sorry that I couldn't go out to greet you. Wang Qianduo and others met Alan before they arrived at his office, because he came out to greet Wang Qianduo. Alan's attitude was more respectful than the last time Wang Qianduo met him, which gave Wang Qianduo some confidence. It's not good to be disrespectful. They had just given the other party the information for a few days, and more than 100 heads were lost. Some of these people they couldn't afford to offend, not because they were so strong, but because the forces behind them were too big and involved too many people. But such a person could be killed at will, and so many people were killed at once, and those forces they didn't dare to offend didn't even dare to fart. How powerful is this person? Anyway, he and Scar couldn't eat well for several days, because they were worried about being silenced. Don't apologize, after all, I didn't inform you in advance. I came here to buy information this time. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Qianduo said lightly, pretending to be cool. Of course, the calmer the more cool. Lin Qiming and others obviously knew this. They had been chatting like crazy in the team channel, but the surface was also calm. So this is how the game is played. Sister Hua. This NPC feels that the voice is terrified. What did you do, Lao Wang? Lao Ma. Brother Wang, from now on I am your younger brother, and you are my older brother. Xiao Hai. What's wrong with you, Lao Wang? Lin Qiming finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. She actually didn't want to leave a bad impression of being nosy to Wang Qianduo, so apart from some work matters, and the tasks in the game that she was more concerned about, she basically didn't ask Wang Qianduo about other things. She wanted to show her best side at all times, but this time she really couldn't control herself. Actually, I don't know. He was like this the last time he came here. This time it might be because of the last task. Then he briefly told everyone about the last task, and the connection with so many NPCs being killed. After all, VIP-15 couldn't be talked about. While the few people were talking, Alan brought Wang Qianduo and his party to an office, where Scar was already waiting. Sir, please come in. As soon as Wang Qianduo arrived at the door, Scar opened the door himself and bowed to Wang Qianduo. No need to do this, I don't like bowing, I'm here to buy intelligence from you. Nothing else, Wang Qianduo said. Yes. Scar nodded and invited Wang Qianduo and his party in. You know Hill, right? Wang Qianduo said straight to the point. Are you talking about the owner of the largest training center in Fairy City? Scar. Yes, how much does it cost to investigate him? Sir, you use us because you think highly of us, how can you ask? There's no need to say these words. You open a door to do business. It's reasonable to get paid for doing things. How about this? Last time you said you liked some items very much. I can't give you the gun. What do you think of this? Wang Qianduo interrupted Scar's words. He could actually take it for free. But Wang Qianduo was worried that there would be problems with the system if he kept taking it for free. So when he came, he took a special prop bought in the mall, a decoration famous flower and bird porcelain plate. Pastel flower and bird porcelain plate, perfect precious porcelain with high artistic and commercial value. This item is the same as the Thorn of the Hydralisk that Wang Qianduo gave to General Huang that day. They are both used to sell for money or give to NPCs. This is an item in a random store. Wang Qianduo bought it casually. 120 diamonds is 12 yuan. Scar's eyes lit up when he saw the plate. He took it carefully and said perfect while looking at it. Are you satisfied? Wang Qianduo asked. Satisfied? Very satisfied. Please have tea and wait for me for a few minutes. I will send someone to investigate him and his ancestors. Scar said excitedly, and then immediately arranged for his men to investigate. He really liked this thing very much. He didn't expect that the other party would give him a good thing from more than 1,000 years ago. After Wang Qianduo nodded, he sat on a chair with Lin Qiming and others, and began to close his eyes and rest. In fact, they were interacting crazily in the team channel, while Scar and Alan were admiring the plate. A few minutes later, when everyone was waiting for the news, someone hurried over to Scar and said, "The boss is in trouble, and all the brothers who went to investigate Hill were killed." What? Chapter 61. What's going on? Explain it clearly. Scar said to his breathless younger brother. It's like this. Didn't you ask us to investigate Hill? So we went to investigate. We didn't think this guy had anything, and we found nothing after the initial investigation. But because you asked us to dig deeper, we investigated a little more, and this time we found something. When Hill's business exploded in 10 years, it was when the Black Shark pirates just started to stir up trouble. Almost all the small workshop opponents who threatened him were kidnapped by the Black Shark pirates. The big opponents also died strangely, but that was when the Black Shark pirates' second-in-command, the murderer Mo Medgar, was active. It was not because more than his competitors died at that time, so no one took him seriously. But this time, we found that 70% of the people who died were his competitors, which was obviously wrong. So we sent people to his house to investigate the situation, but this time we sent 2 brothers over, and their soul lamps were all extinguished not long after. I think it's more dangerous than good. The subordinate quickly told Scar about the whole thing, and Scar's face became more and more gloomy after listening. The person who can detect our brothers must not be a simple person. Sir, please give me some time. I will definitely find out everything about this person for you. Scar said respectfully, clasping his hands and bowing to Wang Qianduo. How long will it take? One day. Come over at this time tomorrow, and I will definitely give you an explanation. Scar said seriously. It's not necessary to give an explanation. Just do your best. I'm leaving first. Come back at this time tomorrow. Wang Qianduo left Scar's office with Lin Qiming and others, and the other party went to investigate Hill without stopping. Sir, I will take you guys there. Alan followed and said to Wang Qianduo. No need. By the way, Manager Alan, let's leave contact information. I can find you if I have something, Wang Qianduo. Okay. After adding the communication with Alan, Wang Qianduo and his party left the Dark Night Wharf and drove to the teleportation array to prepare for leveling. How was it just now? Do I have the style of a hidden boss? Wang Qianduo said to everyone while driving. A little bit, but who did you ask this group of people to investigate? It seems to be quite complicated, asked Lao Ma. It's the boss of the driving school. I suspect he is in collusion with the Black Shark pirates. The black car I drove was destroyed. When I asked the boss for compensation, I found that he actually knew the car. My car was stolen from the Black Shark pirates. He was very nervous at the time, and I realized something was wrong. Then I checked and found that when the boss became rich 10 years ago, the Black Shark pirates were active in this area. There are not so many coincidences in the world, especially in this game. I came to this intelligence organization to confirm it. Sure enough, there is a problem. The boss must be tricky. After listening to Wang Qianduo's inference, everyone sighed together that it was amazing. He could catch even the smallest details. Especially the investigation 10 years ago. This is really not something that can be done by ordinary people. Thank you. Thank you. I still need to learn. Wang Qianduo said low-key, but from his happy expression, he obviously wanted everyone to praise him a few more times. Everyone, Wang Qianduo and his team's leveling destination today is still the Magic Rat Star, because Wang Qianduo's cold light halberd yesterday really stimulated them. Sir, someone is following us from behind. After the few people arrived at the Magic Rat Star and flew for a while in the Mecha, Ling said to Wang Qianduo. Following us? Yes, there are 7 people in total, to be precise, following you. These people have been following you since Fairy City, and after arriving at the Magic Rat Star, they even lock you with a signal device. Wang Qianduo didn't find the people Ling was talking about, because there were people all the way they flew. These people were the players who built the cave that Wang Qianduo blew up, and the people who went underground to level up. It was normal that he couldn't find a few bad guys among so many players. Someone is following me from behind. I will fly south to divert them. You wait for my signal to support me, Wang Qianduo said to Lin Qimeng and others. Following you? Who is it? Lin Qimeng. Don't worry, it's a good thing. It should be triggered some plot, Wang Qianduo said with a smile. Players don't have such things as signal devices. After Wang Qianduo finished speaking, he drove the mecha off the route and flew to the south at full speed. There were indeed 7 mechas of different shapes following him. Wang Qianduo burst out at full speed this time. The arcane wings burst out with all his strength, and the Lord of Elements flew like a white meteor. But the 7 mechas were obviously of high level, and they could barely keep up. Oh my! Can we catch up with the support at this speed? Lao Ma said, as he looked at the crowd who disappeared from everyone's sight in a few seconds. No wonder Lao Wang still had time to learn how to drive when we were doing daily tasks. This speed is much faster than ours, Xiao Hai said. We have to keep up whether we can or not, Lin Qimeng said, and then took the lead to chase in the direction where Wang Qianduo disappeared. Wang Qianduo flew for a long time and still had no intention of stopping. The mechas behind him were a little anxious. They looked at the energy pool display of the mecha and looked at the teammates behind them, and decided that they couldn't go on like this. The frontmost mecha, a cannon-like device on the back, shrank, and a net flew towards Wang Qianduo. The speed of the net was very fast, and it was getting bigger and bigger during the flight, and it was about to cover Wang Qianduo. But the elemental host mecha suddenly turned into a white light, and then appeared above the net out of thin air, and then he looked back at the mecha. Tide Hunter Mecha. LV-20. Elite. HP 10,000. MP 2,000. Attack 200. Defense 40. Skills. Aim. Hunting net. Because the opponent's mechas were too much better than him, Wang Qianduo couldn't see all their attributes clearly. But in fact, it is not much different. Just some skills are invisible. Seeing their attributes, Wang Qianduo felt that he seemed to be able to do it, so he circled in the sky, and the arc in his hand crossed the sky, and 22 photons appeared behind him one by one. Lightning and photon rays enveloped all the enemies in front of him. With their health and defense, it should be impossible for them to survive such an attack. Just when Wang Qianduo was floating there, thinking that he had won, a cannonball wrapped in arcs came straight at him, but fortunately Zero reminded him in time. Wang Qianduo reacted quickly enough and blocked it with the arcane shield, but the arcane shield was also broken by one blow, and Wang Qianduo obviously avoided it again. Then he looked into the smoke he created and found that 7 mechas were floating there. Although they had different degrees of injuries, none of them had lost their combat effectiveness. Wang Qianduo looked at the blue mecha in the center of the team with a serious look. It was his skill that protected this team of mechas. PZ-002. LV-20. Elite. HP 7,000. MP 5,000. Attack 150. Defense 30. Skill. Barrier. Shield. Wang Qianduo couldn't see through this mecha, but Ling just analyzed the situation of how they survived the attack just now. He just released 3 skills in total, and a skill like a mirror offset his chain lightning. Then he projected a huge barrier to survive the first wave of photon ray attacks, and blessed the whole team with a state so that they could withstand Wang Qianduo's attack. However, they survived, but their condition at this time was not very good, and almost all of them were only about half health. But they were well trained after all, and there was no panic. The TIE Hunter mecha locked onto Wang Qianduo again. After a shot was fired, a tripwire-like thing composed of 3 energy metal balls and energy lines flew towards Wang Qianduo. This thing was a control skill at first glance, and Wang Qianduo could only avoid it immediately, but the other mechas of the opponent were waiting for his movement. 3 more control skills flew from different directions, completely blocking his movement. However, Wang Qianduo did not panic. The arcane ball retracted the Minghong knife and appeared. The Lord of Elements turned into a stream of light and flew towards the PZ-002 mecha. Although Wang Qianduo was still hit by the control skill, he was not controlled in the instant/state and only suffered some damage. No big deal. The opponent obviously did not expect that the opponent's mage mecha would have the charging skills of the warrior mecha. Before he could disperse, Wang Qianduo rushed to the center of the team. Chapter 62. His target was the PZ-002 mech in the center of the team. Isn't it common sense to kill the auxiliary first in a group fight? After a flash, the Minghong knife slashed across and hit the chest of the PZ-002 mech, but another barrier force field appeared out of thin air, deflecting Wang Qianduo's attack by a few points, causing his confident knife to fail to hit. Old Wang was shown off. The opponent's operation and prediction ability were better than his. The previous surprise attack turned into a dangerous place now. But Wang Qianduo's eyes were fierce, and the Minghong knife pointed at a claw condensed by energy in the void and grasped PZ002. -1170, silence for 2 seconds. At the same time, the icy blue magic energy on the Lord of Elements burst out, and a blue magic energy swept across the 7 mechs, and they were all frozen in an instant. The moment they were frozen, the mechs lost their abilities instantly and began to fall from the sky. Wang Qianduo's hands kept moving, and the fireballs and ice cones flew together, and he took the lead in solving their auxiliary mech PZ002. Then various attribute attack skills flew to other mechas, and 3 of the remaining 6 mechas were directly destroyed. The remaining 3 mechas immediately broke free from the freezing after landing, and then immediately began to flee in 3 directions. Wang Qianduo was indeed floating. He actually landed directly and wanted to chase the Tidehunter mecha, and Zero didn't have time to stop him. As soon as he landed, an accident happened. A blue energy burst on the ground, freezing his legs there. Wang Qianduo wanted to break free, and another electric net flew in the sky, binding, freezing, and paralyzing Wang Qianduo in an instant. 3 kinds of control. After the other side saw Wang Qianduo being controlled, they immediately turned around with full firepower and covered Wang Qianduo with a hail of bullets. This situation cannot be blamed on others. The sky is Wang Qianduo's home court. As long as he does not fall to the ground, these people can't do anything to him. But the mistake has been made, so find a way to make up for it. His blood volume is rapidly decreasing, and there is no time to regret it. Negative energy remover. Consumables. Perfect. Effect: the mecha clears its negative state after use. Cooling time: 30 seconds. A shining energy ball was crushed by Wang Qianduo, and the Lord of Elements' actions immediately returned to normal. Then a golden light flashed in his eyes, and the arc in his hand shot towards a mecha, which was immediately destroyed by the current after being hit. Then the arc jumped towards another mecha. Although he ran at a very fast speed, how could he outrun the current? He was taken away by the current before he ran far. However, because of his escape, the Tidehunter mecha escaped the range of the arc jump and escaped a disaster. Wang Qianduo just wanted to get up and chase, and an anti-tank armor-piercing bullet that flew from somewhere pierced his right chest directly. -1120. The arcane shield passively triggered and then shattered immediately. His HP, which was originally low, dropped to the bottom, leaving only single digits. If the shield had not been passively triggered, he would have died from this attack. Without thinking, Wang Qianduo took out a red heart-shaped gem with angel wings and chose to use it. The red light flashed, and the elemental master state was restored to its original state. Holy light. Consumable. Legend. Effect: after use, restore 100% HP and MP, purify the negative state of oneself, and gain the status of Light Guardian. Cooling time: 60 seconds. Light Guardian. Reduce 50% of the damage received by oneself and be immune to control, lasting 20 seconds. This is the top consumable in Wang Qianduo's consumable mall, the kind that is limited to a monthly amount. In fact, he had many ways to restore his health, but for the sake of safety, he chose the Holy Light. After the state was restored, Wang Qianduo looked in the direction where the bullet flew, and a mecha with a large black dot was moving away from him quickly. This should be a player, because the system prompted him to enter the PK state, and no NPC would call Hua Xiao invincible. Wang Qianduo quickly took a screenshot, and then ignored the person who took advantage of the situation. Picking up the dropped items of several followers, Wang Qianduo chased in the direction of the Tidehunter's escape. There was no need to weigh the pros and cons. The person who attacked him was too far away from him, and the Tidehunter mecha that escaped should have a mission item on it. Revenge is a long way to go. Even if there is no chance, it doesn't matter. Revenge is not as important as this potential hidden mission. Although a lot of things happened just now, they were actually things that happened in a flash, and the man didn't run far. But he still exceeded Wang Qianduo's attack range. When he tried to use arcane warp to get close to him, several flaming vines rose up from under the man and bound him there. Wang Qianduo smiled slightly when he saw the situation, knowing that Lin Qiming and others had come to support him. He burst out at full speed, and the Minghong knife in his hand cut through the sky, beheading the last Tidehunter mecha. It seems that the trouble is solved? Lin Qiming and others said after flying to his side. Almost, it's the Black Shark Pirates. It seems that Hill is indeed closely related to the Black Shark Pirates. Wang Qianduo said, as he looked at the items dropped by these people. These drops are direct evidence of the intelligence mission, but he didn't rush back to hand in the mission, but finished his fatigue first. This game wasted too much time, and Wang Qianduo was still waiting for news from Dark Knight. He had a feeling that he would catch a big fish this time, but he didn't know how much he could eat from this fish. The next day, after Wang Qianduo and his party finished their daily tasks and cycle tasks, they came to Dark Knight Pier again. "You are here, this is the news you want. We didn't expect that such a person would be hidden in this small training base." After everyone arrived at Dark Knight Pier, Scar handed the document to Wang Qianduo and said. Wang Qianduo took it and looked at it for a while and said, "This is really a big fish." Wang Qianduo originally thought that Hill was just a businessman who colluded with the Black Shark Pirates, but he didn't expect that he was the most mysterious third in command of the Black Shark Pirates. This person lurked in the Alliance and Fairy City for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Knight Intelligence Department had a long history, and they had investigated the Black Shark Pirates that suddenly appeared, they really couldn't find out his identity. The intelligence showed that Wang Qianduo was attacked yesterday, and it was also this person's work. And the purpose is unknown, because it only says that they sent 7 people out. However, according to Lao Wang's speculation, he seemed to know that he lost his composure when facing Wang Qianduo, so he wanted to solve this hidden danger. In fact, Hill's years of undercover skills were not in vain, and he didn't say anything but exposed his thoughts. It was really that Wang Qianduo's timing was too coincidental, which made him lose his usual sense of proportion for a while. The Black Shark Pirates' many years of operation in Fairy City were uprooted because of Wang Qianduo's intelligence, which made them blind and deaf. Then, he had restrained his men from moving, but Dr. Feng urged them too much. So they had no choice but to send out a black car, but their black car lost contact as soon as it was dispatched. They were looking for news about those people, and Wang Qianduo came with a car a few days later, and it was destroyed by coincidence. If you say it's all coincidence, Hill, who has been undercover for so many years, doesn't believe it, so he thought he had been exposed, and then he panicked. What's more coincidental is that Wang Qianduo just discovered his abnormality, and went to Anyi to investigate his situation. The 2 people in Anyi didn't take him, the boss of the driving school, seriously at all, okay? They went there without making any preparations. Then, he was discovered and killed by the frightened Hill. After Hill dealt with them, he knew that his identity was indeed exposed. But he still had a little bit of luck. He wanted someone to tie Wang Qianduo back, to make sure if he was really exposed completely. So there was a scene where Lao Wang was followed, but he still underestimated Wang Qianduo. In Hill's driving school, a man came to report the news to Hill. The 3rd boss, the brothers sent out were all killed. "Got it, you go down first," Hill said, shaking his hand, and then after the man went down, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Is this retribution?" He seemed to be talking to others, but also to himself. I think only he knows the real situation. Hill actually wanted to lead the Black Shark Pirates. He was different from the other 2 desperate leaders of the Black Shark Pirates. At first, he just wanted to use their power to fulfill himself, but this kind of power can be used as you want or not. Do you really think that interstellar pirates are not playing house? You can come and go as you want. So he has been marginalizing himself and looking for opportunities. Originally, the incident in Fairy City was actually an opportunity for him. But now? Since you don't let me be safe, then all follow me down. I won't be lonely down there. Chapter 63. That day, when Wang Qianduo and others returned to the Mother Star base and reported the situation to General Huang and handed in the evidence, when he brought old Huang back to arrest people, Hill's driving school was already on fire. The fire was very strange. Wang Qianduo knew that he had alerted the enemy too much and was discovered by the other party. After the flames were extinguished, General Huang led his men to find a large number of evidence of Black Shark Pirates at the scene. At the same time, they did not find Hill's body, but only the bodies of his wife and some of his coaches. This man is really cruel. He can do this to his wife. Judging from the traces of his wife's struggle, she was locked up and burned to death. And those coaches, they should just come here to work. Wang Qianduo looked at the body of Coach Kami, who was analyzed as having met him once, with a somewhat indifferent expression. He didn't understand why Hill didn't escape quietly, but set fire with great fanfare. You have to know that with the DNA technology of this era, it is completely impossible to fake death and escape. As soon as the special instrument passed, it was immediately clear who was against whom. Go and draw up a wanted order, and then order the city gates to be blocked and the whole city to be searched. Judging from the fire, He can't escape from the city. General Huang looked at the situation in front of him and said angrily. He knew that Hill was provoking, he just wanted to anger the investigators, so as to achieve some goals. General Huang admitted that he succeeded, but in this case, be prepared to face his anger. The third boss, Dr. Feng, can't be contacted at all. And if we really wait here, will the first boss come to pick us up? In the abandoned factory where Wang Qianduo was kidnapped that day, a black shark pirate reported the situation to Hill. It seems that these pirates are also familiar with the art of war, and know that the most dangerous place is the safest place. At this moment, Hill no longer has the uprightness of the past. He squatted on the steps, and his eyes revealed an extremely cold and vicious look. This is his true appearance. The successful businessman in Fairy City is just his disguise. Hee. Don't worry, most of Dr. Feng's research materials are in our hands. Now that Dr. Feng has a problem, they have to come to pick us up. And even if he doesn't come himself, they will send that fool Mecha to come. Dr. Feng's things are much more important than you can imagine, Hill said with a cold smile. Hill's smile made his whole body colder by 3 points. His men felt that they were not facing a person, but a poisonous snake. But will the Alliance give up easily? A subordinate asked weakly. As long as those legendary perverts don't come, Fairy City will have to let us go, Hill said. What if they come? The subordinate continued to ask. They are basically on the interstellar front now, and they can't come, Hill said again. What if? Bio! I told you to ask. Bio! Bio! I told you to ask. Bio! 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 I told you to ask. Why do you have so many questions? Hill shot and whipped the little brother's corpse, while muttering with a crazy look. Report to the general, an unknown interstellar fleet appeared in the south of Fairy City and is approaching. They blocked our transmission and refused to receive any messages at all. When General Huang and others took over the investigation, General Huang's subordinates reported. How large is it? General Huang asked. A medium-sized expeditionary interstellar fleet, with 3 Galaxy-class starships and a large number of destroyers and strategic ships, the subordinate replied. With this level of fleet, are they going to destroy Andromeda? A fat man said in a lost voice after listening to the report. This man was originally a minor official in Fairy City. Because he killed too many people in the last incident, he was promoted several levels out of the ordinary, barely reaching the level to accompany General Huang and wait for news. Galaxy class? Just enough to build a guild, Lao Ma muttered. Wang Qianduo and his group stayed here because they didn't want to miss the important plot. Except for Wang Qianduo, the other 5 of them were not qualified, but Lao Huang didn't chase them away for Wang Qianduo's sake. What level is the Galaxy-class starship? If it is in the era of modern naval warfare, the Galaxy-class starship is equivalent to a small aircraft carrier. And Andromeda in that era was probably only equivalent to one of the 4 islands of the island country, and it had to be a smaller one. 3 Galaxy-class starship battle groups were dispatched together, and Andromeda could really be swept away. It's over. It must be the Black Shark Pirates. Andromeda has almost no defensive power now, we are dead. What should we do? After the fat man's words, some people in the room began to panic. If you look closely, they are all guys who used to have low positions but are fat. These people were lucky enough to be promoted in this change. It's true that too many people died in Fairy City this time, and there is a shortage of talents. Their previous level was that the Black Shark Pirates were too lazy to win them over, and they were as marginal as they could be, so it was normal for them to panic. However, those who were originally in power in Fairy City were not panicked at all, and they all looked very calm. They even observed those who were promoted out of the ordinary, trying to see if there were anyone worth winning over. They used to look down on these people, but these people are really damn lucky. They got the positions that originally required a person to work hard for half a lifetime. Sometimes good luck is the most unreasonable, and this also applies to officialdom. Those panicked people soon saw the calmness of these big guys, and then slowly calmed down. Then the mayor of Fairy City stood up and said respectfully to General Huang, "General, please." General Huang nodded, and went to the yard to summon his mecha. This seemed to be the first time he summoned his mecha since the server was launched. General Huang's mecha was dark blue, with powerful armor lines, and mysterious inscriptions engraved all over the body. The most peculiar thing about this mecha was that in front, and behind the 2 normal arms, there were 2 other arms suspended, and there was a ferocious face of a young man, with fangs in front, and on both sides of his head. This mecha, that looked very ferocious, was General Huang's mecha, the level 60 legendary mecha 6-armed Ming Wang. After the 6-armed Ming Wang nodded to everyone in the room, he took his men and soared into the sky, And then a virtual screen appeared in front of everyone in the room, and began to broadcast the situation of the six-armed Hades in real time. Seeing the indifferent expressions of the superiors in the room, Wang Qianduo and his companions knew that this kind of broadcast battle might be the norm. The flying speed of the six-armed Ming King was incredible. After he flew into space, he only took a few space jumps to arrive in front of the interstellar fleet. Then everyone saw the true face of the interstellar fleet through the projection. This was the fleet of the Black Shark pirates. General Huang also saw it. After confirming the identity of the other party, he chose to take action directly. In one of the floating arms of the six-armed Ming King, a giant spear made of thunder appeared out of thin air, and then projected towards one of the Galaxy-class battleships. The people of the interstellar fleet reacted quickly. They not only opened all the force field defenses, but also let several destroyers block in front. But the strength of the six-armed Ming King exceeded their imagination. The lightning spear cut through the space, and the several destroyers and the Galaxy-class battleship responsible for blocking him were all pierced. Then there was a violent explosion and fire, and a team of Galaxy-class fleets was almost destroyed with just one blow. What everyone saw was not a silent image, but it was normal for them not to hear the sound because there was no medium for sound transmission in space. Is this a legendary mecha? Everyone in the room, whether they were superiors, those who were lucky, or players like Wang Qianduo, was shocked after seeing this scene. However, the people of the Black Shark Pirate Star Fleet did not seem to be scared, and they actually wanted to fight back. The strange energy light on the Mantiangsing ship began to bloom, and then the laser beam burst out towards the six-armed Ming Wang. Among these attacks, the attack of the Galaxy-class starship main gun was the most conspicuous. The burst of energy submerged everything along the way into dust, and the space was distorted wherever it passed. His attack arrived in front of the six-armed Ming Wang in the blink of an eye, but he didn't even dodge. Chapter 64. Facing the laser beam with the power to destroy stars, the six-armed Ming King just raised his hand. At the same time, the space in the void shook, and a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun appeared in front of the six-armed Ming King, blocking all the attacks of the opponent, and the hand was unharmed. Afterwards, another giant hand appeared on a Galaxy-class battleship, and it was broken into two sections with just one punch. The last battleship was finally scared, and they turned around and wanted to run. But behind the six-armed Ming King, who summoned back the two giant hands, dozens of artillery weapons appeared out of thin air. The brilliance bloomed, and the gorgeous attack that made people unable to open their eyes swept the remaining Black Shark Pirate Star Fleet. The firepower of one person felt stronger than the firepower of the entire Black Shark Pirate Star Fleet. The last Galaxy-class battleship also failed to escape. Only a few black shadows on it drove the mecha to escape, and the rest of the people were all here. Crush! A complete crush. With just one mecha, the six-armed Ming Wang, a medium-sized interstellar fleet was crushed. According to Zero's information, there are 22 such mechas in total, not counting his master. But even in the face of such powerful humans, the Zerg did not lose out in the battle on the interstellar front, which shows how powerful they are. Send people to clean up the battlefield. There should be some resources there. Don't waste them. Remember to send all the harvest to me. General Huang said the first thing he said when he flew back to Fairy City and unloaded the mecha. Everyone, why are you looking at me? You don't know how expensive money is if you don't manage the household. The Mother Star domain is so small and barren. How can you survive without careful planning? General Huang looked at the eyes of the crowd and said without any guilt. If you are strong, you can say it is right. The interstellar fleet that the Black Shark Pirates came to rescue Hill was destroyed, and the search in Fairy City became more strict. If General Huang hadn't been here today, Fairy City would have been ruined by these termites. The culprit of all this is this man. How could they let him go? And Hill also received the news that the fleet had just been destroyed, and the one who sent the message was the leader of the interstellar pirates, Black Shark by Tianyu. How did you investigate the intelligence? Why didn't you report that the six-armed Ming Wang was in Andromeda? What did you do? Now that the 3 Galaxy-class battleships have been destroyed, you should start the final plan and keep the information for me. If the last information on your mobile phone fails again, I will definitely make you and your son live and die. Bai Tianyu hung up the communication after he finished speaking, leaving Hill and his group looking at each other. Hill's face was extremely gloomy now, and he knew that he had been abandoned. Not only would Black Shark not come to rescue him, but in order to force him to use that item, he also exposed their location through communication. Listen, everyone inside, you are surrounded. Hurry up and surrender, and try to get leniency. The Andromeda police arrived very quickly, and they caught up with the black shark as soon as they hung up the call. They surrounded the place, but did not attack directly. There were two reasons for this. One was that they did not know if the other party had hostages, and the other was that they wanted to take them alive. The third in command of the Black Shark pirates, this kind of person would provide them with a lot of intelligence. At least they could determine where the Black Shark pirate's lair was. How could a man like Hill, who would not even let his own wife go, come out and surrender? He looked at the police outside and took out a special device, and was determined to use it. But when he was about to use it, one of his subordinates stopped him and said, "Third boss, after this thing is used up, people like the six-armed Ming Wang will not be able to enter. But we can't get out either. I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life. Can I go out first, and then you can use it? I will accept it even if I die outside." While he was talking to his subordinate, he pointed the laser weapon in his hand at Hill. "Do you know this thing?" Hill said to the subordinate with narrowed eyes. The item in Hill's hand is called its sounding barrier. After using it, the area where they are will be covered by the barrier, and people with a mecha level higher than the user cannot enter the barrier. But once this thing is used, it cannot be turned off, and the user and his people in the same camp will stay in the barrier forever. They can't even die, and even if they are killed, they will be resurrected in a few days. Actually, they will become world bosses. Several world bosses of the Black Shark pirates were defeated because of their use of this thing. But only the top leaders of the Black Shark pirates should know the function of this thing. How did he know it? "I accidentally saw it in your room," the subordinate said with a guilty conscience. "So you are the mistress of that woman. Oh, you are so cruel. You didn't show any emotion when I burned her to death with my own hands. I didn't doubt you at all." Hill's face was already dark to a certain extent. "What you said is true. I just wash the pot for you occasionally. You can kill your own wife, so why should I be reluctant? Do you think I'm the only one who washes the pot for you? How many people present here haven't experienced the taste of a wife? You should have some understanding of how romantic your wife is. And isn't this all caused by you not feeding her?" The more the subordinate spoke, the more confident he became, because he thought of a way to survive. As long as they handed Hill over to the people outside, wouldn't they be meritorious? Although he would still go to jail, it would be better than dying or being tortured endlessly under this dome barrier, right? Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Hearing his words, Hill suddenly laughed, and everyone seemed to hear the BGM, "The green grass on earth needs watering." But as his laughter grew louder, his expression became more and more ferocious. Just when the subordinate realized that something was wrong, a huge insect. The insect limbs appeared out of thin air from Hill's body, and pierced through the subordinate. This is why Hill didn't touch his wife, because he had been transformed by Dr. Feng and lost that part of his function. The other members of the Black Shark pirates watched with their own eyes, as the human in front of them slowly changed into a hideous giant spider monster. Some of them wanted to run and some wanted to attack, but the spider monster sprayed several silk threads, entangled those who had not yet had time to move. Then Hill, who had turned into a spider monster, killed them all one by one. Then he used the dome barrier. A ray of light rose into the air, and a huge barrier enveloped the entire abandoned factory and the area around him. The police were teleported away by an unknown force, and all players received a system prompt. System prompt: the world boss, the third leader of the Black Shark pirates, the spider demon Hill, has appeared in the abandoned factory of Fairy City. The first kill will receive a reward of 5,000 points. At the same time as this system prompt sounded, Wang Qianduo and his companions also received the reward for completing the intelligence mission, 3,000 points each, and Wang Qianduo received an additional perfect treasure chest. At the same time, Hill's mission on this line should also be considered to have come to an end. Get rich. This wave is led by Wang. Xiaohai said excitedly after seeing his rewards. This wave was indeed led by Wang Qianduo. From the discovery to the completion of this mission, they only helped Wang Qianduo keep the Tidehunter mech. But Wang Qianduo didn't care. It would be over when he came back later. And in fact, they didn't share Wang Qianduo's reward, but Lao Huang gave more rewards. The first kill of the boss was only 5,000 points. He found that the boss was worth 3,000 points, which was already very good, not to mention there was a perfect level box. Even if he didn't bring a teammate, it was basically these rewards. "Please treat me to dinner tonight," Wang Qianduo said to the others. "Don't worry, I make sure everything is arranged for you," Lin Qiming also said with a smile. "Okay, I wait for you. Let's go and see the world boss. If we can also grab it. If not, we can go and level up, okay?" Wang Qianduo asked. "Let's go!" Of course, Wang Qianduo and his group were not the only ones heading to Hill. Because of the 5,000 points reward, almost all the players and all the big guilds in the game who were pursuing it rushed there. But because Fairy City is a city, players cannot drive mechas and can only take cars. This also led to a very embarrassing thing in Fairy City, that is traffic jam. Chapter 65. Beep. Beep. Can you move a little? Fuck. What the hell? Can I not move when I can? You curse again? What's wrong with cursing? Get off. Ding bang. Traffic jams really make people irritable. Look. Look. There are two NPCs fighting over there. Wang Qianduo, who was also stuck on the road and looking around, said as he looked at the two drivers fighting in the distance. Alas, it's been half an hour. How long will we be stuck? Xiao Hai said wailingly. Why don't we get off the car and walk over? Lin Qiming said. Everyone, good idea. Let's go when we say we're going to go. After everyone got off the car, Lao Wang took the car back, and everyone walked towards the abandoned factory. As for what you said about summoning a mecha to fly, someone has already tried it. As soon as his mecha was summoned, the patrolling airship in the sky fired a special black shell at him. The shells will not explode after hitting the mecha, but will compress the mecha inward until it can no longer be seen by human eyes. The name of this weapon is the collapse bomb. If it weren't for the traffic jam today, and the population here is too dense, the Fairy City official really wouldn't be willing to use it. At the same time, players killed by the collapse bomb will lose a lot of Fairy City reputation after resurrection. If the hidden attribute of reputation is too low, the price of buying vegetables will increase, and it will take a long time to return to normal. In fact, it can't be blamed on the official for being cruel. After all, there are so many people here, who knows if you are an enemy? Summoning a mecha in such a densely populated place, if it is an enemy, it is considered a small number if it is killed by a single shot. In fact, the situation here is not unsolvable. Except for Wang Qinduo's car, all other cars here are maglev cars. As long as they are not restricted from flying, and the flight routes are arranged, there will be no traffic jams here soon. But this kind of thing takes time. The routes of so many aircraft are not so easy to arrange. As long as one car is not arranged, a chain reaction is likely to occur. However, these things have little to do with Wang Qianduo and his party. After more than half an hour of trekking, they have arrived outside the abandoned factory. A large number of players gathered here. Some impatient ones summoned mechas and broke in as soon as they arrived, and then died miserably. But these are only a few players. Most people are watching. After all, this is a world boss that no one has ever conquered. The image of this boss has been transmitted. It is a fusion biological mecha with 8 spider legs on its back. It is similar to the state of Dr. Feng himself after jumping into the energy pool. It is a thing of the same lineage. But his strength is not comparable to Dr. Feng, and this is not just because of his level 30. It was because he was a fighter before, and although Dr. Feng was a genius, he was ultimately a researcher who didn't fight much. The most troublesome thing about Hill was not that he was a fighter, but the poisonous gas that was emitting from his body all the time. These purple gases made players, who entered the dome, lose blood continuously, unless they flew into the air where the poisonous gas had not spread. But as mentioned before, except for Wang Qianduo, basically no one could fight continuously in the sky, and the world boss battle was a battle that required a lot of endurance. And Wang Qianduo himself couldn't kill the boss alone, so all the players had no idea about this boss at present. Some people backed off directly, as this boss obviously didn't look like a boss that could be dealt with at this stage. Everyone, I am Wanli Sad Song Yan Wanli, and I have something to say. We have ways to deal with the poisonous creatures in the boss area of this world, but I have a small request here. Just when everyone was at a loss, one person took a big loudspeaker and shouted to everyone in the audience. President Yang, do you have any requests? A voice from the other side asked. This friend asked a good question. Since we solved the poisonous fog here, I will apply for 10 minutes of advance time for our guild, Yang Wanli said. 10 minutes more. Just give you the first kill. As soon as he finished speaking, one person said. With a 10-minute output gap, as long as their guild didn't have any problems, everyone almost didn't have to think about the first kill, because the first 30% would basically belong to their guild. Even if the world boss is not killed, other guilds will not agree to such a request. In that case, 1 minute. This is our bottom line. Yang Wanli said again after a series of bargaining. It seems that 10 minutes is indeed their sky-high price, and they are waiting for everyone to pay it back. However, 1 minute is indeed their bottom line, and in the end, most of the super-large guilds present agreed. Once they agreed, the other few individual players were basically not that important, because they never regarded these ordinary players as competitors. After seeing everyone agreed, Yang Wanli asked his men to lead people into the dungeon. At the same time, the players of Wanli Guild started to assemble something in the poisonous fog as soon as they entered. As time went by, four huge vacuum cleaner-like things appeared in the four directions of the boss map. Their people turned on the device at the same time, and the poisonous fog quickly rushed into the device. The poisonous fog in the venue was really fading, and the health of everyone who had been declining also slowly stopped declining. After seeing this scene, everyone knew that the method of Wanli Guild was effective. After Yang Wanli entered the dungeon, they immediately started to count the stopwatches, saying that they would wait for him for 1 minute. However, these were all people from some big guilds, and some people without guilds took the opportunity to follow him in. Anyway, this is a safe area in the city, and Wanli Guild can't do anything to him. But as I said just now, Wanli Guild and those big guilds never took them seriously. Several players surrounded one and blocked them. Those who wanted to enter in the chaos could only stare blankly, and then they could not touch the boss. Spider Demon Hill. Boss World. LV 30. HP 50 million? This is the attribute of the boss they posted on the forum, a level 30 extreme boss world boss. Players can't detect anything except the 50 million health and level 30 announced by the system. Even what Wang Qianduo saw was the same. Although the fire eyes and golden pupils were domineering, he was only a level 1 equipment at present, and Wang Qianduo was only level 10. The Wanli Guild didn't waste time here. They started to attack the boss after entering the dungeon. From the observations just now, this boss has 3 conventional attack methods. The first is to attack nearby enemies with the spider legs behind him, the second is to bind distant enemies with silk threads, and then pull them in to kill them, and the third is to randomly spray poison balls at enemies. Except for the second of these 3 attack methods, the other 2 are immediate kills. At the same time, this boss is different from the world boss Mark Bei that Wang Qianduo had fought before. He has a higher level and higher toughness, and will not be constantly affected by control skills. Even if there are more players attacking him, he will not be unable to attack all the time. At most, he will attack once after being suppressed for a few seconds. In fact, except for Mark Bei, no other boss will have that situation. The entire first half of the blood stage can only release anger skills, which is simply a shame for the world boss. However, the people of Wanli Guild are not given for nothing. Through the observations just now, they have basically come up with countermeasures. When their people came in, they didn't know where in this factory they loaded a lot of stones. Whenever the boss spit out silk or sprayed venom, they used stones to block it, and it really dealt with the boss's skills very well. I don't know what others think, but Wang Qianduo thinks that the person who came up with this idea in such a short time is really amazing. He made good use of the characteristics of the boss's spider silk and venom balls that were not large in area, and also used the original materials, stones, of the abandoned factory. This is simply a perfect plan, and the players of Wanli Guild are also very powerful. There was no mistake in this minute. Their actions made other guilds shout that they were careless, but they had to wait for 1 minute, otherwise they couldn't afford to lose that person. This minute, they waited for an extremely long time, watching the damage numbers behind the output rankings of the people of Wanli Guild grow up. But 1 minute is just 1 minute. Time usually doesn't slow down or speed up because you care about it. The speed is just your feeling. This minute finally passed, and all the players around entered the field immediately. Chapter 66. The real battle just started after everyone entered the field. However, they soon discovered that the advantage of this 1 minute was greater than everyone imagined. They output at full strength for several minutes, and some masters slowly broke through to the top 30, but Wang Qianduo and others' team was not among them. Their team only had 1 long-range mecha, Lao Wang, and it was too disadvantageous to fight against such a boss that was almost the same size as the player's mecha. Except for Wang Qianduo, who could output all the time, the other 4 could only occasionally throw a skill and deal a little insignificant damage. However, Wang Qianduo was not in a hurry, because he had the armor-breaking skill, so breaking the defense was not a problem. I dare not say that it is high, and it is still no problem to enter the top 30% until the later stage. And he also has a trick bomb, which is a magic weapon for grabbing boss heads. However, entering 1 minute later is not without benefits for most players. At least, they don't have to worry about the problem of hatred. The boss's hatred is firmly in the Wanli Guild, and they just need to output with peace of mind. This calm output rhythm continued until Hill's first rage skill. Hill, with red rage blooming, roared to the sky, and circles of red zones radiated from him to the entire battlefield. There was only a safe area of less than 5 meters between two adjacent red zones. Everyone knew that this was the attack range warning of the boss's skills, and they rushed to the safe area desperately. But there were too many people on the scene, and the abandoned factory was so small that it was almost to the point where the mechas were squeezed by mechas. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Damn it. Get out. Let me in. The scene was in chaos, so when Hill used this skill, the effect exploded instantly. Almost half of the players, who failed to enter the safe range, were pierced by the soil that came out from the ground and became candied haws. Wang Qianduo and his team actually failed to squeeze into the safe range, but Lao Wang and his team flew up, and they were suspended above the safe zone and escaped this disaster. After seeing the operation of Wang Qianduo's team, some people remembered that they could fly. After being infantry for a long time, they forgot that they could fly. Does anyone know what the evolution of the white mecha is? In the chat channel of the Sword and Rose Guild, President Rose looked at Lao Wang's elemental master mecha and asked, "I don't know, there are too many evolutions in this game," said one person. "Let me check for you." I went to check the skills and found that there is no information about this mecha, said another person. This must be another hidden master. How about adding a friend? Fight the boss seriously. Sword of Miracle. I know, the chatters replied perfunctorily, but what they were thinking was you dare to command us before you even reach level 10? Look at the shameful damage you can do. This game that suddenly appeared not only reshuffled the game clubs, but also the professional players. Those who entered the game at the first time must want to move up. After all, most of the big guys they used to look up to are still in the novice stage. At the same time, most clubs are definitely willing to train them to maintain their own advantages, rather than laboriously training those new game masters from scratch. This made some people excited, but they were waiting for an opportunity. At present, people like Miracle Sword can still suppress them with the power they have accumulated in the past. But as time goes by, conflicts will definitely erupt one day. Professional players are more sensitive to games than most people can imagine, and many people have noticed that Wang Qianduo's mecha is special. If it weren't for the special situation today, there would be a constant stream of people coming to inquire about the situation, but it is more important to fight the boss at present. Help me keep an eye on the boss's health. I have a big guy here, maybe I can grab the first kill bomb, Wang Qianduo said to Lin Qiming and others after watching his team's output enter the top 30%. Isn't this the prop from your last mission? You still have it? Lin Qiming. This is actually a reward for a mission. Have you forgotten how I opened the door to the underground world of the demon rat star? Wang Qianduo said. What a good baby, just leave it to our sister Hua. Lao Ma said excitedly after looking at the attributes of the bomb. Sister Hua, look at your ability. But after this thing explodes, I believe their expressions will be very interesting. Several people were sneaking out like thieves, and Hill's health continued to decline. Soon his second rage skill came. Although many people died last time, the density of players in this abandoned factory did not decrease at all. Because after those players were cleared out, new players soon came up, and it was still difficult for the players to dodge this time. But this time, they learned to be smart. They could dodge by flying, so Hill was unable to take away a few people this time. Just when the players were relieved and ready to concentrate on output, Hill gave them another surprise. Each of its 8 spider legs lit up an energy ball, and then 8 energy rays shot out in 8 directions with Hill as the center, and the entire battlefield was within the attack range of the rays. Countless players were seriously injured by this sudden skill, and were sent out of the battlefield with their physical strength emptied. In the direction of the ray attack, only those players flying in the sky were lucky enough to escape. However, Hill's skill was not over yet. He controlled the 8 rays, and began to rotate, and it was getting faster and faster. At this moment, he turned into a harvester. All the players, who were not flying, and still on the ground, were cut into pieces by lasers. His rotation lasted for 10 seconds before stopping, and the players had a chance to land. Be careful, I won't land, it's easy to avoid the skills, Wang Qianduo said to his teammates. He was still not too confident in his own operation. If he failed to dodge any of these attacks, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? How long can you fly? Lin Qiming asked. She wanted to calculate whether Wang Qianduo could hold on until the end of the boss battle. A long time, Wang Qianduo said, as he looked at his almost full MP. He had never used skills that consumed a lot of energy, such as Photon Beam and Energy Shield. The consumption of other skills could not keep up with his MP recovery speed. Lin Qiming. Okay. It was said before that at this stage, players, including those at level 30, almost had no ability to fly in the sky all the time. Although the mana would be higher when the level was higher, the consumption of high-level propulsion devices was also high. Therefore, Wang Qian's unusual performance quickly attracted some interested people. After they noticed Wang Qian, they soon discovered something new. This person actually had instant skills. "I've seen that Mecha," said a sniper from Wanli Guild. "Do you remember the one I told you about who fought 7 people and killed all the opponents? You mean the one who wanted to take advantage but failed?" "Yes. But that's not important. What's important is that the person has the means to replenish his status in an instant. Pay attention to him, and ask him if he is interested in coming to Wanli after it's over," said Yang Wanli, the president of Wanli Guild. Okay. Such similar conversations have occurred in several major guilds. There is no reason not to dig for such a powerful mecha. Compared with Wang Qian's situation, Hill's side has gradually stabilized. His skills have begun to circulate in an orderly manner, and everyone has become more and more skilled in dodging. As long as there are no more accidents, he won't last long. But accidents are like gravel when eating clams. They really come as they say. At the end of this boss battle, during Hill's ray attack, 2 of his 8 lasers swept 2 of the 4 poison fog absorption devices. This caused the 2 machines to explode with one blow, and then the poison fog in the space began to thicken visibly. First, the low-level mechas began to lose blood, and then their blood volume fell faster and faster, then the higher-level mechas, and then the people on the entire battlefield. Seeing that Hill's blood volume was less than 2%, a large number of players on the battlefield began to fall. The people of Wanli Guild calculated that at the speed at which the players' blood volume was falling, the players at the top of their guild's output list would definitely not have time to kill the boss before all of them fell. So in order to prevent accidents, the people of Wanli Guild made up their minds, and directly shut down the other 2 machines. In this way, the players who killed the boss in the end would definitely not be the top 30% of the players on the list, because they would definitely not be able to catch up if they were killed and resurrected now. In this way, the first kill belongs to the Wanli Guild, which ranks first in the output list. That minute was not given for nothing, as the top 2 were both from their guild. Chapter 67. It must be said that their wishful thinking was really good, and it hit the vital points of each guild at once. The people of other guilds had no choice but to call them shameless. Their people had already used all their means, and tried their best to kill Hill directly. But when Hill's health was only a few 100,000, they still couldn't resist the increasingly serious corrosion of the venom, and all fell down due to exhaustion. However, when Wanli's plan was about to succeed, they also ate another grain of sand, and the accident happened again. Hill's current speed of releasing poison gas is much faster than at the beginning, even faster than they imagined. Without the restriction of Wanli's machine, those players, who were waiting for opportunities outside the shield, and the newly arrived players, could not rush to the boss at all. They were poisoned to death before they took a few steps. Then everyone watched the poison fog in the entire abandoned factory become thicker and thicker, and the world inside the barrier had already turned into a purple world. Everyone felt that the strategy to attack the world boss this time might fail. What a good job you did. How can we enter this factory after this failure? I didn't expect Wanli's sadness to be so unplayable. Are you happy now? After many guild members came back from the resurrection, they blamed Wanli Guild, making ordinary players of Wanli Guild unable to raise their heads. They had come to the shield again, but the current concentration of poisonous fog made it impossible for them to enter. They couldn't even enter and start the 2 devices because they couldn't even walk to the equipment. Stop arguing. Didn't you see that the boss hasn't left the battle yet? Said Wanli Mingwei, the commander of the Wanli Guild. Only then did everyone notice the abnormality of the display panel. After such a long time, the boss should have left the battle long ago. But their damage ranking is still there, which means that there are still people who are killing the boss in this poisonous fog. Everyone doesn't have to guess who it is, because now the damage value of Wang Qian is the only one in the entire ranking list. In fact, if they observe carefully before they die, they will find that Lao Wang flying in the poisonous fog does not lose blood at all. This is of course the effect of Krypton gold props. Toxic seed. Binding. Perfect. After use, it can remove the corrosion of venom to the mecha and enter the poison-resistant state. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Poison resistance, perfect immune to any venom attack below the perfect level, lasting 600 seconds. Hill is just a leader-level boss, and his poisonous fog is obviously not higher than the perfect level. Who is this Qian Wang? How did he last so long? As everyone wondered, the people in Wanli Guild panicked. They had resorted to such shameless tactics. It would be interesting if they lost the first kill again. Brother, what should we do? Yang Shanhe, Yang Wanli's younger brother, asked among the people in Wanli Guild. Yang Wanli, if I knew what to do, would I still wait here? I would have already killed my way in, okay? But he couldn't say that. He could only squint his eyes, and pretend to be unfathomable and said, wait. What the hell was there to wait for? Now he just prayed that the boss would be more powerful, and kill the man called Qian Wang. However, his appearance made everyone in the guild feel more at ease, so they began to observe the situation inside the barrier. But the barrier was filled with purple poisonous fog, and they could not see anything. Is it really Lao Wang inside the barrier? When everyone was looking at the purple fog, Miracle Sword, Yun Zhongde and Sister Cat found Lin Qiming and asked. Because Lin Qiming's name was also on Wang Qianduo's team, and Lin Qiming was easy to find, the most beautiful one in the crowd. Lin Qiming did not answer their questions, but just smiled at them. She thought to herself, you are asking knowingly, how can the name on the system's damage panel be wrong? But this reaction was enough for the people on both sides, and it was already a very affirmative answer. They looked at the purple in front of them, and they didn't know what they were thinking for a while. At this time, the barrier changed again, and 22 clearly visible light sources appeared above the battlefield, bombarding the factory below. Everyone thought it was another big move of the boss, and that Qian Wang might not be able to hold on. These people were really scared, and they didn't think about other problems now. They thought that as long as Wang Qianduo fell, the boss would be fully restored, and they would still have a chance to compete for the first kill. If the boss fell, they would get nothing except the ranking reward. But only Lin Qiming and a few others knew that this was actually Wang Qianduo's ultimate move. The photon explosion slightly dispersed the purple poisonous fog, and the figure of the Lord of Elements appeared dimly in front of the world for the first time. The white mecha looked extremely majestic against the light purple mist, and the golden light all over the body. The flaming wings of the Phoenix mode emerged from the jet device behind him, and he seemed to be flapping his wings and flying. He pointed at the 22 suns in the sky with one hand, as if he was a god, and was ordering them to baptize the polluted earth with their brilliance. However, this scene was only fleeting, and the purple mist soon enveloped him again. Although only some people near the shield saw the scene, they deeply remembered this impressive mecha. At this time, the boss's health was less than 20,000, and the people outside still couldn't think of any solution. They already knew that they had misunderstood, and the 22 light sources were other people's skills. Brother, are you still waiting? Yang Shanha asked again. Yang Wanli. Wait! He pretended to be so cool, even if he had tears in his eyes. But when the boss's health reached 10,000, a strong fire rose from the center of the abandoned square, and this scene made some players feel familiar. Then the 10,000 HP of the world boss disappeared out of thin air. System prompt. Congratulations to player Qian Wang for killing the world boss Spider Demon Hill for the first time. Player Qian Wang has obtained 5,000 activity points. The explosion and system prompt sounded one after another, making most people completely recall the first world boss battle. Qian Wang turned out to be him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar, Yang Wanli murmured. Brother, are you still waiting? Yang Shanha asked again, but this time he waited for his brother's electric cannon kick, punching and kicking. I told you to ask. I called you brother. Are you done? Wanli Mingwei on the side exclaimed after seeing this scene. The relationship between the president and his younger brother is so good. Everyone in Wanli Guild, Excuse me, how did you see that? After the flames of the explosion dissipated, the poisonous fog also disappeared, and people finally saw the situation in the battlefield clearly. The original abandoned factory has now become an abandoned charred pit. Hill's body is slowly dissipating in the pit, but Wang Qianduo's figure is no longer there. When his body completely disappeared, the scope of the factory glowed, and a factory exactly the same as when the battle began appeared there, waiting for Hill's next refresh. When did you come out? Lin Qiming and others asked Wang Qianduo, who had come out at an unknown time. Just now, I ran out while they were watching the explosion inside. Let's go, there's nothing to see here, Wang Qianduo said. Old Wang, what are you doing in such a hurry? Sister Cat said on the side. Sister Cat, it's been a long time since we last met. Miracle Yunzhong, why are you three together again? When Wang Qianduo was talking just now, he didn't notice Sister Cat, Miracle Sword, and Yuntong. He only noticed it when he heard Sister Cat talking. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. They haven't seen each other since they disbanded the team. Although they still chat occasionally, their relationship is visibly fading. Aren't we here to find you? Said Sister Cat. Let's go back to the city and talk about it. I feel like it might be very chaotic here soon, Wang Qianduo said after looking around. Okay. Everyone knew what he said was true, because now the boss has fallen, and the players will leave next. What kind of scene would it be if so many people walked out? If you can't imagine it, go and see the first-tier city train stations during the Spring Festival, or the popular tourist attractions during the holidays. What's more terrifying is that most of these people are still going in the same direction. This level of congestion can make people doubt their lives. This is also the case. But fortunately Wang Qianduo and his team acted quickly enough. Chapter 68. After everyone returned to the city, they inevitably talked about the boss's drops after chatting for a while. Wang Qianduo did not hide anything, and showed it all directly. He had other purposes. Because it was the first kill, Hill's drops dropped 5 items for Wang Qianduo in addition to some unimportant gadgets. One of them was a perfect level material chitin shell, a special material Hill's boss heart, and a legendary material star stone. But these materials were useless at the current stage, and he gave them to Lin Qimeng. In addition to the 3 materials, he also produced a perfect level weapon design corrosion spear design. Corrosion spear. Perfect. Available for mechas above LV30. Attack plus 120. Strength plus 58. Agility plus 45. Intelligence plus 40. Attack life sucking plus 5%. Ignore defense plus 12%. Defense plus 10%. When attacking an enemy, there is a 2% chance to reduce the enemy's armor by 3 points, which lasts for 30 seconds and can be stacked 3 times. Corrosion piercing. After active use, weaken the target's armor by 5 plus 5%, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 90 seconds. Note, are you kidding? Can you pierce through my armor? Puff. A level 30 perfect weapon can be said to be equivalent to a level 30 cold light halberd. This equipment is not only ugly, but its attributes are so dazzling that people can't open their eyes. Even the Minghong sword is far behind it. But this is normal. After all, the Minghong sword is only a level 1 equipment. It's a pity that it is a level 30 equipment, and Wang Qianduo can't equip it for a while. And to say something that people present may not want to hear, he really doesn't like perfect weapons. He kept the cold light halberd because of its handsome appearance, otherwise he would have bought it long ago. Wang Qianduo's pursuit is an epic weapon that can be upgraded, and he is not far from this goal because of the random mall. And this equipment is really ugly when it is displayed as equipment, so he discussed with everyone and decided to sell it to achieve his financial freedom. This kind of unused equipment is basically equivalent to futures, and now is the time when its value is inflated. Once someone breaks through level 30, its price will fall sharply. This is also the reason why Wang Qianduo showed this weapon to the people on both sides of Miracle Sword and Sister Cat. He wanted to use the people on both sides to promote it first. Lao Wang is no longer the simple Lao Wang at the beginning, and he has gradually become the person he hates. Sister Cat and Sword of Miracles breathed a little heavier after seeing this equipment. This weapon turned out to be an extremely rare level 30 perfect weapon in the game. And the high attributes are one section ahead of other level 30 perfect equipment. If anyone gets it, he may be able to pass the 3rd Mecha Evolution Postgraduate Entrance Examination. The 5th item dropped by the boss is a rare level core engine inlay stone. Wind power. Rare. Movement speed plus 5%. Attack speed plus 3%. Release speed plus 3%. This is a pure acceleration inlay stone, and its attributes are a bit useless for Wang Qianduo. Because of the characteristics and skills of the elemental host Mecha, Wang Qianduo's main means of output is his endless skills. At the same time, his general skills are instant in his hands, which makes the attack speed and release speed basically useless. But just for the 5% movement speed, this stone is worth taking. And in fact, the attack speed is not completely useless. He can't do full skill output at present. This should be the first inlaid stone in the game, but because of the corrosion spear, this stone did not attract much attention. This equipment. After everyone looked at a few items, Sister Mao took the lead. I plan to sell this equipment. Why are you interested? Wang Qianduo asked knowingly. Of course there is. How much do you want? Sister Mao asked. I don't know much about this, so I decided to go to the trading area to auction it tomorrow morning. Wang Qianduo said. In this case, then we won't bother you. Go back and prepare the money first, said the Sword of Miracles immediately after hearing this, and then he said goodbye and left, followed by Sister Hua. When the two sides left, Wang Qianduo looked at their backs with some emotion. But he didn't just take a look and went to level up with Lin Qimeng and others. After brushing fatigue, he went offline and prepared to go home after get off work. The news that Lao Wang wanted to bid for this level 30 weapon spread quickly because he paid Yu Pengzi to spread the news. In order to make up for his mistake of looking down on others last time, Yu Pengzi used all his tricks to help Lao Wang promote it this time. He treated Lao Wang's 20,000 yuan order as a 2 million yuan order, which was very respectful to Lao Wang. In fact, it was not like this originally. After Lao Wang talked to him, Lin Qiming accidentally revealed to him that this thing was originally intended for him to bid. He didn't say much more, but this one sentence made Yu Pengzi almost regret it. If this thing is really handed over to him to operate, he can hold a small auction, and the loss is more than a few million. That's why he worked so hard to promote Wang Qianduo this time, wanting Wang Qianduo to see his strength so that they can cooperate again in the future. He has heard about the world boss. This person almost single-handedly defeated the last 100,000 health points of the world boss. Such a person, as a businessman, will not suffer any loss no matter how he makes friends with him. Hashtag what level of mecha and equipment can do this? Hashtag explosion. After the world boss battle, this post quickly became popular on the internet, and he also added a picture of Lao Wang in Phoenix mode. In just a moment, there were thousands of comments below. Sofa. I witnessed it myself. +1. This guy is outrageous. I couldn't survive the poisonous fog for 2 seconds, but he stayed in it for more than 20 minutes. I suggest the game company check it out. I think there is something wrong with this guy. Stupid X, there is something wrong with this level of game? I think there is something wrong with it too. I have a hard time fighting a monster of the same level in the wild, but this guy can fight the boss alone. Among the countless messages, the majority think that Wang Qianduo has a problem. It has to be said that the player's senses are really sharp. However, when the matter became more and more serious, the game company that has always been extremely mysterious responded without saying hello to the operating company. Announcement: we have investigated the large-scale player reports against Qianwang. The game data of player Qianwang is normal, and there is no violation. At the same time, they also attached the attribute of poisonous seed, which dispelled everyone's doubts about why Wang Qianduo could move in the poisonous fog. After the news came out, the players calmed down immediately. With this kind of thing, almost all players at level 30 can wear down the boss's last health. And Wang Qianduo only found out after he went offline that he was popular again. However, he just looked at the cause and effect and then turned it off. Last time he was popular, but he was out of fashion a day later. Moreover, this time the game company did not find the abnormality of his VIP-15, which made Wang Qianduo feel much more at ease. However, Wang Qianduo did not think about whether his VIP-15 was also a normal data for the mysterious company. Shanghai company gave Wang Qianduo some rewards this time. After all, Wang Qianduo is still a member of the Shanghai Group mercenary group in name. Although Lin Qiming wanted to set up her own studio, she had never thought about leaving the big tree of Shanghai. It is better to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade, which is definitely not just talk. Wang Qianduo gladly accepted Shanghai's reward, and he had no embarrassment. The company will not be polite to you. If they give you something, they will definitely make up for it from other places, so you don't have to be polite to them. After returning home from get off work, Wang Qianduo had a quick meal and entered the game again. He still needed to deal with the gadgets that Hill dropped. These things were all special items. Among them were a list of Black Shark Pirates Mother Starfield personnel, a Dr. Feng's experimental data, a Black Shark Pirates Andromeda treasure map, and a complete version of the Zerg control plan. In Wang Qianduo's opinion, the value of these gadgets was much more precious than the equipment and materials. After arriving at the Mother Star base, and handing over everything except the treasure map to General Huang, old Huang was stunned. You are not the Black Shark Pirates' big boss, Black Shark Bai Tianyu, right? Are you surrendering with all the Black Shark's belongings? He said in shock. Old Huang, you become so naughty. Wang Qianduo, stop saying this is useless. Just tell me what the reward is. Old Huang, Young man, you're so arrogant. Chapter 69. Perhaps because Wang Qianduo was too proud, Lao Huang accepted all these things and let him go. He only said to him, the rewards will continue to accumulate. I will give you a big surprise after the potion is completed. What else can Wang Qianduo say about Lao Huang's revenge on personal grudges? The only thing he can do is to ask you to continue. It's not a good idea for you to wait for me outside all the time. Anyway, we are not tired. Let's go to the quartermaster to see if there is any way for you to get a military rank as well. Wang Qianduo went out and saw 4 friends squatting outside waiting for him and said, Don't you want to dig for treasure first? Xiao Hai said. Don't worry, wait until the people from Fairy Star disperse first, Wang Qianduo said. That's right. Lin Qiming and the other 2 nodded. The fairy city is really blocked now. Players who want to leave can't leave, and players who want to enter can't enter. So everyone followed Wang Qianduo to the quartermaster, where people with military ranks come to shop. It is also the place where normal players with military ranks can get in touch with military news and tasks. Wang Qianduo will probably be the only one who will directly ask Lao Huang for tasks. Who is Lao Huang? He is the supreme commander of the Mother Star domain, the real top master of mankind, and the person who stands at the pinnacle of power. Only Wang Qianduo, who has multiple identities, several hidden tasks, and goodwill from hidden props, can talk to him like this. When the game was just launched and players entered the game on a large scale, the Interstellar Alliance was afraid that these adventurers would cause trouble, so they let him be a novice NPC. Now the situation is stable, and Lao Huang has also resumed his status as a superior. Wang Qianduo didn't know these things until a long time later. Master Qian? What brought you here? Wang Qianduo came to the quartermaster, and the shocking thing happened again to Lin Qimeng and the others. Are you really playing the same game with us? Why would the NPC take the initiative to greet you? Don't they see the player as if they saw air? Is this a cold NPC? Wang Qianduo smiled and looked at the few people, then pressed his hand to let them keep a low profile. But the smug smile on his face could not be concealed. You are too polite, Lieutenant Ma. To be honest, I have something to ask of you today. Wang Qianduo finished showing off with the others, and immediately said to the quartermaster with a smile. Hey, brother, how many times have I said, call me Brother Ma? Haha, it's my fault, so I'm just trying to get close to Brother Ma. That's right. What exactly do you want, brother? The quartermaster asked. He has always intended to get to know Wang Qianduo, who is now a favorite in front of General Huang. According to his cousin who was General Huang's personal guard, he had never seen General Huang take such good care of anyone in all these years. And Wang Qianduo also wanted to improve his favor. After all, more friends mean more opportunities. After hearing what the quartermaster said, Wang Qianduo explained his purpose. To be honest, my friends have been recruits for quite a while, but they have never had a chance to move up. I would like to ask Brother Ma to help me think of a solution, Wang Qianduo said straight to the point. Isn't this difficult? Just use your own method, brother. That's the problem. I was promoted directly by General Huang. It's not good to trouble him, right? Haha. That's a shame. The quartermaster was speechless. He already valued this person, but he didn't expect that this person was even more awesome than he thought. General Huang promoted him directly. What does this mean? General Huang hasn't done this for decades. What is their relationship? In this way, you don't have to worry about this matter. Help your brother Ma first. I just have a task. I need some materials to repair the spaceship of the Mother Star base. I trouble you to lead the team to complete this task. Oh, this task is quite urgent. I give you more rewards, said the quartermaster. System prompt, Ma Huading, the quartermaster of the Alliance Mother Star base, issued a team task to you the quartermaster's request. Do you accept it? The quartermaster's request. The quartermaster needs 10 pieces of steel to repair the Mother Star base spaceship. It's really urgent. Mission requirements. Steel, 0 out of 10, can be completed by a team of 5. Mission rewards, 100 merits, 2,000 experience. Thank you for troubling me, brother. You are so generous, and your name is also generous. You will be my big brother in the future. Wang Qianduo saw the mission and grabbed his hand and stuffed something into his hand. No trouble. No trouble. Brother, you. Report. Just when Ma Huading was about to say something, a soldier ran over and shouted. Please speak. Captain, another 100,000 pieces of steel have arrived. Is it still stored in warehouse number 7? Yes. Lin Qimeng and the other 4, They saw Wang Qianduo's mission, and they didn't expect to be so lucky that this NPC actually had a mission. Now what is this? You are really in urgent need of our 10 steels. Isn't this backdoor too obvious? But what is this inexplicable sense of pleasure? Has he fallen? It's really too sinful. But this incident also refreshed their understanding of Wang Qianduo. It turns out that he has managed to this extent with the NPC. He solved the problem that has troubled countless players for more than a year with just a few words. Several people quickly bought 10 pieces of steel and sent them to the quartermaster Ma, and successfully activated the military rank system of Lin Qimeng and others. Then Wang Qianduo explained to them, your military ranks have been opened, and you should be able to accept some small military supply tasks. This should be the main way for you to improve your military ranks at present. These tasks can earn about 100 points of merit every day, and then 1,000 points of merit can be promoted to sergeant. After sergeant, you can accept recurring tasks and receive more rewards every day. Although everyone had guessed that the quartermaster might not be so anxious, they still did the task very quickly. What if the 100,000 pieces of steel are really not enough, and they are really short of these 10 pieces? If they are slow and affect the safety of the Mother Star base, wouldn't they be sinners? But when they went to hand in the steel, they saw the piles of steel blocks in warehouse number 7, and they knew that they thought too much, and the other party simply wanted to open a back door for them. Well, but it seems that you are not going to do the meritorious mission with us. Lin Chimeng. I finished my mission today when I was running the cycle mission, so I won't go with you. I will study how to drill holes in the equipment, and then embed the power of wind. Wang Qianduo. Okay. Goodbye then? Lin Chimeng smiled, and gave him a princess-like farewell, which made Lao Wang slightly absent-minded. Sometimes, it is just an expression or an action that touches some people's hearts. After saying goodbye to Lin Chimeng and the others who were going on a mission, Wang Qianduo came to the equipment store and began to prepare to drill holes in the equipment. This time, he planned to drill the first hole in all the pieces of equipment that can grow, of course, except for the source of magic. Drilling the first hole for him requires sacrificing a legendary equipment, which is outrageous. It is better to use the heart of Phoenix blood. Drilling holes in this equipment should be very cheap. After all, he is only at the exquisite level of equipment now. His first hole is nothing to say. Wang Qianduo put it in and prepared to open it directly. Ordinary equipment spirit is nothing to say, it is just an ordinary equipment. Ordinary element crystal is nothing to say, it is just an ordinary material. Other ordinary materials are nothing to say, star iron. Perfect, *10, UR alloy, perfect, *10, red flame blood, perfect, *1. Is this what you need to punch holes in exquisite equipment? Wang Qianduo was stunned when he saw what was needed to punch holes in the Phoenix blood heart. If this kind of material is needed to punch holes in exquisite equipment, will this game still allow people to punch holes? Wang Qianduo believed that except for him, no one in the game knew what red flame blood was. This is the blood of the star beast red fire bird that can soar in the universe. According to the records of the Alliance, red fire birds have the strength of level 40 elites when they grow up. He quickly felt something was wrong, and then he took out the Phoenix blood engine and put the fire eye golden crystal into the puncher. Sure enough, the fire eye golden eye only needs 1 perfect crystal, 1 perfect spirit, 10 rare black irons, and 2 other perfect materials to punch holes. And the magic spring doesn't even need other materials, just crystals and spirits. It seems that these other materials are completely for controlling the growable equipment. Chapter 70. What can I do now that I know? I still have to punch holes honestly. Wang Qianduo looked at what he had deduced, and said to himself helplessly. Life is sometimes like this, but fortunately he has most of the materials, and even if he doesn't have them, he can still buy them with money. Life with cheats is so convenient. After all the materials are complete, the Phoenix blood heart is not hard to come by. He divided a few pieces of equipment that he didn't use in the arcane set, and the fire eyes and golden pupils were also punched with a hole. Wang Qianduo didn't dare to try the second hole, because his equipment was too precious and couldn't afford any mistakes. In fact, he originally wanted to punch a hole in the Minghong sword, but then he gave up on the thought that this equipment might not accompany him for long. After embedding the wind power into the Phoenix blood heart engine, Wang Qianduo went to the training ground to practice for a while, and then went offline. The next day, in a corner of the trading block of the Mother Star base, a large number of players were surrounding a stall, which was where Wang Qianduo was going to sell the Spear of Corrosion. But now Wang Qianduo hasn't arrived yet, and the place is already surrounded by people. What are you doing? Can you afford it? Why are you blocking here? Where are these people from? Why are they blocking here? It seems that someone is jealous, and now there will be a good show to watch. Whose hand is this? It's a bit petty. The players saw the group of people gathered in the innermost part. They didn't know any of them, and those big guys were waiting to watch the show like them, so they knew what happened. Someone was unhappy with that Qian Wang, so they sent people to make trouble. Their method is very simple and effective. Aren't you going to auction things here? Then I will send people to surround this place. At that time, whether you can't get in or change your position, you will be the one who will be embarrassed. This is just to annoy people. In the crowd watching the excitement from a distance, Zhang Yuan, the manager Zhang from Shanghai Game Club, smiled slightly when he saw the players talking on the battlefield. What is this? It's just an appetizer. That person dared to offend him, so he must beat him to death with a stick. What do you think Qian Wan will do? He can't even get into the stall. Change the position to shoot, then the equipment will be sold? Not necessarily. I heard that the big guys are going to boycott together. Really? So miserable? Of course it's true. The son of my third uncle's second uncle's cousin's classmate's childhood friend is a cadre in the Galaxy Guild. It can't be wrong. Then the question is, what did you call that person? Just as people were talking, the time set by Wang Qianduo was getting closer and closer. When people thought he had no way out and were about to change positions, a team of NPC soldiers came over. They directly dispersed the players and opened up a path. But they did not disperse the people who surrounded the stalls in the innermost part, but surrounded them. Just when the players watching the show were stunned, and the surrounded players were panicking, Wang Qianduo, wearing a dark green military windbreaker of the Alliance Starfleet lieutenant in the game, with pure white gloves on his hands and black boots on his feet, slowly walked out of the path opened up by the soldiers. He came to the stall surrounded by NPC soldiers, and all the NPCs saluted him together, unusually neatly. After Wang Qianduo returned the greeting and motioned them to put down, he looked at the players surrounded by NPC soldiers and said, "Do you want to leave by yourself or do I help you?" "You? We are here to buy things. How can you talk like that?" "Yes, who are you? Just let us leave." After seeing what happened, this group of people did not panic, but became more and more arrogant, and the curses became more and more unpleasant. "You all saw them scolding me, right? How long can this be locked up?" Wang Qianduo asked the NPC soldiers around him after seeing everyone inside scolding him. 2 hours. Then do it. Yes, catch them. With the order of the NPC soldiers, the surrounding NPC soldiers rushed towards the players surrounding the stalls. Then these NPCs were also sensible. They deliberately slowed down their movements and gave them a chance to escape. Some idiots didn't know what they were thinking, but they really wanted to escape. They broke free from the NPCs' restraints and ran in all directions. The masters who were watching shook their heads after seeing this scene. These people were really looking for death. Originally, they could be released after 2 hours of detention, but now they didn't know how long they would be detained. There was even one person who couldn't think straight. He didn't run out, but rushed towards Wang Qianduo. He was the leader of these people. He knew that the plan given by manager Zhang had failed from the first stage, but he still wanted to struggle. Even if they threw Wang Qianduo down, they could make him lose face. Only by making him lose face would their plan have a chance to proceed to the next step. Bang! Just as he resolutely rushed towards Wang Qianduo, a gunshot rang out, and he was knocked to the ground by the huge power of the Desert Eagle bullet. Wang Qianduo had not forgotten that he had taken the lead in scolding him just now. Since he had been given such an opportunity, how could he let it go? As for the trouble of killing people, if he didn't rush towards him with a fierce look on his face, there might be trouble. And Wang Qianduo didn't kill anyone, he just broke the opponent's leg. This was in the game. If he was killed, it would only make him lose some reputation after resurrection, which was far less than the punishment of not killing him. Take him down to get treated. How long can he be cured at the fastest? Wang Qianduo casually took out a piece of tissue to wipe the Desert Eagle that was accidentally splashed with blood, and asked the NPC beside him expressionlessly. "As long as I have a blank expression, you can't see what I'm thinking." Wang Qianduo's acting skills have reached the level of fresh meat. Such an injury will require hospitalization for at least half a month, right? The NPC immediately understood, and reported the slowest time to Wang Qianduo. Although he had a broken leg, in this era, if conditions allow, he can be alive and kicking in a day. Okay. Treat him well, and make sure he doesn't commit suicide. Wang Qianduo smiled, and said to the man lying on the ground. He didn't expect to be trapped for so long. This is really a pleasant surprise. Then he didn't see them slowly moving towards their stalls, and everyone around who saw the whole scene clearly felt a chill. The man who led the trouble was considered useless, and the 15 days were basically scrapped. I'm afraid he won't have a chance to catch up in the future. These NPCs that Wang Qianduo brought were borrowed from the quartermaster Ma Huading. After knowing the situation here, Wang Qianduo went to find the other party, and the other party also lent them to others happily. The reason why Wang Qianduo was able to borrow someone was because of the thing he gave yesterday. It was a gold coin with AQ printed on it. It was one of the perfect level special items he bought in a random store, that is, a collectible. This thing is not low in value, and it directly raised his good impression of the other party to a higher level. Wang Qianduo could only say that it was you who really liked this Q coin. Sorry to make you laugh. This little episode is over, and then we will see something. In order to let everyone who come see this thing, I specially borrowed this projection device. Please look at the virtual projection behind me. After Wang Qianduo put the drawing on the stall, he said to the crowd, Then a huge projection of his virtual store appeared in the sky behind him. And this thing can also be operated like an ordinary virtual store, and the range is almost covering the entire venue. A group of business players were excited after seeing this scene. This is what they have always dreamed of. After having this thing, can't they hold a large auction? At this stage, it is very difficult for them to hold an auction because there is no auction house protected by the system. Their current auction is to ask a few people to bid, and then pay the money and the goods. But this model is really not guaranteed in the game. If there is no acquaintance to guarantee, they dare not hold this small auction. Because there will always be people who bid for things and then don't want them or don't have enough money, so they can only waste time in vain. But with this thing, it's different. The money and goods are settled on the spot without any risk. Just when these businessmen were thinking about how to contact Wang Qianduo to inquire about the information of the projection device, the price of the corrosion spear design was also rising. This thing broke through 1 million and went to the 10 million level just a few seconds after Wang Qianduo put it on the market. However, Wang Qianduo thought that this equipment was only about 10 million, and it would be limited no matter how high it was. Chapter 71. Because at this stage, the only ones who can compete for this thing are those traditional game clubs. Although they have made a lot of money because of this game, they are still far behind those capitals. At the same time, they are also much more petty than those people. As mentioned earlier, equipment is somewhat similar to futures, and no one can predict the future direction. Those shrewd capitals are unlikely to hoard such high-value things. As Wang Qianduo guessed, the price of the equipment slowly stopped after 8 million, and it took several minutes to rise to 9 million. But this is basically the top, which is also in line with Wang Qianduo's psychological price. If the transaction is completed at 9 million, there will be less than 6 million left after paying taxes, which is basically considered to be a petty bourgeoisie life in the magic. However, when there were 10 seconds left in the transaction time, the price that was originally fixed at 9.2 million suddenly began to rise, and soared all the way to 17 million. Wang Qianduo, It turns out that the price these people are willing to pay is much higher than he imagined. What Wang Qianduo didn't know was that the biggest problem facing the Mecha advancement assessment that currently blocked all level 30 players was that they couldn't break the defense of the assessment monsters. This equipment is not only stronger in attributes, but also has multiple armor-breaking skills that make it a perfect match for this assessment. In the end, this equipment was bought by the people of the Galaxy Guild for 20 million, becoming the highest priced piece of equipment in the game. Because of the projection device, everyone saw the name of the person who made the deal at the moment of the deal. Congratulations to Xinghe. It seems that you are determined to win the assessment this time? After the equipment was sold, the guilds at the same level as Xinghe came up to congratulate them in a sarcastic tone. Ha. Thank you for your blessings. Xinghe will definitely strive to be the first to pass the assessment. Wang Xinghe, the president of Xinghe Guild, did not bother to be polite with them, and said directly, Humph. Seeing how confident they were, those who came up to congratulate them snorted and left. This equipment is still a blueprint now, and it can only pass the first level. It is unknown how long it will take to get stuck later. They are not particularly anxious to target Xingchen Guild. They have more important things to do. Wang Qianduo showed his military power today, as well as the projection at the auction. These things are things they have never seen before, and they feel that their games have been played in vain. As for Wang Qianduo, given his personality, he certainly won't care about other things after the equipment is sold. He hasn't finished all the tasks for today, who has the mood to care about them. After setting the friend adding function to reject all, he went to do the recurring tasks. 3 minutes after the equipment was sold, the game forum exploded. And the reason for the explosion was not because of the 20 million equipment, but because of Lao Wang's cool appearance and arrogant style. His popularity overshadowed this equipment with the highest transaction price in the game. From Lao Wang's appearance to shooting the man down, and then sending people to arrest him, this series of videos was edited into various versions and played everywhere. However, in these video clips, Lao Wang mostly appears as a villain. He looks ordinary, shoots without expression, and asks NPC soldiers to arrest people. These things are indeed like what villains do under the first condition. A series of nicknames such as Cold-Faced Killer and Bloody-Handed Manslayer were arranged for Wang Qianduo. After Wang Qianduo saw these messages, his blood pressure almost went up. What's wrong with not being handsome? Does not being handsome mean that he has no human rights? Does not being handsome mean that he eats your rice? How did this guy get through the military? Miracle, didn't you team up with him? Did you find out clearly? In the secret channel of the Sword and Rose Guild, President Rose asked Miracle's sword. Miracle Sword looked at the message in a trance. She actually started to talk to herself in such an imperative tone. The Sword and Rose Guild is different from the Xinghe and Wanli guilds. They were promoted to the ranks of super guilds after the news of this game was announced. They were just a third-tier club before, but they were lucky and had experts. Super guilds like Xinghe and Wanli all sent a department to develop this game. And they were the entire club. Except for some star players, who went to some popular games to make money, all other players entered this game. This also led to the rise of this game. The status of their guild immediately rose, and became a hot commodity. The meaning of the name Sword and Rose seems to be the Sword and Rose of Miracles. But in fact, the Sword and Rose represent 7 swords. The Sword of Miracles is just one of them, and there is only one Rose. But Miracle Sword used to be the absolute main force of Sword and Rose. Their club was able to have a place in the league because of his life. They may even have forgotten why they all entered this game in the first place. It was because he was optimistic about the development of this game. He did all this because he was too much of a licker, so she felt it was natural. This may be the reason why lickers died badly. Miracle Sword. He got through the only hidden mission. We can't use his method. Rose, no! I remember you went with him to do the mission? Miracle Sword. We were interrupted in the middle because of the dungeon. After seeing this, Rose stopped talking. It was she who gave the order to abandon Wang Qianduo and take her own people to the dungeon. Sword of Heaven, is that so? Miracle is really in trouble. You should continue to lead the team to upgrade. Sword of Heaven was the original mission number 3 of Sword and Rose, but now. Yun Zhongde, you can also call the word miracle? Sword of Heaven, oh? Why can't I call it? Yun Zhongde, look at your smug look. When our level catches up, I will fart for you. Rose, okay, let's go. Yun Zhong insulted his teammates, and will go to the finance department to pay a 500 yuan fine. If Sword of Miracles still had a little hope for this woman just now, then she personally extinguished the light of hope. He grabbed Yun Zhongde, who was about to say something, and signaled him not to say anything. Sword of Miracle knew that he could no longer speak to Sword and Rose. Without the layer of things that covered his eyes, he found that Rose, this woman, had no self-awareness at all. Under her personal management, the club is now in such a mess. Brother Jian, these people are too inhumane, right? Have they forgotten who has been leading the team to play non-stop to subsidize the guild in this most difficult year? Yun Zhongde said. They didn't forget, but they are afraid. They have tasted the sweetness of power during this period, and they are afraid of losing it. There is no need to talk about this anymore. The top priority now is to level up quickly. As long as we reach level 30, these problems will not be a problem. Let the brothers bear with it during this period. I will get all these places back. Miracle Sword said, but he underestimated people's desire for power. While Miracle Sword was frowning, Lao Wang was also annoyed. He found that it was a mistake for him to show up for this auction, and he should have directly entrusted Yu Pengzi. Although he closed the friend channel, he had many friends before. Most of these were the bosses he brought with him when he went to the Dark Forest Nightmare Dungeon. Wang Qianduo didn't block them. Boss Zhang, didn't I tell you that this is the only hidden mission? What do you mean you don't believe it? Haven't you heard of such a mission? Believe it or not, I block you immediately if you keep talking to me. Wang Qianduo hung up another call exhausted and sat down decadently on the stone platform of an abandoned mansion in Fairy City. Lin Qiming and the other 4 were looking for something, while smiling at his decadent look. They came to dig for treasure. The treasure map dropped by Hill showed that the treasure of the Black Shark Pirates was nearby. Don't be decadent. Come and find it together. I told you not to pay attention to them. Now change your status. Block whoever harasses you. Who dares to harass you? Now they are begging you, not you begging them. Don't think about pleasing everyone. Lin Qiming said. That makes sense, I change it now. I originally wanted to make more friends. But these people really want to start a dyeing room as soon as they are given a little color. They are totally asking for more. Chapter 72. After following Lin Qiming's method and setting the mood to I will block anyone who bothers me again, no one came to ask for no reason. Just as Lin Qiming said, now they can't live without Wang Qianduo, their friend, instead of Wang can't live without them. Now he can finally go treasure hunting with a few people with peace of mind. Is the treasure map that he'll drop real? After searching for half an hour and still finding nothing, everyone sat on the steps where Wang had just sat and doubted their lives. It should be real. The system can't use fake things to deceive us. There should be some mechanism. Lin Qiming said. How about I borrow a metal detector? What if the treasure is something like gold crystal, not metal? Just when everyone was clueless, They looked down at the steps under their buttocks, and then looked at each other in bewilderment. Who of you has found this staircase? Is it dark under the lamp? Try. Okay. As they spoke, they took out their tools and dug up the staircase where they were sitting. Soon, a passage leading to the underground was opened by them. Do you think we can summon mechas down here? Wang Qianduo said, looking at the dark hole. The passage behind the hole was long, dark, and very winding. The powerful lighting devices they brought could not reach the bottom. It shouldn't work. After all, this place is also in the city, and mechas can't get in, Lin Qiming said. Although this dark hole is not very small, it can't accommodate mechas. After discussing it for a while, they finally decided by playing rock paper scissors, and Xiaohai would be the first to enter. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the front suddenly opened up, and they entered a tall underground building. In this empty underground building, a tall stone door stood there, and there were 2 stone gates on the stone door that looked extremely heavy. The treasure chest should be behind this stone door, but the structure of the door made everyone very confused. Everyone was not confused about why it was so big. For the mecha, this door was just a normal level. What everyone was confused about was that the design of this door was obviously to lock something inside, not to protect something. You step back, I will summon the mecha to open it, and summon the mecha as soon as there is danger, Wang Qianduo said to everyone. He didn't know whether the monitoring system of Fairy City could monitor here, but with his military position, this small violation should not be a big deal as long as it did not cause any bad effects. After Wang Qianduo summoned the Lord of Elements, he took off the 2 stone gates with great effort, and then slowly opened the heavy stone door. As soon as the stone door opened, a black fog with a decaying smell spread out, and Lin Qiming and others immediately summoned the mecha. The mecha can withstand this kind of thing, but the human body may not be able to withstand it. The black fog dissipated, and the space behind the stone door appeared in front of everyone. The so-called treasure of the Black Shark Pirates turned out to be only 5 treasure chests, and the skeleton of an unknown creature. This creature was a monster that Wang Qianduo and others had never seen before. It was a humanoid creature, but the overall height was about the same as the mecha. Even if only the skeleton was left, the whole body still exuded an ominous and destructive atmosphere. When everyone wanted to go up to find out what was going on, the skeleton slowly dissipated, leaving only a black crystal. What is this? I don't know. Although everyone felt that there must be something hidden behind the huge skeleton that suddenly appeared and disappeared, they had no way to investigate because the skeleton dissipated so completely. And after the skeleton dissipated, the entire underground building complex began to shake. Everyone could only pick up these boxes, and quickly leave the underground with the black crystals left by the skeleton. After they escaped in a very embarrassing way, they found that the ground of the underground building disappeared without feeling anything. After everyone calmed down, they began to check the harvest. The 5 treasure chests were called random golden crystal treasure chest. This box can only open golden crystals, at least 1, and at most 10,000. This thing is a rip-off. Among the 5 of them, Lin Qiming opened the most, opening 253, Lao Ma opened 1 directly, and the remaining 3 Lao Wang opened almost 100. This is the gold crystal that Hill should have dropped. No wonder Lao Wang didn't drop any gold crystal after killing Hill. It turned out that he was waiting here. As for the black crystal, it is actually a skill, and it is a perfect level skill. Gate of Dark Abyss. Perfect. LV1. After chanting for 20 seconds, it opens the gate from Dark Abyss, continuously causing 300% of the attack power per second of destructive energy damage to enemies within the 500 by 500 range, and continuously attracts the target into the gate, while absorbing everything that can be absorbed around it. Attack distance, 1000. Chanting time, 20 seconds. MP consumption, 1000/s. Cooling time, 600 seconds. Damage type, destruction damage. Proficiency, 0/1000. Learning requirements, ? Is this skill really just a perfect level skill? Wang Qianduo thought in disbelief after reading this skill. His damage is even more terrifying than the photon ray, although the damage of a photon ray is a little higher than his. But the coverage of the photon ray is incomparable to this skill. But considering his 20-second release time, Wang Qianduo is somewhat relieved. This restriction is really a bit big. This skill was finally given to Lao Wang, because including Xiaohai, the Dark Mecha, Lin Qiming, and the other 4 showed that they could not learn it. It seems that the question marks in the learning conditions should not only be restrictive attributes. After Lao Wang learned this skill, the Hill incident came to an end. The people planted by the Black Shark Pirates in the Mother Star field had become turtles in a jar. After General Huang caught these turtles and bled them one by one. It was time to fight the Black Shark Pirates. Come on, accompany me to test this skill, Wang Qianduo said to everyone excitedly after learning this skill. Of course, the other people were also very curious about this perfect skill. Everyone came to the underground of the demon rat star again. Wang Qianduo found a place with many monsters and began to prepare this move Dark Abyss Gate, continuously twisting hatred and hatred. Destruction that can drown everything. The unknown where the virtual and the real bloom and bear fruit together. Desire like a dream. Viscera that should be spurned. Subverting life. Facing the pale world. Release greed, jealousy, fear. All real emotions. The dark abyss that all living beings stare at. The door to the lightless inverted world. In my name, I command you to appear in this world. Open it, the gate of dark abyss. This nearly 20-second chant was completed in one go by Wang Qianduo with the help of the system. This was the first time he really chanted this skill. In the past, he just silently accumulated energy. When he chanted this skill, the dark energy and an ominous aura on the elemental host armor continued to condense. It seemed as if someone was saying something in his ear, which made him upset. The demon rats attracted by Lin Qiming and others also began to become restless. Their attacks were much crazier than before. When Wang Qianduo finished chanting, he pointed at the center of the battlefield, and a dark black magic circle appeared on the ground out of thin air. Then a black stone door with various terrifying creatures carved on it, and guarded by two human-shaped skeletons slowly rose from the magic circle. When the door appeared, the stone door slowly opened a gap, and the inside of the door was pitch black, as if it led to the real dark abyss. After the dark stone door opened, an irresistible suction force sucked everything except Wang Qianduo into the door, including Lin Qiming and others. They had been sucked into the sky, and were about to fall into the endless abyss. Seeing this scene, Wang Qianduo immediately stopped the skill. Without Wang Qian's magic power supply, the dark abyss gate was immediately closed, and sank into the magic circle and disappeared. Lin Qiming and the other four were also spared. Damn! This skill attacks indiscriminately. The old horse, who fell to the ground, stood up and said, "It's not that simple. Look at the ground around you," Wang Qianduo said. When the dark abyss gate appeared, the place where it was located was completely unrecognizable. The soil, grass, magic rats, and everything around them all disappeared there out of thin air. At the same time, Wang Qianduo, the driver of the elemental master Mecha, also felt that some elements there were gone. "I thought it was a powerful AoE, but I didn't expect it to be a forbidden spell," Lin Qiming said. "Besides, this skill is unknown, so we will basically not use it if we can avoid it in the future," Wang Qianduo said with lingering fear. Chapter 73. The most annoying thing about the Dark Abyss Gate is not that it can hurt teammates, but the constant murmurs in your ears. No one has heard of the existence of General Ku in this game, but what if there is? Wang Qianduo, who cherishes his life so much, will definitely not take such a risk. A few days later. People in the information age are forgetful. After the consumption of these few days, Wang Qianduo's popularity has almost passed, and no one is operating. In addition, the game has just entered the Super Conference, and the internal changes of Sword and Rose have helped him attract a lot of attention. Now unless Wang Qianduo changes back to the clothes he wore that day, ordinary people can no longer recognize him. After today's copy is over, Lao Wang's only hidden task of collecting potions has just been completed. He suddenly had a whim when he went to the nightmare copy these days, and he switched between hidden mode and normal mode. The task was unexpectedly smooth. "This is all the potions you want. I have collected them all," Wang Qianduo came to Lao Huang and said after handing all the potions to him. "Very good." Old Huang looked at the expressionless man who took the potions, not knowing what he was thinking. The people of the Black Shark Pirates are indeed two geniuses. They actually want to merge humans with the Zerg and then take the opportunity to integrate their spirits into the will of the Zerg. Then use that special thing to control the will of the Zerg, and then achieve the goal of controlling the Zerg to dominate the universe. This is the Black Shark Pirates' whimsical Zerg control plan. They have already succeeded 1/3 of this plan. They have achieved this step of human-insect fusion by using magic mecha. Of course, General Huang is not looking forward to this plan. This plan is too risky for them. What he was expecting was the substances in the potion that could work on Zerg creatures. You know, after so many years of evolution, the Zerg race has long been immune to ordinary drugs. But the drugs in these potions are not special, but they can work on Zerg. There must be some secret in it. What? After Lao Huang accepted the potion, Wang Qianduo poked his finger and asked suggestively, "Don't worry, you can't lose your things. This is your reward. Take it. You'd better use this thing now. Too many people are tempted by it. Lao Huang handed a stone tablet with strange runes on it to Wang Qianduo and said. After Wang Qianduo took it, he checked the properties of this thing. Inheritance tablet, epic. After using the Mecha, you can comprehend the epic skill enhancement. Learning requirements, none. Enhancement, epic. After charging for 3 seconds, use the enhancement skill to make your next skill epic enhanced. Chanting time, 3, instant, MP consumption, 0. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Learning conditions, none. Wang Qianduo thought that the reward after stacking several times might be very powerful, but he really didn't expect it to be so powerful, and it was actually rewarded with an epic skill directly. And this enhanced skill has great potential at first glance, and it is definitely a top-level skill. Okay, you have taken the reward, and now it's time to get down to business. According to the intelligence of the Black Shark Pirates, on planet number 13, in Starfield number 3, they have a base that has been established for a long time. The Alliance is currently recleaning its internal affairs, and it really can't spare any manpower, so it's up to you to solve it. After seeing Wang Qianduo learn the skill, Lao Huang thought for a while and said. For some reason, Wang Qianduo felt that the old queen was absent-minded when he met her this time. System prompt. General Huang wants you to issue the only hidden mission: destroy the Black Shark Pirates' hidden base. Do you accept it? Destroy the Black Shark Pirates' hidden base. The only hidden go to the 13th planet Halangsing in the number 3 star field and destroy the Black Shark Pirates hiding there. Mission requirements. Kill the Lord Black Shark Pirate Sharp-Toothed Shark Pingjin, 0/1, the leader, 0/3, and the elite, 0/500, rewards. 1,000 military merits, 100 gold crystals, 1 perfect equipment treasure chest, 1 random equipment treasure chest. Number limit, 1 to 10. The mission is still unquestionable. If there is 1, it is impossible not to accept it, but Wang Qianduo has never heard of a Lord Boss on Halangsing. Halangsing is a famous planet among players. It is not for any other reason, but simply because there is only the sea and the beach on this planet. The scenery is very beautiful, and it is a good place for tourism. Although the Sea Wave Star is famous, I have never heard of a Lord Boss. The Lord Boss is the highest level boss in the game. Their appearance period and location are not fixed. But once this kind of boss appears, there will be countless masters to hunt it down. Currently, several famous perfect level equipment in the game are obtained by hunting Lord Bosses. The Sand Scorpion Lord that Wang Qianduo met for the first time was a Lord Boss, but it was just a common Lord of level 10. But even if it was such a weak one, it defeated the top-level Mecha 30th level God's Apostle in the game. This mission is not easy. Just when Wang Qianduo was thinking about these messes, Lao Huang suddenly said to Wang Qianduo, with a mysterious expression, "This mission is indeed difficult, but I believe you can complete it. But there is one thing you should pay attention to. Pingshan has a blue gem, which he should always carry with him. This thing was snatched from a merchant when they were rampant a few years ago. You must help me get it back." Wang Qianduo, "Oh. What do you mean? Do you suspect that I am embezzling?" Hearing his question, Wang Qianduo did not speak and gave him such a look. "Yes. Haha, it seems that the reward I prepared specially for you can be saved." General Huang looked at him and smiled coldly. Wang Qianduo looked at him with some disdain. "Is he so easily bribed? Why would I doubt you? I was thinking that I must teach these pirates who robbed you. No, they robbed the people a profound lesson. Just leave this matter to me. You can trust me to do it." Wang Qianduo said very servilely. He was not greedy for rewards. He took on this task out of respect for the people. General Huang, Okay. You are really promising, shameless enough. After the two chatted for a few words, Wang Qianduo left to meet up with Lin Qiming and others. After Wang Qianduo left, General Huang brought the medicine he brought to a closed laboratory. There are many scientific researchers here, analyzing a huge white flesh worm more than 5 meters high. This worm is not a low-level species, like the worker bee or hydralis caught by the Black Shark Pirates, but a real Zerg commander brain worm, one of the core of the Zerg. This research center was built for this Zerg. In order to prevent it from asking for help from the swarm will, the entire building is made of metal lead. How is it? Is there any progress in the direction of breaking through the swarm will? General Huang asked a person after he came in. It's still the same, no results. The man replied without any spirit. This is the Black Shark Pirate potion you want, I brought it to you. General Huang was no longer surprised by his appearance. He took out the potion and said to the man, "Oh, is it finally in place? Come on, keep it well and see if you can copy it first." The man became a little more energetic after seeing the potion, but only a little. Then someone quickly took the potion in General Huang's hand and took it away. General Huang looked at the man and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything after all. Then he left here silently. On the other side, after Wang Qianduo found his teammates and shared the hidden task with them, the 5 people began to discuss how to recruit another 5 teammates. 10 people must be recruited, otherwise the rewards given by the system will be wasted, and it is easy to fail if the people are not all there. However, even if the people are all there, the levels cannot be too different. For this kind of task with a fixed reward, if the players' levels are too different, the difficulty will definitely increase exponentially. It's really not easy to recruit people in the level range of 10 to 15, Lin Qimeng said, as she looked through her friend list. Miracle and Yun Zhongde are suitable, but Wang Qianduo did the same thing. They are actually okay. Have you heard about the changes in the sword and rose in the past 2 days? Miracle Sword is in a low period now. You can try to win it over, Sister Hua said. Although people in this game still don't see the hope of establishing a union, everyone knows that this day will come sooner or later. As the person who supported the previous sword and rose, Miracle Sword is indeed a very difficult person worth digging. Chapter 74. In fact, there is one thing that everyone did not say clearly. Miracle Sword is almost forced to retire because of a series of operations within Sword and Rose in the past few days. In addition, the former teammates defected. If everyone helps out in times of need, it will be easier to dig. Hello, Master Jian? I'm Lao Wang. What? I don't sell equipment. Do you have time? I need your help on a task. You think I want to sell equipment right away? You are so cool. Yes. It's the follow-up of the last task. You and Yunzhong should come directly to the Mother Star base. Okay, we've got 2, Wang Qianduo said to everyone after hanging up the call. After Miracle Sword and Yunzhong arrived, the team's configuration was basically complete. Do you have any recommendations for the remaining 3 people? If not, I call friends? Wang Qianduo said. Call them quickly. Try to call those who can come to our guild in the future, Lin Qimeng said. Okay. The friends Wang Qianduo was talking about were of course the Yu sisters. After all, he only had so many friends. It just so happened that they all reached level 10 a few days ago, which was just right for their team. Is Hyoyu here? I need help with a task. Are you guys free? Yes, call your sister too. That night owl guy is here too, and he's still pestering you. This idiot is really shameless. Okay, call him too. There are just 3 spots left. Okay. Now we have everyone, but the 2 girls of my 3 friends are better at operation, and the guy is even worse than me, but their character can be guaranteed, and their talent is absolutely first class. They are the talents we need to form a guild in the future, Wang Qianduo said after contacting the Yu sisters. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Wang Qianduo's vision was still good, and they still believed him. Moreover, this task originally belonged to him, and they had no intention of asking friends to participate. The 2 people from Miracle Sword and the 3 people from Yu Xiaoyu's side arrived almost at the same time. After everyone got to know each other, Wang Qianduo shared the task with them. Brother Wang is still the same Brother Wang. He is not playing the same game as us, Night Owl said after reading the task. The reward for this task is indeed great, but the Lord Boss is not so easy to deal with. Thank you, old Wang, for believing me, Miracle Sword sighed. He himself did not expect that one day the person who could help him would be a passerby he once knew. He now needs this equipment to make a comeback. He broke up with the club 2 days ago, and after being tricked by someone, all his level 10 rare equipment was taken back by the people in the club. Now his whole body is covered with some of the exquisite equipment he usually left behind, and some not so good rare equipment. They just wanted to force him to retire, and make him unable to turn over, but he never thought that his turnaround would come so quickly. With this perfect equipment, no matter what part he was in, he had the capital to rise. Okay. No need to say more polite words. Let's go to the underground world to level up and get familiar with it, and then gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to go on the mission together. Wang Qianduo interrupted everyone's politeness and took them to the underground world. Here, Yu Xiaoyu and others finally saw how Wang Qianduo and others usually leveled up. It turns out that the field of vision underground can be so broad. It turns out that there are different types of magic rats. It turns out that the fragments are so easy to gather. Is this still the game I played? With everyone's amazement, they quickly brushed off their fatigue and had a general understanding of each other. Although they spent most of their time watching Wang Qianduo bombarding monsters. But the Yu sisters and Night Owl were also recognized by everyone. Miracle Sword and Yun Zhongde were top professional players, and had the best operations among everyone. They didn't need everyone's recognition. They could even change their operations according to everyone's operations, equipment, and team configuration to achieve better cooperation with everyone. Although Yu Xiaoyu and her sister Yu Xiaoxin's operations were only slightly better than Lao Wang, they were very spiritual. Miracle Sword only gave a few pointers, and their progress was almost visible to the naked eye. Although Lao Wang was also very talented, his damage, and the skills of the Lord of Elements somewhat limited his progress. As for Night Owl, this brother is really rich. His degree of local tyrants even exceeded the cognition of Lin Qimeng and other rich second generations. His mecha evolution is also a rare mecha named Throwing Master. The characteristic of this mecha is that it can strengthen various throwing props and consumables. For example, ordinary throwing bombs, normal mechas are finished after using them once, and the damage depends entirely on the quality of the bomb. But his mecha not only has greater power, but can also be divided into 3 to have more quantity. This characteristic may not seem good, but when combined with money, the effect is really explosive. After various high-priced consumables are strengthened, they can actually achieve a skill effect second only to Wang Qianduo. That's because he doesn't have explosive bombs. If he had, no one could match his damage. Of course, it's really expensive. He was able to throw out thousands of dollars just now. If it were an ordinary person, he would go bankrupt in 2 days. After everyone got familiar with each other and opened the boxes, they all logged off. The next day, 8 o'clock, after everyone gathered at the mother base, they went to the player base of the Wave Star together. Wow! After arriving here, Yu Xiaoxin sighed. Don't be surprised. It's embarrassing. Although Yu Xiaoyu's eyes were shining, he suppressed his excitement and said to his sister, But is this place really beautiful? Yu Xiaoxin said agreeably. Yes. Xiaoxin is right. Okay. In fact, it's no wonder that everyone was surprised. The scenery of the Wave Star really shocked everyone. Looking out from here, you can see the endless blue sea against the cloudless blue sky, the bright sunshine shines on the golden beach under your feet, the sea breeze blows the rows of coconut trees on the shore, seabirds sing in the sky, and the gentle breeze blows up golden waves, gently hitting the beach. The scenery in front of you is intoxicating, especially on Earth because of population pressure. Such places have basically disappeared. It can be said that except for Wang Qianduo, everyone else at the scene has basically only seen this kind of scenery in movies and other games. But how can other games compare with this game that is almost the same as the real world? The girls in the team are simply unable to extricate themselves. We have seen enough. Should we go to the task? Wang Qianduo said after admiring it for a while. He was different from others. He had been to Sanya in his previous life. Because there were only simple buildings here, the scenery was a little worse than the Sanya he remembered. So he appreciated it and came back to his senses, but his words directly angered several girls. Can you not destroy the beauty? Lin Qimeng. Cold-blooded mission machine. Sister Hua. Humph. Don't know how to appreciate. Yu Xiaoyu. Humph. Yu Xiaoxin. Wang Qianduo. Okay, if you like to wait for the mission to end, why don't you come here to have fun for 2 days? And if it doesn't work, you can build a base here and build it yourself. Lao Wang's proposal was quickly unanimously approved by several girls, and then they went to rent a boat to go out to sea. That's right, they need to rent a boat to go out to sea. As long as the Sea Wave Star leaves the base, they can summon mechas, but because they are all sea mechas, they need to fly all the time. But except Wang Qianduo, no one else in the team can do this. So they have to rent a boat, and other players travel in this Sea Wave Star in the same way. The Wave Star is actually famous now, but there are not many players here. The fundamental reason is here. Apart from tourism, all other resources are underwater. Except for some special mechas, normal mechas will be greatly weakened when operating underwater. Although mechas do not breathe, they are affected by the resistance and pressure of water. This is it. The ocean behemoth shipyard. Wang Qianduo looked at the map projected by Zero, and then looked at the factory building in front of him that was almost as high as the mountain and said, Welcome, everyone. Is it for renting a boat? After everyone entered, a service staff came up and asked. Yes. We need a ship that can accommodate 10 mechas. Lin Qimeng said. Please follow me. Chapter 75. After listening to their request, the service staff took them all the way to the reception hall of the shipyard. They were handed over to a young man in a suit and tie who looked gentle and refined. After explaining the situation to him, he retreated. Hello everyone, my name is Wei Lesek. You can just call me SEK. I am responsible for the ship that you want to rent that can accommodate 10 mechas. Excuse me, Do you have any other requirements besides the size of the ship? SEK asked everyone. If the size is enough, of course the cheaper the better. Also, we don't know how to drive a boat, so we need someone to take us to our destination, Lin Chimeng said. Bargaining is simply a woman's nature, no matter what kind of woman she is. The ship and the price are easy to deal with, but hiring a driver may require you to tell us the destination first, SEK continued with a smile. Near 32 degrees 20, 64 degrees 45 west, Wang Qianduo reported the intelligence coordinates given to him by Lao Huang. But who knew that after hearing Wang Qianduo's words, Zeke's face immediately changed. Sir, are you kidding? That place is also known as the Sea of Death on Andromeda. No ship has ever left. No one would want to go there. Zeke's hands were shaking when he spoke, which showed that he was really afraid of that place. Of course we are not kidding. You don't have to worry about what we are going to do. Just send us there. If it doesn't work, you can send us to the nearby sea area, and your people don't have to follow us in. Lin Chimeng said with narrowed eyes. She felt that this person was not right. This person is wrong. His reaction is too intense. Lin Chimeng said in the chat channel. Understood. Your company is not responsible for our life and death. You just need to provide the ship and the driver. Wang Qianduo, who received the message from Lin Chimeng, said. He just asked Ling to check the other party, but he couldn't find any useful information. Okay. Since you are determined to go, I won't stop you. But you may need to pay more, because it's hard to find a driver there. Seeing that several people insisted, CK immediately calmed down and said, Everyone, So you are so nervous just to raise the price? Damn, there is no way. The other party has put so much effort in acting. Wang Qianduo and others can only accept it. They spent a total of 500 gold crystals on hiring a ship and hiring people. 450 of these 500 gold crystals were for hiring people, and 50 were for renting a ship. Wang Qianduo and others were looking for a ship that needed to summon a mecha to ride. This kind of ship has almost no cabin and only one deck. Because of this, people can't ride on this ship, only mechas can ride on it. The environment is too bad. However, this kind of ship has two advantages. One is that it is fast. Ordinary ships like this are almost as fast as aircraft. The other is that it is cheap. The cost of this thing is more than 5 times cheaper than the same size aircraft, and the energy consumption is much cheaper. But even so, 50 gold is a bit too much. Sure enough, after they arrived at the dock, they found that the ship that Zeke found for them not only had nothing but the deck, but was also in tatters. Don't look at this ship because it is broken. The speed is absolutely first class. I have already told the driver the destination. I promise he will take you there safely. And 50 gold? What else can you ask for? Zeke probably didn't expect the boat to be broken like this, he said with a little breath. What else can everyone say? They can only accept the reality, summon the mecha to get on the boat, and prepare to set sail. Are you all on board? Yes. Swish. After confirming that everyone is on board, the captain of the boat started the boat directly. The boat suddenly rushed out at the start, and the speed was so fast that Lao Wang, the last one, almost fell off. Lao Wang and his group had a perfect experience. What is a catapult start? Oh my god! Is this what the boat is like? I heard it's fast, but I didn't hear it's this fast. Did we spend too little money? Ah! 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 Old Wang and his party are now a little embarrassed, well, maybe more than a little. Let's put it this way, after the ship started, Wang Qianduo and his party were all crawling on the deck and couldn't stand up at all. Whalesec at the port looked at this scene with a cold smile, then took out a communication device and said something. It seems that Lin Chimeng was not wrong. This man really has something to hide, and it's not just about wanting a high price. But he was also a little confused at this time. Is this ship so fast? Wang Qianduo and others, who originally wanted to enjoy the scenery on the sea, are now in no mood. Because they haven't stood up yet, what's the point of lying down to enjoy the whole journey? But after 10 minutes, the speed of the ship suddenly slowed down, and everyone barely stood up. Next time, no matter what, we must find a more expensive ship, Lin Chimeng said as she stood up. Right. Right. Yu Xiaoxin echoed. What kind of tunnel are we in? Have we reached our destination? Yun Zhongda. Probably not. Wang Qianduo said after taking a look at the sea chart projected by Zero. Although this ship is really a beast, its sailing speed in these 10 minutes has exceeded the speed of sound. This speed is very terrifying even among some top ships. It is really unfair to rent it to everyone for 50 gold. But their target sea area is still quite far away from here, and this is not where they want to go. Then this? You guys have arrived. I will wait for you here for 2 days. If you don't come back from your expedition in 2 days, I'm sorry. While everyone was talking, the voice of the captain of the ship sounded through the radio and interrupted everyone's conversation. Wang Qianduo looked at the cockpit in surprise, and then walked towards it silently. Are you coming out by yourself, or do I invite you out? Wang Qianduo said to the driver. You, what do you mean? I'm telling you not to mess around. You're registered when you go out to sea on my ship. If you mess around, you'll be wanted by the Alliance. The driver's trembling voice came from the radio. It seems that he is not a key figure. Ha ha. You still know the Alliance. You tricked us to a place hundreds of miles away from the destination. What do you want to do? Wang Qianduo. Ah, sir, you are wronged. The destination that the manager sent me is here. If you don't believe me, I project it to you. The driver opened a sea chart projection, and the destination marked by CK was indeed here. Oh no, we've been fooled. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, 3 missiles flew towards the boats of the group from the sea in the distance. Fortunately, Yun Zhongda was quick-witted, and a huge alloy crossbow appeared in his hand. The crossbow opened and 3 crossbow arrows appeared. Then as he pulled the trigger, 3 crossbow arrows shot out and hit the 3 missiles, intercepting them. The huge impact and waves caused by the explosion of the missiles on the sea made Lao Wang and his broken ship shake constantly. When they finally stabilized, they found that a warship loaded with weapons was slowly approaching them on the sea in the distance. The missile just now was the masterpiece of this ship. With the effect of the fire eyes and golden pupils, Wang Qianduo could barely see the logo of the Black Shark Pirates on the ship. It's the Black Shark Pirates. There is indeed something wrong with the people who rented the shipyard. Wang Qianduo said to everyone. It seems that they are here to silence us, said the Sword of Miracles, looking at the Black Shark Pirates warship firing at full firepower. Don't sigh, boss, let's run. Yun Zhongda interrupted the Sword of Miracles' sigh, and then everyone took off and abandoned the broken ship. But at the moment, when everyone flew up, a blue energy shield rose up on the broken ship, blocking all the attacks of the Black Shark Pirates and taking them out. After a round of attacks by the Black Shark Pirates, although the shield of the ship was already shaky, it did survive. This made Wang Qianduo and others a little stunned, and then they watched the ship launch again and disappear from their sight. The crowd had no choice but to fly towards the enemy's warship. This time they underestimated the enemy, and they didn't expect that the broken ship had so many functions. They remembered the lesson this time, and they will never judge people by appearance next time. As the saying goes, even a rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails. In this era, no one should look down on anyone else. And now that I think about it, how could such a fast boat be simple? Chapter 76. Old Wang and his party, dodging the continuous shooting of the machine guns on the warship, quickly approached the enemy. But the Black Shark Pirates also flew out dozens of mechas to intercept them. These flying Black Shark Pirates mechas are all level 10 man-made mechas, which are not difficult to deal with. The difficulty is that the people on the warship did not regard the people in these mechas as human beings at all, and they carried out a completely suicidal attack. The purpose of these mechas is to drag the mechas of everyone, and then the people on the ship will harvest them with machine guns. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking fell through. These mechas did entangle Lin Qiming and others, but at this time Wang Qianduo had already used arcane warp to come to the ship. Ming Hong's sword appeared, and Wang Qianduo cut one of their 2 main machine guns in half with a knife. Then the instant slash raid cut off the other machine gun, making the warship silence directly. The crowd was so close to them that they could not use missile weapons to attack them. If they did, it would not be called an attack, it would be called mutual destruction. Seeing Wang Qianduo destroy the machine gun, the Black Shark Pirates, who stayed on the ship, were furious, and they attacked Wang Qianduo like crazy. But Lao Wang was not panicked at all. This kind of scene was his favorite. Ming Hong's knife put away the arcane ball and appeared. Attacks of various attributes burst out from Wang Qianduo's dead hands, and few Black Shark Pirates present could withstand one of his skills. In a few seconds, the Black Shark Pirates, who stayed on the warship, were slaughtered by him. Lin Qiming and others in the sky also ended the battle at this time, and fell on the deck one after another. Okay, Lao Wang has made progress. I thought you could destroy them all with a photon beam. Lao Ma said to Wang Qianduo after everyone landed on the deck. Get lost, am I so stupid? If this ship collapses, where will we stand? How can we get to our destination? You have made progress, and you have started to consider the consequences of your actions. Get lost. Ignoring Lao Ma's boring jokes, everyone began to pick up the fish that slipped through the net on the ship and occupied the Black Shark Pirates' ship. Are you the pilots on this ship? Who can take us to this place? After everyone occupied the ship, they captured all the Black Shark pirates in the cockpit and interrogated them. We won't tell you. Bang! Before the hard-headed Black Shark pirate finished speaking, he was shot away by Wang Qianduo. There are still 4 people. If I were you, I would cherish this opportunity. To drive the ship, I think 2 people are enough, which means that 2 of you 4 can survive. Wang Qianduo said to the 4 pirates with ferocious faces, giving people the feeling that he is the villain. People who can choose to go out to sea as pirates are really not that hardcore. As soon as Wang Qianduo finished speaking, they began to fight for the chance to survive. At the same time, they said that they could drive this ship alone, and there was no need to keep others. But Wang Qianduo still kept his promise and left 2 people, and the other 2 who were a step slower were shot and killed by him directly. The warship restarted, and everyone rushed to their destination again. Come and see, there is an unexpected harvest. After Wang Qianduo and others solved the driver's trouble, a voice came from several female colleagues who were exploring the ship. In order to prevent them from seeing his bloody scene, Wang Qianduo deliberately sent them all away to investigate the situation of the ship. What they found was the place where the artificial mechas were stored on the ship. These mechas were left by those who were killed because Wang Qianduo broke through too quickly and didn't have time to get on the mechas. The artificial mechas of the Black Shark pirates were the most rudimentary ones. They only had a large frame of a mecha and some weapons. But there was an advantage of such mechas, that is, anyone could drive them, and there were no problems such as genes and rainbow demons. There were exactly 10 mechas left on the ship, and everyone got 1 each. After everyone put them away, they planned to go back and study them, or simply keep them as collections, or sell them directly. Although these things were only ordinary level 10 mechas, the price was not cheap. The Black Shark pirates' ship was not as fast as the broken ship they took just now. It took more than 10 minutes to travel a distance that was less than 1/5 of the distance they had just traveled. Everyone thought the 2 captives were causing trouble, but they found out after a friendly exchange with them. These people might have wanted to ambush them, but they didn't expect everyone to arrive first, so they could only hastily launch a preemptive attack. If they were allowed to ambush with mines or something, Wang Qianduo and others might not even see them, and would be sunk. It seems that the flying ship is not really in the same group as the Black Shark pirates, and everyone may have misunderstood it. 32 degrees 20 north, 64 degrees 45 west, this is the most mysterious waters on the Wave Star, and countless legends have been circulated about it. There are legends about mysterious sea monsters, disappearing lights, strange flashing signals, and countless aircraft and ships disappearing here. But when Wang Qianduo and others arrived here, they found that it was not so mysterious. In addition to some fog, there is only a sea base in the center of the sea, with the logo of the Black Shark pirates hanging on it. Now it seems that these mysterious legends are either spread by the Black Shark pirates, who don't want people to get close to here, or spread from above, not wanting ordinary people to suffer too much loss. Wang Qianduo thinks the second possibility is more likely. After all, they once wanted to surrender the Black Shark pirates. When Wang Qianduo and his party drove straight to the sea base, they felt a sense of time and space dislocation after entering the mist. Then, their ship suddenly began to shake violently, as if something huge under the water hit their ship. It's the guardian beast, We've been discovered. The 2 Black Shark pirates captives said in horror, and everyone felt like they were about to wet their pants. What is a guardian beast? Why is there no trace of this thing on the radar? Wang Qianduo asked in a deep voice. Guardian beast is. One of the Black Shark pirates wanted to explain, but the others didn't need it. Under the originally calm sea, a black fin taller than their ship stretched out of the sea and attacked their ship. The fin passed by, and the ship they were on was immediately split into 2. Everyone summoned mechas and flew into the sky to escape. Transformed ancient giant shark. LV-12. Leader. HP 30,000. MP 500. Attack 310. Defense 40. Skills, Raid, Bite. This is actually a leader-level creature. His body of several hundred meters made Wang Qianduo and others unconsciously think of the legendary sea monster. It seems that not all legends are groundless. However, Wang Qianduo might not have been able to deal with such a large monster before, but after he had the photon ray, this was what he liked to deal with the most. 22 photons flew across the sky, and countless rays poured towards the giant beast that destroyed their ship. This transformed giant beast did not survive the baptism of the ray, and was killed instantly by Lao Wang with one skill. But for some reason, this giant beast did not drop any items, which was a bit incredible for the leader boss. But there was nothing, and everyone could only continue to fly to the offshore base. They had to get there quickly, and Lin Qiming and others could not fly for long. But Wang Qianduo's photon ray skill just now completely exposed everyone, and countless ammunition and machine lights on the offshore base formed a hail of bullets and attacked everyone. The damage is okay, give me a status, you hide behind me, we rush over. The Sword of Miracle said to everyone after taking a special attack. They couldn't go to sea, and they had no experience fighting in the sea, but the pirates, who lived on the sea all year round, must be very good at it. Their top priority was to find a place to stay. The attack power of these pirates' weapons was acceptable, so they could just rush over. After everyone flew to a certain distance under the cover of the miracle sword with buffs on their bodies, Sister Hua said to Wang Qianduo, "Go, old Wang." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianduo used arcane warp again and came to the base. Just like on the ship just now, he still didn't care about the pirate soldiers first, but took the lead in destroying their weapons. Once the platform weapons were destroyed, the pressure on the miracle sword and others was greatly reduced, and they quickly raided over and fought with these pirate soldiers. Chapter 77. Of course, ordinary level 10 pirate soldiers are no match for everyone. They quickly harvested these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Everyone has discovered that this is actually a plot copy dedicated to them, and the monster levels are surprisingly uniform. And the giant shark just now is actually one of the 3 boss mission targets of Wang Qianduo. After he was killed, Wang Qianduo's mission progress finally achieved a breakthrough. These pirate soldiers, who were easily killed by them, are not the elites of the Black Shark pirates at all. Just as everyone was mowing the grass frantically, the sky above their heads was instantly shrouded in darkness, and then 2 pure black arrows attacked Sister Hua in the crowd. The old horse stepped forward to block one, and Sister Hua also dodged one, but the damage of this black arrow was beyond everyone's imagination. Although the old horse blocked it, 1/3 of his blood bar still disappeared instantly. After 2 arrows, the opponent's offensive did not stop, and 2 more arrows flew in a short while. This time his target was Night Owl. After he barely avoided one attack, he was directly hit by another one. Everyone thought he was doomed. Lao Ma lost 1/3 of his blood after blocking the attack. He couldn't possibly resist it. But Yamatsi, who was hit by the black arrow, only lost 1/3 of his blood, just like Lao Ma. Be careful, it's a special damage attack, it should be a fixed damage, or a 3-arrow kill type attack, said Sister Hua after seeing this. However, knowing the principle is knowing the principle, everyone also dodged carefully, but as the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open spear but difficult to defend against an arrow from the dark, not to mention that this arrow is getting faster and faster. After everyone cleared out the miscellaneous soldiers, they kept dodging the attack of the dark arrow, but they were still hit several times. Seeing the situation on the field becoming more and more dangerous, everyone didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. 0. Analyze the principle of this skill and find the enemy's position. For this unprecedented situation, Wang Qianduo could only choose to ask 0 for help. In fact, he has been avoiding over-reliance on 0 during this period, because he found that if he relied on 0 for everything, his operation and awareness would improve too slowly. Okay, sir. This skill is an illusion skill that deceives vision. 0 analyzed this skill in just 3 seconds. When Wang Qianduo heard that it was an illusion skill, he immediately activated the insight skill of his fire eyes and golden eyes. The moment the skill was activated, the entire dark sky that obscured their vision completely disappeared, and Wang Qianduo saw the enemy at 7 o'clock at a glance. He raised his hand without hesitation, and a lightning chain was launched. Almost at the same time, the Sword of Miracle said, "Xiao Yun, at 7 o'clock, send him a stun crossbow arrow." His judgment was even faster than Wang Qianduo's insight, because after he finished speaking, Wang Qianduo's lightning and Yun Zhongda's crossbow arrow flew out almost at the same time. The 2 attacks hit the black mecha in Wang Qianduo's field of vision, and he was stunned there. The moment the mecha was stunned, the dark sky covering everyone immediately broke apart. Everyone also found the figure of this person, and various skills were thrown out in an instant. Sister Hua first bound him with flames, and then put him in the ignition state, and then Yu Xiaoxin flew out with 2 spears to fix him. Then Yu Xiaoyu suddenly attacked and knocked him down, and Yamatsi threw an electric ball at him, making him enter the state of being vulnerable to electric shock. Finally, Lin Qiming drew out the sword that had turned red, and with the passing of the flaming hexagram, the second leader was also killed by everyone. After killing him, the Sword of Miracles looked at Lao Wang and said to him, "Good job, Lao Wang, you have made great progress." He seemed to mistakenly think that Wang Qianduo had seen through the opponent's skills just like him. Ha ha. Ha ha. I was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. You are the real one. Can you explain how you found it? Wang Qianduo said with a little guilty conscience. He was cheating, and the other party was really good. Although the hidden arrows shot by this person seemed to have no rules, in fact, every time this skill is ready to be shot, there will be an energy running track on the black curtain. I roughly calculated that these energy running tracks will eventually intersect at a point, which is the position of that person. The Sword of Miracles explained to everyone. His observation ability made everyone sigh with admiration. The second leader still didn't provide any loot for everyone, but after he was killed, all the enemies disappeared from the base on the sea. Just as Wang Qianduo and others were looking for their whereabouts, the sea in front of the platform was surging, and a huge mecha with red eyes constantly flashing rose from the sea. This mecha was covered with rusty steel and seaweed, and its left and right hands were all made of sharp blades. It also carried a giant cannon, with a muzzle larger than Wang Qianduo and others' mecha, which looked extremely dangerous. On the shoulders of this giant mecha, there was also a magic mecha. This mecha had a completely anthropomorphic appearance, with a black and silver-gray body and a red folded line on its chest. The key point was that it also carried a shark-like back device on its back. Shark Chili? Is that you, Shark Chili? Wang Qianduo blurted out after seeing the mecha. The mecha in front of him was too similar to his childhood memories in his previous life. What? Shark Chili? Lin Qimeng looked at Wang Qianduo in confusion and said, Is it a bit unserious to think about food at this time? Ahem, nothing, this is their attribute. Deep Sea Operation Mecha. LV-13. Leader. HP 80,000. MP 1,000. Attack 350. Defense 50. Skills. Swing Slash, Poisonous Dragon Drill, High Pressure Water Cannon. Summon 300 elite operation teams. Remarks. Specialized mecha with 100 years of underwater experience. Please call us if you are sincere. Waterway, fish pond dredging and other businesses. Shark-Tooth Shark, Ping Shin, LV-13. Lord. HP 300000. MP 30,000. Attack 400. Defense 40. Skills, Double Attack, Pick Attack, Charge Slash, Surprise Slash, Wave Slash, Water Shark Bomb, Black Shark Attack, Group Shark Bomb, Ultimate Devour, Violent. Remarks. Rare evolution of Power Mecha. Damn! How to deal with double bosses? Xiaohai asked. A level 13 lord with 300,000 HP is not easy to deal with. Lao Ma said. What are you afraid of? Yu Xiaoyu. I can't kill him directly with photon beams, at least not before he summons 300 elites. Wang Qianduo said after looking at the task. Then Lao Wang, are you sure you can hold the lord? Sister Hua. Yes. Wang Qianduo. Okay, you lead him to the sky, and we will attack this deep sea mecha with all our strength. After he summons 300 elites, you turn around and kill them instantly, and then we will deal with the lord together. You are from the Alliance, right? Just as everyone was discussing countermeasures, a familiar voice came from the sharp-toothed shark mecha. You are the staff of the rental shipyard, Wei Lesek. Lin Qimeng said directly after hearing the other party's voice. Wei Lesek, yes, it's me. It seems that the first deviation of the ship was really done by you. You are the lord of the black shark pirates of the Wave Star, the sharp-toothed shark Pingshin. Lin Qimeng continued. Pingshin, yes, but... You want to ask how we found your nest? And the matter of you losing contact with your third boss, right? Lin Qimeng. Pingshin, yes, that's right. I can't tell you this. Why don't you use your little head and think about it more? Lin Qimeng looked at the other party and said, and gave him such a gesture. Ha ha! Wang Qianduo and others could no longer control themselves and laughed out loud. This boss is really cute. You dare to play tricks on me. Go to hell, crush them. Pingshin shouted at the deep-sea mecha in anger. After receiving the order, the deep-sea mecha raised his giant hand like a mountain, and the sharp blade on the giant hand began to rotate in the shape of a drill and attacked everyone. Wang Qianduo and others immediately avoided it. If they were hit by this attack, they would be disabled if not dead. The deep-sea mecha fell on the water camp of the Black Shark Pirates. It is unknown what materials they used to build this camp. Such a blow only shook it when it fell on it, and there was no other impact at all. Wang Qianduo, who dodged this attack, flew directly, threw a taunt at the shark-toothed shark, and flew to the distant sea. After being hit by Wang Qianduo's taunting skill, Pingshin immediately chased him in anger. The two of them chased and fled, and soon reached the distant sea surface, leaving Lin Qimeng and others facing this deep-sea mecha as high as a mountain. Everything was going according to everyone's plan, But soon they encountered their first challenge. That was the deep-sea mecha in front of everyone, which was not susceptible to ignition skills, or not completely. Chapter 78. The deep-sea mech is not completely immune to ignition and burning, but it is too big. Sister Hua's ignition skill can only burn a small part of him, and before Lin Qimeng can attack, the fire is quickly extinguished. Among the 9 mechs on the field, the one with the highest output is Lin Qimeng's Dragon Princess. Without the armor-ignoring ability of the Dragon Princess mech, the output of everyone is greatly reduced. The other mechs, Lao Ma's War Rhino, are meat shield mechs. Xiao Hai's Shadow Blade has no chance to attack, Sister Hua's Flame Thorn is auxiliary, and Night Owl's Throwing Master has no means to deal with such a large enemy. And the remaining Yu Xiaoyu, Yu Xiaoxin, Miracle Sword and Yun Zhongde simply haven't evolved yet. He's not moving fast. When he throws his fist at us again, I try to restrain his arm on the platform. You find the right opportunity to follow the control, and see if you can pin him down here and beat him. After everyone dodged the attack of the deep-sea mecha again, Sister Hua said to everyone, "Got it." The other people replied in tacit understanding, and then didn't say anything more or make any suggestions. In the battle, the team can only have one voice. Since they have determined that Sister Hua is the commander, everyone will obey her command regardless of whether it is right or wrong. This execution ability has given this small team a hint of a top team. When the deep-sea mecha swung its arm and hit the platform again, Sister Hua also released the skills she had prepared long ago. Several flame thorns more than half a meter thick tied the deep-sea mecha's arm firmly to the platform. Seeing this, Sisters Yu Xiaoyu and Yu Xiaoxin jumped high, and then Xiaoyu smashed a piece of armor on the arm of the deep-sea mecha with a hammer. Then a spear appeared in Xiaoxin's hand, and he stabbed at the place where his sister's armor was broken, nailing the arm of the deep-sea mecha to the platform. At the same time, Yamatsi also threw 2 bottles of special mixture under his arm, and the mixture turned into a pool of sticky liquid after landing, sticking his arm there. The superposition of several people's control allowed the deep-sea mecha to break free for a while. Then Miracle Sword, Yun Zhongde, and Lao Ma also successfully dragged the other arm of the deep-sea mecha. Every time the deep-sea mecha attacked Yun Zhongde, the arrow would get stuck in his joints, making his attack slow, and then Miracle Sword and Lao Ma took turns to deflect his attack. Attack his joints, and try to remove one of his arms first, Sister Hua said after igniting the elbow joint of the deep-sea mecha. Then Lin Qimeng and others immediately began to attack the place where he ignited. Xiao Hai's attack was still plain and simple, and various stabs with dark energy were thrown at the joints of the deep-sea mecha. Lin Qimeng was much more gorgeous. The sword in her hand once again drew a 6-pointed star, and the sword and the flame patterns on her body lit up together. This skill allowed her to enter the dragon power state. Then, a whole set of skills of Rising Dragon / plus flat attack plus 2 consecutive attacks plus flat attack plus swing plus flat attack plus charging / Lin Qimeng finished them all in less than 2 seconds. Good guy, it seems that this guy has also received professional training. This speed of combo has reached the threshold of star-level professional players. Yun Zhongde noticed Lin Qimeng's movements and the Sword of Miracles and said, "Don't talk nonsense, concentrate." Miracle Sword was still as focused as ever. I know. Although everyone had tried their best to attack, they still failed to cripple the deep-sea mecha. He took back his arm in just 10 seconds. However, his arm was basically shaky, and 2 more waves of people felt that they would definitely be able to remove it. On the other side, the battle between Wang Qianduo and Pingshen was much more intense. Pingshen's sharp-toothed shark mecha was an evolution of the agile mecha. His dodge speed was very fast, which made Wang Qianduo miserable. Because except for absolutely directional skills like chain lightning, it was difficult for Lao Wang to hit the opponent with other skills. However, it was not easy for the opponent's attack to hit him. After all, the skill of arcane transition, the perfect level propulsion device, and Lao Wang's training during this period were not given in vain. Water Shark Bomb. Accompanied by Pingshen's shout on the battlefield, a shark composed of water energy bit towards Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo immediately turned around, threw out the earth elemental magic ball to shatter it, and threw an ice cone at Pingshen, but it was easily avoided by the opponent again. Now his only 2 locked skills, Chain Lightning and Shadow Hand, were all on cooldown, so he could only fly to avoid the opponent's attack. Wang Qianduo kept dodging, which made Pingshen, who was already controlled by the mocking anger, even more furious. He pulled out a jagged alloy sword from the space, and then when he got close to the sea surface, the waves under his feet immediately rose up under the control of magic. The sharp-toothed shark mecha stepped on the waves, controlling them to surround Wang Qianduo from all directions. Wang Qianduo originally thought that this wave-controlling slash was an offensive skill, but now it seems that it is actually an AoE skill. This is a bit too much. The waves rushed over and slammed Wang Qianduo, who had no way to avoid it, directly into the sea, making Lao Wang a little slow and confused for a while. But the waves did not cause any damage to him, but the sharp-toothed shark that followed closely cut through the arcane shield of the elemental lord with one knife. It seems that this wave-controlling slashing skill is divided into two parts: wave-controlling and slashing. Wave-controlling is the source of damage, while slashing is the source of damage. The sea is the home of the sharp-toothed shark. His speed is faster in the sea, so fast that Lao Wang can no longer react, and is hit by the opponent one after another. But he did not panic. After using medicine to fill up his blood volume, he smiled slightly at his skills that had been cooled down. The next moment, golden light bloomed from his eyes, and a mysterious magic circle with the sun, moon and stars printed on it appeared out of thin air behind him, which was the same height as his mecha. Purple lightning thunder dragon flies across the sky. As Wang Qianduo shouted, the magic circle behind him lit up, and countless electric lights in his hands gathered, and then a violent thunder dragon rushed towards the sharp-toothed shark. The thunder dragon soared and shuttled, directly hitting the sharp-toothed shark moving quickly in the sea. The lightning that burst out in an instant illuminated the entire sea area, and the scattered electric current could not dissipate for a long time. Weakness critical hit reduced by 20,700, stun for 1 second, paralysis, electric shock, weakness, armor penetration. This is Wang Qianduo's chain lightning skill after being enhanced by the fire, eye golden crystal, and the epic enhancement skill. The enhanced skill is somewhat similar to the Z move in Pokemon. After using it, his next move will be enhanced to a specific form skill. After the skills are strengthened, not only the skill effects and damage become stronger, but also the negative states brought by the moves will be enhanced. His purple lightning dragon flashed in the air, catching Ping Shen off guard. Then Wang Qianduo took advantage of his dizziness, and threw all his skills except 2 large-range skills at Ping Shen. Fireballs, wind blades, ice cones, and many other attacks formed a rainbow-colored torrent, and went towards Ping Shen's sharp-toothed shark. He was still in a dizzy state at the moment, and could not dodge at all, so he could only take Wang Qianduo's skills. This series of attacks hit more than 1/10 of his health, and more importantly, he was now full of negative states. And these negative states are not like ignition, which can automatically dissipate in a few seconds. States like weakness will last for a long time. After finishing this set, Wang Qianduo looked at his skills that were almost all on cooldown and started to flee again. Slipped away. Slipped away. He had to wait for the next opportunity, but the enhanced skill could not be used for a while. The cooldown time of this skill was 30 minutes. Even if all kinds of CD reduction were counted, it would be close to 20 minutes. When he recovered, Wang Qianduo felt that grass had grown on his grave. The recovered Ping Shen looked at Wang Qianduo, who was running away, and became even more furious. The water began to gather on the sawtooth sword in his hand. Countless sharks made of water began to appear behind him, and then, with the waving of the sword in his hand, the sharks immediately attacked Wang Qianduo. This was the skill of the sharp-toothed shark, the shark group bomb. Wang Qianduo, who was attacked by the flying shark, was in great pain. He could not avoid such a dense attack at all. But fortunately, this shark could not kill him in seconds. A shark could only knock down about 1/5 of his health, so Wang Qianduo chose the most shameless routine in the game. Take drugs to resist. On the other side, Ping Shen looked at Wang Qianduo, who survived his ultimate move unscathed, and felt terrible. He had never seen such an enemy before, which made him a little unsure of how to play for a while. But he stopped, but Lao Wang did not. Lao Wang took the opportunity of his stop to fly out of the sea, and into the sky again. Ping Shen could only follow, because he hated the other party. No matter how smart he was, he could not violate such an absolute system rule. Chapter 79. While Ping Shen and Wang Qianduo were chasing and fleeing, the people on the platform finally succeeded in removing one arm of the deep-sea mecha. This crippling injury alone caused the deep-sea mecha to lose about 1/5 of its health instantly. The deep-sea mecha, whose arm was removed, slowly escaped into the water, and then ignored everyone's attacks and taunting skills. "It looks like he is about to enter the second stage. Everyone be careful," Sister Hua said to everyone. This behavior of ignoring everyone's attacks is obviously that the boss is switching states. The deep-sea mecha did not let everyone wait any longer. After 10 seconds, he switched his form, and after he stood up from the sea again, his gun muzzle had moved in front of him. The next moment, high-pressure water shot out from his gun muzzle, and Lin Qiming and others immediately flew up to avoid the attack that was enough to smash them. The Black Shark Pirates Sea camp was basically destroyed by this attack, and there was really only a steel platform left. After the deep sea mecha's attack, the water cannon entered the charging time, and everyone landed on the platform and started to attack again. This mecha didn't seem to be driven by a human, and all his actions were carried out according to strict routines. After the water cannon skill cooled down, he used his only remaining arm to attack everyone again. Then the mentally retarded him was controlled by everyone again and hit a set, and after pulling back his arm, he continued to attack everyone with the water cannon, and so on. This rhythmic attack continued until his other arm was removed and his health dropped to January 5th. The alarm bells on the deep sea mecha with low health rang loudly, and then the sea began to boil, and one after another dark blue mecha flew into the sky from under the sea. There were 300 mechas, not one more, not one less, flying in the sky, and it felt like they were covering the sky and the sun. Oh my god! Were these 300 mechas summoned together? I thought this boss was so simple before, but it turns out he's waiting here. Yun Zhongda said in shock after seeing the scene. Old Wang. Help! Old Ma was even more straightforward, and directly chose to summon Wang Qianduo. Wang Qianduo knew the time had come after hearing this, and he temporarily got rid of Pingshan, who was chasing him with an arcane jump, and came to the battlefield above Lin Qimeng and others. Then 22 photon energy balls began to emerge, and countless rays further baptized the area where the deep sea mechas and the elite mechas he summoned were located. Wang Qianduo, who released the photon ray, did not have the energy to watch the effect of his skills, because Pingshan had already caught up with him by riding the waves. After a period of hard work just now, he had completely gotten rid of the negative state brought to him by Wang Qianduo. Pingshan waved the sharp blade in his hand, and was desperately chasing Wang Qianduo. Although Wang Qianduo was the one being chased, his health was full. On the other hand, Pingshan's health had already disappeared by January 3rd. These 100,000 HP were worn down little by Wang Qianduo's medicine. If there was no medicine, with Lao Wang's skills, he would have been killed countless times. The photon ray was still powerful. After this skill was used, except for a few fish that slipped through the net, all the other mechas on the battlefield of the deep sea mecha were wiped out. After Lin Qimeng and others cleaned up the fish that slipped through the net, they immediately called Lao Wang and said, "This side has been completely solved. Win it back." Wang Qianduo began to flee towards the platform after hearing this, and Pingshan behind him continued to summon water energy sharks to attack him. Old Wang, lead him to the platform. Let's continue the previous routine and control him on the platform, Sister Hua said in the team channel after seeing this situation. After everyone said they received it, Wang Qianduo landed on the platform, and Pingshan followed him. As soon as he landed, everyone immediately repeated the same trick, and the flame thorns bloomed under his feet, trying to bind him there. But Pingshan was different from the stupid deep sea mecha. He swung the alloy blade in his hand at a fast speed, and cut off all the flame thorns. Then, he took the heavy hammer swung by Yu Xiaoyu with one hand, and dodged Yu Xiaoxin's piercing spear. With a move, he knocked the two sisters away, and his movements were very chic. Then he casually blocked Yu Maozi's mucus bottle into the sea, and walked towards Yu Maozi, who kept throwing items at him, while resisting handsomely. But just when he was showing off, Night Owl threw a metal ball at him from his backpack. He subconsciously used his knife to block it, and wanted to block him into the sea, but the ball exploded as soon as he touched it. The violent electric current bursting from the metal ball paralyzed him on the spot. He was addicted to showing off, but was tricked by Night Owl. Of course, everyone would not miss this opportunity. Various control skills were used again in an instant, and Lin Qimeng and Xiaohai also began to attack. Wang Qianduo stood in the distance, and the arcane ball in his hand moved. Attacks of various attributes once again baptized Pingshan, and his health began to drop rapidly. This is the difference between having teammates and not having teammates. You bunch of ants! Pingshan, who was controlled by the crowd, suddenly shouted loudly, and the water magic energy in his body burst out, repelling everyone. Lin Qimeng and Xiaohai, who were very close to him, were directly shocked to a low health, and everyone in the distance, except Wang Qianduo, was not feeling well. Maybe because he could not bear the humiliation, he turned on the boss-exclusive skill of Rage with only half of his health. But although Pingshan beat everyone to a pulp, he did not pursue the victory. On the contrary, he flew into the air, holding a knife in one hand, and swung it at the platform below, and then the wind and clouds in the sea changed. A sharp-toothed shark bigger than a mountain jumped up from the sea, opening its huge mouth bigger than the entire platform to swallow everyone. This skill is a sure kill type, and the most important thing is that none of them can avoid this move. Just when everyone was in despair, they suddenly heard a very silly line. Ice Blade Extreme Frozen Sword. Then, they looked over, and found that a magic circle had appeared behind Wang Qianduo at some point. A gorgeous big sword made entirely of ice appeared above his head. As he pointed to the sky, the sword immediately flew out, piercing the giant shark and hitting Ping Jin in the sky. Weakness critical hit reduced by 20,700, frozen for 1 second, armor breaking, slowing down, fragile. The huge damage made everyone lose the ability to speak instantly, and at the same time, the giant shark that was swallowing everyone turned into ice, and fell down without any power. Old Wang. What skill do you have? Another hidden mission reward? That's right. Wang Qianduo replied, and he didn't lie this time. Everyone, Whether everyone believes it or not, it's not a big deal now, there is still a big enemy in front of him. The Shartooth shark, which was frozen and fell on the platform, quickly flew up. Then it rushed towards Wang Qianduo, as if it had lost its mind. In fact, it can't be said that it seemed that it had really lost its mind. This is the price of rage. It is impossible to gain any power without a price. Wang Qianduo did not dodge this time. He took the opponent's knife. This knife not only broke his arcane shield, but also the passively triggered shield. But Wang Qianduo successfully stopped him, and then Lao Wang activated the Phoenix mode and the magic burst of blood and mana, pressing him here. Seeing this, Lin Qiming and others didn't care whether they were at low health or not, and they all stepped forward to start output. This special mode of rage mode is really a double-edged sword. The time of Lao Wang's magic burst successfully dragged his rage mode over, and the Shartooth shark mecha with half of its attributes was no longer able to recover. Sometimes, opening the intelligent mode for the boss will have this kind of effect. The boss who does not follow the routine will be extremely powerful sometimes, but sometimes he will become funny. But in fact, Ping Jin can't really be considered funny. In his opinion, even if he doesn't turn on the berserk mode, he will die slowly. It's better to turn it on and fight for the future. It's just that the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. He failed. But who would have thought that the man on the opposite side was so perverted? He took his berserk mode burst with his bare hands and then pressed him there to beat him. It can only be said that Lao Wang, who burst out with all his strength, was indeed a bit perverted, and his death was not unjust. As Lao Wang stabbed into his energy core with a knife and took away his last bit of physical strength, Ping Jin, who looked like a shark pepper, slowly knelt down. System prompt. Congratulations on your brilliant victory. The disaster of the Black Shark Pirates on the Wave Star has been completely settled. You get 30,000 experience. As the system prompt sounded, Ping Jin slowly disappeared in front of everyone, replaced by a huge treasure chest and a blue gem. As everyone guessed, this is indeed a hidden story mode copy. Chapter 80. This bead is my quest item. I will put it away without hesitation. Wang Qianduo said, as he put away the aquamarine orb. Aquamarine orb, only legendary ? Remarks. A magical orb containing the energy of the sea. When equipped with a water-attributed mecha, it can greatly increase the power of its skills. Unlike what Lao Huang told him, this bead is not a simple decoration, but a special item that seems to be very precious. But even so, Wang Qianduo did not think of swallowing this thing. First, this thing seems to be useless to him, and the other is that he does not know how to use it. And this thing now seems to be absolutely not as important as Lao Huang's favorability. After Wang Qianduo put away the orb, everyone looked at the huge treasure chest together. Then Molby automatically took a step back. Opening the box will never have anything to do with them. Although Lao Ma was struggling to prove himself in his heart, this idea was quickly suppressed by himself. This is a common drop of a lord, 3 leaders and 300 elites. If he gets it wrong, he will be beaten to death. In the end, it was Lin Qiming who stepped forward to open the treasure chest. Although Lao Wang had an equipment that increased his luck, data was sometimes unreliable. Even though he had more than 10 points of luck than others, he still couldn't get out of the unlucky team. Lin Qiming didn't hesitate. She opened the treasure chest in one go. After a burst of light, dozens of items appeared in front of everyone. Most of these things were materials, and Lin Qiming still collected them. There were several items that attracted everyone's attention: evolution instructions for the Shartooth shark, evolution instructions for the Imperial Barrier, evolution instructions for the Spark Light, Sawtooth Blade, perfect, Deep Sea Hammer, perfect. There are 3 rare mecha evolution routes, and 2 level 10 perfect weapons. Note that they are not blueprints but finished weapons. No one wants the mecha evolution route of the shark, not because it is not strong, but because it has too many limitations. The main battlefields of the mecha era are basically space and Earth in the end, and environments like the Wave Star are just exceptions. The Imperial Barrier, a meat shield mecha evolution, was taken by the Miracle Sword. It seems that he is going to give up his sword and start a new life. The Spark Light evolution route was taken by Yu Xiaoxin. This girl loves spears, and this evolution route uses spears as weapons. The Serrated Blade is another unpopular equipment, and it was finally assigned to Yun Zhongda to strengthen its attributes. He is an output, and needs such an equipment. The Deep Sea Heavy Hammer was assigned to Yu Xiaoyu. Just like her sister loves war spears, she loves hammer weapons. In addition to these valuable items, everyone also gained a wave of skill enhancements. Wang Qianduo also obtained a refined skill and a rare skill. The rare skill is the Ice-type Ice Lance, which is a relatively common skill. Ice Lance. LV1. Summon an ice spear to attack the enemy, causing 200% of the enemy's attack power and ice attribute energy damage, and there is a 10% chance to freeze the enemy. At the same time, attacking the frozen enemy will cause 2.5 times the damage. Release distance, 300. Chanting time, instantaneous. MP consumption, 100. Cooling time, 15 seconds. Damage type, energy damage, calculate defense. Proficiency, 0/1000. Freeze, make the enemy lose the ability to move, lasting for 2 seconds. Learning conditions, LV10 or above ice attribute intelligence mecha. The ice spear skill is the icing on the cake for Wang Qianduo, because he has neither instantaneous skills nor means of skill critical strikes. The two major advantages of this skill instantly became repetitive, but it is actually good to be able to increase some damage. Anyway, it is better than nothing. Wang Qianduo underestimated the difficulty of acquiring skills in this game. As for the acquisition skills, after such a long time, Teemo has not made any movement. The exquisite skills are more interesting. This is actually a healing skill called Light Therapy. Light Therapy. LV1. After charging for 1.5 seconds, summon the Sacred Light power to restore the state of the magic mecha, restore its physical value, intelligence value x2, and have a 20% chance to purify a negative state. Release distance, 300. Chanting time, 1.5 seconds, instant, consumption of MP, 50. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0/1000. Learning conditions, LV10 or above light attribute intelligence type auxiliary transfer type mecha. Healing skills have always been the most scarce skills in this game. Currently, the only mecha with healing ability is the conventional evolution type which of the intelligence type mecha. But the Wuju mecha has only the ability to heal, but its other abilities are too poor. This has led to the fact that, except for some large guilds, few people play this evolution. In addition, among the skills obtained by players, there are very few healing types. So the game is currently extremely short of healers, and Wang Qianduo and his group don't have anyone who can heal. In fact, it would be better if Hua Jie could learn this skill, because he is the core auxiliary of the team. But unfortunately, he is a fire attribute mecha, not a light attribute mecha, so he can't use this skill, so this skill can only fall on Lao Wang. At first, Lao Wang felt that he would not be able to learn this skill, because it was clearly marked that it required an auxiliary mecha to learn it. But the Lord of Elements is so domineering. As long as your skills have elemental attributes, he will not care about your other requirements. With this skill, he is a mecha that can resist, fight and heal. After the items were distributed, Wang Qianduo and his party looked at the vast sea in confusion. They have no boat now, how can they go back? How about I go back to find a boat, and you wait for me here? Lao Wang said gloatingly. He is not worried, because he can fly back. Look at your mean look, Lin Qiming said. Because the chat has a holographic projection, Lao Wang's little expression was seen by everyone. Ha ha, you can't last long and blame me. Get out. Hurry up and find a boat, don't tell dirty jokes here. Lin Qiming. Look, he is anxious. He is anxious. Wang Qianduo. If you keep on nagging, I bite you. While everyone was chatting, a huge wave on the sea surface rushed towards the platform. Everyone looked closely, and saw that this was the ship that had just abandoned them. Everyone, it seems that you have solved this problem? Get on board, I take you back. The ship stopped steadily beside the platform, and shouted to everyone. Who are you, who? Wang Qianduo and others asked after getting on board, but as soon as he said this, he was launched again. On the way back, he told everyone the whole story. The one driving the boat was the captain of the Wave Star fleet. They received news from General Huang to help Wang Qianduo destroy the Black Shark pirates. But Wang Qianduo and his team didn't look for them when they arrived, but went to find CK, who was using the alias of Pingshan. They had been watching CK for a long time, and knew that he had a close relationship with the Black Shark pirates. So he could only disguise himself as a rented boat. In his words, he gave up Wang Qianduo and ran away alone just now because he was afraid of dragging them down. After understanding the cause and effect, everyone stared at Wang Qianduo together. Why are you looking at me? I don't know if I can ask for help from local officials. When I was doing tasks by myself before, I flew directly there. Wang Qianduo felt a little guilty when being stared at by everyone, and explained while looking around. After hearing his explanation, everyone rolled their eyes at him. This man is really a Versailles master, and this can give him a chance to pretend. After everyone returned to the base, they said goodbye to the captain driver of the speeding ship, and returned to the Mother Star base to find Lao Huang to hand in the task. Very good, this is your reward. This time, Lin Qiming and the others can finally meet Lao Huang to hand in the task. It's really not easy. At the same time, the 5 new friends who joined their team also opened up merits, and were directly promoted to sergeants. You can go back, follow me. After Lao Huang gave everyone rewards, he took Wang Qianduo away again. Where is the thing I want? Lao Huang took Wang Qianduo to a deserted place, looked around carefully and whispered to him. Wang Qianduo, what's wrong with your guilty expression? Why do I feel like this account is not a serious business? Here. Although Wang Qianduo had a lot of complaints, and didn't know where to start, he still gave the gem to Lao Huang. Alas, it's really the aquamarine orb, isn't it the sea soul orb? Lao Huang took the orb, and shook his head in disappointment. This thing is a reward for you. After saying that, he threw the orb to Wang Qianduo again, and then left disappointed.